Chapter 1 Dreaming of a past life and marrying my childhood sweetheart. On the wedding night, two figures entwined in a tender embrace stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Cherjin found her hands firm like in a dab of her head, her luscious lips, glistening and inviting, part head to release a soft, breathless eyes. Behind her, the immense Adam Safbul Bobdasha tightened his grip around her delicate waist, his voice a sultry whisper. Be good, calm. Cherjin was compelled to tilt the head back, her beautifully as him rang with tears, her voice sweet ashiny. Woo Chinichi. Hugh Churchill hood friend, her dearest companion Chinichi. The man's blood surged with desire, yet remained unsatisfied, he leaned closer, his breath warm against their ear. Jinjin, it's the meadow corn how you dress him. His low, beguiling voice reverberated through her ears, sending shivers down her spine, brimming with primal masculinity. So intoxicating. Cherjin's mind went blank as she clung to him, softly murmuring hubby. Images from Thedrem flooded her consciousness as Cherjin drifted in and out of sleep. Next stop the buzz announcement jolted her awake. Dazed, she blinked her eyes open. Suddenly, she found herself gazing into pyrof deep, darkies. On the bus, the light was dim. That thud sharp-brows and brighties, a high nose, and a kaiseled profile theater kudi dana rough-danger yithush undeniably captivating capable of ensnaring gainin at first glance. Dressed in a black windbreaker, her radiate a wild, untamed charm. The familiar scent of masculinity enveloped her, intense and overwhelming. Cherjin felt a rush of confusion and instinctively correlated. Hubby. Unbeknownst to her voice was sweet as if dipped in honey, laced with a hint of coquetry, like a cat's portiassing her heart. Chinichi froze, his brows furrowing slightly, his gaze piercing as fixed eyes in her, an inscrutably impression crossing his features, tinged with a hint of danger. After a long moment, he replied him. As soon as two words left his lips, Cherjin felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her mind clear in an instant. Wait. Had Shrally failed to distinguish between dream and reality, calling their colleague a freshman Chinichi hubby? Her hair traced, her face flushing a deep crimson as hurried to explain. I am Yanto Sayuri, an old dog, just a slip off the tongue. Stealing a glance at him, silently prayed he wouldn't misunderstand she absolutely, unequivocally harbored no inappropriate thoughts about him. Chinichi leaned back against the seat, his lips curve inch into a slight smiley as she looked down, knowing log escaping him. Oh. His tenor dripped with sarcasm, his expression clearly saying, I don't believe you. Embarrassed, Cherjin turned her gaze at Yu and Dao, gradually gaining her composure she pondered her dream she had just experienced. During the holidays, these dreams had been recurring, even aligning perfectly with reality. It seemed she had dreamed of her fragment of her past life. The more she thought about it, the more her eyes brimmed with unshed tears. A wavy of sorrow surged within her, gradually engulfing her heart. Everyone knew of her infatuation with the Luf Kampersheert throb from Peking University Yarn, all of that consumed her entirely. She had pursued him from my Kulta University, trailing behind dime per day. At the mere mention of his name, Xiao Zhen walled up before him, offering her sincere heart, obedient and meek, utterly devoted. In her past life, she had seen him for over 5 years, dating for 2, spending a total of 7 years in his hado. 7 long years. Even when Jixian's friends mocked her for being vain and delusional, she willingly held out the heart of him. On the day of his birthday concert, Cherjin was filled with anticipation, only to Obadiah's our point at again when Jixian stood here up topic of his childhood friend from the airport. His voice was goal as she said, Cherjin, don't be unreasonable. Unreasonable. The words seed her heart like a thorn, agonizing and relentless, leaving her wounded and hollow. It was then that Cherjin realized that habit of truthing Isis, she was nothing. Thou merely our fragment of our dream, it felt her as if she were being jangle fed by a tidal wave, the suffocating sensation nor in gather heart, leaving it battered and bruised. So painfully real. As if she had truly ved it, truly felt he heartache. With this thought, her nose stinged with bitterness, and Harry's, unbidden, grew warm with tears as she lowered her head in despair. In the next moment, the besudden lie swerved sharply to their right. Cherjin lost turbulence, caught off guard, and tumbled sideways. She fell into Qingmei's warm embrace, instinctively pressing her hand against this thigh in a moment of panic. His sheeted breath enveloped her slowly. Xiao Zhen's fingers tightened reflexively, her mind blank. A muffled sound escaped Qingmei's throat, brushing against their rear like her feet on two surround. His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an inexplicable sentiment. It was identical to the voice in her dream, or perhaps even more youthful and fresh than that mature version of Qingmei. Her eyes flushed as after Pinker's Xiao Zhen carefully apologized. "I'm sorry, it didn't mean to." Her tone felt unnatural, more distant and awkward than usual. Not a single discomfort, Qingmei asked in a low voice, "Are you unwell?" Xiao Zhen blinked her eyes, heavy with emotion, meeting eyes indifferent gazee before quickly averting her own, softly shaking her head. "No tatal." In her past life, she was a Liu Quan pop singer in the entertainment industry. As for Qingmei, he was a top-tier motorcycle racer, bringing glory to his country, having secured her runner-up position a world championship and the championship title in a nation tournament. Confident and rebellious, with a strikingly handsome face, he was a rising star in the entertainment world, his popularity bordering on terrifying. It was I thought Jocelyn up tossed behind Gotchi in his motorcycle hard wretched Thuato France. Yet somehow, after breaking up with Jixian, she ended up marrying Qingmei. Xiao Zhen clenched her clothes tightly, biting her lip, the little over seen her head shake she'd furiously. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Serious face. How could she have married Qingmei in her previous life? How could this, it shouldn't be." Moreover, the most crucial part was that she had dreamed of her wedding night in her past life, where she was with Qingmei. The more she thought about it, the more overwhelmed she felt, a flush creeping across her cheeks, nearly causing her to implode with anxiety. "Are you really feeling okay?" Qingmei suddenly leaned Ed closer, slightly bending forward, his gaze earnest as she scrutinized her. Xiao Zhen, dazed, nodded in response. Then, Qingmei's enchanting voice floated softly in her ear. "Then why are you blushing?" A sweet little story about a little white rabbit caught in the Ulfston on campus, a failed cremation childhood's with its Sonic Sugar. Note due to reviews, the haiku portion has been changed to a versatile main character Sarah adults know. Every journalist know terribly spark of dispute a brilliant pearl. Chapter 2. An arm around her waist. Her face flushed. Xiao Zhen slowly widened her eyes, her cheeks instantly burning with embarrassment. How could she not feel shy of to dreaming of her intimate moments in Apis' life? That dream was merely a fragment of her previous memories, most of it as a bushy details of her wedding night were reached clearly in her mind, every action, every word, every sigh. Overwhelmed, she buried her face in her hands, her ratio tended almost feel like they were bleeding, and confessed in a sheepish tone, "I had a nightmare." Leaning lazily against a seat, Qingmei asked nonchalantly, "What kind of nightmare?" Xiao Zhen swallowed it and murmured, "I dreamed that you married some Niels. By sheer coincidence, that's only a Niels washer." Upon hearing this, Qingmei paused for a moment, his expression shifting as she locked us with her and replied, each word deliberate. "Impossible. It will not marry any Niels." His tone was resolute and serious. Xiao Zhen sighed in relief, her expression conveying decency of camaraderie, so Ariane into marriage advocate, that's quite normal. After she spoke, she noticed a complex look cross Qingmei's face as she slightly lowered his gaze, falling silent. The abuser of depth in trance of Jing University. With National Day holiday over, many students pushed their luggage highly carrying bags of full sizes, eager to bring home every doublet they could find. Qingmei disembarked first and Xiao Zhen donning her pink backpack followed slowly behind him. The night before had brought a torrential downpour, and now, at the bus stop, a large puddle of Mackay black water mixed with mud lay before them, littered with floating plastic debris. Xiao Zhen hesitated for a moment, glancing down at the pristine new high shoes with regret. At that moment, a long, bony hand reached out toward her. "Come." Qingmei stood just outside the puddle, extending his hand toward her, his expression still casual, as if these were merely a trivial act. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Zhen placed her hand in his. In thy childhood, she had not lured on his holders, treating him like a playful pig, but they'd also stolen his blue-black striped underwear. Thuarm thof hishant enveloped hers, and with a gentle turk, hey helped her leap toes a ground, near let him bling into his embrace. The unique, refreshing scent tofiath enveloped her, reminiscent of fragrant herbs after a spring grain delightful and invigorating. Once Jen steadied herself and took a few steps forward, Genia Gilia seed her hand and strode confident lighter ward the university entrance. Thuarm thof his touch lingered in her skin. Watching his still figure, Jen found herself speaking before her mind could catch up, her voice soft and sweet. Chinichi, wait for. As soon as he spoke, Genia halted abruptly, turning to look at her with a raised brow, as if waiting for her. Jen quickened her pace to walk alongside him as he entered his campus together. At their north gate, a plump security guard greeted him with a broad smile, his expression full of joviality. Genia's low wet down, his lashes fluttering slightly, and after a long pause, her casual ear remarked Trinity Waffrey hell get jealous? Jen paused, her gaze dropping. That the referetto Jixian. From childhood to now, Shard always walked to and from school with Chinichi, always side by side, and even in university, nothing had changed. Until one day, Jixian had coldly remarked, you seem quite close to that Chinichi. Histon dripped with discontent. Worried about upsetting him, Jen had kept their distance from Chinichi at school, pretending not to know him, fearful of Jixian's misunderstandings. She had poured her hit into Jixian, hoping to warm him, only to find herself disheartened in her dream of Appa's life. Feeling dejected, Jen kicked a small stone near the roadside, resembling a despondent little rabbit with drooping pinches. A tight knees gripped her throat, a sci-fi swarm of silver needlessery stabbing her heart, both painful and bitter. Ithertsamak. As they rounded a corner, a figure called Andalerf appeared before her, abruptly invading her thoughts. Jen sheet skipped a beat, her feet frozen in place. The Birkudi Dana rough refinement, his face exquisite telepale, withiest the color rough belimber, light glass, hiding brilliant stas within so beautifully twazel most surreal. Jixian. Handsome, academically gifted, from a prestigious family, president of the student council at Jing University, he was the epitome of the perfect campus prob, the object of countless crushes. He was also the initiate on Seadoord, the initiate fallen for at first sight, someone issue a shed to the countless stymies each day. But now, Jen felt a wavy of cold sweat break out of her body, her heart attacking intensely, as if she had plunged into an scaven. She didn't greet him ere she would, nor did show for smilish simply lowered her head, pretending not to see him. Jixian's gaze fell upon her and Chinichi. His expression remained indifferent as she had passed, his demeanour suggesting he should lie unconcerned with the scene before him. And see he had passed, Jen remained frozen in place, a wavy off bitterness washing over her, her vision blurring as she's reddened. Memories from her past life surged forth, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. First, Jixian's gold voice on the phone Xiaozhen, I don't approve of your upcoming messenger. Then, Jixian's mother, smiling, saying, Dear, I speak with her directly. The family value social standing, a mountain chicken can never become a phoenix, wouldn't you agree? Followed by the mockery of Jixian's friends no way, secondary a think she's Cinderella, can she? Who knows where this country bumpkin came from, dressed in cheap Teo Bayo clothes. Impatient, mocking, sarcastic, sharp, and piercing voices from her pious life melded into Akala Salando Vehwhelming wavy off sound. It felt as if they were tearing her mind apart. Stop it. Please just stop. Jen covered her ears, her eyes tightly shut, struggling to breathe as the pressure mounted. Sheffel totally drained, her body's weighing violently began to fall backward. In the next moment, a warm immense clad her waist, the heat of faithful body enveloping her. Chinichi instinctively pulled her into his embrace, his eyes burning with intensity. Are you feeling unwell? His gaze was deep and penetrating, unable to hold back, heavingly rough-led hair, as if soothing a frightened rabbit, again and again. His low voice floated on to her, imbued with an inexplicable charm that caressed her eardrums. Chinichi stood against the light, half of his face dead in shadow, his present ease deep with an arrogant and untamed adore. Jen blinked, taking a deep breath, gradually shaking off that shouting conjuring voices in her mind. Gently pushed her away from his embrace, shaking her head no I'm fine. Perhaps it was the soothing touch of his hand that eased her pain, filling her heart with a sense of secure Qingmei's turmoil. This time, she didn't look back, feeling no lingering attachment, silently following Qingmei forward. It was as if she'd made acquired a solution. Behind them, Jizian halted abruptly. Had turned to a two retreating figures, a kill of frost enveloping eyes, his expression darkening. Chapter 3, The Indulgent Smile of Qingmei. At the foot of the dormitory building, Qingmei reached out and grasped the handle of her suitcase. His deep, phoenix-like eyes resembled tranquil pools, and his profile was elegantly sculpted. Casually, he remarked, "Allow me to assist you with that." Xiaozhen was momentarily taken aback, about to decline his offer, yet, Qingmei, as if already anticipating her thoughts, nonchalantly added, "I simply enjoy physical activity and moving things around." Xiaozhen hesitated for a moment, then followed behind him, softly murmuring, "Oh, thank you." His fondness for exercise. Xiaozhen's eyelashes fluttered, and her ears subtly flushed with a hint of pink. Indeed, Qingmei possessed remarkable athletic prowess, undergoing daily motorcycle training, his physique robust and his stamina exceptional. So exceptional that on their wedding night in her previous life, he had rendered her utterly faint. Shaking her head, Xiaozhen lightly patted her cheeks, striving to regain her composure and forcefully banish those alluring images from her mind. Qingmei slightly turned his head, his expression languid. "A room 609, correct? Yes." Xiaozhen nodded eagerly, but after a moment, a flicker of suspicion crossed her gaze. How could he remember her dormitory number so clearly? Of course, he had an excellent memory, the kind that allowed him to recall everything at a glance. He was exceptionally intelligent. With one hand, Qingmei effortlessly lifted her suitcase, the heavy 26-inch bag seeming as light as a feather in his grip. He bounded up the stairs, taking 2 or 3 at a time, his all-black attire accentuating his tall and slender silhouette, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, and most importantly, his remarkably well-defined posterior. Xiaozhen blinked rapidly, hastily lowering her head. Ever since her dreams of marrying Qingmei in her past life, she found herself utterly unable to face him directly. It was a dire predicament. At the entrance of room 609, Qingmei gently set down the pink suitcase, his gaze resting on Xiaozhen. The young girl lowered her gaze, her cheeks a flawless white, her eyes clear and transparent, sparkling like autumn waters, pure as a blank sheet of paper, untouched by any blemish, both beautiful and demure. She slowly retrieved a bottle of strawberry yogurt from her backpack, obediently handing it to him. "Thank you. Here, drink this." Qingmei replied with a soft accepting the yogurt, his demeanor calm and unruffled as he turned to leave. Once his back was turned, however, his eyes darkened with an inscrutable depth, his Adam's apple bobbed, and a faint blush crept up his ears. Upon returning to her dorm, Xiaozhen tidied her desk and organized her belongings. Half an hour later, a short-haired girl struggled in with a massive suitcase, panting heavily, her face flushed. "Damn it, I'm utterly exhausted. 6 floors, 6 floors. Does the school think it would kill them to install an elevator for its delicate college students?" Xing Lulu, breathless with fatigue, cursed as she pushed the suitcase through the door, her eyes widening in astonishment. What the heck, Zhenjun, did you even help me clean the floor?" Xiaozhen's dorm was a mixed room for 4, and she was majoring in music performance, while Xing Lulu was pursuing a degree in graphic design. Both were freshmen, the other 2 roommates were sophomore students from different majors. Xiaozhen smiled gently. "I just thought I'd help you out a bit." I love you, Xing Lulu exclaimed, her heart nearly melting, wishing she could embrace her. "By the way, how's it going with the president?" As the words left her lips, Xiaozhen's eyelashes drooped, her eyes gradually reddening, her expression darkening as she shook her head. Jizian was the student council president, a sophomore in finance, ranked first in his class, first in competitions, and, crucially, a scion of a wealthy family. From high school to university, he was the epitome of a prodigy, akin to a moon in the sky, an existence utterly unattainable. Xiaozhen had pursued him for 3 years. Just a few days ago, she had been plagued by vivid dreams of her past life. Jizian's years of cold violence pierced her heart like a sharp blade, causing her to bleed with bitterness and grievance. Noticing Xiaozhen's reddened eyes and her unwillingness to delve deeper, Xing Lulu refrained from pressing further, reaching out to gently squeeze Xiaozhen's hand in a gesture of comfort. Xing Lulu had witnessed how Jixian toyed with Xiaozhen and how his friends belittled and bullied her. She was all too aware of the injustice. It was infuriating. In her mind, Xing Lulu silently vented her frustrations, lambasting Jixian. Damn it, the most annoying kind of pretentious person. Just because he is good looking, he thinks he is something special. That cold-hearted jerk. In the evening, Xing Lulu opened a food delivery app, yearning as she lay on her bed. Fried chicken and cola, my source of happiness. Xinjin, do you want to order some too? She adored ordering takeout and had no desire to climb those 6 flights of stairs again. She was utterly spent. Xiaozhen finished tidying up and looked up, smiling softly. No, thank you. I'll head to the cafeteria later. A new promotion was underway. By dining in the cafeteria, one could receive a complimentary serving of fruit double-skim milk. Free, however, upon arriving at the cafeteria, Xiaozhen instantly regretted her decision. College students loved free stuff, and the usually quiet cafeteria had transformed into a bustling sea of people. The last serving of fruit double-skim milk was snatched away just as it was her turn. Xiaozhen gazed longingly at the empty container, pursing her lips, her eyelashes drooping slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She ordered a bowl of shredded pork with snow vegetables noodles, carrying her tray as she searched for a seat. The cafeteria was filled to capacity, except for a corner table occupied by 6 or 7 boys. With one empty seat remaining. As Xiaozhen approached, she gradually recognized that one of them was Qingmei. In the dim light, he lounged casually against the back of his chair, half of his face obscured by shadows, lending him an air of intensity. His eyes, dark and deep, were fixed on her. Or rather, he had likely noticed her long before, beckoning her over with a casual motion of his fingers. Xiaozhen obediently walked over, her tray in hand. Hearing the commotion, the boys, busy devouring their meals, raised their heads in unison. The girl had the face of first love, her skin fair, her hair styled in a bun, and clad in a beige long dress, resembling a cherry blossom poised to bloom. Her eyes curved in delight, a charming dimple gracing her lips, akin to a star shining brightly in the night sky. Beautiful and pure. Qingmei's lips curled slightly, disheveled bangs adding a touch of wildness to his appearance as he spoke first. There's no one here. You can sit. His voice inexplicably carried a hint of tenderness. The boys at the table were instantly taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend. Wait, did they hear that correctly? Qingmei, the aloof and indifferent young man, notorious for his disdain for women, was now smiling so indulgently at a girl. His voice was so gentle. Did Brother Kai take the wrong medicine today? Under their astonished gazes, Xiaozhen slowly took a seat across from Qingmei, uncertain if it was just her imagination. She felt that the man opposite her seemed to be in particularly good spirits. Xiaozhen didn't eat well on it much, lowering her head to quietly eat her noodles, attempting to ignore the astonished expressions of the boys around her. She ate her noodles in small bites, maintaining a serene silence, barely making a sound. Suddenly, Qingmei spoke up. Why didn't you get the double-skim milk? Xiaozhen glanced down at the table, noticing that all the boys had their own servings of double-skim milk. Indeed, everyone had a portion, except for her. She paused, chewing her noodles, her voice barely above a whisper. It was all gone by the time I got there. It was just her luck, as always. Then, unexpectedly, a warm, strong hand slid a serving of double-skim milk in front of her. Xiaozhen looked up in surprise. Aho? With the cafeteria bustling with noise, Qingmei's gaze was fixed on her, his lazy voice flowing into her ears, wild and enticing. Here, you can have mine. I don't want it anyway. Xiaozhen stared at the double-skim milk being offered. An inexplicable rush of emotion surged within her, and she softly uttered a thank you. Lowering her head, she strategically sipped her soup, masking her feelings. The next moment, her peripheral vision caught the sight of a cold figure. Xiaozhen felt a sense of awareness and slightly raised her head. Jixian stood not far away, clad in a crisp white shirt, exuding an air of icy nobility. His exquisite, crystal-clear eyes resembled a brilliant moon, beautiful yet unattainable. His gaze landed squarely on Xiaozhen, cold as frost, as if the very air around them had plummeted to freezing point. Chapter 4. Jixian's expression was exceedingly grim as he was followed by 3 or 4 male companions. One of them, upon spotting Qiaozhen, scoffed disdainfully, "E.O., Qiaozhen, why don't you come over and join our young Master Ji for a meal?" The derisive words fell sharply. Qiaozhen's hand abruptly halted, her face paling slightly. She recognized this sign of wealth. Yuan Jian, a man devoid of talent and moral character. He had gained admission to Jingdar by virtue of his family's donations of several buildings. Back in their first year of high school, Yuan Jian had inexplicably sent her a plethora of luxury items. After she graciously declined, he immediately lashed out, viciously disparaging her in front of Jixian, mocking her ignorance of designer brands, and ridiculing her modest background, deeming her unworthy to associate with them. In her previous life, Yuan Jian had also donned an air of superiority. Qiaozhen's breath hitched momentarily, her ears buzzing. Previously, she had always trailed behind Jixian and his circle, serving as the one to fetch utensils for him and his friends, merely to be a tad closer to him. Their shared meals had been tacitly accepted by Jixian, and likewise for other activities. It was only with his nod of approval that she would joyously join in, never once resorting to pestering him. Countless girls at school pursued Jixian, eager to share meals or visit the snack shop with him, yet he had firmly rebuffed them all, save for Qiaozhen. It was this singular distinction that led her to harbor an unusual sentiment, naively believing that her efforts could thaw his heart. How laughable! She willingly ignited a flame for Jixian, yearning to warm him, yet he had never felt its heat. No, the bonfire blazed beside him. How could he possibly remain oblivious to its warmth? Tears threatened to spill from Qiaozhen's eyes, her vision blurring gradually. Jixian had assumed she would never leave, that she would never extinguish her affection, thus, he remained indifferent to her feelings. Meanwhile, another boy behind Jixian had also taken note of her with a languid tone. He remarked, "Come on over. Without you, no one is here to help us with the chopsticks." Throughout, Jixian had not uttered a single word, taking it for granted that she would comply. He had never defended her, allowing those around him to belittle and mock her. This dynamic persisted now, just as it had in her past life. Beside her, Qin Ichi was tense, his eyes filled with wariness and displeasure, his heart feeling as if it were being tightly gripped by a large hand, making it difficult to breathe. Beneath the table, his hand clenched into a fist, fingertips turning pale as he stifled his emotions. The two groups of boys had never quite gotten along, and the atmosphere now was becoming increasingly charged and tense. Qiaozhen appeared dazed, her fingers curling slightly as she forced down the bitter turmoil roiling within her. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Jixian, her tone calm yet earnest. "I will no longer associate with you. Never again." Fortunately, dreams of her past life had illuminated her path, allowing her to relinquish her hopes prematurely. With a sudden awakening, she resolved to distance herself from these individuals. Her voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for both tables to hear, leaving everyone in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Almost everyone at Jingdar knew of the beautiful junior from the art institute named Qiaozhen, who had been devotedly pursuing Jixian since high school. How could she suddenly change her disposition? Yuan Jian's lips twitched slightly, disbelief etched across his features as he raised his voice. What did you say?" Qiaozhen lowered her gaze, reiterating her previous statement, "From now on, I will not associate with you." However, as soon as the words left her lips, Jixian's eyes turned icy, his expression devoid of emotion. His face darkened as he spoke, his voice cold and commanding, each word dripping with authority. "Qiaozhen, come here." Yet, Qiaozhen's eyelashes fluttered gently, remaining firmly in her seat without any intention of moving. She shook her head, silently refusing. Jixian's wealthy friends were utterly taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, each reflecting the same confusion. No one had anticipated that Qiaozhen would truly reject them. Had she lost her mind today, or was this some form of reverse psychology? Jixian's demeanor was stern, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze upon Qiaozhen. Moments later, he turned away expressionlessly, not sparing her another glance, as if nothing had transpired. Once they had departed, Qiaozhen finally managed to breathe again, yet her mood had been thoroughly disrupted by Jixian and his entourage, rendering her lunch utterly tasteless. It was hard to fathom how she had managed to trail behind Jixian for 7 years in her previous life, how she had engaged in a relationship with him. 7 years of mockery and belittlement, 7 years of emotional neglect. A full 7 years. The pain and bitterness of her past surged within her at that moment, spreading through her body, making even breathing a challenge. Xiao Zhan sat in silence, her head bowed, her chopsticks incessantly poking at her bowl, perhaps sensing the discomfort in the atmosphere. The boys dining alongside her attempted to lighten the mood. Ikai Ji, do you know this beautiful girl? More than just knowing her. Qingmei seemed to smile slightly, stating earnestly, allow me to formally introduce her. This is Xiaozhen, Xiao from Qingmei, and Zhen from Zhenju. She is he deliberately elongated the last word. Xiaozhen's eyelid twitched, her heart inexplicably tightening. All present leaned in with quiet anticipation and curiosity. Qingmei paused before adding, my childhood sweetheart. The little girl he had grown up with. The boys displayed expressions of feigned awe, their hearts seemingly aching with envy. How unfortunate that none of them had such a charming and lovely childhood companion. Ignoring their teasing glances, Qingmei merely smiled faintly. His roommate, Niuefeng, enthusiastically patted his chest, exclaiming, Qingmei, since you're Kaiji's childhood sweetheart, that means you are also our childhood sister. The exuberance was almost overwhelming. Xiaozhen's mind momentarily stalled, her soft, fair face filled with questions as she sweetly replied, Is it really possible to round it that way? The boys chimed in, Qingmei is truly a lovely name, har 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 har. Qingmei tapped the table lightly, correcting them methodically, not Qingmei, but Xiaozhen, Zhen from Zhenju. The boy, caught off guard, hastily shoveled food into his mouth, only to realize, mumbling, oh, my apologies, Xiaozhu. Xiaozhen choked slightly, quickly waving her hands, no, it's fine. By the end of the meal, Xiaozhen found herself unable to suppress her laughter, her heart warmed by the delightful atmosphere of dining with Qingmei and his friends. It felt as though a gentle spring breeze enveloped her, lifting her spirits and allowing her to be her genuine self. His friends were truly sincere and warm, in stark contrast to Jixian's companions, who always regarded her with an air of superiority, criticizing her at every turn. She had to tread carefully, pretending not to comprehend their barbed remarks. With this comparison, Xiaozhen realized, during those times, she had been utterly exhausted, utterly drained. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, the golden ginkgo leaves rustling, while the sky gradually darkened, heavy with clouds. Jixian's mood seemed to be at its nadir throughout the meal. No one dared utter a word at the table, fearing to provoke him. Jixian walked at the forefront of the group, his expression placid yet distant. Behind him, Yuan Jian was seething, the veins on his temples bulging as he snapped, well, this Xiaozhen, fickle as the wind, has now latched onto Qingmei. At that, Jixian abruptly halted, a storm brewing in his eyes, flashes of rage visible upon his face, his countenance darkening further. The next moment, the sky erupted with a deafening roar, lightning slicing through the air like a sword. A torrential downpour was imminent. Chapter 5. It turns out, it has always been him. The torrential rain descended unexpectedly, with droplets fiercely striking the ground, splashing up layers of water like a wild outpouring of emotion, resounding with vigor. The students hurriedly opened their umbrellas, beginning to grumble about the fickle weather. Yuan Jian walked beside Jixian, holding the umbrella for him, scoffing disdainfully, Xiao Zhan must be trying to play hard to get. It's truly laughable. Another boy chimed in with a cold snort. Can she endure it? I bet within a week, she'll be back, looking pitiful. A week? I reckon it'll be no more than 2 days. Laughter gradually drowned in the sound of the rain pattering down. The sky grew darker, ominous clouds enveloping the earth. Suddenly, Jixian halted, his expression freezing in an instant. The boys followed his gaze. In the distance, a man and a woman were sharing a black umbrella, their shoulders brushing against one another, exchanging smiles as if they were a couple in the throes of young love. The heavy rain cast a hazy filter over them, rendering the scene somewhat ambiguous and tender. As they scrutinized further, their eyes widened in disbelief. This was undoubtedly Xiaozhen and Qingmei. An abrupt silence fell over the group. After a moment, Yuan Jian narrowed his eyes. Well, quite the performance. She has really gone all out with her tactics. Indeed, Ji Xiao, do not be fooled. Everyone knew Xiaozhen was obedient and gentle, easy to manipulate. She had pursued Jixian for years without success, likely concocting some petty schemes. Coming from affluent families, they were all too familiar with such base tactics. Jixian stood rooted, unyielding, his gaze cold and detached, his countenance darker than the clouds above. Moments later, he turned away expressionlessly. The others hastily followed suit. The rain intensified. A deluge poured down, mercilessly battering the ground like a relentless waterfall. Xiaozhen's dormitory was quite distant from the cafeteria, and it was not in the same direction as Qingmei's. Noticing she had no umbrella, Qingmei offered to escort her back. Even under the umbrella, countless raindrops blew in with the wind, drenching Xiaozhen's clothes and hair. She pressed closely against Qingmei, nearly glued to him. Glancing up at the top of his umbrella, she quickly lowered her head again, standing at 164 meters. She felt dwarfed by Qingmei's towering height of 186 meters. The disproportionate heights meant the umbrella barely shielded him. Suddenly, Qingmei extended his arm towards her, his voice low and husky, "Link arms with me." Xiaozhen froze, slowly raising her head, her eyes filled with confusion. "What?" Qingmei reiterated earnestly, "Link arms with me." Xiaozhen nearly stumbled. They were both in their adolescence. Was this really appropriate? Yet, Qingmei seemed entirely unbothered by such considerations, lazily stating, "It's pouring, this way is more convenient for us to walk together." Don't girls often link arms like this? Xiaozhen bowed her head in silence, her mind a flurry of turmoil. "Oh, you silly fool, he knows it's typically between girls. When has it ever been customary for boys and girls to link arms?" At that moment, Qingmei appeared to recall something, and suddenly chuckled lightly. "You used to wrap your arms around my arm and neck, and no matter how I tried to shake you off, you clung on. You even said you'd strangle me and skin me alive. Have you forgotten all that?" Xiaozhen, those were mere childhood memories. How could he remember them so vividly? She looked up and unexpectedly found herself caught in the depths of Qingmei's profound gaze. He tilted his head slightly, his obsidian-like eyes shimmering with light, igniting a beautiful, fervent spark, both enchanting and teasing, perhaps genuinely fearing the rain. Xiaozhen softly responded within a millimeter and, almost instinctively, extended her hand. She linked her arm with his, pressing closely against him. The proximity allowed the scent of youth to envelop her, wrapping around her in delicate tendrils. As she focused on the ground to avoid puddles, her arm felt awkwardly positioned. So close. She was so very close to him. Blinking, Xiaozhen suddenly noticed that the umbrella was tilting. Moreover, it was slanting towards her, shielding her from more rain. Silently, she adjusted the umbrella back to its proper position. Yet, before long, it gradually tilted towards her once again. Just as Xiaozhen reached out a second time to correct it, Qingmei's voice rang out, "What's wrong?" Xiaozhen's arm, linked with his, stiffened momentarily, and she softly replied, "Your umbrella is tilted. You'll get wet." Qingmei responded indifferently, "As long as you're not wet, it's fine." He paused, then casually added, "I actually enjoy getting rained on." Just as Xiaozhen opened her mouth to respond, a familiar scene flashed in her mind. In the next moment, a sudden pain surged through her head, her thoughts swirling chaotically, a buzzing filling her ears. She felt weak in an instant, collapsing into Qingmei's embrace. Memories of her past life rushed back. In her previous life, on a gloomy night, after Xiaozhen concluded her 23rd birthday concert, she finally received Jixian's birthday wishes. Her heart raced with anticipation as she opened the chat window, and in the next instant, she felt as if she had plunged into an ice pit. She's back. I have to go pick her up. The frigid message pierced her heart with every word. Xiaozhen's expression stiffened, her gaze vacant, her nose tinged with bitterness, as if a large hand had tightened around her heart, rendering her breathless. This Xia referred to the eldest daughter of the Yu family, Jixian's childhood friend, radiant and captivating, perfectly matched with him. Upon reading the message, even knowing Jixian had no real feelings for this childhood companion and that he was merely seeking collaboration with the Yu family, Xiaozhen's eyes brimmed with tears. Bitterness spread within her heart, coalescing into a mist in her eyes. She was always the one taking the initiative, always the one to hold his hand, to message him, to suggest outings, to apologize and bow her head, to follow him, to confess her feelings. Their relationship felt no different from before. Whenever she felt despondent, Jixian would offer her a glimmer of hope, a tiny response. It was as if he had a smidgen of affection for her. Yet, if one truly loved another, they would not allow those around them to mock and belittle their partner. If one truly loved another, they would not undermine their partner's ambitions and dreams. If one truly loved another, they would not subject them to prolonged emotional neglect. Xiaozhen struggled to breathe, her steps growing heavy with fatigue, and after a long while, she managed to move her stiff fingers to tap on the screen. "You've stood me up again." The word again held too much weight. Far too many times. Her phone buzzed, and Jixian's message blazed into view. Smiley, stop being unreasonable. Unreasonable. It was indeed the same response. Jixian seemed to have never cared for her feelings. He never had. Over time, disappointment and grievances accumulated like droplets of water, unknowingly forming a river, which eventually swelled into an ocean. It was Jixian's indifference, his mother's disdain, the derision from his friends, and the countless cold, stinging nights that extinguished all her passion. Xiaozhen's heart swelled with a tumult of emotions, surging like a tempestuous tide. She clenched her fingers, revealing a mocking smile. Sad smiley, let us break up. From anticipation to disappointment, from burning passion to extinguishment, from affection to weariness, all had accumulated slowly over time. With a thunderous crash, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour, the rain mercilessly pelting her face, piercing her to the core. In the next moment, a red sports car sped towards her, its blinding headlights racing closer, almost crashing into her. Xiaozhen froze, her complexion paling, her throat felt parched, her vision blurred, as if she were plunging into an abyss, unable to escape. In that instant, someone from behind tightly embraced her, sprinting forward, nearly crushing her against him. They narrowly avoided the red sports car. Dizzy, Xiaozhen found herself enveloped in a warm, comforting embrace, and when she looked up, she saw a familiar face, so close it was almost surreal. She froze, her voice trembling. Qin. Ichi. A time seemed to freeze, the world narrowing down to just the two of them. Qin Ichi's expression was taut, holding her waist as he stood still, inhaling deeply, words lodged in his throat. After a long silence, he finally released her, his voice slightly hoarse. "A long time no see." With teary eyes, Xiaozhen replied, "A long time no see." Since she had started dating Jixian, it had been ages since she last spoke to Qin Ichi. After graduation, they had not crossed paths again. She had only seen news of Qin Ichi winning championships on his motorcycle through her phone. Qin Ichi picked up the black umbrella from the ground, holding it above her head, his gaze deep and restrained. "I happened to be passing by, and came to see your concert." Amidst the storm, the umbrella's handle was always tilted in Xiaozhen's direction. Qin Ichi paused, his throat dry, and with utmost restraint, whispered a blessing in her ear. In that moment, the tears Xiaozhen had been holding back finally broke free. She had waited all day in vain for Jixian's wishes, yet here she was, hearing Qin Ichi, whom she hadn't seen in years, whisper to her, "Happy birthday, Xiaozhen." This was a memory clearer and more intricate than those in her previous dreams. As the dizziness faded, an indescribable feeling swelled within her. The emotions from her past life surged to the surface, and she unwittingly felt her nose tingle, looking up at Qin Ichi, her eyes gradually reddening, tears cascading down like a string of pearls. The Qin Ichi of her first-year university days and the champion Qin Ichi of the future astonishingly converged at this moment. It turned out, the one who had always held the umbrella at a tilt for her was indeed him. Chapter 6. Why are you crying? Who has wronged you? As Xiaozhen reminisced about those memories, a wave of dizziness washed over her, plunging her into darkness, leaving her utterly drained of strength. Unconsciously, she collapsed into Qin Ichi's embrace. He held a large umbrella in one hand while swiftly wrapping his other arm around her slender waist, pulling her tightly into his chest. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he lowered his head, asking, "What is wrong?" Before long, the young girl nestled in his arms lifted her head drowsily. Her face was as pale as a ghost, but her eyes were strikingly red, and soft whimpers escaped her lips. Her gaze was clouded with glistening tears, as if she were desperately trying to hold back, yet the droplets continued to fall, splattering down like a torrential downpour, indicative of her profound distress. Qingmei's expression changed suddenly, and his heart momentarily halted. He gently cradled her small face and inquired, "Why are you crying?" His slightly rough thumb brushed against her skin, tenderly wiping away her tears, bit by bit. His brow furrowed slightly, veins bulging at his temples, as he scrutinized her gravely. "Who has bullied you? Is it Jixian and his group?" Upon hearing this, Xiaozhen fell silent, only lowering her head to stifle her sobs, her shoulders trembling softly. She could not comprehend why the bitter emotions from her past life surged within her at this moment, overwhelming her and making it hard to breathe. She yearned to suppress her tears, yet she found herself crying even more fiercely. It was as though a faucet had been turned on, and could not be turned off. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her snow-white face, her eyes were red and swollen, exuding a heart-wrenching vulnerability, yet there was an undeniable charm about her. Qingmei stood silently, leaning slightly forward, patiently wiping her tears again and again. As evening fell, the warm streetlights gradually illuminated, elongating the shadows of passers-by. Thunder rumbled ominously, and heavy rain fell like countless silver needles, creating a hazy curtain of water, mercilessly pelting the umbrella with a pitter-patter. The sound of the rain drowned out her choked sobs and whimpers. As Qingmei dried her tears, he could not help but pinch her soft cheeks. After a long moment, he sighed, "If someone is bullying you, tell me. Don't bear it alone. Do you understand?" Xiaozhen's long, curled eyelashes were still adorned with sparkling tears, her eyes misty. She nodded slightly, as if trying to reassure him, and choked out, "No. No one is bullying me." Qingmei's lips moved, hesitating before he finally remained silent. He lowered his gaze, concealing the fleeting shadow of disappointment that crossed his eyes. How could she still defend that surname after crying so heart-wrenchingly? How deeply she must feel for him. Intense emotions churned within Qingmei's chest, clamoring to be acknowledged, but ultimately, they settled into a bittersweet ache, forever buried in his heart. Xiaozhen shook her head, sniffled, and murmured sadly to herself, I don't like him anymore." Her voice was faint, scarcely audible over the sound of the rain. Qingmei's fingers froze, his steps faltering. "What did you say?" With her eyes reddened, Xiaozhen gripped the hem of her clothes tightly and stated earnestly, "I don't like Jixian anymore." Each word struck Qingmei's ears like raindrops pounding against the ground. Time appeared to stand still, his heart raced suddenly, his Adam's apple bobbing as the corners of his lips curled upward slightly. "Congratulations." Xiaozhen did not quite comprehend. She tilted her head, her face adorably blank, with a heavy nasal tone, Beneath the warm orange glow of the streetlights, Qingmei smiled softly, the depths of his dark pupils sparkling with tiny stars, illuminating the night. "Congratulations, you've opened your eyes." And he congratulated himself too. At last, he had awaited this moment. Xiaozhen returned to her dormitory, covering her red eyes as she rushed into the bathroom for a shower. Once she had composed herself, she opened the drawer containing her diary. The first page bore a Polaroid. On the school celebration stage, a boy sat playing the piano, clad in a black suit, exuding an air of aloof elegance. It was Jixian. She would never forget how captivating he looked under the brilliant lights, playing the piano, a sight that struck her with awe and led her to a downfall. From that moment on, Xiaozhen began to take notice of him, paying attention to him, yet always with caution, afraid to approach. Jixian was the pride of the heavens, the heir to a wealthy family, a figure surrounded by admiration, seemingly unattainable. Meanwhile, she was but a speck of dust, dim and lacking in radiance, unseen by the world. Until one fateful day, amidst a rehearsal interrupted by a sudden downpour, a luxury car halted before her, the window rolling down slowly. Jixian's eyes, as exquisite as glass, met hers, and in a cold voice, he commanded, "Get in." It was said that no female classmate had ever been able to ride in Jixian's car. It was rumored that no girl in the school had access to his contact information, yet Xiaozhen was the sole exception. Perhaps this unique treatment led the young girl to develop an illusion, weaving a beautiful dream. After the school celebration, she happened to overhear some boys asking Jixian what kind of girl he liked. His calm voice drifted from behind the door, proactive, passionate, obedient. Thus, Xiaozhen resolved to muster all her confidence and courage to pursue him openly. In hindsight, it was indeed laughable. If Jixian did not harbor feelings for her, he could have easily rejected her as he did with other girls, bluntly and decisively, yet time and again, when she contemplated giving up, he would offer her glimmers of hope, dangling her emotions. It was this flicker of hope that led Xiaojun, with her sincere heart and fervent passion, to be ultimately met with a shattering disappointment, leaving her heart utterly desolate. A person as cold as him could never be warmed. Reality was never a fairy tale. Cinderella could marry the prince because she was, in fact, the daughter of a nobleman. The ugly duckling could transform into a swan because it was inherently a swan. And she had never been the protagonist, merely a speck of dust. Xiaojun picked up a pair of scissors and shredded her diary into a myriad of pieces, rendering it unrecognizable before casting it into the trash bin. She swiped her phone, devoid of any lingering sentiment, deleting Jixian and all his friends, blacklisting them entirely. Everything was in the past. A new chapter had begun. With a sudden clarity, she vowed never to tread the same path again. Lying in bed, she tucked herself in, for the first time feeling an overwhelming sense of lightness and ease. As she drifted into a drowsy slumber, fragments of past memories flickered in and out. A low, seductive voice gently echoed in her ears. Amidst the chaos of her recollections, Xiaojun could faintly discern a familiar man cradling her face, earnestly declaring, "You have never been a mere speck of dust. You are the most resplendent and luminous pearl." Chapter 7. The Ice Cube Boy versus the Flame Boy. The following afternoon, the air was infused with the refreshing scent of rain, while golden sunlight filtered through layers of verdant leaves, casting dappled shadows. Xiaojun and her roommate Xing Lulu both signed up as spectators for the basketball match, contributing 2 hours of volunteer service. On the court, Xing Lulu, with a look of astonishment, rested her chin on her hand and softly questioned, "You're not deceiving me, are you? You truly have no feelings for Jixian anymore?" Despite having been roommates for less than a few months, she had keenly observed Xiaojun's affections. During course selection, she would deliberately choose the same electives as Jixian. Her eyes would sparkle with joy upon seeing him, and she always spoke to him with utmost caution. Even their attendance at this basketball match was initially motivated by the desire to cheer for Jixian. It seemed that the mere sight of him ignited a radiant glow within her. How deeply she must be infatuated. Xiaojun scooped a spoonful of double-skin milk, obediently nodded, and raised her hand in solemn vow. "I swear, it's absolutely true, or else I'm a fake." HMPH, Xing Lulu linked arms with her, tilting her chin upward. "I've never liked him anyway, but out of consideration for your affection, I refrained from speaking ill of him in your presence. From now on, I shall be unabashedly critical. His expression is perpetually cold and devoid of emotion, resembling a chilling refrigerator. Moreover, when those wealthy second-generation brats mock you, he remains as silent as a statue. It infuriates me to no end. No golden miner could unearth such a treasure of annoyance." Xing Lulu's vivid description was almost fiery, her eyes blazing with indignation. "See, I told you I was right." Xiaojun pursed her lips, meekly nodding, "Yes, yes, you are correct." Just then, the surrounding girls suddenly craned their necks, erupting into excited screams. "Oh my gosh! The president is here, so handsome, he's even more charming than my previous idol. Isn't he just stunning?" I had no classes this afternoon and casually snagged a spectator spot. Who knew Jixian would actually show up? Hey, did he just glance in our direction? That face, absolutely divine. Xiaojun lowered her head, silently donning her headphones to listen to music, not sparing a glance at the entrance. Were it not for the fear of being placed on the blacklist for unexcused absences after signing up, and the requirement to clock in and out for her volunteer hours, she would not have bothered to attend. Not far away, Jixian nonchalantly withdrew his gaze, his previously grim expression softening considerably. The boys beside him began to take note of Xiaojun, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain, revealing expressions of, "as expected, I told you she wouldn't be able to keep up the act for long. Look, she's here to cheer us on after all." Yu Wenjian wore a playful grin. Of course, she was always like this back in high school. During their time at the first high school, when competing against other classes in basketball, Xiaojun would sit silently on the sidelines, cheering them on, even bringing water for each of them. She was sweet and gentle in appearance, particularly easy to manipulate, and rather naive. As soon as Jixian stepped onto the court, the campus forum erupted with posts about the basketball match, complete with a bright red-hot tag. "The president actually came to play basketball, oh my gosh." Laughing to death, their high mountain flower of Jing University is no empty boast. Oh, who stole my milk tea delivery at the basketball court entrance? How shameless! Anger in the next moment, Xinglulu gently nudged Xiaojun's shoulder. Hey, Jinjin, is that your childhood sweetheart? Xiaojun paused her music and looked up. Qingmei, clad in a red and black jersey, stood tall and striking, his short black hair neatly styled, his facial features sharp and well-defined, exuding a wild yet rebellious aura. He stood out distinctly in the crowd. A sudden memory struck Xiaojun. In her past life, he had also carried that same spirited demeanor on the court. As he crossed the finish line, fans erupted in cheers, and cameras flashed, all focusing on the Asian champion racer, Qingmei. The man radiated brilliance, dazzling in his presence. He rode a red and black motorcycle, his gaze fierce and untamed, far wilder than now, his very essence brimming with raw masculinity that could shatter screens. During a post-race interview, a reporter raised the microphone and fervently questioned, "People are saying that the line of girls wanting to sit behind the Kaiser motorcycle has reached France. What are your thoughts?" Qingmei's dark eyes, adorned with obsidian-like earrings that refracted tiny glimmers of light, remained calm yet earnest. "I'm sorry, only one girl has ever sat behind me. And she is the only one who can." This basketball match was a contest between the faculties of Jing University. The School of Economics versus the School of Information Technology. Among the players were the sophomore finance major Ji Xian and the freshman computer science major Qingmei. The presence of these two prominent figures instantly captivated a throng of female spectators. "Oh, please don't stop playing, keep going. Hurry up and start already, let us get this show on the road. Hey, who do you think is more handsome? Only children make choices." The forum even posted their enrollment photos, initiating a comparison of their looks. Let me objectively analyze this. Ji Xian embodies a cool and exquisite beauty, with well-defined features, peach blossom eyes, and light-colored pupils, exuding an aura akin to a high mountain flower, an ice-cold beauty. In contrast, Qingmei embodies a bold and wild beauty, with rugged features, a sophisticated sense of world-weariness, phoenix eyes, and a heartfelt beauty mark, radiating the essence of a lone wolf galloping beneath the sun. Votes were nearly evenly split, with both contenders neck and neck. "I'll vote for the president. He looks so refined, a scion of a wealthy family, he must possess good character. Still, I lean more towards Qingmei's type, he is so wild, he must have boundless stamina. This is a basketball match, not a beauty contest. Can you shallow people stop being so superficial? By the way, I think Qingmei is slightly more handsome." Doghead. Conclusion: the aloof ice cube boy versus the passionate flame boy. So, who exactly stole my delivery? While munching on chips, Xinglulu delightedly dove into the forum, occasionally tossing out a sarcastic remark. Xiaojun, however, never paid attention to such trivial matters, her mind blank, she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. On the court, the match was about to commence. Qingmei, appearing relaxed, removed his outer jacket, revealing his red and black uniform, his muscular arms showcasing defined lines. His gaze lingered on Xiaojun's face, his movements momentarily pausing. Following her line of sight, he noticed only one person standing there, Ji Xian. She was watching Ji Xian again. She was watching Ji Xian. Qingmei pressed his lips together, his limbs stiffening, a growing heaviness settling in his chest, as if the very air around him had turned bitter. Of course, after all these years, he should have grown accustomed to it. His roommate, Niao Feng, was warming up when he suddenly draped an arm around Qingmei's neck, casually remarking, "What's up, Chike? Feeling down?" With a sullen expression, his mouth turned downward. One might think someone owed him millions. Qingmei remained silent, his shoulders lumping, his throat parched. However, in the next moment, Xiaojun suddenly looked at him with piercing clarity, her eyes lighting up as if filled with a galaxy of stars, sparkling and radiant. Their gazes crossed, and for a moment, time stood still. The young girl raised her arm, her eyes twinkling, a playful smile gracing her lips, revealing two charming dimples, blooming like a pear flower on the verge of blossoming. She silently mouthed to him, "Go for it." Chapter 8. Her water, slightly sweet with a resounding bang, a vibrant explosion of fireworks ignited within Qingmei's heart, momentarily halting his breath, leaving him utterly stunned. It felt as though the entire world had frozen in time. Every gesture of Xiaozhan struck him like a colossal boulder, sending ripples through his heart that refused to settle. His heart raced wildly, nearly bursting from his chest. Qingmei's Adam's apple bobbed, and a flush crept up his earlobes, an intense warmth enveloping him. He coughed softly, nodded slightly, and ran his fingers through his tousled hair, feigning nonchalance as he scanned his surroundings. Each exaggerated motion was a desperate attempt to mask the turmoil within. This silent cheer instantly recharged Qingmei's spirit. Beside him, Niuefeng stood agape, baffled. What on earth? The person who had just moments ago appeared disinterested and dejected was now sporting a faint smile, radiating an exuberance that seemed to defy reason. Had they all gone mad? University had certainly transformed everyone. As the whistle blew, signaling the start of the match, all eyes turned skyward. Fully engrossed, Qingmei moved with the speed of a cheetah, fixated on his prey. He swiftly seized the ball, his movements fluid and precise. The tall, handsome youth exuded vitality and grace, akin to a well-planned eagle, every action revealing a wild charm. The basketball appeared to adhere to his hand, obediently tracing a beautiful arc through the air before sinking steadily into the hoop. A three-pointer right off the bat. It felt as if every breath of air around them ignited with the flames of a youth, instantly igniting an enthusiastic atmosphere. Xiaozhan focused intently on the ball, but it danced away like a mischievous sprite, flitting into the arms of other boys, only to obediently return to Qingmei's grasp. With the precision of a calculated strategist, he launched the ball decisively once again. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a meteoric arc before finding its mark. The intensity of the scene was palpable, with both sides nearly evenly matched. Upon scoring, applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, creating a dizzying spectacle, leaving one uncertain of whom they were cheering for, as every basket prompted a chorus of shouts, emphasizing fairness in their shared enthusiasm. In stark contrast to Qingmei's fervent passion and unyielding ambition, Jixian appeared particularly out of place. His expression remained tranquil, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, seemingly indifferent to victory or defeat, as though he cared more for something else entirely. Jixian effortlessly made a shot, his form impeccable, his slender frame standing tall, his gaze cold and distant, exuding an air of elegance akin to a refined orchid. It went in. The surrounding classmates erupted in cheers, with several girls blushing. They had seen Jixian play piano and deliver speeches, but never had they witnessed him on the basketball court. How could he maintain such an aloof and noble demeanor even while engaged in sports? Jixian's expression remained impassive as he scanned the hearts of the captivated girls, his gaze eventually settling on Xiaozhan, clad in a beige dress, resting her chin on her hand. She appeared soft and innocent, a smile gracing her lips as she watched intently. Her focus was not on him. Jixian's brow furrowed slightly, a shadow passing over his eyes, as an air of frost began to gather on his otherwise calm face. Nearby, Yu Wenjian suddenly bellowed, "What the hell?" Exasperated, he had been targeted by Qingmei since the beginning and had barely touched the ball. His expression turned menacing as he shot a glance at his companions. Understanding, they narrowed their eyes and began to surround Qingmei, employing underhanded tactics to obstruct his movements, deliberately crowding him, using their limbs and shoulders to hinder his offense, all while skillfully towing the line of legality. Nearby, Niuefeng's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of people resorted to such sneaky methods? Playing a simple game of basketball had turned so dirty. Did these scoundrels possess any sense of sportsmanship? Fuming, he shouted, "Qidi, be careful." Dribbling the ball, Qingmei scoffed dismissively, "Don't worry." He had long since noticed their underhanded antics and easily shook them off. With narrowed eyes and a sharp profile, he dribbled with the swiftness of the wind, radiating an aura of wildness. The afternoon sun bathed him in golden light, illuminating him like a beacon, drawing everyone's gaze to the ball. However, as the ball approached the hoop, it decided to play coy, spinning around the rim for a few moments before refusing to drop in. Xiaozhan's heart raced inexplicably, her entire being tensed as she silently prayed for the ball to score. In the next instant, the ball finally settled into the hoop. The outcome was clear, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers. The Information College had won by a narrow margin of 2 points. A weight lifted from Xiaozhan's heart as she exhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling, yet, for some reason, she felt two piercing gazes fixed upon her, as if scrutinizing her like X-rays. One was fervent, the other frigid, but when she looked up, there was nothing, no one was watching her. After the defeat, Yu Wenjian and his companions hung their heads, their expressions grim, practically green with envy. Xinglu reveled in their misfortune, having always found them insufferable, now basking in a sense of satisfaction. By the way, Xinjin, Xinglu suddenly thrust an unopened bottle of mineral water into Qiaozhen's arms. Here, take this. Qiaozhen blinked in confusion. Huh? Her small head was filled with big questions. Xinglu grinned mischievously. Quickly take it to your little bamboo horse, just don't give it to that ice block guy. With that, she clutched her stomach and rushed towards the restroom, exclaiming, "Oh no, Xinjin, I'm feeling it now. I am going for the big one, you don't have to wait for me." Okay, Qiaozhen replied, her expression adorably dazed as she looked down at the water bottle in her hands, then back at the boy dribbling the ball not far away, silently making a decision. Having won the match, the boys gathered around, a few upperclassmen patting Qingmei on the shoulder. "Bro, that was incredible, you were born to be in our sports department." After exchanging a few words, Qingmei felt slightly parched, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards a certain little rabbit, who was adorably inching closer with the bottle of water. His ears began to redden, his throat tightening with an indescribable sensation. "Qidi." Niuefeng, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, exclaimed, "I'll get you a cup, I'm dying of thirst." Qingmei declined with a firm shake of his head, "No need, I'm not thirsty." Niuefeng paused for a moment, scratching his head in bewilderment before mumbling, "Strange." Meanwhile, several girls, noticing that Qingmei had no water, began to fix their bangs and approached him politely, offering water with sweet smiles. "Hey, you played really well. Would you like some water? Can we exchange contact information? I'm also from the Information College." Without hesitation, Qingmei rejected them. "Sorry, I don't drink." He didn't even bother to catch a glimpse of their faces before striding purposefully towards Qiaozhen, pretending to be nonchalant as he passed by her. In the next moment, a sweet voice rang out, "Qingmei." Qiaozhen called out to him, thrusting the bottle of Nongfu Spring into his arms like a charming little squirrel presenting its treasured acorn. "Here's some water for you." Her voice was soft, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze, akin to a delicate white feather brushing against his ear. Qingmei's heart raced uncontrollably, yet he maintained an outward calm, his throat dry as he replied in a low, hoarse voice, "A thank you." Now, he had water gifted by her unlike before, when he could only stand at a distance, watching Qiaozhen run to deliver water to Jixian and the others. With that, Qingmei's lips curled into a subtle smile as he twisted open the cap and tilted his head back to drink, his Adam's apple bobbing rhythmically. The cool mineral water flowed down his parched throat, akin to a refreshing oasis poured into a dry desert, awakening a seed within him that gradually blossomed into delicate white flowers. Moments later, a spark ignited in Qingmei's eyes, illuminating them with the brightness of a blazing flame. Her water, indeed, possessed a hint of sweetness. Chapter 9. There, let me massage you. In one swift motion, Qingmei polished off more than half a bottle of mineral water, tightened the cap, and a smile gradually graced his lips, tinged with a hint of mirth. As he lifted his gaze, it fortuitously met Jixian's cold stare, and they found themselves unexpectedly locked in an intense gaze. The smile that had just danced upon Qingmei's lips vanished in an instant. The air around them crackled with an impending storm, exuding waves of chill that ignited a sense of alertness neither party was willing to yield, and an unspoken tension filled the atmosphere, as if swords were drawn and ready for combat. After a brief moment, they each averted their eyes, restoring a semblance of calm. Jixian's expression remained placid as he fixated on the bottle of mineral water in Qingmei's hand, his eyes frosty before he swiftly turned away and departed. Qingmei narrowed his eyes slightly, the depths of his pupils dark and revealing an air of danger. Being men, they both understood the profound implications behind each other's penetrating gazes. Disdain, loathing, and jealousy. As the basketball game concluded, it was already time for dinner, and the crowd was ravenous, eager to head to the cafeteria. Following Jixian's departure, the throng within the gymnasium almost entirely dispersed, leaving the space eerily vacant. Qiaozhen, having washed her hands in the restroom, proceeded to the cafeteria alone, having waited in vain for Xinglulu. A flurry of messages from Xinglulu arrived. Sad smiley. Damn, I'm feeling horrible, my stomach is killing me. That newly opened fried chicken place must be toxic. Jinjin, you go ahead, I need to fight through this, sob sob sob. Tears, Xiaojun promptly replied. Millimeter, don't order from there again, drinking some warm water might help, kitten gently touching face. JPG, as she earnestly typed her response, a sudden bang echoed as her head was struck with a force akin to being hit by a hammer, a jarring impact that threatened to send her sprawling. Before she could react, her balance faltered, her right ankle twisted sharply, and she fell hard onto the steps, crying out in pain. It hurt. A buzzing filled her ears, and a sharp pain throbbed at her temple as she instinctively cradled her forehead, her eyes brimming with tears. Struggling to focus, she cast her gaze down at the basketball and the figure approaching her. Yuan Jian, a friend trailing behind Ji's yarn, was the same person who had once given her a gift in the first year, only to spread rumors after she had declined. He casually picked up the basketball, casting a sidelong glance at her, a smirk playing on his lips as he arched an eyebrow. Oh, my bad, I didn't mean to. Though he offered an apology, his demeanor was condescending, his face betraying no hint of regret, dripping with disdain and mockery. For a fleeting moment, Xiaojun was taken aback, frozen in place, her lips paling as the realization dawned on her. It had been deliberate. He had intentionally thrown the ball at her. These people had never regarded her with respect, always towering above her in their arrogance. With her eyes slightly reddening, she fought back tears, just as she opened her mouth to speak. Suddenly, a basketball flew past her, striking Yuan Jian squarely in the face. With a resounding smack, he fell to the ground, his eyes wide with fury as he bellowed, "Who the hell ambushed me?" Xiaojun stared in disbelief at the dramatic scene unfolding before her. In the next moment, a familiar presence enveloped her, a strong arm wrapping around her waist, effortlessly lifting her from the ground, as if she were a mere rabbit. Qingmei gently grasped her hand, tilting his head slightly, and directed a cold smirk at Yuan Jian, his tone dripping with arrogance. My hand slipped. Sorry. Xiaojun turned to look at him, her heart skipping a beat. The man stood resolutely by her side, facing the sunlight like a blazing fire, radiating warmth. His features were fierce, with a faint scar gracing his jawline, lending him an intimidating and wild aura that made him seem formidable. Yet, to Xiaojun, he exuded an overwhelming sense of safety. Qingmei, you mad dog, Yuan Jian clenched his fists, seated on the ground, cursing angrily. Moments later, a realization struck him, and he erupted into a sharp, mocking laugh, his tone rife with arrogance and disdain. Oh, I get it, you must be fond of this little slut, huh? A discarded shoe that no one wants, who knows what she's like behind closed doors. A bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Qingmei lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch to Yuan Jian's face. The ringing in Yuan Jian's ears was deafening as his visage was mercilessly contorted, warm blood trickling from his nose. Just as he reached for a small knife, Qingmei seized him by the collar and slammed his head against the ground. With a hand tightly gripping Yuan Jian's throat, veins bulging at his temple, Qingmei's voice was chillingly menacing, each word measured. Try saying that again. Each punch unleashed his pent-up rage, imbued with fatal force. Yuan Jian howled as if struck by a heavy blow, his cries echoing in the desolate space as he flailed wildly with the sharp knife, the scene descending into chaos, with hardly anyone around. Qingmei let out a cold chuckle, tightening his grip around Yuan Jian's neck and dragging him before Xiaojun, his voice low and stern. Watch your mouth. Yuan Jian suddenly lost his balance, kneeling on the ground, his head firmly pressed down by Qingmei, forcing him to bow before Xiaojun. Xiaojun staggered back a step, her lips pressed together in anxiety, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. Only when Yuan Jian limped away did Xiaojun emerge from her stupor. She rushed forward to grasp Qingmei's arm, her voice trembling softly. Qingmei, are you hurt? Qingmei allowed her to hold onto his arm, his dark eyes lowered, fixating on her. I'm fine. A red mark marred her forehead, glaringly evident against her fair skin. Her eyes glistened, shimmering with unshed tears, resembling a doe, filled with concern and worry. Such a good girl. He longed to embrace her. Qingmei reined in his ferocity, leaning slightly closer, his hand gently brushing the spot on her forehead where she had been struck. Does it hurt? His handsome face inched closer, accompanied by the heat radiating from his body, mingling with a faint scent of grass. Despite his seemingly fierce and disdainful demeanor, in that moment, his gaze resembled a gentle beam of moonlight, soft and lingering. Xiaozhen tilted her head to meet his tender gaze, momentarily entranced, her nose tingling as she choked out, doesn't he hurt?" "I am fine." In truth, her ankle throbbed with pain, yet she didn't want to worry Qingmei, instinctively choosing to conceal her discomfort. Qingmei's gaze gradually lowered, fixating on her ankle, and after a moment of silence, Then, Qingmei squatted before her, casting a shadow over her as he faced against the light. Xiaozhen blinked in confusion. Him? He was tall, and even in a crouch, he loomed large. His head tilted slightly, the stray strands of dark hair fluttering in the breeze, his expression inscrutable. Suddenly, Qingmei grasped her slender ankle, exhaling a resigned sigh. With such force, how could it not hurt? He raised his gaze, his tone imbued with seriousness. "If it hurts, tell me. Don't keep it to yourself, understand?" His voice dropped an octave, becoming increasingly enticing, akin to the deep resonance of a cello, weaving through the air and into her ears. Xiaozhen, taken aback by his grip, widened her eyes in surprise, her cheeks flushing as her ears tinged pink. Instinctively, she retracted her right foot, like a startled rabbit. Qingmei leaned in closer, his eyes dark and profound, coaxing her gently. Come on, let me massage it for you." Chapter 10. It might hurt a little, bear with it. The sun lazily descended, its brilliant afterglow painting the horizon in hues of crimson and gold, creating a breathtaking tableau that captivated the soul. The golden red light illuminated the man's profile, resembling a flickering flame, enhancing his already striking features. He exuded a gentleness that stirred the heart. Xiaozhen sat on the steps, transfixed by Qingmei's tender coaxing demeanor, seemingly a stark contrast to the brash, spirited youth she knew on the basketball court. He said, "Be good, stretch out your leg, I'll give you a rub." He sported a black messenger bag slung over one shoulder, containing iodine and ointment, presumably for the basketball match. Xiaozhen hesitated for a moment. In the past, she frequently treated Qingmei's wounds. It was a normal occurrence, nothing out of the ordinary. Moreover, the surroundings were tranquil, nearly devoid of people. After considerable mental preparation, she silently extended her right leg, saying, "Then please hurry." Qingmei crouched before her, slightly bowing his head, stray hairs veiling the murky emotions in his eyes, and made a soft a sound. After a brief moment, perhaps due to discomfort, he shifted his position, kneeling on one knee, exuding an inexplicable air of dominance. He gently lifted the hem of Xiaozhen's long skirt, revealing a slender, fair ankle. Fortunately, she wore low-cut shoes, allowing him to apply the ointment to her swollen ankle with both hands. His palms were broad yet gentle, and at the moment of contact with her skin, an electric sensation coursed through her limbs. The ointment was cool, a stark contrast to his warmth, creating a striking disparity. Xiaozhen could not suppress a soft moan, her fingertips curling instinctively. Upon hearing the sweet sound escape her lips, Qingmei's fingers abruptly stiffened, his heart beating audibly in his chest. After a long pause, he meticulously spread the ointment, gently kneading as if polishing a precious porcelain artifact. "Is it comfortable?" He looked up at her, his voice husky. Xiaozhen braced herself on either side, her eyes slightly squinted as she breathed softly. It feels good." Qingmei began to apply more pressure, his thumb pressing on the acupoint, skillfully seeking out the source of pain. When he pressed on a specific spot, the tightly wound tension in Xiaozhen's mind suddenly unraveled, her gaze losing focus. A veil of moisture clouded her eyes as she whispered, "Woo-woo, it hurts, be gentler." Lightly pressing on the twisted point, the pain surged forth, involuntarily prompting her to gasp. Qingmei slowed his movements, becoming increasingly gentle, continuously kneading. "It might sting a bit, can you endure it?" Xiaozhen bit her lip, obediently nodding, and sweetly replied, "I can." Accompanied by Qingmei's firm technique, a delicate blush began to tint the girl's fair skin, her eyes slightly reddening, and her shoulders trembling gently, her curled lashes fluttering like cicada wings. Even her breathing grew more rapid. She stifled a broken sob, her eyes glistening with tears, sparkling like fragile jewels, resembling a delicate, pitiful creature. This sight was tantalizing, igniting an urge to tease her further. Qingmei's gaze flickered, slowly retracting as he applied another layer of the cooling ointment, his distinctly shaped hands pressed down, easily enveloping her slender calf, her skin was smooth and flawless, akin to a soft, white cloud, evoking an irresistible desire to poke and pinch, even to nibble. A deep inkiness swirled in Qingmei's pupils. Mere moments of pressure left faint pink imprints on her skin. The innocent girl tilted her head back, a hint of grievance surfacing in her eyes, softly calling out his name, Qingmei. Her voice was gentle, the final note lifting delicately, akin to a pure white feather brushing against one's heart. Like a docile little rabbit, Qingmei regarded her. What's wrong? Still in pain? He had already been as gentle as possible. The girl shook her head, sniffing softly, her gaze lowered. It doesn't hurt, it's just itchy. Too much pressure would cause pain. Too little would result in itchiness. It was a delicate balance. Qingmei fell silent, kneeling with one knee, gradually increasing the pressure, precise and just right, his expression more earnest, his voice was deep and magnetic, the tone deliberate. Don't worry, I'll make sure you feel comfortable. The sky gradually darkened, the golden sunset casting a radiant glow upon the two, embellishing them with vibrant hues. The autumn breeze caressed their faces gently, rustling the leaves of the camphor tree, scattering green leaves dancing in the air, swirling around them. Xiaojun observed his meticulous and earnest actions, her breath becoming erratic, the lingering warmth on her ankle and calf causing her ears to flush. In truth, she had treated Qingmei's injuries countless times, so many that they were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Back when Qingmei's father was still alive, he would often indulge in drinking and gambling, inexplicably lashing out violently at his wife and son with bamboo sticks, whips, and belts. Qingmei bore the scars, his body marred and blooded, resembling a stray dog battered and bruised by the world, living just across the hall. Xiaojun witnessed it all, her heart aching as she fed him candy while tending to his wounds, disinfecting, wrapping bandages, and applying ointment. With a serious expression, she said, "Brother Kai, if you get hurt again, you must come find me." They were just children back then. Xiaojun would unreservedly apply ointment to various places on his back and legs, even on his backside. Time flew by, and now he had grown tall, his facial features sharp and defined, looking even more rebellious and fierce than in his youth, yet, beneath it all, there lay an undeniable gentleness. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, approaching from afar, gradually amplifying in her ears. What the heck? Niuefeng stood frozen in place, dumbfounded as he gaped at the two, shouting loudly. "Darn you, why are you yelling?" "No need to make such a fuss." Another boy frowned, following Niuefeng's gaze. He halted, his expression shifting, stunned for a few seconds before unleashing a sharper exclamation. What the hell?" 5 or 6 of their companions stood nearby, their eyes wide with disbelief, collectively astounded at the scene before them. What on earth was happening? Qingmei, of all people, was kneeling before this beautiful childhood friend, tenderly massaging her legs, and so lovingly. Was this the same cold, aloof figure who had distanced himself from women? Countless astonished gazes converged upon them, igniting a fire of speculation. Xiaojun immediately shrank her neck, whispering, "Qingmei, your friends have arrived." A flush of crimson crept into her ears. She lowered her head, wishing she could vanish, desperate to escape the embarrassment. Heaven knows how others would misinterpret their situation. Oh no, oh no. Xiaojun squeezed her eyes shut in despair, wishing she could simply burrow into the ground and live on another planet. Qingmei slowly lifted his gaze, shooting a glance at the boys as if their intrusion had interrupted something delightful, casually inquiring, "What's the matter?" Niuefeng stammered, "We won the basketball championship, and the academy awarded a prize. We were planning a team-building dinner, but we couldn't find you." With no response and his sudden disappearance, it seemed as if he had evaporated. They had worried something was amiss, rushing back to the court only to stumble upon him in this sweet, intimate moment. Flirting with a girl. Chapter 11. His collarbone and Adam's apple. Qingmei created a distance between himself and Xiaojun, positioning his body protectively in front of her, lazily addressing the boys. "Oh, you all go ahead and eat, no need to wait for me." Oh dear, she felt as though she might shatter. In that moment, she harbored an intense desire to transform into an inconspicuous little ant, sneaking away unnoticed, scurrying into the shadows. Fortunately, these were all good friends of Qingmei. Had it been someone else witnessing this and capturing it on camera, she would likely find herself plastered across the campus forum for an entire day. Perhaps sensing her discomfort, Qingmei's tone turned slightly serious as he assertively declared, "No peeking." Upon hearing this, the boys promptly made an okay gesture, hastily covering their eyes and scurrying away, their smiles nearly as pronounced as a mischievous grin. Well, they hadn't even begun to scratch the surface, and he was already on guard. The perennial iron tree, Qingmei, was finally blossoming once the crowd had dispersed. Xiaojun lowered her hands from her face, exhaling in relief. Her gaze fell upon Qingmei's collar, and as she glanced down, she was startled to discover a scratch. Qingmei's collarbone was bleeding. It appeared to be a shallow cut, likely inflicted by Yuanjian's blade, yet the droplets of blood seemed to fall upon Xiaojun's heart, sending ripples of distress that refused to settle. Her breath caught in her throat, long lashes fluttering as concern and guilt washed over her. Qingmei, you're clearly injured, and it was for her sake that he had been harmed. An emotion stirred within her, spreading and permeating every corner of her heart, yet Qingmei appeared unfazed, nonchalantly replying, "It's just a minor injury, it's nothing to worry about." However, the more indifferent he was, the more guilt enveloped Xiaojun. It was all her fault, entirely her mistake. Biting her lip, she lifted her tearful doe-like eyes, her tone resolute yet earnest. "Let me disinfect it for you." The young girl took a cotton swab dipped in iodine and ointment, gazing intently at him, her sincerity palpable, emanating an almost unearthly softness. Qingmei's emotions flickered in his eyes as he responded with a casual affirmation, effortlessly lifting her from the steps and placing her against the adjacent wall. In the corner, the space was confined, and with Qingmei slightly bending over, he nearly enveloped her entirely in his embrace, trapping her in the corner. The proximity grew increasingly intimate, yet remained perfectly appropriate, devoid of any offense. The light dimmed abruptly, and Xiaojun, having massaged her right foot, found it much improved, barely managing to stand as she leaned against the wall. Qingmei tugged at his collar, revealing a substantial expanse of skin around his collarbone. It was fairer than his facial complexion, and undeniably enticing, exuding a masculine allure that silently beckoned her. Leaning languidly against the wall with his eyes lowered, his voice was hypnotically inviting, "Help me." Xiaojun nodded, clutching the cotton swab, stepping forward with calm determination, meticulously cleaning his wound with a focus surpassing that of solving an intricate problem. His collarbone was wild, beautiful, and alluring, with lines that were both smooth and distinct. With every breath he took, his heated exhalations enveloped her, inching closer, pervading her senses. It felt like an expansive, exquisite cage, rendering escape impossible. Xiaojun found herself inexplicably breathless, her body tensed, instinctively holding her breath. Her long lashes quivered gently as she cast her eyes downward, too timid to meet his gaze. It felt as though Qingmei was piercing into her very soul, like a predatory wolf poised to consume her whole. Fortunately, the wound was shallow, the blade bore no rust, else she would be compelled to seek a tetanus shot. If Qingmei were to head to the hospital now, the injury might heal on its own during the journey. Xiaojun diligently disinfected him, carefully raising her head to ask, "Does it hurt?" Qingmei chuckled softly, his tone dismissive. "It's nothing. Feels like a mirror." She forced herself to remain composed, yet with each contact with his skin, her fingers felt as though they were engulfed in flames, igniting every nerve ending. Xiaojun exhaled softly, her gaze gradually descending to his Adam's apple. It stood prominently, rising and falling rhythmically, accentuating his strength and resolve, radiating an unmistakable masculine charm, evoking an unspoken primal desire. She had merely heard from Sheng Lulu that men with prominent Adam's apples. Xiaojun's fingertips trembled, and she hastily banished those errant thoughts, her breath becoming increasingly erratic as she chanted silently in her heart, "Xiaojun, what has become of you? Bad, she was so bad, a woman with impertinent thoughts." Was it merely her imagination, or did Qingmei emit a soft sigh accompanied by a wild aura? It resonated against Xiaojun's eardrums, sending tremors through her. Like a spark igniting a flame, memories surged forth, spreading inch by inch within her heart. Dizzy and unsteady, Xiaojun felt the world tilt as she fell helplessly into Qingmei's embrace. That familiar sensation washed over her. Fragmented memories from a past life surged forth, each frame clear and distinct, as if playing in slow motion. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows, in front of mirrors, within the confines of a car, in the bathroom, on the sofa, all were the imprints of their entangled existence, inextricably linked. In the bedroom, a grand wedding photo adorned the wall, the bride in a flowing gown alongside the groom in a tailored suit, an exquisite pair, perfectly matched, lawful spouses, engaged in a lawful union. Qingmei relished the position of facing her, drawing her into a spiral of passion, his Adam's apple bobbing as he breathed out wild gasps. Jinshan, do you prefer me or Jixian? No matter how long they had been married, he relished posing this question, always. Xiaozhen's eyes shimmered with moisture, her lips slightly parted, her hair tousled. It hurts, help. She truly felt as if she might perish. The man loomed above her, his gaze inscrutable, overpowering yet tender as he pressed her down, a single hand gripping her waist, gently coaxing, be good, answer me. Driven to desperation, tears welled in her eyes, trembling as she stammered, woo-woo, I like you, I like Qingmei. A smirk graced Qingmei's lips, a playful light dancing in his eyes, yet he persisted, what do you like about me? His heated breath enveloped Xiaozhen, threatening to drown her. Her mind blanked, gradually losing the ability to think. She clung tightly to Qingmei's shoulders, her voice sweet and soft. I like my husband's big. The memory faded, returning to reality. Like a thunderclap, a resounding boom struck Xiaozhen's mind, leaving her dazed and confused. What, big what? The inner voice of little Xiaozhen echoed sharply, were the entangled figures in the memories truly her and Qingmei from a past life? How could it be so? Xiaozhen's head throbbed painfully, her vision spinning as she jolted awake from Qingmei's embrace, nearly splitting in two. Her mind malfunctioned, racing to escape the confines of the earth. Yet, she had barely taken a few steps when she was effortlessly captured. Qingmei grasped her waist with one arm, encircling her shoulder with the other, nearly pinning her against his chest to prevent her. Have you fainted again? Chapter 12. Her waist was so slender and soft, Xiaozhen found herself pressed against the warm embrace, her mind a chaotic blur. Qingmei's deep and melodious voice resonated in her ears, imbued with a hint of rebellious charm, precisely mirroring the voice she remembered. It felt as if they were on the brink of something intense. Her heart raced, and her face flushed instantly, resembling a boiled shrimp, the heat spreading all the way to her ears. Help! She still could not come to terms with the fact that in her past life, she was pinned to the bed by Qingmei. It was simply unacceptable. Her memories were fragmented, and she had no idea why her former self impulsively agreed to marriage. Her legs felt weak, her entire being languid in Qingmei's arms as she stammered, I'm fine. She merely wished to transform into a little ant and scurry away unnoticed. What wrong had she committed? Fine. Qingmei leaned slightly closer, his serious gaze fixed upon her, his expression tinged with gravity. Then why is your face so red? Xiaozhen bit her lip in silence, nearly mortified. How could she not blush upon witnessing such inappropriate scenes? She covered her face, flustered and indignant, raising her voice in protest. I am not. After all, if she did not see it, it meant it wasn't there. Though her reasoning was weak, her spirit was fierce. Qingmei chuckled lightly, observing her flustered demeanor without further exposing her. The girl was soft in his arms, her delicate waist fitting snugly within his grasp, clutching at his sleeve, her cheeks seemingly painted with a rosy blush. Her face was as red as a tomato, and yet she denied it. As if struck by a sudden thought, Qingmei shifted from his laid-back demeanor, his tone turning earnest. Are you feeling unwell? This marked the third time she had fainted in his arms. The first was upon entering the school, the second during a torrential downpour, and now this. Each time she collapsed suddenly, only to be perfectly fine moments later. It was a perplexing phenomenon. Xiaozhen shook her head, blinking her eyes. Perhaps, I've just stayed up too late. I'm fine. She would absolutely not divulge any memories of her past life to Qingmei. Regardless of whether he would believe her, the fact that they had been married and intimately involved in their former lives posed a significant concern. If Qingmei were to discover this, would he not feel averse? The prospect of their future encounters would become exceedingly awkward. Xiaozhen stammered and fumbled, covering her heated cheeks as she made her escape. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll head back to the dormitory now. Let us have dinner together another day. Like a rabbit, she darted away, leaving no trace behind. Qingmei smirked lazily, a smile dancing in his eyes, his fingertips still lingering with the faint scent of jasmine from the girl. Her waist was so slender, so soft. Qingmei swallowed hard, unaware that a subtle flush was creeping up his own ears, akin to the resplendent sunset outside, burning brilliantly. Only when the girl's silhouette faded into the corner did Qingmei retract his gaze, his throat dry as he descended the steps. In that fleeting moment, he keenly sensed something amiss and promptly looked back. Jixian's figure had vanished down the corridor, solitary and forlorn. He could not ascertain how long he had stood there or how much he had witnessed. Qingmei suppressed his smile, his expression darkening as he gradually quelled the disdain simmering within, his fist tightening. I in the corridor, Jixian's eyes were cold and piercing, his countenance shrouded in shadows as he gripped a tube of anti-swelling ointment with a vice-like grip. He scoffed, striding toward the trash can, discarding the expensive ointment imported from abroad without a hint of remorse, as if disposing of some repugnant refuse. He had witnessed Xiaojun tending to another boy's injuries. He had seen her collapse into someone else's arms, all of it, he had seen with his own eyes. A group of boys approached, surrounding Jixian. He stood there, his face as frigid as frost, coldly demanding, "Why did you strike her?" Not only did Xiaojun refuse to bring us water, but she also ran off to serve it to Qingmei, whose side is she on, that clueless girl. Jixian maintained his stoic expression, remaining silent. Yu Wenjian continued to embellish the tale. Xiaojun has been acting as if she is someone important these past few days, deliberately dining with other boys. If you ask me, she is just putting on a show to draw your attention. The other boys nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Initially, they had treated Xiaojun with a degree of courtesy, at least out of respect for the milk tea and snacks she provided. Moreover, her obedient and polite demeanor allowed her to tag along without issue. However, as they observed Jixian's indifference, and with Yu Wenjian's provocations, their treatment of her escalated, becoming increasingly harsh. Indeed, why should an ordinary person like her associate with those of their status? Now, their disdain was overt, a blatant display of contempt. Jixian's icy gaze bore into Yu Wenjian, his voice detached yet calm, enunciating each word. "Did I permit you to lay a hand on her?" As he spoke, the surrounding air seemed to chill. Yu Wenjian stammered, "No." Recognizing Jixian's displeasure, he quickly retracted his brash demeanor, bending low in apology. "I won't touch her again, Jishao, I promise." Jixian issued a cold warning, his expression devoid of emotion as he departed. Once he was gone, the others exchanged bewildered glances, surprise evident in their eyes. Previously, regardless of their disparagement towards Xiaojun, Jixian had never reacted, leading them to believe he was utterly unconcerned about her. Someone let out a low chuckle, who would have thought that Xiaojun has quite the means. In dormitory 609 of the Flower Garden, Xiaojun returned, her heart racing with guilt, her fair cheeks tinged with a shade of pink, as if she had committed some transgression. Her roommates were all present, except for Xinglulu, alongside Qingmei and Yun Yu from the second-year dance program, the three of them serious and huddled together as if deliberating an academic issue. Upon hearing the door open, they immediately turned to face her, their gazes laden with significance, hesitating to speak, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Xiaojun inquired, "Oh, what is going on?" In the next instant, Qingmei seized her, nearly hugging her tightly, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Sweetheart, tell me the truth, do you really not like Jixian anymore?" Xiaojun leaned into her embrace, nodding earnestly as if peeling garlic, a millimeter him. It was common knowledge that she had pursued Jixian. It was no secret, she had poured forth her affection unreservedly, only to be met with a crushing end, leaving her feeling as though she had fallen into an icy abyss. Unbeknownst to her, many had quietly laughed at her misfortune, mocking her for her audacity. Yun Yu lifted her head, holding a few tarot cards, her expression serious as she said, "Actually, I had lost tarot cards." The fated one. Yun Yu has always been captivated by divination, delving into the mysteries of the metaphysical, spending her days in the dormitory tinkering with various tarot cards, astrological charts, and charms. Xiaojun, perhaps aware that the outcome may not be favorable, softly hums in acknowledgement and obediently nods. "You may proceed." Adjusting her glasses, Yunyu lets out a sigh. The result indicates that if you were to pursue a relationship with him, the outcome would be unfortunate, potentially gravely impacting your career. After a moment's contemplation, she adds, however, I must admit, my readings are not entirely infallible. They possess a degree of mystique. Whether you choose to believe is entirely up to you. Qingmei, cradling Xiaozhen, raises her chin and declares, I believe that Yu's readings are quite accurate. Last year, she foretold that my relationship with my boyfriend would not end well, and indeed, it proved to be a failure. At the time, I was skeptical, yet ultimately, my ex-boyfriend truly did betray me. Har har har. As she speaks, Qingmei rolls her eyes. Xiaozhen purses her lips and softly states, I believe. It is no wonder her roommates had previously advised against her pursuing Jixian, urging her to focus on self-love. In her past life, her career had indeed been dismal, a mediocre singer besmirched by numerous scandals, ultimately lacking success. Suddenly, Xinglulu, with curiosity, leans closer, fixating on the reversed high priestess depicted on the tarot card, her eyes wide with anticipation. Sister, could you read for me as well? Will I find love in my freshman year? When will I encounter my destined partner? Woe is me. Yunyu readily agrees, shuffling the cards thoroughly before performing the reading for her. With a tense expression, Xinglulu inquires, what does it say? Yunyu studies the cards, purses her lips, and gently pats her shoulder in consolation. Dear sister, you may have to remain single. Upon hearing this, Xinglulu dramatically clutches her heart, hastily seizing a bag of chips to the point of self-harm. They say if you don't find a partner in freshman year, you'll be single for 4 years in college. 4 years, woe is me. I've been single since birth. Qingmei bursts into laughter, quickly attempting to comfort her. What is so great about men? Being single is far more enjoyable, being alone is bliss. Xinglulu wails, devouring a bag of tomato-flavored chips. Those who have never experienced love still harbor dreams and longings for their first relationship. After a prolonged silence, Xiaozhen gently tugs at Yunyu's sleeve, her voice sweet as honey. Yu, would you mind reading for another person? The girl's eyes sparkle like stars, and when she smiles, 2 delightful dimples appear. Unable to resist her charm, Yunyu's heart softens instantly. Of course. Xiaozhen eagerly divulges all pertinent information regarding Qingmei's birthday and other details, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Yunyu's brow furrows increasingly. Wait a moment. Let me consult another method of divination. Shells, bamboo sticks, cards, and constellations. Both Eastern and Western divination techniques are employed. After several minutes, her expression grows serious. Xiaozhen, you and the remaining 3 lean in curiously, ears perked up. Yunyu continues, you and Qingmei are destined to be together, a match made in heaven. Moreover, it is highly likely that in this life and the next, you will be together. Xiaozhen. Yunyu softly adds, in other words, he is your fated one. Xiaozhen, unthinkable, absolutely impossible. Almost immediately, she finds herself cornered by her 3 roommates, subjected to a barrage of inquiries regarding Qingmei's height, weight, family background, personality, academic performance, and social connections, leaving no stone unturned. As Xiaozhen's voice diminishes and she stammers, she ultimately gives in and buries her face in her arms on the table. Little Bunny plays dead. JPG having been compliant, she silently pleads for mercy. Subsequently, the dormitory conversation shifts from men to money. The catalyst for this change was Qingmei, who had just received a 3,000 yuan monthly allowance from her mother, which prompted her to indulge in cosmetic purchases, igniting the discussion. Xinglulu, seething with jealousy, exclaims, why do I only receive 2,000 each month? How infuriating. Yunyu remains silent for a moment, forcing a smile that does not reach her eyes. With my monthly allowance of 1,500, I'd rather invest in purple clay. I might as well jump from this 6th floor. The main theme here is to become a ramen superhero by the end of the month. At that moment, Xiaozhen's gaze shifts slightly, her eyelashes fluttering gently. When Yunyu inquires about her monthly allowance, she hesitates, then softly replies, I do not receive an allowance. This fact is well known to Xinglulu. In the past, Xiaozhen had taken on various part-time jobs, and since entering university, she had begun tutoring, teaching middle school students Chinese and English during weekends or evenings when she had no classes, earning enough to sustain herself. Her mother does not provide her with financial support. Qingmei Xiang's heart aches for her, and she reaches out to embrace her, gently rubbing her back. Poor little Jinjin. Yunyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizes that she had been complaining excessively, only to discover that Xiaozhen's situation was even more dire. How could someone truly treat a fragile college student as a super soldier? Xiaozhen has long grown accustomed to her circumstances, displaying little emotional fluctuation. She calmly finishes washing her clothes, lies down on her bed, and curls up with a teddy bear, her cheek gently rubbing against its head. Within her family, she has always felt like an extraneous presence. At the age of 7, her biological father had an affair and divorced her mother, abandoning his own daughter. Her mother, finding her burdensome, sent her to live with her grandmother. Her grandmother favored boys over girls, constantly bullying her, denying her meat, depriving her of blankets, forcing her to perform various menial tasks, and frequently berating her in dialects she could not comprehend. Little Xiaozhen, bewildered, could not grasp the meaning behind her grandmother's harsh words, but she could discern from her grandmother's disdainful expressions that they were certainly not kind. In contrast, her grandfather treated her kindly, sneaking her meat and chocolate, patiently holding her, comforting her, and telling her not to cry. During those times, Xiaozhen's favorite relative was her grandfather, and she would cling to him, begging for sweets. It wasn't until later that she began to sense something amiss. Her grandfather often touched her inappropriately, sometimes here, sometimes there, and would even attempt to open the door while she was bathing, or stealthily enter her room in the middle. His eyes seemed to devour her. Terrified, little Xiaozhen ran out, grasping her grandmother's hand to report the incident. However, her grandmother cursed at her, scolding her for being indiscreet, and struck her with a broom, spewing a torrent of dialect. "You little vixen, always trying to seduce others. Just like your shameless mother." She tumbled down the stairs, the pain rendering her numb. When she finally lifted her head, she found the floor soaked in blood, flowing slowly. With a gaping wound on her head, she fought back tears to call her mother. She pleaded, assuring her that she was obedient and compliant, begging her not to abandon her. After numerous desperate calls, her mother finally relented and brought her back to the city. Xiaozhen was filled with joy and excitement until she noticed her mother's burgeoning belly and the presence of an unfamiliar middle-aged man in their home, and then it dawned on her. Her mother was starting a new family. As the seasons changed over the years, she learned to read the room, to be subservient, and to understand how to garner affection. During the National Day holiday, she returned home to find a photo frame on her mother's nightstand. The picture depicted the newly opened amusement park, featuring a beautiful, whimsical castle. Her mother, her stepfather, and her half-brother were joyously posing with peace signs, their smiles radiant and bright. Everyone appeared so happy, so content. Beside it lay a thick photo album adorned with cartoon designs, presumably a recent purchase from the amusement park, filled with old photographs. Xiaozhen held her breath, pursing her lips, with a flicker of anticipation and anxiety, flipping through the pages repeatedly. There was none. She could not find her own image among them. Xiaozhen's throat tightened, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. A bitter sensation loomed over her like a shadow, inescapable. Her heart felt hollow. Gazing at the warm and blissful photograph before her, Xiaozhen felt like a dark little mouse, peering into the happiness of others from the corner. An amusement park. She had yet to visit one in her 18 years of life. At 11 o'clock, the lights in the dormitory were turned off. Xiaozhen curled up in her blanket, donning her headphones to listen to music in peace. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up. Kai patted my head. Xiaozhen slowly formed a question mark above her head. In the dead of night, she wondered what Qingmei could possibly want, so she politely responded with a pat back. I patted Kai on the shoulder and called out, "Brother Xiaozhen. You better have a good reason for this." Chapter 14. His milk tea is so sweet. The moment she comprehended that Yunyu had seduced Qingmei to be her destined partner, she found herself unable to confront the reality. Covering her face, she wished to become a tiny ant and quietly scurry away. In the next instant, a message from Qingmei abruptly caught her eye. Said smiley, "When will you treat me to a meal?" How straightforward, indeed. Xiaozhen gently pinched the quilt. burying the lower half of her face within it, her gaze clouded with confusion. She silently recalled when she had promised to invite him for a meal. Oh, it came back to her. It seemed that after Qingmei had massaged her legs, she had instinctively fled, uttering those polite words, but that had merely been a courteous remark. Xiaozhen lowered her eyelashes, gently turning over, the memory of Qingmei kneeling slightly to massage her legs under the resplendent golden-red sunset caused her cheeks to flush anew. He had even sustained an injury for her, right at his collarbone. It was all her fault, and then there was yesterday, during the torrential rain, when Qingmei had held an umbrella for her, escorting her back to her dormitory, even bending down to wipe her tears. He was so patient, showing no signs of disdain. He had even said that if anyone bullied her, she should let him know. The more Xiaozhen pondered, the more uncomfortable she felt, sitting up abruptly in the middle of the night, reaching down to touch her right ankle, her heart racing. It felt as if a flame was spreading across her face. Indeed, she ought to properly thank him. She would treat him. Glancing at her class schedule, Xiaozhen noted that she had Chinese traditional music and forms and policies in the morning, a school-wide break in the afternoon. Biting her lip in contemplation, she earnestly replied, "Sad smiley, is it all right if we go tomorrow at noon? What would you like to eat?" After lunch, she could also head to self-study, preparing materials for tutoring her students in math and English. Qingmei replied in a heartbeat, "Sad smiley, I'll go with whatever you decide." This fellow was indeed not picky. The question was now back on Xiaozhen. She would choose whatever she craved most, lightly tapping on the screen to respond. "The crab roe soup dumplings on the 3rd floor of the new cafeteria, is that okay?" Upon receiving an affirmative reply, Xiaozhen removed her headphones and, after setting her alarm, fell into a drowsy slumber. The next day, after attending for classes, Xiaozhen hurriedly made her way to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, carrying a box of cookies and snowflake candy, which she had personally crafted during the National Day holiday. After sharing some with her 3 roommates, she still had plenty left. Initially, she had planned to savor them herself, but after much thought, Qingmei had always enjoyed her Oreo-flavored snowflake candy, having liked it for quite some time. So, gifting it to him should count as a token of gratitude. As she entered the cafeteria, Xiaozhen, still catching her breath, lifted her head to scan the area for an empty seat. Yet, it was teeming with people. This time right after class, the cafeteria was bustling with students, and every food stall had a queue. "Xiaozhen!" Out of the blue, a low, melodious voice resonated from behind her. Qingmei was casually leaning against the back of a chair, clad in a dark grey baseball jacket, his sharp lines softened by the warm orange light. With his chiseled brows and deep-set eyes, he exuded a nonchalant charm, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he regarded her. Xiaozhen approached him, lowering her gaze to the soup dumplings on the table, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. "You've already bought them." Qingmei replied with a calm demeanor, "I had no classes during the 3rd and 4th periods." As he spoke, he handed her a spoon and chopsticks, the veins on the back of his hand subtly prominent, exuding an inexplicable allure. Xiaozhen silently accepted them, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against his skin, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Like a sensitive mimosa. So, he had reserved a spot in advance and purchased lunch, thus avoiding the wait in line. He hadn't eaten a single bite, evidently waiting solely for her to arrive before starting. Xiaozhen tilted her head and inquired, How much is it? I'll transfer you the money." She had forgotten the prices at this stall. While undeniably delicious, it was still a tad pricey. A basket containing 8 soup dumplings. She would consume 1 basket while Qingmei had ordered 2 for himself, totaling 16. Upon hearing her, Qingmei calmly fixed his gaze upon her. "I'll treat you." Xiaozhen, perplexed, formed a question mark with her expression, her eyes wide with confusion. "Aren't I treating you?" "As long as the sentiment is there," Qingmei remarked, picking up a soup dumpling, dipping it in vinegar, and chuckling lightly. In his dark eyes brewed a complex emotion. "How could I truly let you treat me?" With that, a cup of milk tea was pushed in front of Xiaozhen. His tone was casual. "I passed by a milk tea shop and brought this for you." As if it were an inconsequential act. Xiaozhen accepted the cup, her fingers tightening slightly around it. The fresh taro milk green tea, medium size, was precisely her favorite flavor. If she recalled correctly, that milk tea shop was quite far from the male dormitory. The journey had been rather smooth. Xiaojun, undeniably enamored by taro, lowered her head to take a sip. The velvety taro at the bottom, rich and fragrant, the sweet aroma spread warmly, filling her heart with contentment. Her eyes sparkled, and she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. It's delicious, so satisfying. Qingmei raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smirk gracing his lips. As long as you like it. Xiaojun gazed at him, and as he seemed about to notice, she swiftly lowered her head. A peculiar feeling swelled within her. Back in her first year of high school, she had harbored feelings for Jixian, rushing to bring him water during basketball matches. At that time, Jixian had always given her vague hopes. For instance, when a group of girls approached to offer water, Jixian had ignored everyone else, walking straight to her to drink what she had brought. He had calmly uttered a thank you, and in his light-colored eyes, a hint of tenderness and a smile had flickered. Under the blazing summer sun, Xiaojun had dragged an entire crate of water over, only to be met with the realization that Jixian's wealthy friends hadn't left her a single bottle. They had treated her as free labor. Feeling defeated, Xiaojun had quietly walked away, utterly exhausted, ultimately collapsing alone at the edge of the playground, her head bowed, drenched in sweat. Her throat felt as though it were blocked by something. So thirsty, so hot. The next moment, a familiar low, husky voice echoed from above, its tone indifferent. So busy giving them water, and you didn't drink a single drop for yourself. Xiaojun blinked in confusion, slowly raising her head. Qingmei stood before her, clad in a white t-shirt, perfectly shielding her from the blazing sun. The young man squatted down lazily, fixing an unwavering gaze upon her, his dark eyes swirling with complex emotions. He chuckled softly, producing a cup of milk tea from behind him, inserting a straw with determination, and forcefully pressed it into her arms. He was almost feeding it to her. Xiaojun stood there in a daze, cradling the milk tea, softly murmuring, "Thank you." Qingmei stared at her for a long while, then suddenly sighed, lightly flicking her forehead. "Xiaojun, are you foolish?" Dejected, Xiaojun lowered her head, her eyes misting over. She quietly retorted, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, "I'm not foolish." She felt a bit dizzy, only remembering that the milk tea had been extraordinarily delightful, as if it had instantly recharged her, restoring her energy to its fullest. That very cup had also been the fresh taro milk green tea, with pearls, half sugar, no ice. So sweet, so sweet. Chapter 15, Happiness Returns. What are you thinking about? Qingmei's low, magnetic voice broke the silence, gently pulling her back to reality. By the time Xiaojun regained her composure, Qingmei had already devoured an entire steamer of dumplings, each one disappearing into his mouth with astonishing speed. Nothing, Xiaojun mumbled, averting her gaze and slowly beginning to eat. The soup-filled dumplings in the cafeteria were particularly delectable, their delicate appearance promising exquisite flavors. The sheer joy of biting into one and savoring the burst of broth was unparalleled, the thin skin encasing generous amounts of meat. As she consumed 4 or 5 dumplings, she noticed that the man across from her had finished all of his. Stealing a furtive glance, her eyes landed on Qingmei. He sat languidly, exuding an air of carefree wildness with every gesture, his emotions inscrutable. His deep phoenix eyes, sharp and somewhat intimidating, hinted at a fierce nature, yet the teardrop mole beneath his right eye softened his gaze, revealing a hint of tenderness. What an intriguing visage. This man, her husband in a past life, her destined partner. When his gaze slowly drifted towards her, Xiaojun instinctively lowered her eyes, blinking rapidly and feigning nonchalance. As Qingmei resumed his idle posture, his mind seemingly vacant, she cautiously raised her head to scrutinize him once more. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the table, slender and elegant, radiating an aura of restraint. He resembled a dormant beast, patiently waiting for its prey to draw near. After a few moments, his lips appeared to curl into a subtle smile, casting a casual glance in her direction, imbued with an inexplicable affection. Xiaojun's gaze darted back down, her heart racing as she continued to eat the dumplings, sheepishly sipping her milk tea. With each passing moment, her emotions fluctuated wildly, akin to a roller coaster, leaving her bewildered by her own guilt. Suddenly, Qingmei chuckled, reclining lazily against the back of his chair, calling her name, "Xiaojun." Her eyelids fluttered, and she obediently responded, After a brief pause, noticing his smile, or was it really that conspicuous? She had thought her disguise was rather effective. Sighing in defeat, she lowered her head and resumed eating the remaining dumplings, refraining from stealing any more glances. Qingmei's gaze lingered on her, his attention sharpening at that moment. Today, Xiaojun wore a simple outfit, a light yellow knitted top paired with pale blue jeans, her single braid cascading down the right side. She exuded a pure and gentle aura, reminiscent of a camellia basking in the spring breeze. As she ate, she was demure and quiet, taking small bites, her lips glistening enticingly. After a few moments of fixating on her lips, Qingmei awkwardly diverted his gaze, his throat suddenly dry. Just then, his phone buzzed, and several WeChat messages popped up. Dormitory group. Bull Demon King Niuefeng, guess who I ran into while eating? Image message. In the photo, a girl was intently focused on her meal, her expression gentle, while the boy across from her leaned slightly forward, propping his chin on his hand, a small smile playing on his lips. The image was slightly blurred, as if veiled by a soft filter. Octopus, John Yu, is Qingmei making a move? Bull Demon King, happiness returns, Qi. Meanwhile, someone in the corner captured their moment together with a sly snapshot. In the dimly lit stairwell, a boy suddenly exclaimed in surprise, wow, Ji Xiao, you have to see this. Ji Xian frowned slightly, his expression stoic as he fixed his gaze on the boy. The boy scratched his head, explaining, Xiaojun is having dinner with another guy again. In the next moment, a loud crash echoed as Ji Xian abruptly halted, the glass in his hand shattering on the floor. What? His mood was evidently foul. The boy, catching on, quickly enlarged the photo on his phone, holding it up for Ji Xian to see. My friend snapped this. Xiaojun is dining with another guy. Ji Xian's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the smile on Xiaojun's face, his gaze cold as ice, an unsettling indifference that was more chilling than a blade. At that moment, a boy named Zhu Qianqian whispered, she turned us down before, she probably won't come back now, right? Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's expression darkened, his tone icy and resolute, each word deliberate. Impossible. Xiaojun had pursued him for so long, how could she simply walk away? Yu Wenjian, standing beside him, scoffed dismissively, it's merely a tactic to entice you, my friend, don't take it to heart. Next Monday is Ji Xiao's birthday, if we don't invite her, she'll surely be distressed. Another boy chimed in, exactly, I overheard that Xiaojun is, it's Karki. Laughter erupted around them. That is hilarious, who still knits scarves these days? Someone chuckled, what a poverty-stricken thing to do. However, Ji Xian's brow gradually unfurled, his expression softening. Indeed, Xiaojun could not bear to be apart from him. In the afternoon, the camphor trees lining Jingdao Road were lush and green, sunlight filtering through the branches to create a mosaic of enchanting light spots. Inside the cafe, there were several small, enclosed rooms. After ordering 2 mousse cakes, Xiaojun added a latte for Qingmei, confidently proclaiming, this one's on me. Seeing her insistence, Qingmei did not refuse, lazily smiling in a fond manner. Otherwise, her conscience would not allow her to rest. However, as she wrote, fatigue began to wash over her. Why was studying so exhausting? It was truly dreadful that the cafe's small room was tranquil, with the faint sound of a melodious piano drifting through the air, uplifting her spirits. Qingmei opened the study materials, preparing for a higher mathematics competition. He remained composed, his face serene as he focused on calculus problems, yet, after more than half an hour, he had barely made any progress. His gaze continually drifted towards the girl seated across from him. She was fighting off sleep, her head cradled in her arms, teetering between consciousness and slumber, an endearing sight. Qingmei swallowed hard, pulling his gaze away. After finally completing a challenging problem, he glanced over at Xiaojun, who had fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep. She must have been truly exhausted, her breathing steady as she rested her head on her arm. Her skin was as pale as snow, her cheeks soft and full, her long lashes casting gentle shadows over her serene expression, radiating an almost ethereal beauty. It was as if a hammer were gently striking his heart, setting it to race uncontrollably, leaving him breathless. Xiaojun was utterly unaware of how radiant and extraordinary she truly was, but Qingmei was fully aware. In her slumber, she furrowed her brow lightly, as if burdened by some great injustice, murmuring sleepily. Yuan. It seemed she was having a nightmare. Qingmei leaned in slightly, asking, what? Chapter 16. Inch darling, so soft. Xiaozhen remained ensconced in a restless slumber, her lashes fluttering delicately as if she were plummeting. The sight of her evoked an overwhelming urge to embrace her. She sniffled softly, murmuring, "Amusement park," her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, as if on the verge of tears. Such innocence stirred the most tender recesses of Qingmei's heart. His gaze grew opaque and profound, a fervent warmth igniting within him. As he cautiously extended his index finger, he moved it slowly from the table, gently brushing against the girl's fingertip, savoring the warmth radiating between them. It was a feather-light touch, cautious as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Their fingertips met, and an electric current surged from their points of contact, coursing through his limbs, a delightful tingling sensation laden with unspoken affection and longing. As if sensing something amiss in her dream, the slumbering girl furrowed her brow and turned to sleep in another direction. Qingmei swiftly retracted his hand, his heart pounding like a drum. Xiaozhen, absorbed in her studies, had initially intended to take a brief nap, yet unexpectedly succumbed to sleep. In her dreams, she found herself at an amusement park with her mother, who adorned her with a headband, took photographs, and bought her balloons, all the while wearing a gentle smile. In her memories, her mother had never been so tender. Little Xiaozhen was elated, nearly bouncing with joy, her lips forming adorable dimples as she blinked happily. Yet, in the next instant, her mother decisively departed, abandoning her once more. Alone in the amusement park, she cried out in desperation, "Mom, where are you? Don't leave me. I'm good. I promise I'm good. Please don't abandon me." It echoed the time she was left in the countryside, subjected to the subtle cruelty of her grandparents. She had never received any favoritism. The scene abruptly shifted, returning her to a past life. On their wedding anniversary, Qingmei had taken her to the amusement park, gifting her a splendid balloon and wrapping his arms around her waist, whispering, "Wife, you look beautiful today." As they rode the Ferris wheel, he cradled her head in his hands, drawing her close, and kissed her, both forceful and gentle, deepening the kiss as he murmured, "Jinjin, we shall be together forever." The kiss was fervent, passionate, almost ferocious, as if he intended to devour her whole. Wild and wicked. Darling, Xiaozhen's eyes glistened, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as she pressed her palms against him, breathless and gasping. The air was thick with heat. Her mind clouded, thoughts evaporating as she silently repeated, "A yes, forever together." Oh, how she felt she might melt within Qingmei's scorching embrace. He held her tightly in a confined space, gripping her waist as his fingers mischievously slid upward. Xiaozhen instinctively tightened her grasp on his shirt collar, her eyes glistening with indignation, her voice sweet and playful. "No, it tickles." Yet, Qingmei did not halt, his voice rich and deep like a resonant cello, utterly irresistible. He leaned close, whispering, "Darling, so soft." "Xiaozhen, wake up, you've been asleep for half an hour." Qingmei lightly prodded her fingers with a pen, lowering his voice to a gentle reminder. His tone bore an air of helplessness, laced with affection. The sounds of reality and dreams intertwined as Xiaozhen blinked awake, her cheeks rapidly flushing, red as a ripe tomato. What peculiar memories had she just dreamt? "Darling, so soft, soft." The husky voice lingered in her ears, tenderly caressing her eardrums, reverberating within her. Xiaozhen felt as if the world had collapsed around her, crumbling into ruins. Panic flooded her eyes as she hurriedly bowed her head, packing her bag, decisively opting for a hasty retreat. I am heading back to the dormitory to sleep, bye, never to be seen again." How infuriating that she hadn't dreamt of winning the lottery. Why was it always the ambiguous moments with Qingmei from her past life that replayed in her mind? Oh, she was on the verge of a meltdown. Xiaozhen covered her blazing cheeks, utterly overwhelmed, mortified to the point of wanting to build a fortress. The blush crept down her porcelain neck, spreading like wildfire across her skin. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she viewed Qingmei as a formidable beast, fearing that if she tarried, he would seize her and consume her whole. How could this be happening? In the next moment, the man stepped into her path, blocking her escape. Qingmei leaned casually against the doorframe, his long legs slightly crossed, exuding an air of reckless charm. His dark eyes glimmered with a shadow of melancholy as he asked languidly, "What are you so nervous about? Do you think I would devour you?" Xiaozhen's face tightened, and she pondered seriously for a moment before nodding gravely. Indeed, this man could very well consume her. Suddenly recalling something, she shoved a small bag from her backpack into Qingmei's arms, saying, "Oh, by the way, this is for you, snowflake pastry and cookies." After a brief pause, she added, "I made them myself. It should be considered a token of gratitude." Qingmei halted, lifting the pink bag with a puzzled expression. "Gratitude for what?" Xiaozhen stood there, earnest and naive. "For you standing up for me when I got hit by the basketball." Before she could finish, Qingmei interrupted her, calm and composed, "No need for gratitude." Xiaozhen stared at him in confusion, her eyes wide with bewilderment. "Why not?" Qingmei offered no explanation, merely lowering his gaze, his long lashes casting a shadow over his eyes. The half of his face visible in the dim light took on an air of mystery, softening his otherwise sharp features. "If you truly wish to show gratitude," his eyes concealed a myriad of emotions as he contemplated for a moment before smiling slightly, "then accompany me to the amusement park this weekend." As soon as the words left his lips, Xiaozhen was taken aback, her eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion as she pointed to her own cheek. "Oh. Me? Why would he want her company? He was not a child, yet." His serious demeanor made her waver. Truth be told, she also longed to go. Qingmei did not rush her for a response, and they continued walking side by side toward the dormitory. The path was tranquil, the only sound being the rustle of leaves. This small road wound around the lake, frequented by few, with picturesque scenery, where couples strolled hand in hand. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying with it the faint fragrance of osmanthus, soothing to the senses. Xiaozhen kept her head down, occasionally stepping on the fallen leaves, delighting in their crisp, crunching sounds, a perfect release of stress. Suddenly, Qingmei seemed to notice something, leaning toward her and pretending to reach for her head. Upon seeing him, memories of those intimate moments from her dream flooded back, and she instinctively recoiled, turning her head away. Qingmei's fingers paused in midair, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes, as if his throat were constricted with cotton. He hesitated, his voice slightly hoarse. "There's a bug on your head." "A bug?" At his words, Xiaozhen's eyes widened in alarm, as if pinned to the spot by an invisible force. Qingmei closed the distance, his fingertip brushing against her scalp, deftly capturing the bug that had fallen from the tree and swiftly tossing it aside with practiced ease. "All done," he said nonchalantly. Seeing the green bug writhing helplessly on the ground, Xiaozhen gasped in surprise. She lifted her gaze to Qingmei, a wave of inexplicable emotion surging within her. It dawned on her that he had merely wished to help her catch a bug. A gentle breeze tousled her hair. After a moment of silence, she heard Qingmei speak, tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Xiaozhen, please don't shy away from me." Chapter 17. To treat her well for a lifetime. When Xiaozhen returned to the dormitory, a delicate blush crept onto her cheeks, her heart pounding as if she had committed some transgression. She resembled a freshly blushed steamed bun, the words "guilt-ridden" seemingly etched upon her forehead. Qingmei, leisurely applying a facial mask, turned her head upon noticing Xiaozhen, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she teased, "Xiaozhen, your face is so red." Lulu immediately poked her head out from her bed, squinting playfully. "Oh, went thieving, did you?" Xiaozhen instinctively covered her face, attempting to shield her embarrassment, and weakly retorted, "I didn't." She patted her face and headed to the bathroom to splash some cold water on herself, staring at her reflection in the mirror. When Qingmei uttered the words, "Xiaozhen, don't hide from me," she inexplicably felt a twinge of grievance. Surely it was a mere illusion. How could someone as arrogant and ostentatious? She shook her head earnestly. In truth, she had not intentionally avoided him. It was merely that the vivid imagery of her dreams had left her in a daze, filled with a shyness that made her wish to disappear. She felt like a pristine white sheet of paper, only to have those cursed memories splatter her with the most garish hues. Her thoughts were muddled. Later, when Qingmei mentioned he would bring along his friends and not just be alone with her, she found herself confusedly nodding in agreement. At the very least, his companions would help ease the atmosphere. Xiaozhen changed into her Hello Kitty pajamas in the bathroom, preparing to rest in bed for the afternoon. Upon learning that she planned to visit the newly built amusement park in the capital over the weekend, her roommates expressed their envy. Xing Lulu was returning home for a wedding banquet, while Chen Meixiang and Yun Yu were set to attend a dance charity event out of town, staying overnight to earn volunteer hours and comprehensive assessment points. Yun Yu meticulously arranged her tarot cards and casually inquired, "By the way, who are you going to the amusement park with, your destined prince?" The next moment, 3 inquisitive gazes converged upon her. Jiaozhen, how could this person guess so accurately? Her breath caught in her throat. She hesitated before attempting to divert the conversation. "So sleepy. I'm going to sleep now. Please keep it down." The remaining roommates exchanged understanding glances. Chen Meixiang peeled off her mask, her tone smug. "No wonder you're our 609 dormitory's fortune teller. You hit the nail on the head." Jiaozhen silently climbed into bed, tucked herself under that cold-faced ice block. How dare he be worthy of a scarf knitted by our Jinjin? Yun Yu nodded in agreement. "Don't even think about it. That man will ruin our fortunes." It'll bring bad luck. Jiaozhen lay quietly in bed, her demeanor excessively calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly yet firmly. "I won't look back." Hearing her resolute decision, her roommates collectively sighed in relief, inwardly applauding her. Those unworthy of her affection should be as ephemeral as the leaves outside, scattered by the wind. Jiaozhen comfortably turned over, unable to suppress her anticipation for the weekend south. She had never been there before. In the boys' dormitory, Baikao Garden 307, a young man lay sprawled on a chair, erupting in frustration. Damn it. Where's that jungler? I'm 1 against 4 here. Tower dived and killed. What a joke." Nearby, Qingmei quietly unwrapped a package, revealing exquisite snowflake pastries, strawberry Oreo flavor. Niuefeng, stretching lazily, turned his head and his eyes lit up at the sight of the pastries. Just as he leaned in closer, someone abruptly pressed a hand against his forehead. Qingmei lifted his gaze, staring at him with an abyss-like intensity. "What do you want?" Niuefeng, drawn in by the aroma, replied, "Bro, I happen to be hungry." As soon as he finished speaking, their other roommates crowded around, extending their greedy hands. Qingmei instinctively clutched the box to his chest, defiantly declaring, "No way." Niuefeng was taken aback. After all, they had been best friends since high school, sharing everything, even the most intimate of items. In the past, he had been allowed to freely take snacks from Qingmei's desk. Niuefeng's mouth twitched in a pout. "Just 1 piece, I just want to taste it." As Qingmei casually grabbed a napkin, crumpling it into a ball, as if to toss it into his mouth. Niuefeng quickly covered his mouth in alarm. The other roommates wore despondent expressions, reluctantly retreating. It was just snowflake pastries, but the way he guarded them made it seem as though they were made of gold. The raucous sounds of the game continued unabated, yet Qingmei found himself lost in thought, staring at the snowflake pastries, the girl's words, "repay," echoing in his mind. He had replied to her, "No need to repay." His thoughts drifted back to over a decade ago, during his most desperate and wretched times, when he was mercilessly beaten by his scoundrel father. Back then, his grades were at the bottom, his body covered in scars, and his solitary demeanor made him seem intimidating. No one was willing to befriend him, and everyone avoided him like a venomous snake. Only Jiaozhen did not disdain him, only Jiaozhen would play with him, only Jiaozhen was willing to bring him into the sunlight. When he was battered and blooded, little Jiaozhen would redden her eyes, earnestly applying ointment. "Does it hurt?" "If it does, I'll be gentler." When he was slandered and ostracized at school, little Jiaozhen would bravely stand up for him. "Don't bully him, he's not bad." When he was famished and hopeless, the little girl would bring him meals, buy him various snacks, and stuff him with teddy bears, her face proud as she declared, "I don't want these. They all for you, don't give them back." Inside the toys, she had even stashed coins, ones, fives, tens, and crumpled bills, the accumulation of her hard-earned savings. Xiaojun was like a little angel, radiating light, her laughter sweet, adorned with cute dimples, her eyes sparkling like countless precious diamonds. Surely, heaven had seen his suffering and sent a fairy to grant him a piece of candy, encouraging him to Eventually, Qingmei could not help but ask her, "Why are you so good to me?" Little Xiaojun blinked innocently, answering with conviction, "Because I want to marry Brother Kai in the future." Qingmei was momentarily stunned, his breath catching, a faint blush creeping onto his face without a sound. Later, he came to understand that it was merely childish banter. No one would truly take it to heart, nor would anyone remember such words for so many years, yet, he took it seriously, etching it deeply in his heart. At that moment, he vowed to treat Xiaojun well for a lifetime. Chapter 18, Rear her little bun on Sunday. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting fragmented shadows on the ground, while a refreshing breeze carried the delicate fragrance of osmanthus. Over the past few days, Xiaojun had felt a surge of joy in her classes, eagerly anticipating this day. She donned a soft blue knitted sweater paired with dark grey jeans and styled her hair into a playful bun, stepping out with a small bag slung over her shoulder. At the foot of the dormitory, a man clad in a sleek black windbreaker stood with sharply defined features, his strong brow and deep-set eyes exuding an air of rebellious charm. Qingmei flashed her a smile, waving a small item in his hand, his voice languid and low, "This is for you." As Xiaojun descended the steps, her gaze fell upon him. He held a light blue hair tie adorned with a lace bow, embellished with golden stars that sparkled like the night sky. Her steps faltered slightly as she tilted her head back to meet Qingmei's dark, fathomless gaze, confusion flickering in her eyes. "Is this for me?" He approached her, leaning down to meet her gaze, his tone casual. "It's a gift from a purchase. As a man, I have no use for it. Turn around, let me put it on for you." His low, melodic voice washed over her, gradually invading her senses. Xiaojun found herself unable to resist, nodding gently as she turned her back to him. "All right." Qingmei stood behind her, watching intently as he slipped the hair tie around her bun, wrapping it twice. Xiaojun felt as if she were encircled in his embrace, her senses filled with the faint scent of grass that clung to him, as if a hint of youthful exuberance seeped into her skin, igniting a delightful tingling in her heart. Once the hair tie was secured, Xiaojun yearned to see how it looked on her, but the view of the back of her head remained elusive. Just then, as if he had sensed her unspoken wish, Qingmei raised his phone and snapped. The once solitary black bun was now surrounded by a constellation of shimmering stars, adding brilliance and vibrancy. It was as if the dark night sky sprinkled with starlight whispered to her, "Look, you are indeed a star in the heavens." Meanwhile, on the 6th-floor balcony, Qingmei and Yun Yu were preparing for a public performance scheduled for the afternoon. At that moment, Qingmei held her phone aloft, magnifying the view below, unable to suppress her mutterings, "That Qingmei seems extraordinary. He managed to style her bun in just a few moments. I suspect he has ulterior motives toward little Zhenzhen, plotting for a long time." Yun Yu squinted thoughtfully. However, this man could enhance Zhenzhen's fortune. Qingmei's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Then, shall we casually flirt?" The weather was splendid, with autumn's charm in full bloom. The sun cast a golden hue over the earth, and the sycamore leaves danced gracefully in the breeze. At that moment, the entrance to the amusement park was packed with adults and children eagerly waiting in line. Niuefeng, Zhang Yu, and several others had arrived early and brightened upon seeing Xiaojun. A few of them had not formally met Xiaojun before and stretched their necks to catch a glimpse, murmuring in awe. The girl had a delicate, heart-shaped face, her skin fair and smooth, especially her large, doe-like eyes that sparkled with youthful innocence, reminiscent of a lovely jasmine blossom. She appeared as a finely crafted figurine. One exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, is this Chigei's little green plum? Why haven't I heard of her before? Why don't I have such a beautiful little green plum sister? How infuriating. Oh heavens, grant me one." Niuefeng laughed heartily. "Qingmei, come join our group, from now on, we're a team." Xiaojun politely greeted them, taking out her phone to add friends, and was promptly pulled into a group chat with 9 members. The group name read Sad Smiley Gathering is a pile of dung, scattering is a sky full of waste. Xiaojun, such an eccentric group name, noticing her expression falter, Shinichi quickly opened his phone and, upon seeing the group name, his face darkened. He had no idea which rascal had come up with it. With a swift motion, he changed the name to Study Hard, Strive for Excellence. Upon seeing the new name, several boys immediately wilted, come on. The original name was so much more fun. As they queued, one boy hesitated for a long while before finally leaning closer to Shinichi, covering his mouth with his hand as he whispered, bro, can I ask you something? Shinichi put his phone away, shooting him a glance, his lips curling into a smile, no need for formality. We're brothers, whatever you need, just ask. The boy cleared his throat, speaking softly, about your little green plum sister, could you introduce? Before he could finish, Shinichi abruptly interrupted, his smile vanishing, replaced by a hint of warning in his tone, no. You must not harbor any inappropriate thoughts about her. Wasn't he just saying he would help with anything, didn't he say they were brothers? The boy's tone grew anxious, his expression earnest, I'm not the kind of guy who plays around. Although I have no romantic experience, I don't smoke, drink, or get into fights, I am absolutely loyal and devoted to my girlfriend, I can be affectionate. In the next moment, Shinichi grasped a small tuft of hair on his forehead, his eyes glinting with mischief, then fight me. If you win, I'll consider it. Upon hearing this, the boy's legs felt weak, bro. Well, maybe let us forget it. Niuefeng, having eavesdropped on their exchange, quickly covered his mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. It was hilarious, trying to steal from Shinichi was as good as trying to break down a fortified door. Entering the amusement park felt like stepping into a vibrant fairy tale, surrounded by gothic dream castles adorned with flowers and jewels. Xiaojun marveled at every sight around her, gasping in delight. It was larger and more beautiful than she had imagined, a stark contrast to the videos on her phone. Shinichi walked beside her, maintaining a distance of a fist's width, quietly inquiring, what do you want to play? Xiaojun, her eyes sparkling with excitement, replied sweetly, I'm open to anything. Whatever you all want to play, I'll join. Shinichi tilted his head, observing her, what do you want to play first? We'll follow your lead. Xiaojun paused, pondering for a moment before pointing to the nearby attraction, how about bumper cars? Is that all right? Shinichi nodded, sounds good. The remaining boys were easygoing, as long as they were together, they could have fun even in the restroom. After queuing, they eagerly hopped into the bumper cars, perfectly fitting into a group of 10. Xiaojun eagerly chose a pale yellow bumper car, fastening her seatbelt, her heart racing with anticipation. With a ding, the game commenced. The atmosphere quickly descended into chaos, with several boys shouting with enthusiasm, as if they were warriors in battle, Old Neo, I'm going to smash you. How are you? A pinky could send you flying. Octopus bro, let us team up against him, charge. Hey, aren't we on the same team? Why are you bumping into me? Fine, is this how we're playing? The scene erupted with colorful cars zipping around, chaos reigning as they collided indiscriminately, akin to rabid dogs biting at anything that moved. Xiaojun cautiously gripped the steering wheel, carefully studying the controls, driving with deliberation. Suddenly, bang, she was jolted from behind. Caught completely off guard, she lurched forward, a gasp escaping her lips. Dazed, she turned to confront her assailant. Shinichi was right behind her, seated in a red car, radiating an energy as fiery as a blazing flame. He waved at her, his dark hair tousled, his unwavering gaze locking onto hers, exuding a rebellious, wild charm. Xiaojun inhaled deeply, her irritation flaring as she pressed the accelerator. This person was clearly targeting her, utterly infuriating. Determined to retaliate, Xiaojun spun the steering wheel, intent on crashing back into him. However, just as she turned halfway, another bang sent her swaying to the right. Shinichi had nudged her from the side, a gentle push compared to the previous collision, almost as if he were teasing her. Seeing her unresponsive, he retreated slightly, provocatively nudging her once more, this time more intimately than before. Xiaojun's face tightened as she gazed at him, her sweet, soft voice tinged with an inexplicable hint of grievance. Qingmei, please, stop bumping into me. Chapter 19. Qiaojin, hold my hand. In a crowd so vast, why was she the only one singled out? It was undoubtedly because they perceived her as easy prey, thus targeting her alone. Qiaojin silently vowed to remember this grievance. Meanwhile, the group of boys, who were on the verge of fighting, suddenly united in their animosity and began to pursue Qingmei with fervor. A multitude surrounded him, their colorful bumper cars crashing together in a chaotic attempt to corner him, as if they aimed to crush him entirely. Qingmei lazily lifted his eyelids, reclined against the back of his seat, exuding an air of nonchalance as he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, swiftly escaping the onslaught. The tousled hair on his forehead fluttered gently, his nose was sharp, and his features were striking, with half of his face shrouded in shadow, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips, arrogant yet carefree. No matter how fervently others pursued, they could never catch him. The remaining boys collided with a loud bang, utterly oblivious to Qingmei's whereabouts, their frustration boiling over as they shouted, "Why are you crashing into me? This is infuriating. He's a professional racer, he drives like an agile eel. Har har har, I want to see who can actually hit Brother Kai." Qingmei drove with effortless ease, as if he were one with the car. Although it was merely a childish amusement, he possessed a nonchalant charm, exuding an indescribable resilience. He was wild beyond measure yet cool to the core. Surrounding him were countless admiring girls, fixated on his face, whispering softly, "Hey, that guy in the red bumper car is so handsome. I need to find a chance to ask for his WeChat later. He looks like a student. Handsome guys are my favorite." At that moment, Qingmei's car came to a halt right in front of Qiaojin, appearing completely unaware of the imminent danger. A spark of determination ignited within her. She pursed her lips, seized the opportunity, and slammed the accelerator, forcefully crashing into Qingmei's vehicle. Bang! Qingmei swayed slightly, seemingly caught off guard by the unexpected attack. He turned his head to glance at her, raising an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Qiaojin blinked, somewhat perplexed. How could he be laughing so joyfully after being hit? Suddenly, all eyes in the vicinity fixated on the two of them. "Wow, Qingmei is amazing," Niuefeng exclaimed, utterly astonished. "I can't believe it. Qingmei has successfully scored the first hit on Brother Kai." The statement sounded rather awkward and easily led to wild imaginations. Qiaojin felt a sudden pang, memories of a past life flickering in her mind, a seductive figure reflected in the floor-to-ceiling window. At that moment, Qingmei had stood behind her, gently wrapping his arms around her waist, leaning down to kiss her, both playful and affectionate, his voice tender. "Jinjin, I really like you, don't?" Qiaojin gazed out at the scenery, biting her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. "Please be gentle." "Okay." The man responded softly, yet he was nothing short of a grand deceiver. That instance must have been their first time, right? Qiaojin's ears flushed, her heart racing uncontrollably. The inner voice within her screamed, "You're not pure anymore." Suddenly exasperated, Qiaojin firmly gripped the steering wheel, flooring the bumper car's accelerator once more, intent on crashing into Qingmei with all her might. Qingmei made no attempt to retaliate, holding the steering wheel steady, allowing her to collide with him. With a beep, the 15-minute timer concluded, and all cars came to a halt, marking the end of the game. The joyous moments always seemed fleeting, leaving everyone yearning for more. "Why is it over already?" Qiaojin felt similarly unsatisfied, as if barely 2 minutes had passed. Truly, she found it immensely enjoyable. Qingmei unfastened his seatbelt with one hand, elegantly stepping in front of Qiaojin, a lazy smile gracing his lips. "So, did you have fun?" Qiaojin slowly emerged from the car, meeting his gaze, her words hesitant. "It was fun, but why did you only focus on me?" A simple question of curiosity. Qingmei's eyes, deep and dark, fell upon her innocent face, his tone unapologetic. "Because you're a novice, having never played bumper cars before, making you easy to bully." Indeed, he was still bullying her. Qiaojin pondered earnestly, her eyes narrowing playfully. "But I still crashed into you." Qingmei casually placed his hand in his pocket, strolling beside her, his voice low. "Yes, so we are even." As for why he had targeted Qiaojin, he truly did not know. After all, at that moment, he had hardly noticed anyone else's presence in his world. Once the boys disembarked, their competitive spirit ignited, they eagerly decided to tackle the most thrilling ride, skyward soaring. They all queued at the entrance of this exhilarating attraction. The track seemed to reach for the heavens, twisting like a dragon in flight. Qiaozhen stood below, gazing up at the towering roller coaster, overwhelmed by a mix of awe and excitement, her heart racing. A chorus of gut-wrenching screams erupted from the riders. The roller coaster not only inverted but also surged backward and forward, pulling and tugging at incredible speeds. At that moment, a robust-looking boy descended, utterly drained, and without warning, he retched into a bag. He appeared to be in a state of shock. Qiaozhen inhaled sharply. Moments later, she heard a familiar voice. Qingmei inquired, "Are you scared? If so, we can try that one over there." Following his, Qiaozhen noticed a Winnie the Pooh roller coaster, designed for children. Little ones sat in yellow honey pot cars, laughing and playing. The ride moved at a snail's pace, akin to an elderly lady crossing the street with a cane. Qiaozhen blinked, fists clenched, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation bubbling within her. "I'm not a child anymore." Qingmei leaned against the wall, legs crossed, regarding her seriously, an undercurrent of concern evident in his eyes. "You're sure about challenging the skyward soaring for your first roller coaster experience?" "Yes." Qiaozhen hesitated for a moment but ultimately resolved to embark on this adventure. Having come this far, she genuinely yearned for an exhilarating experience. This was something entirely new to her, something she had never encountered or attempted before, and she wanted to savor every moment, even if the outcome might not be favorable. Soon, it was their turn among the 10 participants. Naturally, Qingmei settled beside Qiaozhen. Niuefeng occupied the row ahead, entwining his fingers with Zhang Yu's, his face brimming with affection. "Good buddy. Hand in hand for life." Zhang Yu, accustomed to this, retorted dryly, "You're so nauseating. You're not harboring a crush on me, are you?" Niuefeng choked back his words, "Get lost. I'm a 24K pure straight man, okay?" As the roller coaster's bell rang, staff members meticulously checked the safety belts and shoulder harnesses to ensure passenger safety. With a grinding sound of wheels against tracks, the roller coaster began its ascent, slowly lifting them higher off the ground. The boys gradually grew more exuberant, flailing their arms and emitting monkey-like calls. "Yahoo!" Qiaozhen couldn't help but sway her legs slightly, peering down. The visitors below had transformed into tiny black dots, resembling a line of ants scurrying about. It was exhilaratingly high. An entirely different sensation filled her. She took a deep breath, her heart racing, excitement mingling with trepidation. Suddenly, Qingmei gently poked her finger, casually turning his head. A faint blush crept up his ears. "Qiaozhen, hold my hand." Chapter 20, The Marks Left by Qiao the Kitten. Qiaozhen stood in a daze, tilting her head slightly, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. The soft sunlight cascaded down upon the man's face, the golden rays outlining his exquisitely sharp profile, making him appear even more radiant and captivating. He resembled a deity from a painting, enveloped in a layer of gold. For a moment, Qiaozhen was entranced, and without much thought, she grasped Qingmei's hand, their fingers intertwining. His hand was large, the warm sensation coursing through her fingertips felt electric, spreading throughout every cell in her body, leaving her pleasantly tingling. A profound sense of security enveloped her. The same current surged through Qingmei's limbs, seemingly connecting to his heart, which thudded wildly. He held the delicate little hand of the girl as if it were a treasured gem. The instant their hands met, sparks ignited. Qingmei's breath became erratic as he lifted his gaze to her, a murky depth of emotion swirling in his eyes. Their gazes locked. Qiaozhen tentatively mimicked Niuefeng's tone, saying, "Good brother, hand in hand." The pink bubbles that had surrounded them shattered in an instant, leaving chaos in their wake. Qingmei's lips twitched. He truly wished he could strangle Niuefeng. The roller coaster reached its highest point, pausing in midair for 3 or 4 seconds, tugging at everyone's hearts. Qiaozhen held her breath, gripping Qingmei tightly as if clinging to a lifeline. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in her ears. The ride plunged down like a waterfall, then soared upwards like a rocket, accelerating at an alarming rate. The boys began to scream frantically. Qiaozhen was so startled that she forgot to scream, remaining silent as she clung to Qingmei. It was truly, overwhelmingly fast. In a state of sheer terror, she found herself almost unable to scream. The roller coaster twisted, turned, reversed, and hung upside down, every conceivable position, soaring madly, the sensation of weightlessness engulfing her entire being. Xiaojun felt as if she were seeing her great-grandmother, peacefully closing her eyes. Every blood cell and nerve seemed to be stimulated, a wave of exhilaration flooding her heart. Help, she felt as though she might fly away. Time passed, and as the ride slowed, Xiaojun cracked her eyes open a fraction, cautiously widening them as the scenery came into view, the entire world seeming to be upended. Until it came to a stop, the safety bar in front of her shoulders was lifted, yet she remained frozen in place, still immersed in the speed from moments ago, her soul feeling detached, struggling to return to reality. Xiaojun. A familiar male voice gently pulled her thoughts back. Qingmei stepped before her, fastening her seatbelt and helping her out. How was it? Xiaojun blinked, taking a deep breath, instinctively reaching for his hand as she followed him step by step. It seemed quite fun, though the final moments had left her a tad dizzy. Yes, just a smidge. As they walked to an open area, Xiaojun had yet to fully adjust, feeling as though the world still spun around her. Suddenly, her legs gave way, and she lost her balance, tumbling uncontrollably downward. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Qingmei's arm wrapped securely around her waist, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. His arms encircled her slender waist, preventing her from falling. Xiaojun found herself unexpectedly pressed against his chest, his warm breath enveloping her, curling around her skin like a gentle caress. Their breaths intertwined, warmth spreading in the air. The atmosphere hung still for 2 or 3 seconds. Her foggy mind instantly cleared. Xiaojun's eyes widened, and she immediately jumped away from Qingmei, retreating 3 meters. In an instant, countless gazes focused on her face. 7 or 8 boys stood nearby, their eyes wide in disbelief, as if their eyeballs might pop out. It was as if they silently exclaimed, while a faint blush spread across Xiaojun's cheeks, and she quickly stammered an explanation. It's not. My legs gave out, don't overthink it. Qingmei followed her gaze to the group of boys, a warning glint hidden in his eyes. Instantly, everyone feigned nonchalance, looking down, scratching their noses, fixing their hair, and even covering their eyes, each of them too afraid to meet her gaze, whistling, how naive this day is. What a big moon. Right, and look, there are 2 ducks flying in the sky. Qingmei's fingertips still retained the warmth and sensation from earlier, his throat tightening as he gazed deeply at Xiaojun, extending his hand towards her. Look, your masterpiece. Xiaojun stepped closer, peering suspiciously at his hand. On the back of Qingmei's hand were the harsh marks left by her nails, 4 or 5 red crescent-shaped imprints, strikingly evident. Xiaojun stood frozen, disbelief washing over her. Did I really do that? Qingmei, half amused and half exasperated, replied, who else could it be? Did a little kitten scratch you? In that moment, Xiaojun felt a wave of guilt wash over her. During the roller coaster ride, she had indeed clung tightly to Qingmei's hand, especially during the thrilling parts, gripping him fiercely. She never imagined it would leave such deep marks. Biting her lip, her face full of remorse, she reached out her delicate finger to gently rub the back of Qingmei's hand. Yet those indented red marks would not heal in a short span of time. Xiaojun looked around, saying, then let me treat you to a cup of milk tea. What flavor do you want? Primarily, she was quite eager to have some herself. Qingmei, seeing through her thoughts, noticed how the little girl's eyes were fixated on the milk tea in others' hands, as if she might snatch it away. He lowered his gaze to her soft little hand, chuckling softly, I'm not picky. Anything like yours will do. A couple of boys also went to buy milk tea, debating whether to add tapioca and taro balls. Their flying sky roller coaster had photo captures as keepsakes, but tourists had to pay 15 yuan to unlock the high-definition photos, with a total of 3 pictures. Niuefeng exclaimed, no way, in this day and age, could there really be someone foolish enough to spend money on that? Zhang Yu couldn't help but interject, Demox, keep quiet. Niuefeng, hands on his hips, retorted, what's wrong? Can't I even make a joke? Just as he finished speaking, he turned to see Qingmei, the so-called fool, who had just finished paying. Niuefeng trembled under the scrutiny, scratching his head, stammering, har, Kai, I take back what I just said. Who could have imagined that this cool, aloof king would show interest in the captured photos? Qingmei couldn't he be bothered with him, lowering his head to examine the photos. In the picture, the girl had skin as white as snow, her eyes closed, lips pressed together in tension, obediently gripping his hand, looking both sweet and adorable, like a delicate snow cake. He felt an urge to take a bite. After purchasing 2 cups of 4-season milk tea with coconut and tapioca and ice, Qiaozhen's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inserted the straws, lowering her head to take a big sip, the rich milky flavor spreading delightfully in her mouth. It was incredibly delicious. Her steps became noticeably lighter as she walked to Qingmei's side, handing him the milk tea. Brimming with energy, she asked, "It's 4-season milk tea, do you like it?" Qingmei looked down at her, unconsciously smiling as he replied, "I like it." He had no reason not to. Qingmei inserted the straw, subtly tapping his cup against Qiaozhen's, a tender gesture of camaraderie, their milk teas clinking together. Chapter 21. I'm not afraid of heights, but of you. Qiaozhen caught a glimpse of 3 photographs in his hand and leaned closer to take a look. Were these candid shots taken on the roller coaster? It is well known that the majority of people fail to manage their expressions on such rides, their faces contorted in grotesque displays, truly a sight to behold. Qingmei wore a smile at the corners of his lips as he turned to show her the photos. Qiaozhen immediately checked her own expression, slowly exhaling in relief. Thankfully, she had her eyes tightly shut, and there was no embarrassing grimace, though she felt an exhilarating sense of facing death head-on. Her gaze shifted to Qingmei in the image. Even in a death-grip snapshot, the young man remained strikingly handsome and aloof, exuding an air of vigor. Bathed in sunlight, his profile was sharply delineated, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. The surrounding scenery paled in comparison, yet, in the photograph, Qingmei's gaze was fixed upon her, imbued with an indescribable emotion. In all 3 candid shots, he was looking at her. Qiaozhen found herself somewhat entranced, her fingers tightening around her milk tea. Suddenly, Niuefeng leaned over, his face brimming with curiosity. "Kai Ji, let me see, quick, show me." After handing Qiaozhen 1 photo, Qingmei stashed away the remaining 2, his expression impassive as he declined no. Niuefeng, QAQ. Qiaozhen gingerly placed the photo into her white backpack. Qingmei cast a casual glance at her actions, a smile playing on his lips. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Just as Qiaozhen was about to reply with a nonchalant, "Anything," Qingmei, as if reading her mind, promptly interjected seriously, "You cannot say anything, whatever, it's fine." Qiaozhen's words caught in her throat, and she struggled to articulate a response. After a prolonged pause, she ventured, "Then, what do you want to eat?" Qingmei raised an eyebrow, his tone earnest. "I asked you first." With no other recourse, Qiaozhen cast a pleading glance towards Zhongyu and Niuefeng. "Zhongyu, I eat grass." "Niuefeng, I eat dirt." Qiaozhen, taking a sip of her milk tea, Qiaozhen silently swallowed her displeasure and pointed toward a nearby restaurant, declaring, "Then I want to eat steak." Qingmei lowered his gaze, his tone lazily affirming, "How fortuitous, I want that too." This meal was on Qingmei, and they all feasted heartily. With someone footing the bill, the boys affectionately referred to Qingmei as Godfather. Black pepper thick-cut steak, cheese sticks, creamy mushroom soup, ice cream on buttery toast, and a vegetable and fruit salad, all of Qiaozhen's absolute favorites. Her appetite was modest, and she quickly found herself satiated, yet amidst the lively atmosphere, she felt inexplicably happy, her heart swelling with contentment. Meanwhile, in a VIP room of a top-tier luxury restaurant in the city centre, European crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light, the air thick with an aura of opulence. Jixian sat at the head of the table, his expression calm, cool, and detached, revealing no hint of emotion. Beside him, Yu Wenjian casually remarked while indulging in the buffet, "By the way, where's Qiaozhen? Hasn't she arrived yet?" Truly patient. Last year at this time, Qiaozhen would be inquiring everywhere, joining him to celebrate his birthday, singing in the farthest corner of the KTV.at. That time, she had gifted him a beautifully crafted card, not a love letter, but filled with numerous lines of poetry, the careful handwriting reflecting her sincerity. Someone chimed in, "Last time, she didn't even know how to eat caviar. It was quite a joke. Perhaps she feels unworthy to be among us," showing a degree of self-awareness. Another person, fiddling with the latest tablet, scoffed, that girl is probably hiding under her covers. However, it was merely an inconsequential advertisement, with no WeChat messages to be found, yet he inexplicably envisioned the girl with tear-filled eyes, her cheeks flushed, pure and pitiable. Xiaojun must be feeling quite miserable right now, right? Jixian's face darkened, an icy veneer settling upon him. That was what she deserved. If she had been willing to humbly inquire, they would not have withheld the information from her. In the amusement park, Xiaojun felt no sorrow whatsoever, rather, she bounced around, invigorated. She gazed dreamily at the beautiful large balloons by the roadside, breaking into a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling like they were dipped in honey. After finishing their meal, they certainly couldn't engage in any thrill-seeking activities, or they would find themselves regretting it. The group began to discuss their next game. Just then, a couple in the throes of romance walked by, the girl chattering animatedly. I've heard that couples who ride the Ferris wheel and embrace or kiss at the highest point receive eternal blessings for their love. It sounds incredibly romantic. The boy wrapped his arm around her waist, then let us go together. I'll follow my darling's lead. Every word of this conversation reached Qingmei's ears, prompting him to slightly lift his head, his gaze deepening. This Ferris wheel was quite large, each cabin adorned in an affectionate heart shape and a soft pink hue, exuding romance and elegance. He leisurely turned his head, his long lashes casting shadows as he fixed his gaze on Xiaojun. Shall we ride the Ferris wheel? As soon as he spoke, the boys raised their hands. However, Xiaojun's mind went blank, her head buzzing. A Ferris wheel, a fragment of a memory from a past life, suddenly bombarded her, like a bolt of lightning striking down, hitting her with precision. Wife, you look beautiful today. Junjun, we must be together forever. Darling, so soft. Inside the Ferris wheel, every word, every action, and that passionate, fervent kiss, the heated, intertwined breaths, were indelibly etched in her mind, impossible to erase. Moreover, the dream version of herself was both coy and bashful, seated upon someone else's lap, entwining her arms around his neck, returning his kiss with deep affection. And oh, this is impossible. Xiaojun, how foolish you are. Her cheeks flared crimson, and she instinctively took a step back, hastily waving her hands. I don't want to play that. After a moment's pause, realizing her reaction was overly intense, she softly stammered an explanation. I just don't really want to play that. If you all want to go, I can wait for you here. With that, she cast a somewhat guilty glance at Qingmei, her thoughts drifting uncertainly. Qingmei seemed to sense her gaze, looking directly at her, his voice low and deep. Her cheeks burned, and she gently shook her head, silently affirming to herself, I am not afraid of heights. I am afraid of you. Oh, Chapter 22, The Haunted House. Pressed onto the bed. Ultimately, the group decided to switch to another activity. Their haunted house escape room, Blood Doll. Niuefeng excitedly raised his phone, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Wow, online reviews say this is an upgraded version of a haunted house, incredibly realistic. The NPCs will chase you relentlessly and interact with you. The boys gradually leaped up in excitement, overjoyed. Is that for real? I want to try this, this is it. Qingmei exhibited little reaction, merely casting a languid glance at Xiaojun, his tone casual. Are you afraid of ghosts? It seemed he would always direct his inquiries towards Xiaojun, regardless of the activity. Beneath her anxious yet eager exterior, Xiaojun pondered momentarily before shaking her head. If you all are with me, then I won't be scared. Though she had never visited a haunted house, she had seen snippets of horror films and felt somewhat prepared to face it. After all, she was a staunch materialist. Ghosts simply did not exist, they were merely the masquerade of staff members. Thus, she resolved to venture into the unknown, believing she might not be frightened. Right. As they queued at the entrance of the haunted house, a wave of individuals burst forth from the exit, their faces ashen, legs trembling as they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for fresh air. Two girls erupted into tears on the spot. Help, woo-woo, my legs have turned to jelly. A burly, muscular man sprinted out, trembling, his voice quaking. Honey, that decapitated doll nearly scared me to death. Woo-woo. Beside the muscular man stood a stunning woman in a chipao. She was slender and elegant, exuding an aura of grace as if she had stepped out of a painting. With an expression of disdain mixed with affection, she remarked, You are such a coward. The muscular man, with reddened eyes, buried his face in her embrace. Darling, I'm so scared, the Chipao beauty sighed in exasperation, gently patting his shoulder and wrapping him in a tender hug. All right, dear, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Xiaojun stood there, dumbfounded, her mouth agape as she processed the scene. Was it truly that terrifying? She thought she should, perhaps, maybe, not be afraid, right? However, the moment she stepped inside, a wave of regret washed over her. The haunted house was engulfed in darkness, rendering her hand invisible before her eyes. Let me out, an eerie, sinister laughter echoed from a distance, palpable and haunting, heightening her dread. This was not merely darkness, it radiated an ominous light, as if she had plummeted into an abyss, countless eyes watching her from behind. Xiaojun had never experienced anything like this before. Her pupils dilated, every hair on her body standing on end as she stood frozen in confusion. Unpleasant memories surged forth. At the age of 7, she had been locked in a small dark room by her grandmother for some trivial misdeed. The room reeked of a musty odor, and it felt as though insects were buzzing around her face. The stifling environment was suffocating and oppressive. Little Xiaojun had cried desperately, pounding on the door. Woo-woo, let me out. Grandma, please. I want my mother, I want to find my mother, she gasped for air, crouching on the ground, covering her ears, overwhelmed by the feeling that someone was watching her from behind, ready to devour her. Every second felt like an eternity of torment, as if an unyielding hand was tightly covering her mouth and nose, silencing her cries for help. Eventually, when she could no longer muster the strength to weep, she was released. Outside, her grandmother pointed a finger at her and scolded, "What are you crying for? What mother are you looking for? Your mother doesn't even want you." Such experiences were not infrequent. Memories that had been buried deep within her mind resurfaced with clarity and vividness. Xiaojun stood there, dazed, unable to move, though the voices of Niuefeng and the other boys echoed around her. It felt as though she was perpetually alone, abandoned. In the next moment, a familiar, warm breath enveloped her as someone gently grasped her right hand. Xiaojun, hold on to me. Qingmei's deep voice caressed her ears, drawing her in with a steady allure. It was as if a cluster of fireworks had exploded in the dark, illuminating the night with vibrant colors, dispelling the gloom. Regaining her senses, Xiaojun softly responded with a gentle millimeter, gripping his hand tightly. Qingmei's hand was indeed broad and reassuring. A group of daring boys led the way, throwing punches into the air, roaring with bravado, "Hey, come on, I'm not afraid of you." Not scared at all. Uppercut, lower cut, left hook, right hook, sweep kick, triple spinning kick. Zhang Yu could not help but interject, "Dude, your legs are shaking." The boy flicked his fingers dramatically, "Woo-woo, don't expose me." Niuefeng, unusually silent, took a moment before retorting, "How are you even more pathetic than I am?" Ahead, a massive mirror loomed, capturing everyone's attention. They observed 2 lines of bloodstains etched upon its surface. That smiley, "Close your eyes and walk forward. Whatever you do, do not look back." Meanwhile, Xiaojun, holding Qingmei's hand, walked at the rear, having yet to see the words on the mirror. She pressed her lips together, murmuring, "Qingmei, don't poke my back, it tickles." However, once she spoke, Xiaojun froze in place, a thin layer of sweat forming in her palm. Something was amiss. She was undeniably holding Qingmei's left hand, then, who was poking her right shoulder. Instinctively, she turned around, only to be met with a pair of hollowed eye sockets. Hiss. A colossal porcelain doll hung behind her, drenched in blood, its twisted form reaching out with bony fingers as if to gouge out her eyes. In the face of such overwhelming terror, Xiaojun was rendered speechless, unable to emit a sound, her entire being paralyzed with fear, until those cold, bony fingers brushed against her cheek. A chill seeped into her skin. She completely unraveled, her spirit fleeing as she scrambled away. "Help, help, woo-woo." 7 or 8 boys turned around in shock, all of them frozen, before they clung to one another, screaming, "Don't come near us, please, don't come near." Everyone dashed about like headless chickens, triggering countless mechanisms that summoned more blood dolls in pursuit, decapitated teddy bears, marionette bunnies, lifeless dolls with rigid faces, limbless maids with white hair, green-haired zombies. Nearly all the NPCs had been unleashed, fervently chasing after them. Xiaojun sprinted forward, only to find a blood doll blocking her path. she immediately pivoted and ran back, only to encounter a mummy behind her, one on her left, one on her right, and even a giant spider looming overhead. Was there no respite? Fear engulfed her, nearly drowning her in its depths. Qiaozhen's legs turned to jelly, her body trembling, goosebumps rising as her mind went blank. Woo-woo, she was done. She would never step foot in a haunted house again. She pleaded for mercy. In the next instant, Qingmei sighed in resignation, effortlessly wrapping his arm around her slender waist and lifting her into the room. Qiaozhen squeezed her eyes shut, feeling dizzy as the world spun around her. She could only place her trust in Qingmei and instinctively clung to him. He was the only one she believed in. However, after the door was shut, Qingmei, while holding her soft waist, gently yet assertively pressed her onto the small bed. Chapter 23. The princess the man pressed the young girl onto the soft bed, his gaze deep and intense, as he leaned over her, hands firmly planted on the bed frame. It resembled a vast expanse of fog-laden black clouds in the sky, slowly descending. The space was confined, bringing them within mere inches of one another, yet Qingmei maintained an appropriate distance, never once making contact with her. Qiaozhen sank into the plush bedding, her mind momentarily blank, her body rigid. She found herself unable to breathe, unable to think. Time seemed to freeze, the entire world around them falling silent, as if only the two of them remained. Qiaozhen lay still, her curled eyelashes trembling like the wings of a cicada. She was pinned to the bed. Was this what they referred to as a bed slam? Her breath hitched. Instinctively she reached out, pressing her hands against his solid chest. The bed was soft, yet exceedingly narrow, barely accommodating Qiaozhen alone. Qingmei's breaths were heavy, his voice laced with restrained allure. The first wave of attacks lasts for 15 minutes. The bed is a safe zone, so stay put. He had examined the clues. The bed was inscribed with protective symbols, a place within the haunted house where the dolls could not reach them, at least not for the next 15 minutes. Having said that, he stood and began to leave. In the enveloping darkness, Qiaozhen suddenly reached out, reflexively clutching his shirt, her entire being stiffening like wood. Don't go. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, tinged with a pitiful plea. Qingmei paused, his tone low and soothing. There's not enough room for two here. I'll return once I find the clues. But Qiaozhen shook her head gently, stuttering, No, don't leave me. Qingmei, her eyes glimmered with fear as she huddled on the small bed. Even her breathing became a cautious whisper. In the darkness, while Qingmei could not see her face clearly, he could sense her helplessness. Gradually yielding, he murmured, All right, the veins on his forehead throbbing, his throat tightening as he positioned himself on either side of her, knees pressing against the bed frame. He firmly protected her beneath him while avoiding any physical contact. They were merely close in proximity, nothing more. However, in the depths of the darkness, their other senses were magnified, exaggerated. Qiaozhen felt as if she lay beneath a searing furnace, heat enveloping her from every direction, making escape impossible. The intense warmth descended upon her, the scent of male pheromones imprinted upon her skin, permeating her being uncontrollably, spreading throughout her body. Qiaozhen clutched Qingmei's sleeve as though grasping a life-saving straw. They were only squeezed into the safe zone, thus it was entirely reasonable for Qingmei to pin her down here. Yes, entirely reasonable. Though only a minute or two had passed, it felt to her as if an eternity had elapsed. Her eyelashes fluttered, and somewhat unnaturally, she inquired, When can we go out? Her voice was soft, barely above a whisper, and tremulous. Sure. Qingmei deliberately lowered his voice, making it even more enticing, a dark feather brushing against her eardrum. The door creaked open, a hissing sound flooding the room, accompanied by the sound of blood dripping onto the floor. Qiaozhen's heart tightened, her body curling into a ball. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, a loud clap of thunder filled the room, illuminating it with a blue ghostly flame, the shadow of a white doll hanging from the ceiling, its blooded head crashing to the ground. The horrifying scene jolted her senses, causing her pupils to constrict in terror as she gasped in shock. Yet, in less than half a second, her eyes were gently covered by Qingmei. His breath, a soft whisper from above, carried an indescribable desire, barely perceptible. don't be afraid. In that moment, Xiaojun's heart skipped a beat. Those words acted like a calming agent, piercing her heart and radiating warmth throughout her limbs, soothing her frayed emotions. Truly, there was an inexplicable feeling. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until the door finally slammed shut with a resounding bang. The NPC had fled, leaving Qingmei to remove his hand. As he rose, Xiaojun still clutched his collar tightly, making it difficult for him to escape, pulling him even closer than before. The room glowed with a soft blue light, reminiscent of serene moonlight. He lowered his gaze to the girl, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, suddenly parched. Xiaojun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her dark pupils shimmering with a misty sheen. Her long lashes fluttered delicately, resembling the wings of a butterfly, while soft, honeyed breaths escaped her cherry lips, sweet yet fragile. She trembled slightly, like an innocent little rabbit, radiating adorableness. Qingmei struggled to maintain his composure, the veins in his neck bulging, his ears gradually heating up. Dark thoughts surged within him. He desperately wished to see her reduced to tears. Cursing himself as a beast, he noted how utterly unaware Xiaojun was of how pure and endearing she appeared. Lying there on the bed, she pressed her lips together, her thoughts a chaotic whirl, feeling lightheaded. Qingmei's face was mere inches away, half shrouded in darkness, his eyes inscrutable and intensely predatory, perhaps due to the stifling heat of the room. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, amplifying his wild allure. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaojun finally whispered, "Why aren't you getting up?" Qingmei chuckled in exasperation. "You're holding on to me, how can I get up?" Xiaojun bit her lip, pondering for a brief moment. Oh, she was holding on to him. Wait, holding on to him. She glanced up and was startled to find herself clinging to his collar like an octopus, unable to shake free. Heavens, were those really her hands? Xiaojun's eyes widened in shock, as if she had touched something scalding. Promptly releasing her grip, she turned her back to Qingmei, curling up, her face buried in her hands. How shameful! The door was locked from the inside by the NPC, leaving Qingmei to search for clues in the room, calmly uncovering an urn. The dim light made it difficult to see the path ahead. Xiaojun, dazed, followed closely behind him, inching her way out of the secret passage. Suddenly, Qingmei halted, and Xiaojun nearly collided with his back. Confusion washed over her as she opened her mouth to inquire, but before she could utter a word, he grasped her wrist firmly. "Hold tight, don't get lost," he instructed, his voice slightly hoarse. Xiaojun obediently tightened her grip, her fingertips curling, absorbing his warmth. Whether it was the terror of the blood doll or the eerie ambience of the secret room, at that moment, Qingmei's voice carried an inexplicable tenderness and affection. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the boys. "Qingmei, are you still alive?" Spotting Qingmei, a boy rushed over, clutching his leg and weeping profusely. Qingmei's expression remained icy. "What nonsense is this?" "Get away from me!" the boy, panic-stricken, exclaimed. Qiangzi was taken by the doll. In front of the secret room lay 3 paths. Qingmei connected the clues, articulating his analysis with authority, his voice steady and commanding, much like a leader guiding his team. Behind them, the blood doll floated leisurely, trailing after them. The group quickened their pace, rescuing the captured Qiangzi. Finally reaching the end, the white light glimmering just ahead, they rushed forward like lost wanderers emerging from the desert. Suddenly, a boy ahead screamed, plunging the scene into chaos. Niuefeng stumbled forward, shouting, "Damn it, I fell." "Shut up, I fell too." In the next moment, Xiaojun was abruptly kicked, her foot twisting sharply, causing her to lose her balance. With a thud, she crashed to the ground, her knees striking the floor violently, her lips paling, nearly brought to tears from the pain. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before she could even process it, strong arms lifted her into a warm embrace. Qingmei effortlessly scooped her up, and not just any hold, it was a princess carry. Xiaojun. Chapter 24, buried in his embrace without a moment's hesitation, Qingmei lifted her into his arms, his hands exuding both gentility and restraint. Once upon a time, Xiaojun had similarly carried him into the infirmary, her face awash with concern and trepidation. If it hadn't been for Xiaojun, he could never have endured the countless frigid winters. The path from here to the exit seemed interminably long, an expanse he wished to traverse without ever letting go. It felt as if the entire world had fallen silent. Qiaozhen's petite face was taut, her eyes betraying a hint of embarrassment as she nestled obediently against the left side of Qingmei's chest, absorbing the warmth radiating from him. She felt as if she were lying atop a warm and comforting cloud, her heart suspended high above. Thump, 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 the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears, crystal clear. Qiaozhen held her breath, nestled quietly in his embrace, making no sound, obedient and docile. The faint scent of fresh grass and mint lingered around her, enveloping her in a hazy cocoon that made her involuntarily relax. The light ahead grew increasingly blinding, prompting Qiaozhen to close her eyes. How dreadful, her mind was unresponsive, frozen once more. A group of boys had already tumbled and scrambled to the outside of the haunted house, anxiously peering in. Why haven't brother Kai and sister Jin come out yet? Niuefeng, having just landed on his backside, nearly fell in a most undignified manner, voiced his concern. They wouldn't have fallen too, would they? I feel like I might have kicked someone just now. Zhang Yu clasped his hands together. Let us hope they are all right. Moments later, a figure vaguely emerged from the exit of the haunted house. The crowd stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces as they rubbed their eyes, utterly petrified. What the hell? I can't be seeing things. Qingmei, that man who kept women at arm's length, brash and arrogant, whose face seemed to bear the words "owe me 5 million, and get lost," was now holding Qiaozhen in a princess carry. A princess carry, he looked like a character stepped straight out of a romantic manga. The atmosphere grew increasingly delicate as 7 or 8 pairs of eyes focused on them, prompting Qingmei to gently set Qiaozhen down. Did your knee get hurt? Internally, the others mused. They were uncertain whether Qiaozhen's knee was injured, but they were undeniably hurt by the sight before them. Qiaozhen silently turned away, evading the curious gazes, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm fine. Outwardly maintaining the facade of being fine, she was inwardly close to agony just moments ago. The staff hurriedly inquired if anyone was injured, and upon confirming that there were no serious issues, they breathed a sigh of relief and pulled up the final segment of the surveillance footage. The group huddled together to watch. Boy A had deliberately pretended to be a ghost to scare Boy B. Boy B had recoiled sharply, accidentally knocking into C. C had fallen, inadvertently tripping Niuefeng. And Niuefeng had clumsily kicked Qiaozhen, a chain reaction. Boy A was immediately set upon and beaten by the others, and after a few exchanges of playful punches, they quickly reconciled. After all was said and done, it turned out that Qiaozhen had sustained the most severe injury. They all apologized sincerely. Qiaozhen, we're really sorry. Next time, let us treat you to bubble tea. Absolutely. Niuefeng, his conscience weighing heavily upon him, decisively extended his foot. Sister Jin, I'm so sorry, why don't you kick me back? Qiaozhen calmly waved her hand, earnestly stating, it's fine, I'm okay. They hadn't meant to hurt her. She was merely a tad unfortunate. Niuefeng, seeing the dejected expression on Qiaozhen's face, panicked even more, as if facing a grave threat. No, Sister Jin, please kick me. I am not afraid of pain, just go ahead and kick me. Otherwise, he feared he would wake in the middle of the night, sitting up in deep regret. Why did I have to kick her? As soon as he finished speaking, he successfully elicited laughter from the group. Niuefeng, on the verge of tears, kept his foot suspended in midair, eagerly awaiting the kick. However, in the next moment, Qingmei stepped between them, decisively intervening. He said in a low voice, get lost. Though it looked like a heavy kick, Niuefeng felt little to nothing, grinning. All right then. The group intended to continue their fun, excitedly pointing at the 360-degree swing. Qingmei, however, took the injured Qiaozhen and walked away slowly, leading her to a nearby seat. You rest here and wait for me. Qiaozhen nodded, softly responding, okay. She remained quietly in place, reminiscing about all the attractions they had enjoyed today, unable to suppress a smile, her eyes crinkling with delight. She wanted to return, to experience every ride. Mommy. Not far off, a little girl clad in a yellow princess dress, her eyes red and swollen, cried out, my tummy hurts. The mother hurriedly lifted her, wiping away her tears and soothingly patting her back. There, don't cry, Mommy will buy you a balloon, all right. What kind do you like? The little girl buried her face in her shoulder, her voice muffled. I want the glowing one, the yellow kitten. The two gradually walked farther away. Qiaojin glanced down at her shadow, elongated by the sunlight, stretching far and wide. The shadow stood there, solitary, accompanying her. In the next moment, a longer shadow appeared beside her, as if affectionately drawing near. Qiaojin turned swiftly, feeling something being pressed into her hand. Qingmei had placed a shimmering starry balloon in her grasp, an enchanting transparent orb that contained a small rabbit holding a heart balloon, utterly adorable and dreamlike. Just looking at it seemed extravagant. Qiaojin stood frozen. Is this for me? Since entering the park, she had been subconsciously drawn to it, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, an allure that made her want to buy it. Yet, she thought to herself, she was no longer a child, and it seemed unworthy to wait in line for a mere balloon. Thus, she had merely gazed at others with balloons, not expecting to end up with one herself, especially the very design she adored, the little heart rabbit. Qingmei, with one hand in his pocket, replied lazily, yes, this is an apology gift. Apology gift? Qiaojin echoed. Qingmei shrugged nonchalantly, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. Since you got hurt while out having fun, it's only right to give you something as compensation. Pausing, he asked in a casual tone, I just picked it randomly. Do you like it? Qiaojin couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling with genuine joy. I really like it. She truly did. Lifting her gaze, she admired the familiar balloon, the little rabbit grinning sweetly with its heart. In that fleeting moment, Qiaojin's fingers trembled, as a sudden recollection struck her. In her past life, during their honeymoon, they had visited an amusement park where Qingmei had gifted her a beautiful balloon, identical to this very one. Qiaojin stood rigid, an unshakable sense of unreality washing over her as she stared at Qingmei. The balloon was exactly the same, the scene was identical. It felt as if, in this pivotal moment, two Qingmeis from different lifetimes had converged. With a soft thud, Qingmei reached out and gently flicked her forehead. His mood evidently brightened. What are you daydreaming about? It's just a silly balloon. Why are you so happy? Qiaojin snapped back to reality, her tone subdued. Please don't flick me. Noticing her demeanor, Qingmei's gaze deepened with a complex emotion. No matter how harshly he might treat her, she would only blush and plead with those innocent eyes not to bully her. Qingmei's throat felt dry, his ears turning slightly red as he resisted the urge to ruffle her hair. The kindness others showed her was far too scarce. Now, a mere balloon could render her speechless, too easily deceived and led astray. Thus, he resolved to treat her with even greater care in the future. Chapter 25, Qiaojin blacklisted Ji Xian within the opulent private room of the Emperor KTV. Beneath the dazzling chandelier, the atmosphere was resplendent and indulgent, a languor of alcohol wafting through the air while the cacophony of music enveloped the senses. Ji Xian, seated at the center, was besieged by the raucous singing of the boys, a wave of irritation swelling within him, prompting an involuntary furrowing of his brow. Silence, it's too loud. The once boisterous KTV room fell abruptly into silence. The vibrant atmosphere dissipated in an instant, the temperature plummeting as if they were on the precipice of winter. The boys exchanged glances, hastily suppressing their carefree demeanor, afraid to breathe. No one could decipher Ji Xian's intentions. With the protagonist displeased, they naturally refrained from speaking. Last year's birthday celebration had been similarly lively. Although Ji Xian had appeared aloof, his spirits had evidently been high. What had rendered today so peculiar? Everything was strikingly similar to the previous year, save for the absence of one individual. At that moment, a boy tentatively ventured, his voice laced with caution, shall we invite Qiaojin as well? The group discreetly observed Ji Xian's expression. He lounged against the sofa, clad in a crisp, impeccably ironed English shirt, his legs elegantly crossed, exuding an air of chilling aloofness. His light-colored eyes, shrouded in mystery, were inscrutable. Upon hearing the suggestion, Ji Xian finally reacted, nodding in assent. The boy immediately grasped the implication and began composing a message. Yun Jian, less than pleased, scoffed, Ji Shao, Qiaojin is undoubtedly waiting for us to summon her. Wouldn't that simply fall into her trap? Others chimed in, exactly, the more we ignore her, the more anxious she becomes. Eventually, she won't dare to throw a tantrum. Ji Xian remained silent for a moment, casting them a cold glance. Call her. Only then did the boy hit send. In the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his phone screen, stammering, "Xiaojun, she actually," Yu Wenjian, crossing his legs, nonchalantly remarked. "What?" did she reply instantly. The boy shook his head, his face a mask of shock. "No, she blacklisted me." As the words left his lips, a collective realization dawned on the group, and they hastily retrieved their phones to contact Xiaojun. "Oh my goodness. I've been blacklisted too, not a single one left on WeChat or QQ. Me too. How come I was blacklisted? I've never even spoken to her." Without a doubt, it was a complete rout. Only Jixian had yet to send a message. The group exchanged glances, a vague suspicion forming in their minds, though it seemed implausible. Surely, Xiaojun would never intentionally blacklist Jixian. Jixian opened his phone, his expression impassive as he scrolled through the chat history, his eyes narrowing slightly. Most of the messages were initiated by Xiaojun. Sat smiley. "I managed to snatch a spot in the finance elective. I baked a lot of cookies, and I'll bring them for you all tomorrow. Little rabbit sleeping. JPG, I'm already at the library, waiting for you. Happy little penguin." In truth, her messages were not numerous. They were neither overwhelming nor filled with trivialities. Each time, she approached with caution, maintaining a polite distance, fearful of intruding upon others or being deemed overly talkative. Between the lines, one could detect the girl's nervousness, excitement, and warmth, as if she merged seamlessly with the adorable creatures in the emojis. In stark contrast, his responses were starkly cold, resembling a machine devoid of warmth, typically reduced to a mere "oh," a period, or even silence. Coming back to his senses, Jixian frowned slightly, typing a question mark into the chat box and hitting send. Regardless, Xiaojun should not have blacklisted all the boys around him on the eve of his birthday. It was utterly unreasonable. However, in the next moment, a glaring red notification appeared, strikingly conspicuous. It was akin to a sharp blade piercing the eye, leaving blood in its wake. The system's frigid prompt surfaced. Sad smiley. Message sent, but the recipient has declined it. This was a clear indication of being blacklisted. Had it merely been a case of unfriending, the notification would have read, "The recipient has enabled friend verification. You are not yet their friend." Jixian stared intently at the chat interface, his expression darkening, the once aloof and proud demeanor fracturing slightly. The others watched in astonishment as the gravity of the situation sunk in. Could it be Xiaojun had actually gone so far as to blacklist Jixian? Such a daring tactic to elicit a reaction was unprecedented. She must have sought counsel from an expert. Under the dim lights of the KTV, half of Jixian's face was shrouded in darkness, obscured and enigmatic, his expression stormy enough to seem as though it might bleed ink. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Call her." Using a stranger's phone, they attempted to reach Xiaojun. Yu Wenjian promptly pulled out his phone but hesitated, a pained expression crossing his face. "It seems we don't have her number saved." Jixian's voice was sharp and icy, escaping his lips instinctively. 137-68-28. It was only as Yu Wenjian dialed the number that the others began to comprehend the situation. Why was Jixian so familiar with Xiaojun's phone number? Meanwhile, at an amusement park, Xiaojun stood in line for the restroom, a wave of anxiety washing over her. The queue at the women's restroom stretched long, surpassing even that of the roller coaster, while the men's restroom next door stood entirely vacant. Why on earth was this the case? Never mind, she thought, suppressing her irritation. Just a little longer, oh dear. Meanwhile, Qingmei held Xiaojun's phone and small backpack, casually standing at a distance. Just then, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Qingmei glanced down, uninterested, and did not answer, probably a scam call. However, as the ringing persisted, urgent and insistent as though something critical demanded attention, he finally swiped the screen to answer. In the next moment, Yu Wenjian's reproachful voice erupted on the other end, his tone far from amicable. "Xiaojun, you're quite audacious, blacklisting us like that." Chapter 26, She will regret it, sensing the disdainful attitude of the other party. The smile at the corner of Qingmei's lips vanished in an instant. His voice turned harsh and sinister, laden with a strong warning. "Yu Wenjian, are you itching for a fight?" Inside the KTV room, with the phone on speaker, Qingmei's voice reverberated in everyone's ears, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The crowd froze in place, particularly Yu Wenjian turned pale with fright, recalling the feeling of being pinned to the ground and beaten. He stammered, unable to articulate a response. How could it? Why was Qingmei answering Xiaozhen's call? Jixian's expression turned cold as he snatched the phone, his voice chillingly icy. He handed the phone to Xiaozhen. In a fleeting 2 seconds, a silent tension enveloped the atmosphere, foreboding a new storm about to erupt. The man on the other end of the line seemed not to have heard clearly, chuckling lightly. "Oh, what did you say?" Jixian repeated with a darkened face, enunciating each word. "Give the phone to Xiaozhen." Yet, in the next moment, Qingmei decisively hung up. Beep. Inside the room, everyone held their breath, their heads bowed in silence. Jixian's face darkened as he hurled the phone forcefully at Yu Wenjian, his eyes devoid of warmth. Xiaozhen had blocked him and turned to get close to another man. Very well. Why? Yu Wenjian clutched the phone, his mind racing. With all that noise on the call, they must be outside. Should I go find out what they are up to? Jixian's face was stormy, and he spat out a single word through clenched teeth. Go. 5 minutes later. Yu Wenjian was taken aback. Damn, I found out. They are at the newly opened amusement park, but they are not alone. They've invited several others. Noticing Jixian's mood plummeting, Yu Wenjian's eyes darted, and he quickly added, I think Xiaozhen is doing this on purpose, putting on a facade of indifference. Besides, tomorrow is your actual birthday. She surely won't be able to resist coming over to give you a gift. Having woven a scarf, how could she hide it away? Jixian lowered his gaze, his eyelids fluttering, an inexplicable sense of unease swelling within him, as if he were losing something most precious. No, why should he be anxious? The beloved one was unrestrained. Was Xiaozhen engaging in this childish game of piquet, testing him by seeking solace in her childhood companion? Jixian regained his composure, his expression impassive, his tone resolute. She will regret it. The others laughed jovially, drinking and singing, chiming in, har har, that's for sure. She'll probably be regretting it deeply by then. Yu Wenjian slipped away midway to use the restroom, sneering quietly to himself. He knew all too well that Jixian's actions would only push Xiaozhen further away. This ice-cold man, relying on his affluent background, wore a perpetual stern face. Who was he trying to impress? He admitted that Jixian was competent in every aspect, sharp-minded, yet shockingly foolish in matters of the heart. It was as if he suffered from some psychological disorder, needing others to chase after him, pamper him, and coax him. Wasn't that just pathetic? Yu Wenjian scoffed derisively, opening his phone to browse through the private album's photos. There were images of a girl sleeping with her face turned, studying diligently, exercising, and drinking water. One shot captured Xiaozhen at a sports meet in her personalized class uniform and a JK pleated skirt. The angle was sly, having captured a glimpse under the girl's skirt. Although she wore white leggings, it still hinted at the delicate, fair skin on her thighs, as if it would redden at the slightest touch, provoking wild imaginations. Yu Wenjian swallowed hard, his gaze filled with profound infatuation. After using the restroom, Xiaozhen returned to Qingmei's side. He gently grasped her hand, tying a delicate string of a beautiful balloon around her wrist, forming a perfect bow, tenderly adorning her pale skin. Qingmei pointed at a few children nearby playing with balloons, half-jokingly saying, Look, those little ones are enjoying themselves. Xiaozhen paused, blinking, and softly retorted, But I'm not a child anymore, childish. She shook her wrist, the balloon bobbing with her movements, the sparkly contents reflecting tiny shards of light. Gradually, she found herself yielding. All right. It was indeed quite fun. Qingmei glanced at her, his tone nonchalant. By the way, Jixian and the others called you earlier. Xiaozhen calmly lifted her head. She had no idea what they wanted, but it was likely nothing good. Moreover, she didn't wish to maintain any lingering connections. Silently, she accepted the phone, unhesitatingly blocking the previous number, and resumed playing with the balloon, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Watching her series of reactions, Qingmei couldn't help but smile. Let's head back. As they exited the vehicle, the sky gradually darkened, the distant sunset cast a warm glow, the clouds resembling blazing flames, the autumn scenery breathtakingly beautiful. They still had a fair distance to walk to school, with her right foot sprained. Even though Qingmei supported her, she still felt fatigued and slightly pained. It had only recently been injured, and the force with which Niuefeng had kicked her was simply too strong. Oh dear, yet she endured, thinking to herself, it wouldn't be long now, they would soon reach the school. Xiaozhen, a low, melodious voice beside her slowly broke the silence, let me carry you. Qingmei looked directly at her, his eyes glimmering like obsidian. He was not joking at all, he was entirely serious. Xiaozhen instinctively shook her head, no need, it's only a 10-minute walk. But suddenly, Qingmei squatted before her, displaying a hint of petulance, reminiscent of a mischievous child throwing a tantrum for not getting a toy. Unable to resist a smile, Xiaozhen leaned down and poked his forehead, her voice gentle, come on, let us go. Qingmei remained in place, looking up at her, his tone straightforward, then let me carry you. There was an inexplicable hint of pride in his voice. Xiaozhen was momentarily taken aback. Was it just her imagination? It seemed Qingmei recalled something, his brow arching lightly. You used to ride on my back every day. Or are you saying you want to try the Princess Carry? The Princess Carry, Xiaozhen recalled the path they took after exiting the haunted house and felt her ears flush, her legs turning to jelly. In the end, feeling somewhat resigned, she conceded. I suppose I'll let you carry me. After contemplating, having ridden on him every day before, Qingmei had been her exclusive steed. What was there to be embarrassed about? Once she resolved this in her mind, Xiaozhen took a deep breath and climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck, holding on tightly. Qingmei's body stiffened momentarily as he rose, weighing her lightly. You're so light. Too light. He would have to feed her more delicious food in the future. His voice dropped an octave, imbued with a strangely alluring undertone. Through the thin layers of clothing, Xiaozhen could even feel his warm body heat seeping through, spreading to every inch of her skin. It was unbearably hot, her heart raced in response. The temperature around them seemed to shift, their breaths intertwining, inseparable, especially with each step they took. They pressed closer together, as if countless feathers were teasing her, sending shivers down her spine, leaving her in a daze. Help! Pressed against his broad, solid back, Xiaozhen felt a wave of confusion wash over her, unable to resist whispering softly in his ear, you're so solid. Qingmei abruptly halted, even doubting if he had misheard. What did you say? Chapter 27. Qingmei, your ears are quite red. Xiaozhen, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere, leaned closer, her voice sweet as honey, your back is so rigid. The discomfort of her embrace was undeniable. Qingmei, carrying her forward, replied with a tone laden with meaning, elongating his words. Oh, though no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Xiaozhen's breath hitched for a moment as the realization of her words struck her, and her cheeks instantly flushed a vibrant crimson, akin to a burning sunset. Inside, her inner self was in turmoil. Oh no, this isn't the kindergarten bus, please let me down. Memories of their past life, especially the intimate conversations they shared after marriage, were the most vivid and profound to her. Qingmei was anything but endearing, not at all. She lowered her gaze, her arms instinctively tightening around him, feeling an electrifying tension. The pressure on Qingmei's throat was uncomfortable, and he swallowed hard, unable to suppress his voice. Xiaozhen, are you trying to strangle me? Only then did the girl behind him realize, slowly easing her grip, her tone softening. Oh, I'm sorry. The warmth of her presence pressed against his back, their posture more intimate than ever before, a delightful blend of closeness. Her delicate, pale wrist encircled his neck, her breath gently caressing the nape of his neck, exuding a fragrance that was both soothing and enchanting. Her scent was calm yet gentle, not overpowering, reminiscent of jasmine, wafting softly around them. It evoked an instinctive association with the phrase soft and fragrant jade. From an angle she could not see, Qingmei's dark eyes ignited with a fervent desire, a flame igniting within him. He pressed his lips together, fully aware that such impure thoughts were inappropriate, and desperately tried to ignore the sensations behind him, yet, the more he attempted to disregard it, the more pronounced the sensation became. So soft, Qingmei quickened his pace, veins bulging at his temples, his mind consumed by thoughts of fluffy clouds. Had he known it would come to this, he should have allowed Xiaozhen to suffocate him earlier. The orange-red sunset bathed the entire sky, a vibrant spectacle that gently elongated their shadows. Xiaozhen, perched on his back, inadvertently noticed the faint blush on his ears. It was as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Her eyes brightened, and she couldn't help but reach out her finger to gently touch the base of Qingmei's ear. The moment her fingertip made contact, it was as if an electric shock coursed through him, nearly causing him to leap in surprise. He stifled the impulse and warned in a low voice, "What are you doing? Don't touch." Although it was a warning, it lacked any real severity. Qiaozhen obediently nodded, her gaze fixed on the back of his head, softly and earnestly stating, "Qingmei, your ears are really red." Moreover, since her fingertip had brushed against them, they had become visibly redder. Like the brilliant hues of the sunset, Qingmei remained unfazed, his expression composed, dismissively responding, "It's natural." Qiaozhen paused, her tone subdued, "Oh." With his ears still flushed, Qingmei swiftly carried her to the school entrance, gently setting her down. However, the balloon tied to Qiaozhen's wrist was far too conspicuous, shimmering brightly, drawing the attention of numerous classmates along the way, who mistakenly assumed they were a lovey-dovey couple. Qiaozhen buried her head in embarrassment, silently chanting to herself, "Don't see me, don't see me." Finally arriving at the dormitory beneath the blooming garden, the white streetlights flickered on as dusk descended. Once the surroundings were clear of people, Qiaozhen let out a sigh of relief, raising her head with eyes full of gratitude, waving her small hand, "Goodbye." Qingmei slowly reached out his hand towards the top of her head, noticing that the girl showed no intention of avoiding him. He relaxed and affectionately ruffled her bun. It felt akin to petting a small bunny, his tone casual, "Go on." Qiaozhen nodded, using the handrail to ascend the 6 flights of stairs, only to realize afterward that she had been taken advantage of. No, she had been bunned. He is so mischievous. After a long day, returning to the dorm was exhausting. Just as Qiaozhen settled down, her phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. She answered, only to be met with silence, politely inquiring, "May I ask who this is?" On the other end, a voice sounded urgent, "Qiaozhen, we're in the Emperor's private room 1888. Upon recognizing Yu Wenjian's voice, Qiaozhen didn't wait for him to finish, promptly hanging up and blocking the number in one fell swoop. She lowered her head, unresponsive, quietly arranging the balloon, charging her phone, and choosing to forget her troubles as she headed for a shower. She had no further connection with them. From this point on, they would be parallel lines that would never intersect. On the other end of the line, within the opulent private room, a chilling silence enveloped the atmosphere. Yu Wenjian observed Jixian's frostbitten expression and attempted to lighten the mood. "If Qiaozhen isn't coming, it's her loss. Does she think we can't do without her?" Another voice chimed in, "Exactly. Does she really believe she is that significant? I heard a new batch of beauties has arrived. Let us bring them in for a look." Drinking alone is rather dull. The group turned their gazes towards Jixian, who remained silent. That was a tacit approval. The boys lounged lazily on the sofa, pressing the service button. Moments later, a line of stunning girls entered, the manager bowing respectfully. "Young Master Ji, is there anything you would like to order?" The girls, blushing, looked up. Among them were sultry, glamorous vixens, sweet and adorable lawless, and pure, shy maidens. Yu Wenjian immediately set his sights on the girl closest to him, adorned in a light pink JK pleated skirt, her hair styled in a bun. Her silver name tag boldly displayed Sad Smiley number 1, Qingqing. Qingqing's smile revealed 2 charming dimples, reminiscent of peach blossoms in bloom, pure and delightful. She bore a striking resemblance to Qiaozhen, albeit slightly less captivating. The manager closely observed Jixian's every move, noting his gaze linger on the girl, tentatively suggesting, "Qingqing, pour a drink for young Master Ji." Qingqing, taken aback, looked toward the central figure, the enigmatic and aloof man, her eyes alight with excitement as she shyly approached, her heart racing. She reached for the bottle, but in the next instant, Jixian suddenly crushed his glass, his gaze sharp and dangerous, his voice cutting through the air like ice, laced with hostility. "Get out. All of you, get out." The glass shattered on the floor with a piercing sound, plunging the room into an immediate silence. Qingqing, pale with fright, trembled as she followed the manager out. The boys were equally perplexed, their expressions a mix of surprise and complexity. Jixian was a paragon, a celestial being surrounded by adoration, always maintaining a serene demeanor, impervious to emotional displays. He had always been this way, except today. He had lost his temper publicly. One of the boys cleared his throat, attempting to lighten the mood. "Today is young Master G's early birthday. Why don't we sing something? Before he could finish, Jixian left with a stoic expression, entirely unconcerned with their feelings. Young master, don't go, we haven't even had cake yet, Yu Wenjian chased after him, anxiety lacing his tone. Yet, as he pleaded, he rolled his eyes internally, overwhelmed with frustration. Ice-cold guy, who are you throwing a tantrum at? As night fell, at the stroke of midnight, Jixian's phone buzzed with countless birthday wishes. He lacked the patience to sift through them one by one, yet he could not find a single message from Xiaojun. She had his phone number. Even if she had blocked him on WeChat, it had been a moment of impulse, she could still send a text. If Xiaojun had any sense, she would have reached out to apologize, being more compliant, avoiding other men, and eschewing her mischievous tactics. Jixian was not unwilling to forgive her. However, as the minutes ticked past the midnight mark, no message from her arrived. Jixian remained still, his brows furrowing deeper, his expression growing colder by the second. Last year, at this very moment, Xiaojun had sent him her well wishes precisely at midnight, not merely a text, but a card she had personally crafted, a photograph she had shared with him. She had meticulously chosen a black card, inscribed with golden brushstrokes, her handwriting neat and beautiful. Jixian scrolled through their chat history, swiftly locating the image, only to find a notification pop up. This image has expired. He stared blankly at the notification, a wave of unfamiliar emotion surging within him as he murmured, expired. 10 slow minutes passed, and Jixian abruptly set his phone down, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, slightly disheveled, quickly regaining his composure. What did he have to be concerned about? It was Xiaojun who could not live without him, it was Xiaojun who needed him, she would return. Chapter 28, Nightmare and the Midnight Connection. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the night was as dark and dense as ink, enveloped in an eerie silence. No? Xiaojun gasped, abruptly awakening from her nightmare, her palace dark, and her heart racing. In haste, she turned on her phone's flashlight, taking deep breaths to steady herself. In her dream, the dolls within her room had suddenly come to life, twisting their heads and advancing towards her step by step, while she lay helplessly on her bed, paralyzed by despair. She could only watch as the dolls tilted their heads at unnatural angles, emitting a chilling zzzzzz of laughter, baring their fangs. Jinjin, you're so beautiful, it would be a pity not to become a doll. The doll's eyes gleamed with an eerie green light as one extended a long, thin tongue. Jinjin, I like you so much. Would you please become one of us? In the next moment, they opened their mouths to bite her, draining her of life. No, Xiaojun couldn't muster a single sound, watching in horror as she transformed into a lifeless husk. The dream felt too vivid, almost as if it were reality itself. She gasped, her scalp tingling, surveying the row of dolls beside her bed, her body instantly covered in goosebumps. The air was thick with an almost suffocating sense of dread, as if pairs of red eyes lurked in the shadows, silent figures shifting ominously. Help, oh help. It must have been the blood doll haunted house she visited during the day, leaving an indelible mark on her psyche. Covering her face with her hands, Xiaojun couldn't shake the feeling that one of the dolls had suddenly moved, as if it were poised to swallow her whole at any moment. Most distressingly, she was all alone in the dormitory tonight. Sheng Lulu had returned to her hometown for a wedding, and since she had no classes on Monday morning, she wouldn't be back until noon. Chen Meixiang and Yun Yu had gone out of province for a dance charity event, staying at a hotel. Despairing, Xiaojun cocooned herself tightly in her blankets and sent a message in the dormitory group chat. As expected, there was no reply. Her friends had likely fallen into a deep slumber. After all, who would still be awake at 2 in the morning? When she regained her composure, her fingers, seemingly possessed, clicked into the chat interface with Qin Ichi. Her fingertips trembled slightly as she hesitantly typed, "Sad smiley, are you there?" After sending the message, she waited for half a minute, but still received no response. Xiaojun bit her lip in disappointment. It was true, after spending an entire day at the amusement park, they must have fallen asleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow. A wave of frustration washed over her, compelling her to listen to some music to calm her nerves. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Kai Sad smiley, why are you still awake?" His profile picture was shrouded in darkness, with a small cluster of red flames flickering at its center. Xiaojun's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively clicked on the input box. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words, typing and deleting repeatedly, seemingly rendering him unable to contain himself. Kai sat smiley. Are you scared? Did you have a nightmare? The text message struck her like a bolt from the blue, and she blinked in surprise, her eyes widening slowly. How could he always read her thoughts so effortlessly? Qiaozhen sat smiley. A little bit. Just a smidgen. Qiaozhen sighed softly, feeling utterly deflated. What good would it do to tell Qingmei that she was scared? Was she really going to ask him to come over in the middle of the night to keep her company? Huddled under her blankets, she curled into a ball, determined not to let her feet protrude. Her sense of security increased, yet fear still gripped her. She dared not leave the bed nor meet the gaze of the dolls. It felt as if someone lurked beneath her bed, waiting to snatch her away in a burlap sack. Drenched in sweat, her phone rang again, the sound echoing like a stream. Qiaozhen momentarily froze, her eyes darting to the screen. A voice call. Instinctively, she pressed the green answer button, her tone betraying her surprise. Why are you calling? The voice on the other end lowered, gravelly yet rich, resonating with a magnetic quality as he resolutely replied, Oh, aren't you scared? I'm here to keep you company. Qiaozhen's pupils dilated slightly, questioning her own hearing, nearly biting her tongue. Keep me company while I sleep. Qingmei fell silent for a moment, his tone tinged with mild exasperation. Just put your phone on the bedside table and don't hang up. If you're scared, just call for me, okay? All right. Qiaozhen obediently complied, lying on her pillow, wrapping herself tightly in her comforter, her heart racing. Through the phone, she could almost hear the gentle rhythm of his breathing, growing louder in the quiet night, echoing in her ears. Unable to resist, she called out softly, Qingmei. Millimeter. His voice was languid and enticing, imbued with an indescribable allure that brushed against her eardrums. Qiaozhen silently turned in bed, her long lashes trembling slightly as she whispered, You mustn't hang up during the call. Millimeter. And if there's danger, you have to come to my rescue. Millimeter. You can't leave me behind. Millimeter, he reassured her, his tone patient and soothing. Just sleep. A flutter coursed through Qiaozhen's heart. Perhaps it was the unwavering assurance in Qingmei's voice, for he was a man of his word, and knowing that gave her an inexplicable sense of security, alleviating some of her fears. She slowly closed her eyes, surrendering to sleep, her tense nerves unwinding. With a gentle murmur, she whispered, Good night. Thus, she drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the boys' dormitory, Qingmei settled into his Bluetooth earphones. His roommates had long since succumbed to deep sleep, snoring loudly, completely oblivious to their conversation. As Qingmei scrolled through his phone, the soft sound of a girl's even breathing gradually filled his ears, each breath a gentle rhythm. Occasionally, he could hear her murmuring in her dreams, as though she were right beside him. Outside, the stars twinkled, and the moonlight, soft and hazy, bathed the treetops in a silvery glow. When morning arrived at 7 o'clock, the alarm clock chimed several times, and soft light seeped through the curtains, filling the air. Qiaozhen detested early classes at 8. She groggily reached out to silence the alarm, stifling a yawn. A few minutes later, she sat up, her hair a tousled mess, struggling to open her eyes as she glanced at her phone. The call had lasted nearly 5 hours. He truly hadn't hung up. A peculiar emotion surged within her, and she tentatively called out, Qingmei. In the next moment, his languorous voice responded, Millimeter, I'm here. Chapter 29, cornered by Jixian. Monday marked Jixian's birthday. In university, seating arrangements are generally flexible. However, for the first 3 classes of his securities investment course, students are required to sit according to their student numbers. Many had already inquired about his precise seat at the campus walls. At this moment, a plethora of love letters and gifts cluttered the desk, overflowing onto the floor with an abundance of flowers, an ostentatious display indeed. Classmates expressed their envy. Impressive, young Master Ji truly embodies the unattainable beauty of Jing University, the aloof campus heartthrob. Yet, as Jixian approached his desk, his expression remained impassive while he unwrapped the exquisitely packaged gifts. Upon seeing the names of the senders, he furrowed his brow slightly. None, not a single one. There was no card or scarf from her. Jixian's demeanor abruptly shifted to icy cold as he turned to Wenjian, his voice low. Return all of these. As usual, he refused all gifts. Wenjian, eager to please, hurriedly began to sort through the items, rummaging about but failing to find Xiaozhen's gift. How bizarre! How could she endure this? As he organized, he glanced up and inquired, "Oh, what about these anonymous gifts?" Jixian's tone remained calm. Dispose of them. Nearby, male students gathered around him, craning their necks to peer at the desk, slightly surprised. Where's Xiaozhen's scarf? Hasn't it arrived yet? Unaware of the tension, one continued, "By the way, I recall Xiaozhen gifted you a watch last year, right? Hilarious, a cheap watch worth 800 or 900, how could she even part with it?" In the next moment, he sensed the temperature around him drop significantly, an immediate chill enveloping the air. Jixian's pale eyes shimmered with frost, his expression darkening visibly as he fixed his gaze upon the speaker. The intensity of his stare sent shivers down the boy's spine. The class continued until the securities investment lesson concluded, and students began to gather their belongings. A beautiful classmate inhaled deeply, adjusted her bangs, and mustered the courage to approach Jixian. Her cheeks flushed as she confessed, "Jixian, I like." However, before she could finish her declaration, Jixian's cold expression and frosty demeanor rendered him aloof, leaving him in a foul mood, as if he wished to depart without a moment's delay. The girl's heart shattered in an instant. Yu Wenjian hurried to catch up, following in his wake. "Young Master Ji, where are we headed?" This route was certainly not towards the cafeteria, and given Jixian's expression, it appeared he was seeking confrontation. In the empty classroom, Xiaozhen sat alone, preparing for the college English competition, her classmates having already departed, leaving her in solitude amidst the stillness. After completion, suddenly, shadows loomed unexpectedly, resembling ominous clouds that encroached upon her. Sensing something amiss, Xiaozhen's eyelashes fluttered as she lifted her gaze. Jixian and 3 or 4 others advanced towards her step by step. Xiaozhen momentarily froze, instinctively taking a step back and lowering her head, hoping to evade their attention, yet these individuals seemed intent on surrounding her, forming an impenetrable wall. As she retreated frequently, her back met the cold tiles, forcing her into a corner, her face marked by weariness and rejection. This very apprehension and repulsion deeply provoked Jixian's piercing gaze. The boys, towering over her, scrutinized her from above, their presence imposing an overwhelming pressure that rendered the air thin and difficult to breathe. Xiaozhen yearned to escape, but they blocked her path resolutely. The surveillance cameras in the teaching building should deter them from any untoward actions, yet a flicker of unease lingered in Xiaozhen's heart. Jixian stood before her, his skin pale and cool, with a high nose and striking features that exuded an innate air of aloof pride. He said nothing, seemingly waiting for a reasonable explanation. A chill coursed through Xiaozhen. He was always like this. In this life and the last, he perpetually maintained an outsider air and aloof demeanor, unwilling to communicate, demanding that everyone cater to him before he would deign to show any kindness. Though she claimed to no longer harbor feelings for him, he continually appeared before her. Xiaozhen lifted her chin, meeting his gaze with calm defiance, her voice steady yet firm. "Step aside." She would not repeat the mistakes of her past, nor would she follow him in a subservient manner as she had in her previous life, 7 years in one life, 2 years in the next. Merely a jest. However, Jixian remained unmoved, continuing to block her path, his gaze sharpened, his handsome face colder than before. They stood at an impasse, neither willing to speak. Unable to contain himself, Yu Wenjian interjected, his tone arrogant and dismissive. "Xiaozhen, why did you block us? Why won't you answer our calls? What's the meaning of this?" Leaning against the cold tiles, Xiaozhen kept her eyes lowered, her voice resolute and unwavering. "I have told you, I no longer have any connection with you. Not now, and certainly not in the future." As Yu Wenjian opened his mouth to retort, Jixian silenced him with a mere glance, forcing him into silence. Jixian stepped forward, the distance between them narrowing significantly, nearly pressing against Xiaozhen. An aura of frost surrounded him, his gaze glinting like a silver blade. He questioned, each word deliberate. "Who do you claim you have no relationship with?" Typically, Jixian maintained impeccable control over his emotions, his exterior serene, leaving others unable to fathom his thoughts. Yet at this moment, his agitation was palpable, unmistakable. Xiaozhen had never witnessed him like this, a chill running down her spine. She sought an escape through the gap between the two boys. Without Jixian's command, they dared not act recklessly, successfully breaking through their human wall. Xiaozhen dashed towards the stairs. In an instant, her wrist was seized with a vice-like grip. Jixian, who harbored a disdain for physical contact, had always refrained from initiating touch, with Qiaozhen taking the initiative in their previous encounters. Yet, now he grasped her delicate wrist, anchoring her firmly in place. Qiaozhen gasped. The more she struggled, the tighter his grip became. The disparity of strength between them was evident. She felt as though her bones might shatter under the pressure, her mind blank, engulfed by profound disdain. Let go. Jixian's gaze remained fixed upon her, her eyes still beautiful and pure, yet devoid of their former joy and anticipation, now resembling a tranquil lake, undisturbed and devoid of emotion. This was not how it should be. She should not be so composed, so indifferent, nor should she appear uncaring. Unbeknownst to him, something intangible was slipping from Jixian's grasp, yet he remained oblivious. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice, icy and cutting, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Qiaozhen, do not act irrationally. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a figure lunged forward, forcefully shoving Jixian aside. Qingmei enveloped Qiaozhen in his embrace, his eyes glinting with fury and wrath as he glared at Jixian, his tone venomous. Get lost, don't touch her. Chapter 30. They bully you. Qingmei's dark eyes glinted ominously, as if a tempest were about to unleash, flames of fury flickering in their depths. Qiaozhen, enveloped in a warm and sturdy embrace, felt a haze envelop her senses. She bit her lip, instinctively clutching Qingmei's sleeve. Time seemed to come to a standstill in that moment, the entire world crystallizing around them. An unfamiliar emotion surged within her, spreading like wildfire. The seeds buried deep in her heart appeared to take root and sprout, pounding rhythmically against her chest. Qingmei, he was indeed fierce, yet astonishingly gentle. Niuefeng and a few others rushed over, shouting as they ran, "What are you doing? A bunch of boys cornering a girl, how shameless, Par, get lost." After their fierce rebuke, the group finally dispersed. Qingmei guided Qiaozhen down the stairs. As he gazed into her tear-filled eyes, his heart softened immensely. The slender wrists of the girl were pale and smooth, yet marred by several distinct red marks, evident traces left by Jixian's brutal grip. They bullied you, Qingmei stated, his voice firm, as a vein throbbed at his temple, unmistakably a declaration rather than a question. If only he had arrived just a bit earlier. Qiaozhen's eyelashes fluttered gently as she silently nodded, then shook her head. I'm fine. There were security cameras at school. They wouldn't dare to truly harm her, merely enraged because she had blacklisted them. By the way, how did you get here? She asked softly. Qingmei's voice was deep and appeared somewhat indifferent. Just passing by. Nearby, upon hearing the words, just passing by, Zhang Yu nearly burst into laughter, inwardly exclaiming, oh my. It was quite clear that a classmate had spotted Jixian attempting to confront Qiaozhen and had promptly alerted someone, who then sprinted over at breakneck speed. What a convenient route indeed. Qingmei maintained his casual demeanor, gently lifting Qiaozhen's wrist, his rough thumb tenderly caressing her skin, seemingly attempting to erase the red marks. As Qingmei touched her, the warmth radiating from his hand seemed to seep through her skin, coursing through her veins and stimulating every cell. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed, a rosy hue adorning her face, leaving her in a daze. Qiaozhen lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Don't do that, someone might see. Qingmei turned calmly, and indeed, he found a row of astonished onlookers, their faces alight with curiosity. Qingmei asked, is there something you need? In the next moment, the crowd all covered their mouths and fled, casting knowing smiles over their shoulders. They had stumbled upon yet another juicy tidbit. Once the crowd dispersed, Qingmei seized her wrist, leading her along as he swallowed hard. Come dine with me. Qiaozhen, oblivious to any underlying tension, nodded obediently. All right. On the staircase, Jixian stood silently, his gaze icy as he observed the couple walking side by side. A chill swept over him, more terrifying than before, the atmosphere around him thickening. He did not pursue them but fixated intently on Qiaozhen. The boys beside him shivered in the cold, murmuring, is Qiaozhen deliberately provoking us? Trying to make us jealous? It must be. After pursuing Jishao for so many years, how could she just walk away? Upon hearing their words, Jixian gradually regained his composure, his expression neutral as he descended the stairs. Yes, it was merely a petty act of defiance. Qiaozhen could not possibly harbor feelings for Qingmei. she had explicitly stated that she viewed Shinichi merely as an older brother she grew up with. Moreover, she had declared her affection solely for him, Jixian, and that she would only ever love him. Thus, there was no need for him to chase after her. Once she calmed down and thought things through, she would undoubtedly return to him in tears. In the opulent mansion, spacious and bright, yet understatedly luxurious, Jixian preferred solitude and had opted to reside alone, purchasing a lavish home adjacent to the school. Throughout the day, his expression remained frigid, instructing the servants to vacate the premises. As the servants bowed and departed, it was palpable that the young master's mood was exceptionally poor, at an all-time low. How peculiar, he usually never displayed his emotions. Furthermore, today was his birthday. In his room, Jixian's fists clenched slowly. Images of Qiaozhen being held by another man flashed in his mind. Qiaozhen, intentionally provoking him, dining with her childhood companion Shinichi, visiting amusement parks together. He should not care. His light-colored eyes betrayed no emotion as he calmly opened his backpack, yet in the next moment, his fingers froze, and he stood rigidly in place. Inside his bag lay a light brown scarf, seemingly hand-knitted, its fabric soft and comfortable. It enveloped him like a warm ray of spring sunshine, gently melting the ice and snow. Though there was no signature or card, Jixian was utterly convinced it was from Qiaozhen. A few boys nearby exchanged knowing glances and smiles, saying, as expected, she couldn't hold back, rushing to deliver a gift. Is this what they call fishing? Jixian remained silent, the weight on his heart finally lifting. Of course, Qiaozhen adored him. How could she possibly forget to give him a birthday present? Chapter 31 Race car driver Shinichi in the girls' dormitory 609. Upon learning of the recent events, the roommates erupted in fury. Xinglulu pounded the table while unleashing a torrent of invectives. What? Jixian actually cornered you on the stairs, isn't that downright harassment? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qingmei concluded, when you pursued him, he was indifferent. Now that you've stopped, he is suddenly anxious. How shameless. Qiaozhen, feeling despondent, rested her chin on the table, nibbling on jelly and gazing at her wrist. She couldn't help but recall the sensation of Shinichi gently caressing her wrist. So warm, yet it was quite comforting. Frustrated, she buried her head in her arms, her breathing slightly erratic. Yu's words gradually pulled her thoughts back. We women must focus on our careers, earn substantial wealth, and one day, have 10 male models at our beck and call. The mention of careers ignited enthusiasm among the group. Yu, passionate about dance, aspired to become a dance instructor and perhaps even open a training school to amass wealth. Xinglulu dreamed of making a living through her art, aiming to become a concept artist for video games, hoping to collaborate with her idol. Qingmei had a fascination with makeup, frequently posting videos on social media, with 2 of her posts surpassing 10,000 likes, determined to become a beauty influencer with 1 million fans. When the trio inquired about Qiaozhen, she silently clenched her fist, her gentle voice laced with determination. A singer. Perhaps even she had not anticipated that in her past life, she would truly shine on stage. Though not wildly successful, she still garnered considerable support and adoration from fans. That was sufficient. A glimmer of starlight sparkled in Qiaozhen's eyes. Encouraged by her roommates, she mustered her courage to sign up for a singing competition open solely to amateurs, which saw an overwhelming number of applicants. Qingmei affectionately embraced her. Little Jinjin, remember us when you rise to fame, don't forget us when you're successful. Xinglulu nodded in agreement. Our Jinjin is destined to dominate the music scene. At this, Qiaozhen felt a twinge of guilt, lowering her head to mumble, but I haven't even begun yet. What if I don't even pass the online interview? Besides, who knows, she might end up caring for Sao's postpartum. For a month, Qiaozhen dedicated herself to practice, returning to the dormitory only after 10:30 each night, to the point where her roommates remarked on her significant weight loss. Until November 10th, Shinichi's birthday, when she specifically took a day off. Coincidentally, that day was a Sunday, and everyone had agreed to gather at 7 in the evening for a birthday celebration. At the stroke of midnight, the group chat for 10 people erupted in a flurry of messages, buzzing with excitement. Bull Demon King, Nyoafeng, happy birthday. Mar Yi Gage, love you lots. Kiss Octopus, John Yu. Congratulations, wishing you a happy birthday, may you soon embrace your beloved. Xiangzi sad smiley tonight at 7, XX private room, don't be late. Moira Rose. What followed was a nonsensical meme battle, with an avalanche of ridiculous emojis flooding the chat, pushing the notifications to 99. Xiaozhen, already drowsy, struggled to keep her eyes open. She tapped into her private chat with Qingmei, sending at exactly 00:00 sad smiley. Happy 19th birthday. May you be happy every day. She attached an adorable emoji of an orange kitten holding a cake, its face adorned with stars. After sending the message, her eyelids felt heavy, and just as she was about to turn off the light and sleep, her phone chimed. Qingmei replied instantly, sad smiley, are you free tomorrow at 6? I want to take you somewhere. 6 o'clock. Xiaozhen rubbed her weary eyes and sluggishly replied, sad smiley, is it with them? Hadn't they agreed to dine together at 7? Moments later, her phone pinged twice, revealing Qingmei's startling messages. No. Just you and me. Xiaozhen, still in a sleepy haze, stared at the messages in disbelief, reading them again to ensure she wasn't dreaming, suddenly wide awake. Her heart fluttered at the words, just you and me, as if a tiny kitten had pawed at it. A feeling named anticipation quietly crept into her heart, becoming especially pronounced in the stillness of the night. Xiaozhen paused for 2 or 3 seconds, her fingertips hovering over the screen. Sad smiley, okay, where to? Qingmei, sad smiley, a secret. Hem? What kind of mystery was this? Xiaozhen silently turned off the light, the screen dimming, and lay on her small bed, her mind racing with speculation about this secret. The more she pondered, the more alert she became, her eyes wide open like saucers. 40 minutes later, sleep eluded her. Why couldn't she sleep at all? Xiaozhen curled up in her blanket, twisting about in frustration. In the afternoon, she donned a cream-colored knitted sweater paired with a long skirt, leaving half an hour early. Following the location Qingmei had sent, she arrived at the racing training facility. Qingmei had been diligently training, often coming to the base to practice when he had no classes. The engine's vroom resonated in her ears, the roar deep and powerful, even from outside. Xiaozhen felt invigorated by the atmosphere. On the closed-loop racing circuit, dozens of motorcycles zipped by like silver lightning, dazzling her senses. Unable to keep up with the spectacle, she tilted her head to focus on the screen, which had just panned to the first rider. The man was clad in a striking red and black racing suit, his helmet completely black. He leaned into the bike, drifting with such intensity that he seemed to meld with the asphalt, radiating a fierce sense of aggression and control. Like a wildfire, he blazed across the track, smoke swirling in the air around him. That was the number 1 driver. Qingmei, team name Infinite Fanaticism, a perfect match for someone like him. Xiaozhen gazed up at the screen, mesmerized, momentarily lost in thought. Qingmei's final time was recorded at 6:28:41, securing first place in his group and leaving the competition far behind. He was so fast, his skills were exceptional. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of pride and joy filled Xiaozhen's heart as she stared at the top score, her eyes gleaming with delight. Last year, Qingmei had already claimed the gold medal in the youth division, dubbed a prodigious talent. Coupled with his humble demeanor and diligent training, it was no wonder that in her previous life, he qualified to represent the nation. 10 minutes later, the young man appeared before Xiaozhen, clad in a black windbreaker, his strong profile accentuated by his chiseled features, exuding vigor. Qingmei had not anticipated her presence at the entrance, his voice low and slightly husky. What brings you here so early? He seemed to have just washed his face, droplets of water cascading down his cheeks, coming to rest at the pronounced Adam's apple. He radiated an undeniable wildness, spreading an aura of magnetism in every direction. At that moment, he tilted his head to drink from a bottle of water, his throat visibly bobbing, a striking contour that drew her gaze. Xiaozhen felt a sense of daze wash over her, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. He was so alluring, she felt an urge to bite. Chapter 32. Oh, are you with your girlfriend? After a moment of dazed contemplation, the alarm bells rang loudly in her mind, prompting her to immediately avert her gaze. How could she entertain such thoughts? She had truly gone astray, oh dear. Xiaozhen swiftly attempted to change the subject, standing on her tiptoes to glance around, her eyes fluttering lightly. So, where is that place you mentioned? Qingmei's deep black eyes were fixed on her, a significant expression gracing his features. No rush, you'll find out soon. Qiaozhen, fine, if he wouldn't tell her, she wouldn't be curious at all. Not at all, she pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment, and clutched her canvas bag tightly. Then I shall withhold the birthday gift I prepared for you, since you're evidently not in a hurry. Upon hearing this, Qingmei chuckled softly, responding with a casual millimeter, as he retrieved a small, elegant black velvet gift box from the pocket of his jacket. Within lay a pearl hairpin adorned with delicate diamonds, exquisite and graceful, radiating a sense of sophistication. Qingmei smirked lazily at her. Shall I put it in for you? Gazing at the pearl hairpin, Qiaozhen's eyes filled with confusion. Where did you get this? A sudden, unbelievable thought flickered through her mind, only to vanish before she could grasp it fully. In the next moment, Qingmei's nonchalant voice broke the silence, seemingly providing an offhand explanation. It was a prize from a raffle in the convoy. Qiaozhen's expression was one of skepticism. Really? Qingmei nodded, earnestly maintaining his fib. Absolutely. Oh. Qiaozhen mused to herself. It made sense. Why would Qingmei lie to her? There was no need for that. In any case, the hairpin was indeed lovely and charming. Qingmei stepped behind her to fasten the hairpin in place. His dark pupils were solemn as he scrutinized her, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. Today, Qiaozhen wore a flowing white dress paired with a beige knitted sweater, her hair cascaded down, unbound, glossy and smooth. She exuded an extra touch of gentleness and kindness, like a jasmine flower quietly blooming, pure and tranquil, particularly her flawless, snow-white neck, which seemed to beckon him to steal a kiss. A faint blush crept up Qingmei's ears, compelling him to forcibly divert his gaze and suppress the wayward thoughts swirling in his mind. He delicately twisted a few strands of hair from either side of Qiaozhen's head and secured them with the pearl hairpin. The bright pearl nestled among her raven locks, shining ever more brilliantly. This was the kind of hairstyle he had learned about online. Girls adored such everyday styles, simple and convenient, neither overly extravagant nor too plain. Surely, she would appreciate it. Qingmei meticulously arranged her stray strands. The gentle brush of her hair against his fingertips carried a faint, refreshing fragrance, both delightful and intoxicating. Time seemed to slow, elongating this moment into eternity. Qiaozhen stood before him, her head slightly bowed, her pale fingers nervously tugging at one another, her expression tense. All done. Qingmei slowly stepped back, leading her toward the motorcycle. He elegantly swung his long legs over the bike, exuding an air of competence. Hop on, I'll take you for a ride. Qiaozhen's heart raced with anticipation. She had ridden on the back of Qingmei's motorcycle before, envious of his cool demeanor. That sensation was exhilarating, a thrill like no other, yet, upon reflection, it had been ages since she last sat behind him. It seemed that since she began pursuing Jiang, she had inadvertently created distance between herself and Qingmei, always keeping him at arm's length. Suddenly, a foreign voice rang out nearby. Whoa! Qiaozhen turned to see a line of boys in racing suits standing there, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, their gazes flitting between Qingmei and her. I can't believe it, voices among the crowd echoed in astonishment. They had never seen another girl beside Qingmei before. Previously, there had always been stunning beauties vying for a ride on his motorcycle, hoping to exchange WeChat contacts, only to be met with his unmistakable disinterest. They had seriously begun to suspect that Qingmei might be gay, the flamboyant type, yet, here he was, inviting a beautiful girl to ride on the back of his motorcycle. And even personally placing a pearl hairpin in her hair. They all witnessed it. A golden-haired boy whistled, a playful grin on his face. Yo, brother Kai, are you together with your girlfriend? The term girlfriend struck Qiaozhen like a bolt, causing her entire body to tense up, her heart racing. Instinctively, she shook her head, softly replying, I'm not, but in the next moment, Qingmei's wild, teasing voice emerged from behind her, casual and languid. Yeah, she is. Those two words fell like a heavy stone, thud, into the lake of her heart, sending ripples of shock cascading through her. Qiaozhen stood frozen, her mind momentarily blank, a blush creeping up her cheeks, painting them a rosy hue. What did he just say? She was utterly oblivious. Her thoughts tangled in confusion, leaving her unable to process anything. Qiaozhen's heart raced almost to her throat as she turned back to Qingmei, her face flushed as she asked, What did you say? She held her breath, not daring to exhale fully, her entire being engulfed in disbelief. Qingmei's lips curled into a sly smile, exuding a rogue charm as he patted his motorcycle, jokingly declaring, "This bike is my girlfriend." The moment those words left his mouth, Xiaozhen's heart skipped a beat, her lips twitching. She gazed down at the sleek black motorcycle, staring for what felt like an eternity before finally whispering, "Oh. You two made quite the pair." So it turned out she had overthought things. How utterly embarrassing, what was she even imagining? A myriad of complex emotions surged within her, a mix of disappointment and something else entirely. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their pupils dilating, expressions nearly splitting apart. The motorcycle was his girlfriend. Well, if SpongeBob can marry a computer, it wouldn't be too surprising for Qingmei to marry his motorcycle, they mused, realizing that even if pigs could climb trees and dogs could use smartphones, it was only right that a straight man like Qingmei would remain single for life. As they pondered, the pieces fell into place. No wonder Qingmei never allowed girls to ride behind him. He must have feared that his girlfriend motorcycle would get jealous. The golden-haired boy exclaimed and pulling out his phone to reveal his WeChat QR code, grinning as he approached Xiaozhen. "Hello, little sister, may I add you on WeChat? I'll take you out for a ride sometime." It was the first time he had ever asked someone for their WeChat. The reason was simple. Xiaozhen's innocent beauty was captivating, dressed in a white dress that starkly contrasted with the atmosphere of the training base. Most importantly, her smile was sweet enough to melt hearts. No one could resist a sweet girl, absolutely no one. However, before Xiaozhen could respond, Qingmei's voice cut through the air sharply, "You can't." The golden-haired boy's lips twitched. "I wasn't even asking you." Qingmei lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at him. "You were 5 seconds slower than me. Is that a no-go?" No man would tolerate someone questioning his capabilities, and the golden-haired boy's attention was immediately piqued, furiously stamping his foot. All right, Qingmei, you ride the fastest, world's #1 speedster." Speedster. Yet while he spoke, Qingmei had already skillfully pulled Xiaozhen onto the back of his motorcycle, taking off in a flash. The roar of the engine filled the air. The golden-haired boy finally realized something felt off. The motorcycle sped towards the rear of the base, gradually slowing down, as if afraid Xiaozhen might fall off. The scenery around them flashed by like frames in a movie. Xiaozhen clutched his jacket tightly, extending her pale finger to poke his back, leaning forward to urge, "Qingmei, you're too slow, can you go a bit faster?" She adored the feeling of freedom and unrestrained speed, akin to a roller coaster thrill. Qingmei's back was as sturdy as a bamboo stalk, his broad shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist, clad in his black jacket, an inexplicable allure emanating from him, bursting with hormones. He seemed to chuckle softly, his voice low and husky, then hold on tight. Without a second thought, Xiaozhen wrapped her arms around his waist, her entire being pressed against his back, obediently nodding, "Millimeter, I'm holding on tight." The man's body stiffened for a few seconds. In the next instant, vroom. The motorcycle surged forward, accelerating dramatically, the roar of the engine and the wind rushed into her ears, creating a deafening buzz. A bump jolted her, causing her head to thud against Qingmei's back. The wind tousled her hair into chaos, and she felt as if she might be flung off, her heart soaring with exhilaration. It was both thrilling and terrifying. The motorcycle continued to gain speed. Another jolt, and Xiaozhen clung to Qingmei tightly, holding on for dear life until she finally cried out, "No. Qingmei, slow down, it's too fast." Chapter 33. She is so sweet and adorable. In just 2 minutes, Qingmei arrived at the summit behind the training base. The speed was not particularly fast, it was merely the steepness of the mountain road that could incite fear. Moreover, the sensations of the driver and the passenger are vastly different. Just as he was about to step out of the car, he felt the girl tightly clinging to his waist, her soft body pressed against his back. Qingmei swallowed hard, unable to resist lightly patting her hand and murmuring for her reassurance, "Be good, we've arrived." Xiaozhen, dazed in the backseat, wore a look of innocent bewilderment, taking 2 to 3 seconds to react before slowly releasing her grip. Qingmei could not help but smile, a low chuckle bubbling up from his chest as he gently lifted Xiaozhen from the car, pressing a hand on her head to tenderly ruffle her hair. he then created some distance, turning to face the sunlight. Look. Qiaozhen followed his gaze and suddenly, her eyes widened slowly, sparkling like a layer of bright stars. Under the sun's warm embrace, a sea of flowers bloomed exuberantly across the mountainside, pale blue, soft pink, golden yellow, an intricate tapestry of vibrant hues, the fragrance intoxicating and soothing. A gentle breeze stirred the floral expanse, creating rippling waves, romantic and healing, while butterflies danced gracefully among the blossoms. A smile unconsciously spread across Qiaozhen's lips, reminiscent of the brilliance of spring flowers. How beautiful! She truly adored flowers and the wonders of nature. Simply standing there, gazing at the scenery, filled her with tranquility and ease. With one hand in his pocket, Qingmei turned casually and asked softly, "Is it beautiful?" Millimeter. Qiaozhen nodded with a smile, her eyes wide as if she had discovered a rare treasure, unable to tear her gaze away. Standing beside her, Qingmei's dark eyes shimmered with a dreamy luster, his lips curling up slightly. "It will be even more breathtaking at sunset." Qiaozhen's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her entire being infused with a warm sweetness. So, he brought her here simply to watch the sunset together. Suddenly, Qingmei extended his hand towards her, his well-defined fingers slightly curling in an inviting manner, his tone languid. "Give it to me." Qiaozhen snapped back to reality, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes, a question mark hovering above her head. Yet, she obediently placed her hand in his palm. Well, he must have his reasons for saying so. The moment their fingertips touched, she felt his warmth radiating through her. Qiaozhen's emotions were complex. Her hand instinctively recoiled slightly, her eyelashes fluttering gently. And the next moment, Qingmei raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, his expression intricate as he gazed intently at her, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "I meant, the gift. Hand it to me." As soon as the words left his mouth, Qiaozhen's eyes widened as if struck by lightning, immediately withdrawing her hand. The gift was meant for him. Not her hand. Qiaozhen's mind became a chaotic whirlwind, her ears warming with embarrassment as she lamented her misunderstanding. Feeling utterly lost, she sighed softly. "How would I know what to give you? You only said half of what you meant." So frustrating, truly infuriating, but since it was his birthday, she had no choice but to indulge him. Qiaozhen rummaged through her canvas bag, producing a brand new wireless earbud case. Just a few days prior, she had casually inquired about anything he might need, and after much contemplation, Qingmei had mentioned losing one of his earbuds. Thus, Qiaozhen had painstakingly chosen a high-quality pair, and despite the steep price, she had bought them with a heavy heart. Qingmei accepted the earbuds, giving them a gentle shake, leaning slightly forward with a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth. "Thank you, I happen to love this brand, it's just perfect." Qiaozhen's heart fluttered with joy, unable to suppress her own smile. Whenever someone appreciated her gifts, she felt an inexplicable happiness. Following that, Qiaozhen fished out a deep grey scarf from her bag, her demeanor akin to a small creature presenting a precious find, blinking expectantly for his approval. She watched Qingmei's reaction with great care. He stood momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on the scarf, his heartbeat suddenly racing uncontrollably. His eyes, dark as onyx, sparkled with peculiar light. "For me." "Of course," Qiaozhen replied matter-of-factly. "You knitted this yourself?" His chest began to warm gradually. Qiaozhen nodded and softly affirmed she genuinely enjoyed crafting, baking, and creating. It was incredibly therapeutic, a source of joy. She never felt it was a waste of time. On the contrary, it brought her comfort and relaxation, filling her with ease. Suddenly, the words of her past friends echoed in her mind. "He probably wouldn't wear something like that. Hey, I wouldn't even accept such cheap gifts." Each seemingly playful remark concealed a harsh truth, every word piercing Qiaozhen's heart like a dagger. In the past, her genuine affections had been trampled upon. A wave of bitterness surged within her, and she lowered her head, silently retracting her hand, her voice subdued. "You don't like it?" Qingmei immediately masked his smile, his expression serious as he earnestly replied, "I do like it. Qiaozhen, I truly love it." A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the earthy scent of grass, tenderly brushing their cheeks. The leaves rustled softly, the wildflowers swayed in the wind, and the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. Everything felt like a dreamlike paradise. Each word floated on the breeze, reaching Qiaozhen's ears. Qingmei leaned down slightly, lowering himself to meet her gaze, his eyes swirling with unusual sentiments. "But I want to wear it." His tone carried a hint of playful arrogance, as if waiting for something. Qiaojun blinked in confusion. "Why won't you wear a scarf? It's just a matter of wrapping it around your neck a few times, right?" Oh, perhaps he was just a perfectionist, intent on maintaining a polished image. Feeling a bit muddled, Qiaojun blurted, "Then, should I help you wear it?" As soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. Why did it always feel like she was stepping into a trap? Oh well, since it was his birthday, she ought to indulge him, as long as he was happy. That was what mattered. "Yes, help me wear it." Shinichi nodded, resembling a large dog wagging its tail, fierce and imposing to others, yet obedient and innocent with its owner. Qiaojun startled at her own imaginative thoughts, gasping softly, lowering her gaze, she carefully folded the scarf and reached around Shinichi's neck. They were so close that their exhaled breaths mingled, lingering in the space between them. As Qiaojun's fingers inadvertently brushed against his warm neck, an electric sensation coursed through her, igniting her entire body. The air was filled with the fresh scent of pine and grass from the boy beside her. The atmosphere had taken on a subtle tension. Qiaojun glanced down, her gaze catching on his exquisitely pale collarbone, and the alluring movement of his Adam's apple, rising and falling slowly, as if beckoning. It was undeniably captivating. No wonder he had so many female admirers in his past life. Blinking rapidly, Qiaojun suddenly shook herself awake, banishing any inappropriate thoughts from her mind. After securing the scarf, she meticulously adjusted it, checking it with a satisfied smile. The deep grey complemented his aura perfectly, a match made in heaven. As she smiled, she unexpectedly locked eyes with his intense, genuine gaze. Shinichi's obsidian-like pupils were clear and transparent, his long lashes distinct, the beauty mark beneath his eye even more enticing. There was a softness concealed beneath his sharp demeanor. Qiaojun felt as though she could see her own clear reflection within those eyes. After a few moments of shared silence, Shinichi was the first to look away, lowering his gaze. "It's all set." Qiaojun quietly stepped back, creating some space between them. She raised her pale fingers, making a small gesture in the air. "Actually, there's a little gift left. But I'll give it to you later tonight." Yes, she had learned to build anticipation. Shinichi's chest felt warm. Okay. The girl's skin was fair and delicate, and upon closer inspection, one could see her thick, curled lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She must have spent quite a while knitting that scarf, hadn't he? The truth was, Qiaojun's mere presence beside him was already the best gift in the world. Yet, Qiaojun consistently treated him with such kindness, such thoughtfulness, and such warmth. Shinichi truly wished he could pinch her cheeks and ask her how she could be so sweet, so adorable. Chapter 34. She held onto Shinichi tightly. Shinichi, draped in a deep grey scarf, felt the soft, warm fabric against his lips, causing them to involuntarily curve into a smile, his spirits soaring to new heights. The most tender part of his heart was profoundly stirred, as if it had been lightly bitten by something, gradually becoming red and swollen, igniting a tingling sensation at the tip of his heart. The two continued their ascent towards the mountain's peak, seeking the perfect vantage point to witness the setting sun. Verdant grass carpeted the ground, and vibrant flowers vied for attention, filling the air with a refreshing and delightful aroma. Qiaojun inhaled deeply, allowing the crisp air to envelop her, her entire being relaxing as she crouched down, intending to sit upon the grassy expanse. Suddenly, a slender, elongated creature slithered up to her feet, its back adorned with bluish-green scales that camouflaged it seamlessly with the lawn. "What on earth is that?" Qiaojun froze in place, rubbing her eyes, struggling to discern the wriggling entity below. In the next instant, the small green snake abruptly raised its head and flicked its tongue towards her, hissing, "SSSS." Qiaojun snapped back to reality, her scalp prickling as alarm coursed through her, every hair on her body stood on end. "Help, there's a snake, woe is me, save me." Her complexion drained of color, her mind buzzing, as cold sweat drenched her back. The shadows of her past loomed overhead like an impenetrable net, threatening to engulf her entirely. Instinctively, Qiaojun recoiled, subconsciously leaping onto Shinichi, her slender legs wrapping around his lean waist, too terrified to touch the grass. Like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, she clung to him with unwavering strength. They faced each other, Qiaojun pressed against Shinichi, her arms encircling his neck, their bodies almost fused together, perfectly aligned. The sudden closeness of the girl, fragrant and soft, caught Shinichi off guard. Instinctively, he enveloped her, securing her waist with his arm, pulling her firmly into his embrace. "Do not fear." For a fleeting moment, his body stiffened. He gently patted her back, leaning close to her ear, whispering soothingly, "This snake is harmless, it won't bite. Qiaojun, do not be afraid." Yet, Qiaojun's pallor remained ghostly. She cast her gaze downward, biting her lip in quiet restraint, her voice and body trembling uncontrollably as she nestled against him. In the throes of sheer panic, all sense of shame and decorum vanished. The girl clung tighter, whispering in a soft, pleading tone near his ear, "Please, do not let go of me." Her voice was particularly sweet, the final notes rising slightly, resembling a tender whimper. A faint fragrance enveloped him, swirling around them like magic, permeating every pore of Shinichi's skin. His expression remained calm and serious, yet the nape of his neck and the tips of his ears betrayed a subtle blush. Veins stood out on Shinichi's arms, pulsing with excitement as he hoarsely reassured her, "All right, I won't let go." Tears shimmered in Qiaojun's eyes, reflecting the purity of spring water, her gaze glistening with unshed tears as she clung to him, as if he were her sole sanctuary. Shinichi recalled a story Qiaojun had shared, how, during a year spent in the countryside, she had been ensnared by a large snake while working in the fields, which left her with 2 bloody puncture wounds on her calf. Vivid crimson had trickled down her leg until their neighbor had rushed over with an axe, severing the serpent and rescuing her, taking her to the hospital, thus saving her life. Upon hearing this tale, Shinichi's heart had tightened painfully, and he could not help but ask, did it hurt? Little Qiaojun, nestled beside him, hugging her knees, looked up with a bittersweet smile, calm yet aware. "It hurt," she murmured despondently. How could it not hurt? Each recollection of that incident left Shinichi breathless, feeling as though a great weight pressed down upon him, making it hard to breathe. Her pain was his pain. With one hand, he steadied her at the small of her back, preventing her from slipping away. Qiaojun obediently leaned against his shoulder, her alabaster arms wrapping around his neck, suppressing her breath. "Shinichi, hurry!" With his other hand, Shinichi picked up a stick, intending to remove the snake. What should have been a simple task became immensely challenging, with Qiaojun clinging to him like a koala, making every movement arduous. To make matters worse, she had inadvertently tightened her grip around his throat, nearly choking him. It was all too close. So close that Shinichi could even feel the gentle tremor of her softness against his chest. The back of his ears began to burn, a flush creeping up his cheeks, akin to Mentos dropped into a bottle of cola, causing an explosive reaction. His gaze smoldered with heat, his throat tightening as his breath grew labored, his voice low and hoarse, "Qiaojun, do not move." He felt paralyzed, unable to move, his thoughts descending into chaos. Qiaojun whimpered softly in his ear, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice quivering with vulnerability. "I'm not moving." Her tone was soft and sweet, as if she had rolled in a jar of honey. Qiaojun was teetering on the brink of madness. Shinichi was equally on the edge. How could he endure such an overwhelming impact? Each of her words, every tremor of her body, struck his heart like a bullet. He inhaled deeply, clearly at his limit, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Be good, relax a bit, you're going to suffocate me." His neck was tightly constricted, making even breathing a Herculean task. Today, he might very well meet his end in Qiaojun's soft embrace. Qiaojun paused for a moment, then slightly loosened her grip, her voice thick with emotion, murmuring in his ear, "I'm sorry." She felt herself on the brink of collapse, as if she might truly faint. At that very moment, the little green snake, having been nudged by the stick, observed the affectionate pair with growing displeasure, suddenly hissing in discontent. The sound was as jarring as nails scraping against a chalkboard, causing Qiaojun to shudder, her scalp prickling as she buried her face into Shinichi's shoulder. Clinging to him, she trembled, whispering, "Shinichi, Shinichi." In her subconscious, she believed that Shinichi was the safest and most reliable presence she could find. Conversely, Shinichi felt that he was far more terrifying than any little green snake, dangerous and volatile, capable of becoming a beast that might consume Qiaojun whole. Especially now, as she repeatedly called his name, it felt like a violation of the utmost kind. The essence of the girl lingered in his ears, warm and sweet, gently drifting into his consciousness, melting his heart. Shinichi gritted his teeth, blood rushing through his veins, boiling like water on the verge of eruption. bubbling with intensity. He restrained himself, forcefully casting the snake down the slope. The snake. Once the silence settled, Qiaojun cautiously lifted her head. Did you drive it away? Qingmei's earlobes were flushed crimson as he gently patted her back, carefully setting her down while feigning calmness. Yes, it's gone. Qiaojun's eyes shimmered with a blend of indignation and vulnerability, resembling a startled fawn caught in the headlights. She exhaled a sigh of relief, gradually regaining her composure. The refreshing scent enveloped her senses, the potent aroma of masculinity mingling with a palpable heat, overwhelming her. It dawned on her just how invasive her earlier proximity to Qingmei had been. She had nearly choked him to death. Her heart raced, pounding fiercely in her chest, a deafening drumbeat. Perhaps it was the lingering fear of the snake. Qingmei's throat felt parched, an inexplicable heat igniting within him. Reluctantly, he twisted open a bottle of water, downing it in a few gulps. His neck felt warm, his body ablaze, as if he might ignite at any moment. After regaining a semblance of calm, Qingmei surveyed the surroundings carefully, ensuring no other snakes or insects lurked nearby, before shedding his outer jacket and laying it flat on the grass. Sit down, he said languidly, casting a glance at Qiaojun, while maintaining a respectful distance, settling casually on the grass beside her. Qiaojun rubbed her eyes, emerging from her previous panic, taking gentle breaths. She perched on his jacket, hugging her knees, curling into a small ball, occupying merely a third of the fabric. She appeared obedient yet reserved. Qiaojun patted the empty space beside her, her irises clear as crystal as she earnestly said, "Come sit with me." Qingmei furrowed his brow slightly, internally wrestling with himself, remaining still. He had intentionally sought to create distance, wishing to keep her at bay, fearing he might lose control. The struggle was agonizing. A voice within his mind urged him, "Do not approach, keep your distance." Yet, in the end, his body betrayed him, drawing closer to Qiaojun, their bodies brushing against each other in an intimate manner. A gentle breeze stirred, dispersing the haze of ambiguity, calming their earlier flustered state. Yet the sensation of her warmth lingered in Qingmei's mind, marking him profoundly. She truly felt so soft. Chapter 35, The Setting Sun and His Romance. Before long, the sun began its descent, resembling a magnificent golden orb gradually sinking below the horizon. The sky was painted in layers of resplendent gold and crimson. The sun had set. Qingmei unwrapped the packaging of his earphones, connected them via Bluetooth, and casually offered them to Qiaojun, inquiring, "Shall we listen to some music?" "Yes." Qiaojun, an avid music lover, nodded eagerly, retrieving one earbud to adorn her left ear. Qingmei placed the other in his right ear and lazily asked her what she wished to hear. Qiaojun leaned in closer, almost pressing against him, and casually selected a song from the playlist. As the opening notes of A Call You Tonight resonated, a light and cheerful melody permeated their ears, striking the deepest, softest corners of their hearts and sending ripples of emotion coursing through them. It was akin to a withered tree finding spring once more, much like the warmth of the winter sun. The stars must be aligned tonight. I believe this has to have a meaning. Accompanied by the exquisite melody, Qiaojun felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping her. Time seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them amidst a sea of blooming flowers, quietly savoring the sunset. She gazed up at the sky, her eyes widening slowly, lips unconsciously curling into a gentle smile as she inhaled deeply. This was their secret Qingmei had spoken of, a secret shared only with her. Joy bubbled within Qiaojun, and she found herself unable to fathom the reason. It felt as though every moment spent beside Qingmei was imbued with beauty and comfort. The horizon transformed into a breathtaking tapestry of orange-red hues, the clouds danced with vibrant colors, exuding an air of profound romance. The sunset composed a poem, while the evening glow crafted a painting, igniting the entire sky with fervor. "How truly beautiful," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, reluctant to blink as she took out her phone to capture the moment, forever etching it in her memory. Qingmei leaned back, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Qiaojun. The girl smiled sincerely, revealing two charming dimples, her clear, luminous eyes sparkling like flowers on the verge of blooming. A golden butterfly flitted gracefully, landing momentarily on Qiaojun's shoulder before soaring away into the distance. Even the butterfly and the sunset seemed to favor her. Qingmei felt a stirring in his heart, as if an unspoken emotion was unfurling within him, causing his entire being to ignite. His gaze was fervent, his voice low. Indeed, it is stunning. A gentle, radiant light enveloped them, exuding an unparalleled romance. Unconsciously, Xiaojun leaned against Qingmei's shoulder, unaware of her own actions. It simply felt comfortable and reassuring, akin to resting upon a vast pillow. Suddenly, Qingmei tensed, his blood running cold, his body stiffening. And the next moment, Xiaojun jolted awake, as though shocked by electricity, instantly straightening her posture. How had she unwittingly leaned against Qingmei again? Beside her, the man seemed to chuckle softly, a warm laughter resonating from his chest. Why not lean on me? Xiaojun dared not turn back, her ears flushed a rosy hue from the sunset's glow. Pointing towards a nearby motorcycle, she half-jokingly remarked, "If I lean on you, won't your girlfriend get jealous?" After saying this, Xiaojun felt her words were somewhat awkward. Although she feigned calmness, her inner self was frantically scratching and squirming, wishing to hide her face. Little did she know, in the next moment, Qingmei leaned closer, his shoulder brushing against her clothing, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "Then I shall lean on you." Though it was merely a gentle contact, his tone bore a hint of childlike playfulness. Xiaojun's eyes momentarily glazed over, taking time to accept this reality. She whispered, "MHM." The sunset was infinitely beautiful, as if someone had shattered the sun, casting vibrant orange-red hues across the layered clouds. Xiaojun gradually brushed off her earlier embarrassment, raising her phone earnestly to capture the scene, her gaze sparkling as she looked towards the horizon. Unbeknownst to her, beside her, a pair of fervent, sincere eyes were watching her. "In this place at this time. And I feel safe when I look in your eyes. I feel like I know you from another life." As the music played softly in their ears, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, the grand romance gradually drawing to a close. Night was approaching, everything felt like a magnificent, ethereal dream, destined to be buried within the river of time. Yet, fortunately, Xiaojun glanced down at her phone, which held dozens of captured photos, a few of which fortuitously included Qingmei's hand. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips. Thankfully, she had immortalized these beautiful moments, forever preserving them in this fleeting second. Having completed their sunset viewing, they arrived at the private room precisely at 7 in the evening. The boys had been waiting eagerly, lying in wait at the door for the opportune moment. As soon as Qingmei stepped inside, a loud bang erupted, showering him with countless colorful streamers from above. Cheers of joy erupted from the boys. "Oh ho ho ho, a warm welcome to our birthday star. Brother Kai, happy birthday, har har har, did you not see this coming? Today, I ambushed you." Qingmei, truth be told, he had anticipated this all along. At that moment, a green streamer hung precariously above his head, almost as if hinting at something. Laughter erupted throughout the room. Xiaojun followed behind him, her gaze fixated on the green adornment, blinking in surprise. Moments later, she couldn't resist rising on her toes to remove the streamer, casually fixing Qingmei's tousled hair. A small tuft had been left askew, likely a result of her earlier leap onto him in a flurry of panic. The thought of that awkward moment caused Xiaojun's heart to race inexplicably. The boys began presenting gifts, showering Qingmei with an array of items, co-branded hoodies, baseball caps, keyboards, Legos. Various presents were thrust into his hands. "Thank you," Qingmei replied earnestly, looking at them, cherishing these gifts and their kindness in his heart. Encountering this group of carefree friends filled him with gratitude. It was his fortune. "Wait!" Niuefeng suddenly shouted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He leaned in, playfully tugging at the scarf around Qingmei's neck. "This scarf is nice, it looks cool and feels great. Brother Kai, where did you buy it?" 3, 2, 1, drop the link. Upon hearing the word scarf, Xiaojun immediately looked up, her face taut, fingers instinctively clenching, her eyelashes trembled slightly, her heart racing to her throat. Nearby, Zhang Yu chuckled, teasingly adding, "He looks cool in anything, even if you got the same one, you wouldn't pull it off like he does." And Niuefeng, flustered, retorted, "I was just asking." Qingmei gently swatted away Niuefeng's hand from the scarf, his voice enticing as he slowly elongated his words. "This scarf is..." Everyone leaned in attentively, eager for his words. Xiaojun's breath hitched for a moment. What was it? Hurry up and say it. Her heart raced, suspended in anticipation, a whirlwind of emotion swirling within her, consuming every drop of her blood. Suddenly, Qingmei seemed to sense something, turning to meet Xiaozhen's gaze. His eyes burned with intensity, his dark pupils holding the essence of a blazing sunset, rich and brilliant, exuding an irresistible allure. Xiaozhen felt momentarily dazed, the corners of his mouth curled slowly into a smile, as if he were joking casually, yet more so as if using the jest to sincerely respond to her. This scarf is a one-of-a-kind treasure, priceless. Chapter 36, Open Your Mouth, Eat Candy. In the bustling private room, Qingmei's voice resonated clearly in Xiaozhen's ears, every word distinct. Though merely spoken at a normal volume, it felt as if he were shouting through a megaphone directly into her ear. Each syllable struck her like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples that spread endlessly. Priceless treasure, would her gift, her heartfelt intentions, be regarded as a precious gem by others as well? The boys once again shifted into their playful yo-yo-yo mode. Xiaozhen stood frozen, her ears inexplicably warm, her fingertips slightly clenched. Qingmei withdrew his openly ardent gaze and casually pulled out a chair for her, saying, "Please, have a seat." After everyone returned to their seats, Xiaozhen retrieved a charming cream-colored pouch from her canvas bag and placed it in Qingmei's arms, her voice soft. "This is the third birthday gift. The first was headphones, the second a scarf, and this third one was a batch of cranberry cookies she had baked herself." In truth, Xiaozhen was unsure why she had gone to such lengths to prepare so many gifts. She simply wanted to give them to Qingmei. Qingmei's hand gripped the exquisite packaging tightly, his dark eyes fixed on her, his chest warming with each passing moment. "Xiaozhen, I truly like it. Especially like it." However, before Qingmei could revel in his joy for long, he noticed Xiaozhen rummaging through her bag again, pulling out 8 or 9 small pouches to distribute to everyone present. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled sweetly and sincerely expressed her happiness at meeting everyone, urging them not to dislike her cookies. The brothers were elated, clutching their pouches tightly and thumping their chests, exclaiming, "How could we possibly dislike it? Come on, something made by yourself is just super cool. Don't worry, Qingmei, I will finish every last crumb. Little Xiao is truly skilled. Last time, Niuefeng made some chocolate that tasted like dung, and I can't even begin to describe it." No one could resist the charm of a kind and gentle girl, especially since Xiaozhen was regarded as Qingmei's cherished little green plum. Naturally, they all felt an overwhelming fondness for her. The lively banter resumed among the group. Meanwhile, Qingmei stared down at the pouch in his hand, then glanced at the identical pouches held by others, an inexplicable lump forming in his throat. His gaze dimmed. Leaning back against the chair, he silently clenched his fists, staring down with a hint of bitterness in his voice. "Oh, so it's not just for me alone. The other girls have them too." His tone mirrored that of Lin Daiyu, tinged with a touch of grievance, like a small dog witnessing its beloved owner tossing a bone, joyfully bounding about, only to turn around and discover that the owner had thrown bones to other dogs as well, leaving it not as the sole recipient. The wagging tail of the little dog would instantly droop, its head hanging low, standing there in disappointment. Xiaozhen's eyelids fluttered, wondering if she was overthinking things. Sitting beside Qingmei, she swiftly turned to look at him and whispered softly, "It's not, yours is different from theirs." Besides, she had specially made it for Qingmei. As for his friends, they were merely an afterthought. Upon hearing this, Qingmei felt a warmth spreading through his veins. As everyone tore open their pouches, the contents revealed perfectly square cookies. Only Qingmei's cookies were shaped like pentagrams. Not only were they more abundant, but they also appeared to contain a variety of additional ingredients, larger, prettier, and more exquisite. Moreover, only Qingmei's pouch was adorned with a pink lace bow. He stood there, momentarily dazed. Niuefeng, slightly discontent, extended his mischievous hand. "Let me try that pentagram-shaped one." Qingmei abruptly swatted his hand away, fiercely protective. "No way, that's mine." Niuefeng retorted confidently, "But ours is different from yours." Qingmei suddenly smirked, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes, his tone lazily mocking. "Exactly, we are different. Everyone else." How did he manage to come across as somewhat irritating? The waiter began serving dishes, all of which were Xiaozhen's favorites: crystal shrimp, Buddha jumps over the wall, sweet glutinous lotus root with rock candy, fried milk. Xiaozhen's eyes lit up as she lowered her head to eat delicately. The others began to flaunt their meals with exuberance. Qingmei, somewhat distracted, frequently cast glances at Xiaojun. The girl nibbled her food with her lips slightly parted, taking small bites, her cherry-red lips glistening with moisture, plump and tender like flower petals. Qingmei felt an inexplicable dryness in his throat, his breathing becoming heavy, his mind clouded with a singular thought. She looks so kissable. Uncontrollably, he recalled the moment on the mountaintop when Xiaojun had eagerly embraced him, nuzzling against him. Despite the layers of clothing between them, he could still feel her softness, her curves. The sweet fragrance of the girl enveloped the air as she repeatedly murmured his name, her eyes shimmering with purity, her voice and body quivering gently. They held each other tightly. Ultimately, Qingmei was a young man filled with passions. In such a scenario, it was impossible for him not to feel stirred, and even more so, impossible to remain unresponsive. Qingmei. The voice of reality abruptly pulled him back to the present. He met Xiaojun's innocent gaze and inexplicably felt a pang of guilt, stammering, "What's wrong?" Xiaojun raised her coconut juice, clinking it with his, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. "Nothing, just a toast." Uncertain of what had captured his attention, noticing his ears turning red, she simply wanted to call out to him. After dinner, everyone burped and made their way to the rooftop KTV they had reserved for singing. Pushing open the door to room 1110, they found it spacious and comfortable, with 3 large sofas surrounding a table adorned with several microphones. One of the boys leaped onto the sofa, excitedly rummaging through his backpack. "I brought truth or dare cards, want to play everyone." Suddenly, all eyes turned to Xiaojun, as if the entire room awaited her response. With several pairs of eyes fixed on her, Xiaojun felt her breath catch slightly, and she nodded gently. "I'll play." "Are you sure, Qingmei? This could get intense. If you lose, you have to drink the extremely bitter melon juice, which is horrifically bitter." Xiaojun maintained a serious expression, contemplating for a moment before earnestly nodding. "I'll play." She too wanted to join them, to play games alongside Qingmei. Moreover, even if she lost, it was merely bitter melon juice, not poison. She was not afraid, however, when the waiter brought out a bottle of green, grim-looking bitter melon juice. Xiaojun's tense expression gradually crumbled. This surely wouldn't have some hidden dark ingredient, would it? Zhang Yu patiently explained. "The specialty of this place is the dark bitter melon juice, infused with traditional Chinese medicine. In short, it's beneficial and harmless to the body, even beautifying, but it is notoriously difficult to drink. It's somewhat of a signature drink due to its unique flavor, and it sells better than other beverages." Xiaojun. "It is indeed quite unique." The boys began pouring the dark bitter melon juice into small cups, exaggerating their reactions with gasps and shouts. Xiaojun, with a fingertip smeared with some juice, couldn't help but lean in to sniff it. A faint, pleasant fragrance wafted up. The taste, surely couldn't be that bad, right? Curiosity piqued. Xiaojun bowed her head and gently licked it. The next moment, the bitter flavor surged through her taste buds, 100 times more intense than the most bitter herbal medicine, spreading across every taste receptor. Help! It was incredibly bitter, exceedingly difficult to swallow. Xiaojun felt like crying, her brows furrowing in distress. She had always loathed bitter flavors, and now she wished she could sever her tongue. Just then, a half-opened lemon candy was held to her lips, akin to a refreshing oasis in a desert, exuding an irresistible allure. Unbeknownst to her, Qingmei had taken a seat beside her, lifting his hand to feed her, his voice enticing. "Open your mouth, eat the candy." Chapter 37. Ideal Type. Beautiful and sweet-voiced Xiaojun did not ponder for long and immediately lowered her head to savor the lemon candy. The honeyed sweetness mingled with a hint of sourness, swiftly dissipating any lingering bitterness. Finally, she exhaled a sigh of relief and softly murmured, "Thank you." As the game commenced, everyone gathered around the sofa, passing a drink bottle in a circle. The first round saw Zhang Yu selected. Without hesitation, he opted for a daring challenge, drawing a card that caused his expression to freeze, his voice trembling. "Please sing the complete version of Learn to Meow Like a Cat." Adjusting his glasses, he glanced at the vibrant green bitter melon juice, then took a deep breath, resolutely raising the microphone and singing, "Meow meow 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 meow." His face was devoid of emotion, as though he were facing the guillotine. At that moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the character Squidward from the cartoon, on the verge of tears as he sang. The room erupted in raucous laughter. In the second round, the bottle gradually came to a halt, pointing directly at Qingmei. Truth or dare? He casually drew a card, took a glance, and displayed it in the center of the table. Xiaojun quietly leaned in with the others to see, and the card boldly proclaimed, Satsmiley, who is your ideal type? The crowd began to cheer, starting off with such excitement and intensity. Qingmei, you can't say a motorcycle. Xiaojun's heart raced, her fingertips clutching the fabric of her skirt, straining to listen. Then, she realized, why was she so anxious when everything was perfectly fine? In the next moment, Qingmei's voice flowed like rich wine, laced with tenderness, drifting over from his side. I have no ideal type. As long as I like her, then everything about her becomes my ideal type. Xiaojun absorbed every word. As long as one likes, that is the ideal type. She sat on the sofa, distractedly sipping orange juice, taking small, tentative sips. Yet, the others clearly were not satisfied with this response. Zhang Yu, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, Qingmei, that's not acceptable, saying that is akin to saying nothing at all. Exactly, isn't that just a pointless gesture? Come on, think of 2 words at least. For example, I prefer vibrant and stunning beauties. Niuefeng thrust the microphone toward Qingmei, as if trying to delve into his mind to answer for him. Xiaojun maintained her composure, her gaze serene, seemingly unconcerned, yet, she secretly strained to listen. This time, Qingmei's voice amplified through the microphone, each word resonating in her ears. As for my ideal type, it is. Xiaojun, perhaps due to a trick of the light, thought she caught a fleeting glance from Qingmei. He held the microphone, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips, enunciating deliberately, kind-hearted and adorable, beautiful and sweet-voiced. The male spectators were taken aback, their gazes converging on Xiaojun in unison, exclaiming, wow. The atmosphere was electric. It was as if he were about to reveal someone's identification number. However, Qingmei shot them a warning glance, signaling them to refrain from further teasing, and the room fell silent. Upon hearing Qingmei's words, Xiaojun's hand trembled slightly as she held the juice, nearly losing her grip on the cup, her mind a whirlwind. Am I kind? Am I adorable? Am I beautiful enough? Is my voice sweet enough? No, why should I make such comparisons? Xiaojun lowered her head, concealing her turmoil, quietly sipping her juice as she observed, feeling like an outsider. As fate would have it, the next round landed on her. Quite the coincidence. Truth? Xiaojun drew a card, her cheeks gradually warming. Do you have someone you like right now? P.S. The kind of liking that seeks to become lovers, liking, the kind that desires to become lovers. Instinctively, Xiaojun glanced at Qingmei, and upon meeting his dark eyes, it felt as though she had been jolted, quickly retracting her gaze. Biting her lip, she touched her nose, her eyes darting around. I should not have. Zhang Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, really none at all? Xiaojun maintained a serious expression, contemplating for an extended period. However, she was uncertain of her own feelings. Unsure, she decided to look again. After much deliberation, nothing materialized. Xiaojun tilted her face upward, on the verge of tears, and could only honestly reply, perhaps not. After speaking, she raised her finger in a vow, her eyes earnest. The distinction between liking and not liking is inherently ambiguous. The others had no intention of continuing to tease or pressure her, merely casting sympathetic glances at Qingmei, as if to say, good brother, you still have to keep trying. The KTV room was dimly lit, with half of Qingmei's face obscured in shadow, his expression inscrutable. He lowered his head to nibble on a star-shaped cookie, his dark eyes veiling a complex array of emotions, lost in thought. In the 4th round, a boy was chosen for a dare, which entailed. Please display your browser search and history. The boy let out a piercing scream. Without hesitation, he shut down his device, resolutely downing a cup of bitter melon juice in one go. Revealing his browsing history would be akin to running naked. After finishing, he coughed violently, his face flushed, desperately gulping down a bottle of mineral water, his expression contorted in pain, tears streaming down his face. Brothers, I did it. Over, the outrageous stares included, but were not limited to Satsmiley randomly find a passerby and cry, saying long time no see. Wait at the restroom door and smile at passers-by, saying welcome. After several rounds, many boys had downed a cup of bitter melon juice, donning masks of agony as they guzzled ice-cold water. As the next round arrived, the bottle slowly pointed at Qingmei. Dare. He lifted his gaze to Zhang Yu, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Zhang Yu adjusted his glasses, secretly giving an okay sign, his expression one of understanding. Qingmei's dark pupils were profound as he extended his bony fingers, decisively flipping over the card at the bottom. A subtle smile began to form at the corners of his lips. Xiaozhen, curious like a little animal, leaned in to see the text on the card. Sad smiley. Choose any person present and hold their face while maintaining eye contact for 1 minute. Hold, face kill. She widened her misty eyes. Qingmei's gaze swept across everyone in the room, ultimately landing squarely on her face. A warning bell rang in Xiaozhen's mind, an ominous feeling washing over her, her fingertips trembling slightly, a mix of anticipation and fear. Her heart momentarily stilled, she held her breath, shaking her head slightly. And oh, please, don't choose her. But, inevitably, Qingmei leaned closer, his gaze laden with meaning, his alluring voice resonating softly, tinged with seriousness. Xiaozhen, may I? Chapter 38. Heartbeat, the face-palming kill hum. Xiaozhen slowly widened her eyes, unable to believe her ears, sitting there in a daze, her finger pointing at herself. What? Who? Qingmei leaned in closer, a murky emotion dancing in his eyes as he hoarsely repeated, is it all right? Xiaozhen's mind was a blank canvas, his voice echoing in her ears like a haunting refrain. This person is surprisingly polite. Bewitched, she absent-mindedly nodded, only to realize moments later and gently shake her head, murmuring, how about, perhaps it's better to let it go. Yet before she could finish her thought, Qingmei suddenly spoke softly, his tone laced with a tinge of bitterness and disappointment, reminiscent of a drenched puppy. Xiaozhen, today is my birthday. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhen's heart melted, feeling utterly ensnared. Indeed, how could she refuse the birthday boy? It was only right to indulge him and treat him with kindness. Thus she found herself unable to decline, a faint sigh escaping her lips as she slowly uttered, all right. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already pulled into a corner by Qingmei. Qingmei leaned against the wall, a slow smile curving his lips as he faced her. This way, they won't see your face, only my expression. Xiaozhen lowered her head, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she whispered. Xiaozhen had her back turned to the boys, yet she felt as if countless curious eyes were fixated upon her, pricking her like needles. Surely, they wouldn't misunderstand, would they? It was merely a game, just a touch of a face. They had been overly dramatic earlier, crying and hugging, all to avoid drinking bitter melon juice, almost getting to the point of kissing. Xiaozhen, focus. Qingmei lightly tapped her forehead. The room felt warm. He had already removed his scarf, tugging at his collar, his elegant collarbone barely visible. So delicate, so alluring. Xiaozhen silently averted her gaze. Millimeter. Unbeknownst to her, Qingmei inched closer, maintaining an ostensibly normal distance yet feeling somehow nearer. In the next moment, his scorching palm enveloped Xiaozhen's face, perfectly fitting, cradling her delicate features, his rough fingertips gently caressing her skin. Single-handedly cradling her face. The contact was feather-light, yet the searing sensation coursed through her like a jolt of electricity, causing Xiaozhen to instantly tense up and tremble. She finally understood what it meant to be face-palmed. She felt as if she might be utterly overwhelmed. She even forgot to breathe, instinctively recoiling, yet Qingmei, as if he had long anticipated this moment and was intimately familiar with her every reaction, swiftly reached out with his other hand to secure the back of her head. Be good, don't move. Just 1 minute, it will be over quickly. His voice held an alluring charm, sending shivers down her spine, mingling with the warmth of his breath as it drifted into her ears. It was utterly lethal. With no retreat possible, Xiaozhen reluctantly reached out, lightly clutching the fabric of Qingmei's shirt. It felt as though she were trapped in quicksand, with countless vines wrapping tightly around her, helplessly watching herself sink deeper, utterly unable to escape. Nor did she wish to. With a stiffened resolve, she nodded, her voice trembling. Okay. Internally, she reassured herself. 1 minute is merely 60 seconds, it will be over soon. The boys on the sofa exchanged glances, each wearing expressions that conveyed, we understand, we all understand. In Qingmei's presence, Xiaozhen felt diminutive and small. Zhang Yu started the timer. 1 minute begins now. Both parties must maintain eye contact for it to count as completing the dare. Xiaozhen lifted her gaze to meet Qingmei's onyx-like eyes. His phoenix eyes were deep and captivating, radiating an intense aura, resembling a meticulously sculpted artwork, exuding an inexplicable danger. It felt as if, with a single misstep, she could fall completely under his spell, never to return. Their eyes locked. Qiaozhen's right cheek was cradled in his hand, as if a flame were burning upon her skin, impossible to ignore. So hot. He was undeniably scorching, the warmth radiating from his touch spread through her limbs, igniting every drop of her blood. Qiaozhen fluttered her eyelashes, her breath becoming increasingly erratic, wishing she could bury her face and disappear into the ground, her head drooping lower and lower. Unbeknownst to her, she resembled a docile little rabbit, cradled in his hand, gazing up with bright, trusting eyes, completely unaware of the lurking danger. So innocent, Qingmei's gaze slowly descended, resting upon her lips. Her cherry-red lips were full and glistening with a layer of dew, akin to a blooming petal. Her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, captivating and delicate. Her face was small and soft, akin to a cloud, as though a gentle squeeze would leave behind a rosy imprint. If he were to pinch her hard, she would surely cry, wouldn't she? That wicked thought dissipated in an instant. Qingmei's expression darkened, his prominent Adam's apple visibly bobbing, his breath growing heavy, his ears flushing. In the glistening depths of her moist eyes, he could even see his own reflection, crystal clear. This scene sent a surge of excitement through every cell in Qingmei's body, intensifying his thrill and his struggle to maintain control. Zhang Yu cleared his throat. You too, there are 30 seconds remaining. Qiaozhen was on the verge of breaking, her legs inexplicably weak, feeling as if her bones had turned to jelly, nearly collapsing onto the floor. This was nonsensical. How could there still be half a minute left? She felt like a quail, gradually lowering her head, unable to meet Qingmei's gaze. Yet, Qingmei's hand holding her face exerted a gentle pressure, compelling her to look up, his voice husky, "Look at me, don't be nervous." Qingmei was so tall that even as he leaned slightly forward, Qiaozhen still had to tilt her head back to meet his fervent gaze. In the dim light, half of his rugged face was shrouded in shadow, exuding an unparalleled wildness, a tension that was palpable. So alluring, Qiaozhen's heart skipped a beat. She breathed cautiously, her right cheek, still cradled, tingling with heat. Although they were at a normal distance, she felt as though the space between them had constricted, as if she were enveloped by Qingmei's aura. It had never been like this before. In the past, she had dared to meet Qingmei's gaze openly, even standing close to him without any sense of discomfort, but now, why was it different? Her mind gradually began to feel oxygen-deprived. Qiaozhen slowly lost her ability to think, struggling to discern reality. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had faded away, leaving only the two of them in an intense silence. She vaguely perceived the sound of a pounding heartbeat, deafening and indistinguishable, unable to tell whose it was. A blush crept up Qiaozhen's cheeks, and she couldn't help but let out a soft breath, her eyes slowly glistening with a layer of moisture. Why did this 1 minute feel so strange and interminable? Zhang Yu glanced at his phone, seeing 3 minutes and 1 second, and exaggeratedly declared, "Time's up." As soon as the words left his lips, Qingmei lowered his hand from her face, letting it fall to his side, unable to resist lightly rubbing his fingers together. Just as Qiaozhen contemplated fleeing, her legs went numb, and she collapsed entirely. She found herself uncontrollably falling against Qingmei, her nose colliding with his solid chest, a mix of pain and sweetness flooding her senses. Qingmei wrapped his arm around her waist, patiently helping her up, casually ruffling her fluffy hair, his voice steady and reassuring, "Steady now." As he lowered his hand, Qingmei couldn't help but pinch his fingertips together. "I'm sorry." Qiaozhen felt utterly unsteady, nearly drifting off to the restroom, splashing cold water on her face. The icy water instantly dispelled the heat, gradually calming her down. Qiaozhen took a deep breath, looking up at the mirror, astonished and frozen in place. Her right cheek was flushed and rosy. She despaired, covering her face, stifling her emotions for a moment, feeling the forceful rhythm of her heartbeat, wanting to expel all these ambiguous and intimate sensations. Yet, the more she tried to forget, the more vivid the memories became. Qingmei, taking advantage of his birthday, had truly crossed a line. Chapter 39, Carrots for the Little Rabbit. Qingmei was not in much better condition. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his face adorned with a casual nonchalance, eyes reflecting tranquility, yet, the tips of his ears were crimson, as if stained with blood, and his neck was gradually tinged with pink. After a moment, he took a deep breath, suppressing the fire that burned within him. The game continued to unfold with fervor, when a certain boy drew the card commanding him to wall slam any participant present. He scanned the room with a resigned sigh, declaring, "Darn you, it's us." As soon as the words left his mouth, Niuefeng immediately covered his groin, his eyes wide with terror, trembling in fright. "What the hell? You're not plotting something nefarious against me, are you? Do you have a secret crush on me?" The boy erupted in fury. "You're talking nonsense, I'm straight, do you understand what that means?" In the end, he downed a glass of dark bitter melon juice, the taste so wretched that his entire face contorted in agony, rolling on the ground while shouting, "The genius who invented this drink is truly something else." After several rounds, only the final glass of dark bitter melon juice remained, and finishing it would signify the end of the game. Xiaozhen had fully immersed herself in their joyful atmosphere, unable to suppress a giggle, her eyes sparkling with delight, yet, in the next moment, the bottle's opening was pointed directly at her. Xiaozhen instantly ceased her laughter. Fearing the prospect of drawing some bizarre dare, she opted for caution and softly suggested, "Truth, please." Drawing the card, she read the words inscribed upon it, pausing momentarily, her fingertips hesitating slightly, the smile that had graced her lips gradually fading. "Have you ever had a crush? If so, could you elaborate?" Xiaozhen lowered her gaze, her fingers slowly tightening, her lips pressed together in calmness. Yes, she had experienced a crush. For the past 2 to 3 years, she had harbored feelings for Jixian, following him with a sincere heart, transitioning from a secret admiration to an open affection. Jixian always bestowed upon her a modicum of special treatment, allowing her to feel unique, leading her to believe that he might harbor some interest in her as well, thus she chased after him with eager anticipation. It seemed he relished her pursuit, neither rejecting nor affirming her feelings, allowing those around them to mock her. Reflecting on those memories, a pang of genuine pain gripped Xiaozhen's heart. It was not about letting go, but rather feeling unworthy, feeling her heart ache for herself. Her eyes dimmed for a fleeting moment, as she slowly closed them, only to reopen them with renewed brightness. Her voice, sweet and gentle, emerged, "I'm sorry, I'll be the one to drink the last cup." No matter how bitter the so-called dark bitter melon juice was, it paled in comparison to the agony of her unrequited love, far less than the suffering of her past self. Over 2 years had passed, moreover, the 7 years of her previous life. The boys were vaguely aware that Xiaozhen had once pursued Jixian. In fact, it was common knowledge at Jing University. The forums buzzed with chatter about it. How unfortunate, they might have unwittingly struck a nerve with Qingmei's painful memories. Damn it, they truly lacked humanity. The group exchanged glances, momentarily pausing, before simultaneously interjecting, "No, no, no, Qingmei, you shouldn't drink it. It's your first time playing, you have a revival shield." "Exactly, newcomer's protection, don't drink it, it's really bitter, let us hurry to the next round." Besides, having accepted the cookies painstakingly baked by the young lady, how could they genuinely allow her to consume such a bitter concoction? Xiaozhen quickly regained her composure, shaking her head with a smile, feigning lightheartedness as she said, "It's perfectly fine." It was indeed her turn to drink. She did not wish to disrupt the rules or dampen the group's spirits. As she reached out, just as her fingertips grazed the glass, a slender, knuckled finger appeared before her, swiftly seizing the cup. Xiaozhen turned in surprise. Qingmei tilted his head back and without hesitation gulped down the glass of dark bitter melon juice in one go, his lips parting, his eyes dark and profound. Under the dim, warm lighting, his profile was striking, with sharp contours and smooth lines, the prominent Adam's apple sliding gracefully along his long neck, exuding an irresistible allure. The hormones radiated from him with unrestrained intensity. Having finished the drink, he set the glass down, displaying no fluctuations in emotion, his tone languid, "I'll drink for her." As if addressing a trivial matter, the moment his words fell, it felt as though a burst of fireworks had detonated in Xiaozhen's mind, dazzling and resplendent. So beautiful, so radiant, the boys exchanged knowing smirks. Oh, Xiaozhen blinked, hurriedly unwrapping an orange-flavored hard candy from the table and placing it into Qingmei's hand. She lowered her head, inexplicably feeling a flush creeping to her ears, her mind swirling in confusion. Quick, quick, quick. Time for cake, karaoke, the boys cheered exuberantly, the cake had long been ordered by Qingmei and was soon delivered by the waiter. A colossal two-tiered tiramisu cake, adorned with a soft, adorable little white rabbit joyfully perched on a miniature motorcycle made of chocolate, alongside a cotton candy bunny nestled closely beside it, sharing an affectionate closeness. Suddenly, Xiaozhen's heart raced, and a conjecture slowly emerged in her mind. The boys, having just downed the bitter melon juice, were already eager for something sweet, nearly clawing at the cake to shove into their mouths. Yet, they restrained themselves, playing a rendition of Happy Birthday on the KTV screen while lighting a golden candle. Amidst the chorus of a Happy Birthday, Qingmei followed suit, closing his eyes to make a wish. He had never believed in such things, yet he still prayed, again and again. Amidst the clamor and chaos, he distinctly heard Xiaozhen's gentle, melodious voice, each word softly reverberating in his ears. She said, "Qingmei, may you be happy every day." Huff. Qingmei opened his eyes, gently extinguishing the candle, and began to slice the cake. The crowd eagerly leaned in. Xiaozhen sat quietly beside him, lost in thought, wondering what wish Qingmei might have made. In a daze, a small plate of exquisitely cut cake was presented before her. This was the very first piece Qingmei had cut, and he had specifically scooped out the soft, adorable little white rabbit, placing it atop the tiramisu. He leaned slightly closer, lowering his voice to a whisper meant only for her. "This little rabbit is you." A warm breath, fragrant with the scent of fresh grass, enveloped Xiaozhen entirely. "Thank you." She reached out to accept the cake, inexplicably flushed, her mind a chaotic whirlpool. She looked down at the little rabbit, its soft, white form, smiling sweetly. "So cute." Xiaozhen's eyes sparkled like stars as she smiled back, then, with a cruel twist, she bit off the little rabbit's head, leaving only the headless body behind. Qingmei was distributing cake to others, yet his gaze could not help but linger on Xiaozhen, his heart a tumult of emotions. She was like a little rabbit once abandoned by its mother, learning to be obedient and understanding, humbly seeking approval, awkwardly offering her beloved carrots to others in hopes of receiving sincere reciprocation. Yet others trampled on her carrots, mercilessly crushing her heartfelt offerings. She sat alone in a corner with a hollow stomach, her head bowed, murmuring to herself, "Is it that I am unworthy? What is it that I lack?" In truth, she was not dull. On the contrary, she was particularly sensitive, capable of perceiving others' kindness towards her, their special treatment, and their emotions. However, having been deceived, she found it difficult to trust again, instinctively retreating, even denying herself. Qingmei's heart softened immensely. He cast his gaze down at the cake in his hand, his long lashes casting a shadow over his eyes, and rubbed his brow gently. "It's all right, there is plenty of time ahead." He would give the little rabbit more and more carrots. Chapter 40, singing "I Love You." After the cake-cutting ceremony, as the cake was divided, the karaoke segment commenced with a fervor. The boys, brimming with enthusiasm, called out a multitude of classic oldies that middle-aged patrons are often wont to request. "Men, cry if you must, for it is no sin." Niuefeng raised the microphone and sang passionately, "Friends walk together for a lifetime, those days will never return." His voice was a cacophony, a lament that was far from melodious. Lacking both technique and emotion, his performance relied solely on sheer volume. Gradually, they began to cover their ears, feeling as though they might explode from the auditory assault. It was truly unbearable, driving them to the brink of madness. Suddenly, someone proposed, "Hey, how about Qingmei sings?" When Xiaozhen stood on stage singing during her freshman year, she had instantly captured the campus forum's attention. Everyone knew of the art school's remarkably talented junior. Instantly, all eyes converged once more on Xiaozhen. She, savoring a bite of tiramisu, was caught off guard by the cue and looked up, blinking her beautiful eyes, her long lashes fluttering. Nodding softly, she replied, "Sure." Taking the microphone, she turned to Qingmei and tilted her head slightly, inquiring, "What would you like to hear?" After all, it was the birthday celebrant's prerogative. Her intention was merely to extend birthday wishes, devoid of any desire to sing solely for Qingmei. Indeed, that was not her aim. Qingmei gazed deeply into her eyes, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, he swallowed hard, his voice low and husky, revealing the heat in his gaze. "Sing I Love You." Xiaozhen's mind momentarily malfunctioned, struggling to process the unexpected request. Her heart fluttered involuntarily, leaning back against the couch. Jinichi let the intensity in his eyes soften, casually repeating, "Will you sing I love you?" Realizing the moment, Qiaojun nodded and softly responded, "MHM." The boys quickly changed the song, eager to hear Wang Xinling's rendition of I Love You. The lively accompaniment filled the air, the melody flowing like a gentle stream, softly tapping at their hearts. As Qiaojun infused her emotions into the performance, she sang sweetly into the microphone. Her voice was truly enchanting, free from artifice, a genuine expression of feeling. Each note, amplified through the microphone, danced tenderly in their ears, akin to honey cascading into the most delicate corners of their hearts. Jinichi's breathing deepened, his intense gaze fixed on Qiaojun's face, filled with admiration and a hint of desire. When the young woman smiled, her almond eye sparkled like a myriad of stars, and her lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a charming dimple. Every gesture she made radiated an irresistible allure. Perhaps Qiaojun was unaware that in her singing, she shone like a pearl reflecting brilliant light, presenting the most beautiful and breathtaking scenery the world could offer. She truly underestimated her own brilliance. Jinichi's fingers tightened slightly, his chest rising and falling uncontrollably, a faint flush creeping up his neck. The entire room seemed to fill with pink heart-shaped bubbles, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of warmth and comfort. "In your heart? Am I the only one?" Qiaojun earnestly sang into the microphone, and at this line, she couldn't help but glance back at Jinichi. In that instant, their eyes met. His deep, captivating gaze pulled her in, laden with profound emotion. Her voice trembled slightly, and she quickly averted her gaze. Finishing the song, the audience felt as though they were floating on a soft cloud, utterly enchanted. It was indeed a perfect embodiment of the phrase beauty and sweet voice. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. "Wow, that was incredible, so talented." "No, Qingmei, you must sing more, we can't let those guys with the duck-like voices take the microphone." Qiaojun quietly placed the microphone down, a gentle smile gracing her lips, slightly bashful from the praise. The group continued singing until nearly 10:30 at night, preparing for a group photo before departing. Niuefeng called over a waiter to assist with the picture-taking, eagerly squeezing onto the sofa. "Come on, say cheese." At the mention of a group photo, Qiaojun's lashes fluttered, her fingertips stiffening as she pursed her lips. She was not fond of such photographs. At home, family portraits always featured her younger brother in the center, with her mother and stepfather flanking him, while she was relegated to the edges, often absent from the frame altogether. There was no trace of her in the family album on her mother's bedside table. She felt like a superfluous presence. A fleeting memory of last year surfaced, when she celebrated Ji Xian's birthday at the KTV. The games they played, dice throwing, drinking, were foreign to her, and she could only stand by quietly, singing softly. When Yu Wenjian suggested a group photo, Ji Xian naturally took center stage, surrounded by several boys. Qiaojun sat quietly on the far edge, in the most inconspicuous corner, feeling small and silent. Later, when Ji Xian's friends posted about the event, they conveniently cropped her out. Countless memories flashed by, tinged with a bittersweetness that slowly engulfed her, making it hard to breathe. Rubbing her eyes, Qiaojun felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and instinctively shifted away. Suddenly, a warm hand grasped her wrist, gently pulling her back. "Where are you going?" Jinichi's gaze was deep and serious, patting the space beside him, a faint smile curling on his lips. "Come here." When he smiled, the beauty mark beneath his right eye was particularly striking, both alluring and beguiling. How had she never noticed how handsome and charming he was before? Momentarily dazed by his allure, Qiaojun found herself drawn to the center of the group. Was she somehow the center of attention for her own birthday celebration? A strange emotion surged within her. She shifted slightly, reaching out to tug at Jinichi's shirt. "Come a little closer." Jinichi nonchalantly replied, "Oh," and leaned in, their bodies nearly touching. Qiaojun felt no discomfort. Instead, she formed a peace sign and smiled brightly at the camera, her eyes sparkling. The waiter, adopting a professional stance, snapped away, capturing the group in various poses. The boys posed playfully, satisfied with the resulting photos. Just as Zhang Yu was about to post on social media, he scratched his head and asked, "Qiaojun, should we just post the original images, or do you need any edits?" "My sister insists on edits for her posts, otherwise she won't share them." Xiaojun, indifferent to such matters, replied softly, "It's fine, just post them as they are." No sooner had she spoken than the social media feeds were flooded with their photos, accompanied by a myriad of quirky captions. Typically reticent about sharing on social media, Xiaojun couldn't resist posting a simple set of original images: sunset, cake, and the group photo. In the picture, she and Qingmei were at the center, surrounded by smiling faces, radiating genuine joy. In a fleeting moment, the warmth of that vibrant sunset seemed to linger in her heart, gradually dispelling the shadows. She quietly mused that she would never forget this day. On the way back to school, a gentle evening breeze enveloped them as they strolled leisurely. The boys walked ahead, arms slung over each other's shoulders, while Xiaojun and Qingmei trailed at the back. The night sky was ablaze with stars, resembling a flowing river of light. "The night is so beautiful," Xiaojun remarked, gazing up at the luminous moon, a smile gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to her, a fervent gaze rested upon her, following her line of sight. Qingmei also looked up at the moon, etching the scene into his memory. Yes, it is beautiful. His birthday wish this year was to turn his secret crush into reality. Chapter 41:2 Scarves. He became jealous in the WeChat contacts of the boys. There exists a plethora of university classmates, and the photos circulating in their friend circles eventually reached Jixian's friends. In the early hours, they immediately forwarded them to Jixian. The images were evidently taken in a KTV, where under the dim, flickering lights, a girl laughed sweetly like honey, clad in a soft, cream-colored dress that exuded an ethereal charm. She sat almost at the center, nestled among a group of boys, even leaning closely against one beside her, an intimate proximity that was strikingly evident. The girl's sincere and radiant smile pierced through the air like a sharp blade, striking directly at Jixian's eyes. His fingers tightened around his phone, suddenly rigid, his expression freezing, resembling an ice sculpture, while his light brown eyes grew increasingly piercing. The group chat buzzed with fervent discussion. "Smiley, I've found out. It's Qingmei's birthday gathering, all boys, with only Xiaojun as the sole girl. She didn't come for Jishao's birthday, yet she is so attentive for other men's birthdays." Grinning, at that moment, a rational boy interjected. "I feel like she must have truly given up. Last time we went to KTV, she sat at the edge and was cut out of the frame. If it were me, I would have been furious. She has such a good temper." Upon hearing this, the chat fell silent, no one daring to speak. Jixian's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers clenched tightly, as even breathing became a challenge. Given up, outside the window, the night was thick with silence, accompanied by a biting cold wind that heralded a drop in temperature. Suddenly, a storm erupted in the evening, with thunder rumbling and raindrops mercilessly pelting against the windows, fierce and urgent. More WeChat notifications chimed in. Yuanjian, deliberately inciting, commented. "Smiley, shut up. If she didn't care, how could she possibly gift you a hand-knit scarf? This time, it was clearly meant for us to see." Jixian furrowed his brow, slowly exhaling. Yes, Xiaojun was engaging in a contest of wills, seeking to compel him to capitulate first. He was absolutely certain of this. The following morning, late autumn had arrived, and a torrential downpour the previous night had caused the temperature to plummet, prompting students to don thicker clothing. Rarely, Jixian wrapped a scarf around his neck, instantly capturing the hearts of many girls. With his inherently exquisite and flawless features, his aloof demeanor, and pale skin, the addition of a light brown scarf only accentuated his regal appearance. Photos had already begun circulating on forums. "Smiley, oh my, does he look this good even in a scarf?" Hot post 1. "Smiley, is this the first time Jishao has worn a scarf to school? Truly, even a handsome man looks good in a burlap sack." Post 2. "Smiley, next door, Qingmei from the Information College also unexpectedly donned a scarf. Are they in cahoots?" Post 3. "Yet QYC looks slightly cooler. I'll find someone to get me a link." At that moment, a short-haired girl stood frozen, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she stared at her phone screen. Beside her, another girl gasped, "No way, isn't he that the scarf you previously gave Jixian?" The short-haired girl nodded, "Yes, I seem to have forgotten to sign it. It was only $9.99 with free shipping. I just shoved it in, thinking it would surely be discarded." Though she had once admired Ji Xian's looks, her affections had since shifted to another, and she chose to ignore it. Perhaps those who were used to exquisite luxury simply wanted to try something cheap and crude. Meanwhile, the boys surrounding Ji Xian were in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief, stunned into silence. They had never anticipated that Ji Xiao would actually wear the scarf gifted by Qiaozhen. This was madness. It was clearly of poor quality, costing only $9.99. They wouldn't even want it as a rag. They had countless questions, yet when faced with Ji Xian's icy gaze, they immediately fell silent, afraid to utter another word. Yu Wenjian silently clenched his fist, and in a moment of recognition, caught sight of a familiar figure outside the door. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly raised his voice in laughter. Ji Xiao, the scarf Qiaozhen knitted for you is quite nice. Who knows how much thought she put into it, especially sending it on your birthday to curry your favor. Ji Xian coolly lifted his eyelids, seemingly hearing what he wanted to hear, and replied with a faint acknowledgement. No sooner had the words left his lips than, just outside the restroom, Qingmei paused, his entire body stiffening. The scarf that Qiaozhen knitted for you, especially sent on your birthday. Each word pierced like a dagger, stabbing mercilessly at his heart, leaving it bleeding and raw, the pain searing. A bitter sensation spread inch by inch within him. Qingmei stood frozen, silently lowering his gaze to his deep grey scarf, lost in thought. He clenched his fingers tightly, striving to suppress the tumult of bitterness roiling within his chest, yet he found it impossible. The rain outside intensified, enveloping the entire school in a torrential downpour, the water splashing coldly into his heart. He was not unaware that Qiaozhen regarded him merely as an older brother with whom she grew up. He was also cognizant of how much she had once liked Ji Xian. In the past, Qiaozhen would often rest her chin on her hands, stealing glances at Ji Xian, eagerly seeking his help with math problems, gifting him strawberry yogurt and various snacks, following him closely with uncontainable joy and anticipation. He was fully aware of all this, every detail etched in his mind, but what was the use of knowing? He had no right to question, nor any right to feel jealous. Qingmei swallowed hard, his eyes downcast, heavy with desolation, as he turned to leave, unbidden. Memories of the previous afternoon flooded his mind. Amidst a sea of blooming flowers, with a gentle breeze caressing, butterflies danced gracefully. The girl, beaming with joy, draped a scarf around his neck, her eyes sparkling with starlight. He also recalled the rainy day when Qiaozhen had hung her head low, tears brimming in her eyes, pitifully murmuring, "I no longer like Ji Xian." Qingmei closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Qiaozhen appeared soft and gentle, yet she was, in truth, a girl with unwavering resolve, a most precious and radiant gem. By her nature, she would never again give Ji Xian anything. There must be some misunderstanding. He would subtly inquire and seek clarity. Understanding begets trust. Chapter 42. He awaits, awaiting the heart of pearl outside the window. The rain fell softly, weaving a veil of mist that rendered the air damp and heavy. In the afternoon, Qiaozhen's third period was the elective course titled International Financial Research and Analysis, scheduled for the latter half of the semester. Today marked the inaugural class, a subject she had fervently enrolled in to attend alongside Ji Xian. With a silent sigh, Qiaozhen arrived punctually at the classroom. The large hall was nearly full, with approximately 100 students present. Ji Xian and his companions occupied the front row, deliberately leaving one seat vacant. The moment Qiaozhen stepped through the door, all eyes turned to her, as if they wished to pierce through her very being. Ji Xian lazily lifted his gaze, attempting to discern any expression on the girl's face, yet found none. There was nothing, no trace of emotion, without so much as a glance in his direction. Qiaozhen calmly seated herself in the corner of the last row, an unsettling tranquility enveloping her, as if she no longer cared. Ji Xian's expression immediately hardened, a sense of emptiness gnawing at him. The elective course was rather lackluster, with most students engrossed in their phones. The girl beside Qiaozhen had spent the entire class playing do diaizhu. During the break, the teacher leisurely took a sip from a water cup and announced from the podium, "The final assessment will be in the form of a paper, with specific requirements posted on the study platform. Form pairs as you wish and fill out the confirmation form." As soon as the words left his lips, several girls turned their gaze toward Ji Xian like hungry wolves, and the bolder ones swiftly retouched their lipstick, approaching him with polite inquiries about potential partners. With an impassive expression, Ji Xian kept his head down, stating succinctly, "I have one." Upon hearing this, the girls departed in disappointment. Minutes passed, and the atmosphere around Jixian grew increasingly frigid, almost unbearable. Yu Wenjian gritted his teeth and muttered, "Don't worry, Qiaozhen will definitely come over to team up with you." At this, Jixian's demeanor softened slightly, however, as time dragged on without a sign of Qiaozhen, his patience began to wane. When he spotted her smiling and chatting with a girl from the medical school, Jixian could no longer remain seated. He suddenly stood up. Qiaozhen was engaged in conversation with the girl beside her when, in the next moment, a tall figure loomed closer, exuding an icy presence akin to freshly fallen snow. A sense of foreboding washed over Qiaozhen as she slightly lifted her head. Jixian halted by her desk, mere inches away, his frigid aura enveloping her entirely. Under the scrutiny of their peers, his glassy eyes remained fixed on Qiaozhen, silence stretching between them, the meaning clear and unmistakable. The students craned their necks, their whispers escalating into a fervor. Jixian was renowned throughout the school, the illustrious president of the student council hailing from a prestigious family, and it was widely known that Qiaozhen harbored feelings for him. She had trailed behind him like a devoted follower since the start of the semester. Countless girls admired Jixian, but he was a celestial entity, a scion of the elite, an existence beyond the reach of ordinary people. Yet now, Jixian had taken the initiative to seek out Qiaozhen for a partnership. How could this be possible? Standing before her, his demeanor was placid, but an enigmatic emotion flickered in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. He adjusted the light brown scarf around his neck and commanded, "Join me, form a pair." However, Qiaozhen leaned back slightly, her eyes betraying no emotion, and without hesitation, she shook her head, softly declining, "I'm not willing." Her voice was soft yet unmistakably clear, resonating in everyone's ears. She was unwilling. How could that be? Everyone stood frozen in disbelief, eager to lean in closer and absorb the unfolding drama. This was explosive news, indeed. As soon as her words faded, Jixian took a step forward, his previously aloof demeanor cracking. With a face that seemed to darken with incredulity, his voice grew colder. "What did you say?" Qiaozhen maintained her composure, distancing herself as the white light illuminated her delicate features. She reiterated firmly, "I am not willing." After saying this, she averted her gaze, no longer regarding Jixian's expression. The surrounding classmates were taken aback, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Jixian stood rigidly, his face taut, as if he might shatter. The murmurs of disbelief filled the air. Qiaozhen had rejected Jixian, not once, but twice. How astonishing! The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Jixian let out a cold laugh, exuding an air of nobility and restraint, his presence imposing as he delivered a final warning, "Qiaozhen, my patience is finite." He returned to his seat, his expression frosty and filled with an ominous energy, as though dark clouds loomed over him. Jixian's friends exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting a profound astonishment. Qiaozhen, the girl who had always followed in Jixian's wake, had truly turned him down. How could this be? It was common knowledge that Qiaozhen adored Jixian, even striving to excel academically to gain his attention. Had she truly dared to defy him? Seated in silence, Jixian's face was partially shrouded in shadow, his expression increasingly cold, reminiscent of a winter storm mixed with icy rain, sending shivers down one's spine. He seemed on the verge of breaking. It was the calm before the storm. At that moment, a boy beside him cautiously remarked, Jishao, please don't be angry." Jixian shot him a chilling glare, his eyes brimming with warning. The boy, sweating profusely, quickly replied, all right, I'm not angry. I'm the one who's angry." He continued, "You know how girls can be a bit temperamental and difficult to please." After a moment's hesitation, he met Jixian's questioning gaze and added, "If you command her to pair up in a cold tone, she's bound to resist. You should soften your approach, perhaps smile a little." Upon hearing this, Jixian fell into contemplation, a flicker of doubt and struggle crossing his features. Yet, moments later, he stubbornly returned to his previous conviction, his gaze indifferent, tone resolute. "No, she likes me. She will undoubtedly return." The light brown scarf provided him with ample confidence. Qiaozhen's heart and thoughts were filled with him. Even when she sulked, she still cared. Otherwise, she wouldn't have secretly tucked the scarf into his backpack. She was concerned for him, mindful of his birthday, yearning for him to take the initiative to coax her. Jixian became increasingly convinced of his assumptions. Beside him, the boy couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling as though he had been talking to a wall. Even the other boys, who had previously wagered that Xiaozhen would come back, began to waver in their certainty. Was Jixian being overly confident? They sensed that his confidence and calmness were on the brink of collapse. In dormitory 307, Niuefeng bounced over to Qingmei, feigning mystery. War Kai Ji, I just heard a super explosive rumor on the campus forum. Want to hear it? As he spoke, he cheerfully munched on a handful of tomato-flavored chips, his expression gleeful. Qingmei, with a lackluster demeanor, continued to code, his fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. He remained unmoved, succinctly responding, no time. Qingmei typically paid little attention to forums and had no interest in gossip. However, Niuefeng's words piqued the interest of the other two boys in the dorm, who urged him to share. Niuefeng leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially in Qingmei's ear, Are you really not interested? Qingmei, unblinking, replied, I get lost. Niuefeng sighed dramatically, shaking his head, all right then, I want to tell you. The lethargy evaporated, and he abruptly looked up, gripping Niuefeng's shoulder with a serious expression, speak. His reaction was instantaneous, as if he had activated a radar. The mere mention of Xiaozhen set off alarm bells in his mind. Niuefeng feigned surprise. Oh, what's wrong? Didn't you just tell me to get lost? Aha, the moment Qingmei was mentioned, someone became visibly anxious. Who could it be? He wondered. Qingmei gritted his teeth. Dinner. The teacher announced that the final paper required pairs to be formed freely. Unexpectedly, Jixian boldly approached and publicly invited Qingmei to partner with him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qingmei's expression darkened. His heart felt as though it had been violently wrenched, a tumultuous wave of inexplicable emotions churning within him, making it difficult to breathe. Unbeknownst to him, his fingers beneath the table clenched tightly, turning pale. And then, Qingmei's voice remained calm, but a careful listener would detect a tremor, a stark contrast to his usual relaxed demeanor. Niuefeng, oblivious, continued with excitement, but our Qingmei was outstanding. She flatly rejected him twice. I heard Jixian's face turned so dark it could have dripped ink. Har 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 har. Every word Niuefeng uttered was crystal clear. Qingmei closed his eyes, exhaling slowly, releasing the tension that had gripped him. He leaned back in his chair, pressing his fingers against his brow, his eyelashes fluttering like raven feathers, his face caught between light and shadow. The weight that had hung heavily in his chest finally lifted. Niuefeng grinned broadly. So what do you think, brothers? Isn't it exhilarating? Qingmei ceased listening to the ensuing chatter of his roommates. Their noisy conversations faded into the background, as if he were in a different realm altogether. He lowered his gaze, retrieving a well-worn diary from his drawer, flipping to the first page. The pages had yellowed with time, bearing witness to countless storms and seasons, etched with the marks of days and nights gone by. The handwriting was slightly blurred yet meticulously penned, resembling a flame that burned with fervor, permanently imprinted on the paper. I am waiting for Pearl's heart to stir. Chapter 43, The Chaotic Arena, Jixian's Breakthrough. In the next moment, a chime resonated as a WeChat message from Xiaozhen arrived on his phone. After swiftly perusing the message, Qingmei promptly tucked away his diary, casually grabbed a jacket, and hurriedly made his way out of the dormitory. Niuefeng stood bewildered in the whirlwind created by his departure, momentarily stunned, with a bag of chips nearly poking him in the face. Wait. Bro, where on earth are you rushing off to? The rain fell in relentless torrents, rendering the outside world a hazy blur. Even through the glass, the sound of the downpour was distinctly audible, resonant and forceful. After sending her message to Qingmei, Xiaozhen felt her spirits lift slightly. Upon hearing Jixian's remark, my patience has its limits, she found herself utterly perplexed, longing to delve into his mind and inquire. Are you all right? Seated quietly, Xiaozhen lifted her hand to rub her eyes. It appeared that certain matters required a thorough clarification to avoid further entanglement. The bell signaling the end of the fourth period rang. Xiaozhen partnered with an unfamiliar girl seated beside her, and after exchanging WeChat contacts, they filled in their student ID numbers, classes, and names on the form. One by one, classmates made their way to the dining hall and dormitories, leaving the classroom eerily empty. Even Yu Wenjian and his companions had been dismissed by Jixian, only the two of them remained. Xiaozhen slowly packed her backpack, when suddenly, an unexpected shadow loomed over her. Looking up, she found Jixian standing before her. The man towered over her, his expression icy and detached, his gaze fixed intently upon her as if anticipating a reasonable explanation. Xiaozhen zipped up her backpack and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Jixian's jawline was sharply defined, his eyelashes seemingly coated with frost, clearly conveying his dissatisfaction. He scrutinized her, his voice clear yet ruthless, each word deliberate. "You celebrated another man's birthday yesterday." It was a statement, not a question. Xiaozhen had intended to discuss matters with him, calmly tilting her head, "And what does that have to do with you?" She was inexplicably reminded of the time she was cornered by Jixian and his friends in the hallway, when they interrogated her about why she suddenly blocked them. With no way to escape, she had tried to slip away, only to have Jixian grip her wrist tightly, leaving faint red marks. At that moment, he remained impassive, his gaze upon her as if she were his possession. But what right did he have to question her? At her words, Jixian's expression turned frigid, his eyes momentarily cloaked in a chilling frost. He appeared to find her remark amusing, his tone firm and somewhat grave. "It has nothing to do with me." Xiaozhen took a deep breath and resolutely nodded, "Yes. Jixian, I no longer like you," she stated calmly, her eyes betraying no emotion, even feeling a sense of liberation akin to emerging from the depths of the ocean. Letting go of years of obsession was not as daunting as it seemed. After her persistent devotion day after day, year after year, how could Jixian not be aware of her feelings for him? He had always relished the pursuit, readily dismissing others' advances, yet never rejecting hers. Because of this uniqueness, she had once been fervent, but the memories of her past life washed over her like a bucket of icy water, chilling her to the core. Indeed, she felt utterly frozen. As her words hung in the air, Jixian suddenly froze, his breath momentarily caught, struggling to comprehend her statement, even doubting his own ears. And no longer liking him. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within his chest, a tumultuous tide that stifled his breath. It was an emotion he had never experienced before. Moments later, Jixian regained his composure, restoring his calm demeanor. Impossible. If she no longer liked him, why would she deliberately gift him a hand-knitted scarf on his birthday? Jixian's dark gaze deepened, his tone confident and unwavering. "You are lying to me." She had clearly stated that she would only ever like him. She must be deceiving him, yet, Xiaozhen bore no semblance of a liar. She raised her clear eyes, gazing at him with unwavering sincerity, her tone serious. "I am not lying to you. I hope that you and your friends will keep your distance from me in the future, and no longer entangle me." She paused before adding, "I find it quite unpleasant." Unpleasant. Jixian's thin lips pressed into a tight line, his expression growing increasingly frigid and grim. Those two words struck him like a blade, embedding deeply in the most vulnerable part of his heart, causing a slow trickle of blood. It was as if bullets had shattered a vase, leaving a chaotic mess in their wake. The atmosphere around Jixian turned frigid, a storm brewing in his eyes as he approached her step by step. In the next moment, Xiaozhen's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight, her whole being radiating life as she jogged towards the classroom door, her footsteps light. "You finally made it." Jixian stiffly turned his head. Qingmei stood at the entrance, exuding an overwhelming presence, his gaze sharp and dangerous as a blade. Yet, when he looked down at Xiaozhen, his eyes softened. "Let us go." This scene struck Jixian's eyes like a jolt. His mind whirled with tumultuous emotions, a tempest brewing within him, the air around him thick with tension. After a long pause, Jixian let out a cold laugh, his voice deceptively calm as he softly called her name, "Xiaozhen." He rarely uttered her name, but whenever he did, whenever he beckoned with a finger, or even occasionally with just a glance, Xiaozhen would appear by his side, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if she would never fade from his life. Yet, upon hearing his call, Xiaozhen quickened her pace, nearly pressing against Qingmei, seeking refuge behind him like a small creature finding shelter from predators. In that instant, Jixian's composed demeanor shattered, his steps heavy as if laden with cold lead. He stood there, stunned by the scene before him, as if a piece of his heart had been hollowed out, profoundly challenging his long-held beliefs. Qingmei sensed the girl leaning closer, his body stiffening as a surge of molten magma erupted within him. He swallowed hard, grasping Xiaozhen's hand, stepping away, watching the two leave in close quarters. Jixian had never anticipated that his emotions could fluctuate so dramatically. With a series of sharp knocks, he rapped his knuckles on the desk, icy words spilling from between clenched teeth, his tone authoritative. Xiaozhen, if you dare to walk away with him, you shall never return. Chapter 44. More difficult to suppress than an AK, Jixian stood motionless, each word laden with a chilling coldness, the tone imbued with a palpable sense of foreboding. His confidence was unwavering. Back in high school, he had casually remarked, "You seem rather close to that Qingmei." The very next day, Xiaozhen began to distance herself from Qingmei, fearful of any misconceptions he might harbor. Such a person, how could they genuinely sever ties? In a dilemma, Jixian was 100% certain that Xiaozhen would not choose to follow Qingmei. Yet, at this moment, Xiaozhen remained steadfastly beside Qingmei, her steps unwavering. She turned her back to him, seemingly oblivious, as she walked towards the staircase, her figure gradually fading away. It was as if she had truly resolved to make a decision. Jixian stood frozen, his expression shifting dramatically, a wave of panic surging within him, the hand beside him clenched tightly, his voice sharp as ice, rising in volume. "Xiaozhen, come here." Jixian yearned to maintain his usual composure, to uphold an image of perfection, yet his delicate features betrayed a growing ferocity. The rain outside intensified, Xiaozhen's silhouette vanished entirely within the curtain of rain, the entire academic building felt desolate. Jixian took a step back, slowly closing his eyes, even able to hear the disarray of his own breathing. He remained in this state for an indeterminate duration before finally reopening his eyes, returning to his initially serene demeanor. It was all right, it was all right. Xiaozhen did not harbor feelings for Qingmei. She merely regarded him as an older brother. Jixian repeated this to himself, time and again, fortifying his conviction. Xiaozhen was merely attempting to provoke him, deliberately engaging her childhood friend to put on a show before him. Yes, it must be so. The sky loomed dark and heavy, accompanied by the sound of raindrops, the air thickening with dampness and oppressive pressure. Xiaozhen looked up at Qingmei, softly inquiring, "What did you want to discuss with me?" It was Qingmei who had mentioned needing to speak with her, prompting her to suggest they share a meal together. Knowing he would come, allowed her to confidently clarify matters with Jixian, lest they be interrupted by others. Amidst the rain, Qingmei held a black umbrella, placing a bag into her arms with a languid demeanor. "I brought you something." Xiaozhen gazed into the bag, her clear eyes widening in surprise and delight. "How did you know I wanted this?" Inside were her beloved snowflakes cakes and a recently popular rabbit plushie. She adored them immensely, yet they were notoriously difficult to acquire. Her fingers, gripping the bag, felt slightly warm as she blinked in confusion. "Thank you, but why the sudden gift?" Qingmei seemed to anticipate her question, his tone nonchalant. "Oh, I won it in a raffle. As a guy, I don't particularly care for such things." He paused, glancing towards the nearby academic building, casually inquiring, "I rather liked the scarf you gifted me. Have you given one to anyone else?" Whether it was merely an illusion, Xiaozhen sensed a certain stiffness in his tone, incongruous with his otherwise laid-back demeanor. She turned her head to look at him. The man stood tall, his ruggedly handsome face a play of light and shadow, his dark hair glimmering alluringly. The deep grey scarf she had given him adorned his neck, complementing his aura of maturity and steadiness, while also hinting at a touch of rebelliousness. Xiaozhen nodded, replying honestly, "Yes, I've knitted one for my roommate." She simply enjoyed crafting. Each time she knit a scarf or baked, she found a sense of tranquility and comfort. Qingmei fell silent, his voice subdued. The clouds completely obscured the sun, descending with a sense of oppression. Heavy raindrops pounded against the umbrella, producing a dull yet powerful sound. After a few seconds, his voice took on a muffled quality. "Have you given one to any other boys?" Taken aback by his question, Xiaozhen shook her head obediently, her expression sincere. "No, only you." As the words left her lips, Qingmei's eyes gradually sparkled with starlight, glimmering with fragmented brilliance, his gaze softening. Xiaozhen, puzzled, tilted her face upward. "What's the matter?" "Oh, nothing, just a casual inquiry." Qingmei held the umbrella with one hand and stuffed his other into his pocket, his tone casual. He feigned indifference, lowering his head, striving to suppress the upward curve of his lips, yet the corners of his mouth seemed to rise uncontrollably, more challenging to suppress than an AK. Qingmei buried the lower half of his face in the scarf, concealing his uncontainable emotions. The rain continued to fall from the sky, yet within his heart, the clouds had already cleared. Later, the two exited the school for dinner. Qiaozhen ordered fried rice, paired with a glass of orange juice. The restaurant was nearly empty, as most students opted for takeout. The proprietress promptly served their steaming dishes, the aroma wafting enticingly. Qingmei handed her chopsticks and a spoon, removing his scarf while they ate. Before long, he suddenly spoke. "Do you want to go to a hot spring?" Qiaozhen. The unexpected question left her momentarily stunned, her eyes widening slowly as she questioned her own hearing, nearly choking on her orange juice. A hot spring. Just a few days prior, she had come across several videos from bloggers and had casually mentioned wanting to experience one. However, to go with Qingmei would mean. Qiaozhen's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably, nearly forgetting to chew her food. Wouldn't that mean she might see his abs? Memories of certain alluring scenes from her past life flooded her mind, and her fingers tightened unconsciously around the cup, her thoughts drifting, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. How had she become like this? Her mind filled with thoughts of his Adam's apple and abs. She felt terribly guilty. Noticing her prolonged silence, Qingmei's eyes reflected complex emotions as he set down his chopsticks, gazing intently at her. "Don't want to go." Snapping back to reality, Qiaozhen strategically took a sip of her orange juice, her sweet voice slightly trembling. "Is it a group activity for team building? Would it be like the last time at KTV with his friends?" However, in the next moment, Qingmei rolled his Adam's apple, his deep, magnetic voice resonating with an almost irresistible allure, gently lingering in her ears, echoing in her mind. "No one else. Qiaozhen, it's just you and me." Chapter 45. Qiaozhen, his white swan. "What? Qingmei invited you to the hot springs all by yourself?" In the dormitory, Xinglulu, in a state of despair, sat up with a start, exclaiming, "Goodness, he must be asking you out." Qiaozhen quietly arranged her bedding, placing her little rabbit plushie beside her pillow, and softly murmured, "Well, it doesn't really count as a date, does it?" Xinglulu, with a sense of righteousness, retorted, "Isn't that how they portray it in dramas? When the male and female leads go to the hot springs, pink heart-shaped bubbles float all around, and they naturally develop feelings for each other, culminating in a passionate kiss." Stop. Qiaozhen's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she pulled the bed curtain closed, silently burying herself under the covers for a moment. Yu, however, adopted a more serious tone. "I remember that newly opened hot spring resort in the capital has received quite a few good reviews, and they offer a buffet. My friends who have been there all said it was wonderful. The only downside is that it's prohibitively expensive, extraordinarily so. So, did you agree to go?" As the lights went out at 11, Qiaozhen lay in bed, peering out, affectionately rubbing her cheek against the little rabbit's head, responding softly with a gentle millimeter. She had indeed accepted the invitation. Qingmei mentioned it was a lucky draw in their car club, and he won 2 tickets to the hot springs, which included a night at the hotel and a buffet dinner. Since Aunt Qin was unavailable, he invited her along. He had lazily remarked, "If you don't go, then this ticket will just go to waste." Qiaozhen, her mind filled with thoughts of abs and Adam's apples, had been unwittingly led astray. Upon hearing this, Qingmei's hand trembled, her eyeliner nearly flying up to her brows. As a woman who had been deceived by a scoundrel in the past, she now regarded men with heightened vigilance. Qingmei, her tone tinged with concern, said, "Why do I feel like you've been set up? The hotel has to have 2 rooms, right? He wouldn't do anything inappropriate to you, would he?" Qiaozhen yawned and obediently replied, "Yes, 2 rooms." After a pause, she added softly, her tone slightly earnest, "Qingmei is a really good person. We grew up together, and he would never let me be bullied." Qingmei wiped her eyeliner away, letting out a couple of tch sounds, suddenly becoming a shipper of their pairing. All right, she was now on guard. The 3 of them exchanged knowing glances, revealing a profound smile. Who would believe in a lucky draw? Only Qiaozhen could be so easily deceived, so quick to trust others. Lucky draw guy, he must be deeply infatuated. Winter quietly descended, and the weather in December gradually turned cold. Enjoying the hot springs in winter promotes blood circulation, wards off the chill, alleviates fatigue, enhances sleep quality, and relieves emotional stress. Qiaojun eagerly anticipated this day, her excitement bubbling over, making her steps lighter. Whether it was due to the thrill of her first hot spring experience or something else entirely, she could not tell. The resort hotel exuded a rustic elegance, surrounded by lush greenery and artificial hills, picturesque and enchanting. The natural hot springs were shrouded in mist, steaming and crystal clear, infused with a faint, pleasant fragrance. After enjoying the buffet, Qiaojun waited a while for her meal to settle before changing into her swimsuit. The pure white swimsuit, adorned with lace ties and wrapped in a thin layer of sheer fabric, was ethereal yet exceedingly modest. It was a swimsuit she had purchased 3 years prior. However, upon donning the attire and glancing in the mirror, she realized her figure had matured since then. Qiaojun froze for a moment, silently covering her face, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. The bust area felt a bit snug. She wished she had bought a new one. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she could not shake the feeling that others were casting furtive glances her way, leading her to question whether something was amiss with her outfit. After tidying up in front of the mirror, she pulled back the curtain only to be met by the sight of a tall, statuesque figure. The man had tousled hair falling over his brow, with deep-set eyes and an intensely striking face. Clad in a white bathrobe that exposed a hint of his collarbone, he exuded an air of restraint yet was undeniably alluring. Qingmei had been waiting for her not far away. He slightly raised his gaze, his breath hitching, and his eyes deepening with intensity. The girl's skin was flawless and fair, her legs slender, radiating an irresistible charm. Though her attire was conservative, composed of ample fabric akin to an ordinary dress, it accentuated her purity and allure even more. Especially her beautiful eyes, clear and innocent, sparkling with a mesmerizing glow, accompanied by a gentle smile that made one want to tease her. In less than 2 seconds, Qingmei lowered his eyelashes, diverting his gaze, his fingers instinctively tightening. Qiaojun approached him, her voice tinged with uncertainty as she timidly inquired, "Do I look strange in this?" She had noticed many people discreetly staring at her. Was there something wrong? Not at all. Qingmei paused, his throat feeling dry, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. "You look wonderful." "Really?" Qiaojun raised her curious eyes. She often felt that Qingmei viewed her through a filter, constantly showering her with compliments, much like how she would mindlessly praise her roommates. Qingmei rubbed his brow, his expression turning serious as he lowered his voice. "Do you want to hear the truth?" Qiaojun's heart skipped a beat as she nodded, gazed. In the next moment, Qingmei smirked slightly, his smile mischievous, as he reached out to ruffle her hair, brushing against a few soft strands. "Qiaojun, be more confident. Do you know what you look like right now?" Accustomed to his playful gestures, Qiaojun stood still, not shying away, allowing him to be carefree. At his words, she tilted her face upward, feeling inexplicably nervous. "Like what?" Her heart seemed to be suspended, awaiting his verdict. Qingmei let out a sigh, gradually leaning closer. His handsome face loomed larger, his obsidian-like eyes nearly meeting hers, their depths filled with her white silhouette. There was a gentle yet compelling allure in his gaze. Qiaojun stood frozen, her fingertips instinctively gripping, even holding her breath. Her heartbeat quickened. Qingmei maintained his distance, exercising restraint as he leaned close to her ear, earnestly whispering a few words. In that moment, the surrounding artificial hills and greenery began to blur, even the steam rising from the hot spring seemed to pause, and the world fell silent. All that remained in Qiaojun's vision was Qingmei, his low, magnetic voice echoing in her ears. He said, "You look like a white swan." Chapter 46. Qingmei, please help me. A beautiful white swan, yet many covered her. Qingmei approached the hot spring, leisurely unfastening his white robe. A myriad of complex emotions rippled in his eyes, as if he beheld the most exquisite scenery, his lips curling into a gentle smile. Thus, he vowed to protect her. Qiaojun stood frozen, the words echoing in her mind, refusing to fade away. Her eyelashes fluttered, her heart raced wildly, and it took a long moment before she could draw a gentle breath. She truly did not expect Qingmei to say such a thing. They shared numerous mutual friends, who all asserted, "Qingmei is loyal, incredibly reliable, and treats his friends well," but he has a sharp tongue and can be a bit fierce, appearing rather difficult to approach. Yet, Qiaozhen had never perceived him as sharp-tongued, nor did she see him as fierce. In truth, he was exceedingly kind. He encouraged her, supported her, and comforted her, embodying a gentle soul at heart. Upon hearing her words, their mutual friends wore expressions of disbelief, as if to say, "Are you blind?" with shock written all over their faces. "Oh, Junjun, the Qingmei you speak of, is he the same one we know? So, does Brother Kai have two faces? Is he treating you differently?" Only when Qingmei loosened his robe did Qiaozhen emerge from her reverie, her gaze falling upon his captivating upper body. The man revealed a sculpted physique, with muscles defined and the alluring V-line accentuating his form, resembling a meticulously crafted work of art. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist exuded an aura of raw masculinity, with the scent of male pheromones enveloping the air. The impact was overwhelming. Qiaozhen's breath hitched momentarily as she couldn't help but count silently in her mind. Six-pack. He had 6 distinct abdominal muscles, still tinged with a hint of pink, which was undeniably endearing. As her gaze wandered lower, it encountered the man's black swim trunks, and moments later, Qiaozhen abruptly averted her eyes, her ears flushed with a sudden warmth. How enticing, especially when Qingmei submerged himself, droplets cascading from his collarbone down to his pecs before vanishing into the water's surface. "Qiaozhen, come over." Qingmei leaned casually against the edge, his tone ambiguous. As he softly uttered her name, his gaze turned more intense, as if silently tempting and inviting her. Qiaozhen slapped her cheeks lightly, striving to regain her composure, and took careful steps toward the hot spring, deliberately keeping her distance from him. Others had kindly brought her to this hot spring, yet her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of another's physique. It was utterly inappropriate. How could she allow herself to think this way? Qiaozhen inhaled deeply, and upon entering the water, the soothing warmth enveloped her, seemingly awakening every cell in her body. Exhaustion and anxiety melted away in the steamy embrace of the hot spring. She contentedly squinted her eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, "So comfortable." She could almost wish to perish within it. The temperature was pleasantly warm, steam caressing her face, and a delicate blush adorned her fair skin, even her voice taking on a sweeter, softer timbre. Qiaozhen glanced up at him, and in a moment of surprise, their eyes locked, as if they were the only two souls in existence, igniting a beautiful spark. As dusk fell, romantic starry lights illuminated the surroundings, golden glimmers dancing on the water's surface, gently cascading over Qiaozhen. The romantic atmosphere gradually stirred her heart. Qiaozhen hesitated for a few seconds, awkwardly diverting her gaze, taking small steps to distance herself further from him. The water rippled in waves. Just as she moved a few steps, Qingmei suddenly raised an eyebrow and quirked his lips. "Why are you so far away? Afraid I might eat you?" Qiaozhen felt exposed, a twinge of guilt washing over her, and she dared not look up at him. After a long pause, she cautiously nodded and replied, "Men and women should maintain their distance." She needed to keep her distance, otherwise, she feared she might lose control and reach out to touch him. Upon hearing this, a profound darkness clouded Qingmei's eyes, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He lazily uttered a single word, "All right." Yet inside, he felt an unsettling discomfort, as if a lump of cotton had lodged itself in his chest, making even breathing a challenge. Qingmei turned away, his back to her, lost in his thoughts. Steam swirled in the air, the spring water seemed alive, gradually seeping into their skin. The hot spring offered varying temperature zones, and the VIP tickets ensured no strangers would intrude. Time passed, and suddenly, the sound of splashing water broke the tranquility. The girl lightly poked his back with her fingertip, her voice as melodious as a nightingale. "Qingmei." A cool evening breeze brushed her cheek, carrying a hint of sweet floral fragrance. Hearing her, Qingmei turned to look at her, his voice low and slightly husky. Qiaozhen's other hand rested on her right shoulder, gripping the two lace straps, her eyes shimmering with a thin veil of moisture. "The strap has come loose, could you help me?" Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered, her tone trembling slightly, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Qingmei lowered his gaze, his eyes falling upon her. The swimsuit was designed with 2 shoulder straps, and if one of the bows came undone, it would nearly expose a significant amount. Qingmei's throat bobbed, a wave of desire washing over him, his intentions unclear. The outer layer of white gauze floated upon the water, ethereal and elusive, inciting a stirring within. Curiously, Xiaozhen's expression resembled that of a pitiful little rabbit, appealing to the big bad wolf who wished to devour her. "Could you help me, please?" It was utterly maddening. After a lengthy pause, Qingmei's voice dropped to a husky whisper, a light chuckle escaping his throat. Did someone not just say that men and women should maintain their distance? Xiaozhen. Her eyes widened slowly, the clear doe-like innocence brimming with panic and bewilderment. She felt utterly aggrieved. Shrinking her neck, she hesitantly asked, "Is it too late for me to retract that statement?" In that instant, Qingmei's heart felt as though it had collapsed, an overwhelming urge to reach out and ruffle her hair surged within him. With a soft millimeter, he stepped in front of Xiaozhen, grasping the two white lace straps. A vast expanse of unblemished skin met his gaze, akin to flawless jade, deeply stimulating his senses, causing his fingertips to tremble uncontrollably. Every subtle smile and movement of the girl was imprinted in Qingmei's mind, forever etched in his memory. She was exquisite. Facing him, Xiaozhen remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor, gently reminding him, "Just tie a simple bow, please." Qingmei leaned down slightly. "All right." As night deepened, the sky was adorned with bright stars. Bathed in the gentle moonlight, a man and a woman soaked in the hot spring, the mist swirling around them, creating a romantic tableau reminiscent of an oil painting. Xiaozhen sensed the warmth of the man's breath against her neck, an escalating wave of intimacy that was impossible to ignore, igniting a fire within her. Her neck felt unbearably ticklish, perhaps due to the rising temperature of the hot spring. Warmth gradually enveloped her entire being, and her heart simmered with heat. Unable to resist, Xiaozhen glanced up at Qingmei, who slightly lowered his head, maintaining an appropriate distance while patiently and intently tying her straps, as if solving a complex mathematical problem. His fingers were exceptionally elegant, long and clean, the veins on his arms subtly pronounced, radiating raw masculine energy, everything around them blurred, as if some unspoken emotion was fermenting in the air. What should have taken mere seconds felt like an eternity for Xiaozhen, like a slow-motion scene from a movie. Each frame lingered, yet every image was vividly etched in her mind. His deep-set eyes, prominent nose, perfectly defined Adam's apple, and the seductive curve of his collarbone. Xiaozhen bit her lip, feeling as though a small deer was frantically racing within her. Qingmei's gaze remained slightly lowered as he quickly fashioned a flawless bow for her, not once brushing against her. He stepped back, suppressing the heat within him, his voice slightly hoarse. "Done." Xiaozhen exhaled in relief, smiling at him, revealing her two adorable dimples. "Thank you." After their time in the hot spring, Xiaozhen felt enveloped in warmth, her heart brimming with a sense of blissful satisfaction. As night approached, she wrapped herself in a thick white robe and made her way to the nearby self-service counter for some desserts. Qingmei closely followed her. Whatever she chose, he would grab a piece as well, savoring the same treats, listening to her opinions on which were delicious and which were merely average. He silently noted them in his mind. From a distance, they appeared almost inseparable, reminiscent of a pair of intimately close young lovers. This scene did not escape the notice of a few onlookers nearby. One boy gawped in surprise, quickly pulling out his phone to capture the moment, sending it to Jixian. "Whoa, isn't that Xiaozhen and Qingmei? They actually came to the hot spring together." Yu Wenjian, also soaking in the spring, gazed at the girl's delicate legs, her porcelain skin, and her radiant smile. His gaze deepened, his throat dry, and he muttered under his breath, "Damn, it really is." In an upscale mansion, beneath an extravagant European chandelier, the young man was enveloped in a faint white glow. His figure was clean and elegant, his profile sharp and striking, his skin pale, expressionless as he worked on a PowerPoint presentation. After a while, Jixian scrolled through his phone, suddenly encountering a message. In that moment, his actions froze, disbelief washing over him as he opened the photo. A man and a woman appeared, their atmosphere harmonious and amicable, the girl's eyes squinting with joy, exuding sweetness. The boy mirrored her expression, the air thick with ambiguity. Xiaozhen and Qingmei, they resembled a couple mutually enamored. Smack! The phone hit the table with a heavy thud, devoid of mercy. Jixian's expression turned frosty, a tempest brewing on his face. For a moment, he felt dizzy, his heart weighed down, as if lead had been poured into it, rendering him breathless. Qiaozhen and Qingmei had gone to the amusement park together, celebrated her birthday at KTV, they even shared a hot spring. Jixian's typically cold and proud demeanor crumbled, fatigue washing over him, revealing cracks in his perfect facade. His heart felt as though it were being pierced by countless silver needles, rendering him unable to breathe. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he had lost something incredibly precious without realizing it. After what felt like an eternity, he forcefully suppressed the bitterness swelling within him. Impossible. When Jixian raised his head again, a glimmer of unwavering confidence shone in his eyes. There was no way Qiaozhen could genuinely choose Qingmei. Chapter 47. He is her knight. The night enveloped the surroundings in a warm embrace. At the hot spring, the attentive server presented a beverage, a recent favorite among the ladies, a concoction with an exceptionally low alcohol content, possessing a unique flavor and an even more distinctive name, Heartbeat Signal. Thank you, Qiaozhen said as she accepted the bottle, inserting a long straw to sip. The drink was a delightful blend of sweet and sour, with a hint of alcohol that quickly became addictive. Under the brilliant moonlight, its silvery glow cascaded upon the cobblestone path, enveloping it in a delicate veil, serene and tranquil. After enjoying the hot spring, Qiaozhen felt a warm glow enveloping her. She wrapped herself in a bathrobe, her eyes leisurely squinting in contentment, as if her very bones were melting away. Qingmei stood beside her, his handsome Adam's apple enticingly shifting, exuding an irresistible allure. Dazed and light-headed, Qiaozhen's vision began to blur, and an uncontrollable flush crept onto her cheeks. For reasons unknown, she suddenly yearned to caress Qingmei's chiseled abs and that tantalizing throat. In her foggy state, it felt as though two little figures were battling fiercely within her mind, impervious to her attempts to quell them. One little figure, with a pale face, screamed in horror, "No, no, how can I think such thoughts? It's utterly inappropriate, oh no." The other figure retorted with a huff, "But Qingmei is destined to be my husband. What is the harm in a little touch? It won't cost me anything. Go on, pounce and nibble at him, nibble, nibble, nibble." Just then, Qingmei seemed to sense her disquiet. He suddenly leaned closer, his presence accompanied by a subtle fragrance. His voice, languid yet magnetic, caressed her ears. What is the matter? His youthful features were sharply defined, and those obsidian-like eyes appeared even deeper, more beguiling than usual. Startled by his approach, Qiaozhen instinctively stepped back, stammering, "I'm fine. I just need to use the restroom." Dizziness enveloped her as she floated toward the nearby restroom, splashing cold water on her face. Could it be that her thoughts had become muddled from soaking too long? Taking a deep breath, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Her cheeks were an unusual shade of pink, and something felt amiss. The dizziness persisted. Was it due to her prolonged soak? After a deep inhale, she exited the restroom, only to be confronted by a shadow darting from the corner. Thick fabric suddenly covered her mouth and nose. Qiaozhen felt her hands bound behind her back as she was roughly dragged in the direction of the hotel. Struggling against her restraints, she emitted weak whimpers, her eyes wide with terror and panic. The potency of that drink was undeniable. The fabric smothering her mouth and nose triggered an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Her head spun as she fought desperately, her last ounce of clarity driving her nails into the captor's arm, leaving behind a crimson trail. Hiss! The man inhaled sharply, pained, and threw her to the ground, muttering curses. "Qiaozhen, you ungrateful wretch." With a thud, Qiaozhen found herself discarded in a corner, and it was then that she recognized her abductor, her eyes widening in disbelief. Yuan Jian, how could it be him? During her struggle, the bathrobe she wore slipped away, revealing her pristine white swimsuit, her fair skin nearly blinding in its brilliance. Yuan Jian's gaze darkened, and he roughly covered her mouth, leaning close to her ear, his tone sinister. "Jixian, doesn't he fancy you? That cold, expressionless block of ice, isn't he worthy of your affections? Qiaozhen, be my woman, marry me, and you won't need to attend that wretched university, just stay at home and bear me a few sons. I'll ensure your life is filled with wealth and splendor." Qiaozhen felt utterly drained, intoxicated to the point of helplessness, her mind a blank slate. His version of affection was nothing more than slander and coercion, inexplicably striking her with a basketball against her will. With no surveillance around, and her mind clouded, she could barely keep her eyelids from drooping, her body devoid of strength. Aware of her inebriation, she bit her lip until it bled, the sharp pain and the taste of iron jolting her back to us. Seizing the moment when he let his guard down, Xiaojun delivered a swift kick to his vulnerable spot, her movements precise and swift as she darted away like a rabbit. Sobbing, she cried out, "Qin," but before she could finish, that familiar silhouette emerged before her. Qingmei rushed toward her against the light, resembling an indomitable mountain, his features sharply defined. Half of him radiated brilliance while the other half lingered in shadow. Even the world around seemed apart for him. In that instant, tears streamed down Xiaojun's cheeks as she fought through the pain, whispering, "A Qingmei, or what a remarkable coincidence, how fortuitous it always seemed." Whenever she was in danger, he would appear before her as if summoned, like a knight. He silently shielded her, never fading from her side. As he enveloped her in his warm embrace, a profound sense of security filled her, and she feared nothing. "I'm here," Qingmei murmured, tenderly stroking her back, his fingertips trembling, his voice deepening. "Be good and wait for me." Chapter 48. Drunken Jinjin Cole's husband. Xiaojun felt dizzy, her eyes involuntarily closing. She could vaguely hear the sounds of a scuffle, as if something was being forcefully slammed against the wall. Immediately after, a chilling scream erupted from Yu Wenjian. Qingmei found it nearly impossible to restrain his violent fury. The mere thought of Xiaojun almost falling victim to those sinister deeds ignited every bloodthirsty notion within him, his veins ablaze with fervor. With a series of thuds, he pressed Yu Wenjian's head and forcefully smashed it against the wall, producing sharp, resonant sounds. Yu Wenjian knelt on the ground in a disheveled state, his forehead nearly blooded, fervently pleading for mercy. His face was a mess of blood and tears, hands raised in surrender, eyes wide with panic. If he truly harmed Xiaojun, this mad dog, Qingmei, would undoubtedly drag him down with him. "Bang, do you wish to die?" Qingmei's demeanor was dark and malevolent, akin to a razor-sharp blade poised to plunge deep into the heart. Veins bulged on his hands as he fought to contain his emotions, ultimately closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. Meanwhile, a boy, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, quietly slipped away from behind a tree, clutching his phone. As he made his escape, he marveled at the video he had just recorded of Yu Wenjian and Xiaojun, sending it to Jixian. Especially the explosive remarks, "Isn't Jixian just a deadpan ice block, worthy of your affection? Stay home and bear a few chubby children for me, I'll ensure your life is filled with wealth and splendor. What the hell? Wasn't Yu Wenjian the one who loathed Xiaojun the most, mocking her poverty daily, yet he secretly harbored feelings for her. More shockingly, he dared to insult Jixian as a deadpan. Had he lost his mind? The boy felt like a startled rabbit, nearly struck down by lightning. He pondered how peculiar Yu Wenjian had been today, as if his eyes were glued to Xiaojun. Upon closer inspection, it was truly astonishing. At the hotel, 11:30 at night, the pitch-black night enveloped the sky, the moonlight shimmering, and countless stars converged, dazzling in their brilliance. Xiaojun, intoxicated by high-proof liquor, lay in a daze, oblivious to her surroundings. She gradually opened her eyes, finding herself sprawled on a soft, grand bed, tightly cocooned in blankets with not a sliver of space left uncovered. Moments later, a familiar voice gently reached her ears, imbued with tender warmth, though its husky undertones seemed mismatched. "Awake." Qingmei had pulled a chair to sit by the bedside, staring intently at her, unaware of how long he had been watching. Xiaojun blinked her doe-like eyes, resembling dark grapes glistening with a layer of mist, equally focused on his face. She nodded obediently, quiet as a delicate porcelain doll. Qingmei remained silent, fixated on her, and they exchanged silent stares, the room enveloped in a profound stillness. Xiaojun blinked her misty eyes, leaning in slightly, curiously observing him. The man before her appeared somewhat fierce yet exuded a wild, enchanting aura, as if he possessed an irresistible charm that drew her closer. He wore a simple black t-shirt, the collar carelessly revealing a hint of his alluring collarbone. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaojun looked up, her small face tilted, and gently grasped the fabric of his shirt, tentatively speaking, "I want a hug." Her words were somewhat slurred. The man seemed momentarily taken aback, his voice a soft grunt, Xiaojun, her expression serious, pondered for a moment, her eyes vacant. Can you hug me?" Qingmei finally comprehended. He swallowed hard, leaning forward to gently envelop her in his embrace, his movements cautious and tender. Sitting on the bed, Xiaojun nestled her head against his chest, her eyes curving into crescent moons, revealing playful dimples at the corners of her lips. She had successfully secured the hug. His body radiated warmth and comfort, the faint scent of grass enveloping her, their breaths mingling as if she had become a part of him. She truly adored being held by him. Xiaojun struggled to wrap her arms around his waist, nuzzling against him, occasionally nudging him with her head like a playful little creature. Qingmei gazed down at the girl in his arms, gradually realizing the intimacy of their position, and slowly released her, unable to suppress a voice. Xiaojun, do you know who I am? Xiaojun sat on the large bed, swaying slightly. At his question, she appeared bewildered, her dreamy eyes drooping as her head tilted to the side. Silent, Qingmei's gaze lingered on her for a long while, ultimately darkening, his lashes casting shadows over the swirling disappointment in his eyes. It felt akin to biting into a sour, bitter orange, the tartness spreading through his mouth, coursing through his veins. Indeed, the drunken little rabbit had entirely forgotten him. Suddenly, Xiaojun awkwardly tugged at his shirt, her tone slightly anxious as she stuttered, I know. Qingmei's eyes flickered with a faint glimmer, gently grasping her hand. Then who am I? His lashes fluttered like raven feathers, his heart racing uncontrollably. The tipsy Xiaojun appeared adorably dazed, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, her voice sweet and soft. You're my husband, so pure, so melodious. It was as if a single pebble had fallen into the lake of his heart, stirring tumultuous waves. Qingmei's breath hitched, his heart skipped a beat, as if the entire world had frozen in that moment. After what felt like an eternity, he finally broke free from the thunderous rhythm of his heart, his voice barely a whisper. What? Xiaojun's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her dazed gaze fixed upon him. She extended her delicate finger, pointing at his face, enunciating each word. Qingmei. Breathing lightly, she lowered her hand, appearing somewhat apprehensive, timidly asking, "What's wrong, aren't you my husband?" The girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, brimming with a sense of injustice, as if she might cry at any moment. Qingmei observed the little drunkard before him, her pitiful expression reflecting profound disappointment. After a prolonged silence, he exhaled heavily, finally responding with a soft hum. Upon receiving his affirmation, Xiaojun's face lit up like a rabbit that had found a carrot, her joy and satisfaction evident as she beamed, her eyes sparkling with brilliant stars. "Husband," she said, her voice dripping with affection, her gaze filled with anticipation. "Then, let me tell you a secret." Chapter 49. Good night, I love you, a secret. Qingmei's gaze deepened as he struggled to contain the fervor igniting within him, his voice steady and devoid of fluctuation. Speak. Xiaojun, however, twisted on the bed in a display of indignation, shaking her head in discontent. "Then come a little closer, let us keep it a secret, quietly, so others won't hear." Although the room was devoid of anyone else, Qingmei leaned down, positioning himself before her, indulging this innocent little rabbit in her game. Moments later, her sweet, soft voice emerged, the girl lowering her tone, haughtily declaring, "Qingmei, we were together in our past lives, we were husband and wife, you know, with a marriage certificate. A red book. Together, husband, wife," every word sent ripples through Qingmei's heart, his blood surging in a tumultuous tide, his heartbeat drumming with fervor before gradually returning to its normal rhythm. Once the surprise faded, he lowered his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, feeling somewhat foolish. What nonsense about past lives. Xiaojun was merely tipsy, babbling incoherently, adorably oblivious. Qingmei sighed, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. Even if it were just a dream conjured by Xiaojun, it brought him immense joy. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, Xiaojun's mood plummeted, her grip tightening around the small blanket, her voice diminishing to a soft whimper as she murmured, "But after we got married, you were so mean, always bullying me, pinching me, bumping into me, always making me cry." Tears shimmered on her eyelashes as she sniffled, accusing him like a wronged child. Qingmei's heart clenched at the sight of her pitiful demeanor, his entire being going rigid. In his nightmarish childhood, his scoundrel of a father would strike him without warning, kick him, and threaten him with a knife. The worst incident left his leg fractured. His mother, blooded and bruised, would kneel and plead, her voice trembling, "Stop hitting him, please, hit me instead, just don't hurt Xiao Kai." Even though that scoundrel was long gone, the shadows that once enveloped Qingmei had yet to dissipate. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, burying the remnants of past pain deep within. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his tone earnest. "How could I ever bully you? Xiaojun, how could I ever bully you?" Seeing Qingmei's steadfast denial only deepened Xiaojun's sorrow and anger. She glared at him, her voice resolute. "You clearly did. You clearly bullied me." Her long, thick eyelashes fluttered incessantly, her cheeks flushing deeper. Unpleasant memories from their past life surged in her mind. The Qingmei of that time was mature and steady, exuding a unique charm, like an unyielding Mount high, his gaze smoldering with intensity, as if he wished to devour her whole. He would always pin her down in various corners of the house, teasing her tenderly, yet his actions were anything but gentle, not gentle at all. Recalling those moments made Xiaojun bristle with indignation, her fists clenched as she pointed an accusing finger at him. "Qingmei, you're a big bad egg." Her furious expression was utterly adorable, her brows furrowing, her little face animated with life. It was impossible not to want to pinch her cheeks. A muffled laugh escaped Qingmei from deep within his chest, and he lazily responded, as a form of acknowledgement. The air was laced with a faint scent of alcohol mingling with the sweet fragrance of youth. Suddenly, Xiaojun nudged her head towards him, her mischievous thoughts evident on her face, and she pointed at herself with utmost seriousness. I'm a little bad egg. I'm going to bully you now." She believed she was being fierce and cunning, yet to Qingmei's ears, her voice was sweet and innocent, like soft feathers delicately brushing against his earlobes. Qingmei reclined lazily against the chair, a curious smile playing on his lips. "Oh, and how does this little bad egg plan to bully me?" The little figure on the bed blinked her eyes, tilting her head in contemplation, mischief dancing in her expression. "You come a bit closer, just a little." Her intent was written all over her face. Qingmei felt he should resist the urge to approach, yet his body betrayed him. As if enchanted by her voice, he found himself leaning closer, obediently bowing his head. Xiaojun, with her glistening eyes, edged nearer. "Then you must stay still and not move." Qingmei's eyes, dark as ink, nodded in compliance, his voice a low murmur. "All right." He was obedient. Xiaojun stretched out her hand from beneath the covers, curiosity radiating from her, inching closer to Qingmei, drawing nearer, her gaze fixated on the prominent Adam's apple, alluring and primal, her fingertips unable to resist the gentle caress, igniting a spark of heat. She had longed to touch it. Finally, her wish was granted. Xiaojun's delicate finger brushed against the man's Adam's apple, curiously probing, as if she had discovered a rare treasure, testing it repeatedly like a playful kitten. With each of her movements, the taut string in Qingmei's mind snapped, his rationality crumbling into ruins. He was overwhelmed with desire, suppressing the fire raging within him, as his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed up and down, causing Xiaojun's fingers to follow suit. She gazed at him in surprise, her eyes sparkling, a sweet smile gracing her lips, so round. Qingmei's gaze was fixated on her, deep and intense, his breath gradually becoming ragged. It felt as though a seed had taken root within him, swiftly sprouting into a towering tree adorned with countless beautiful blossoms, occupying a significant place in his heart. Indeed, tipsy Xiaojun was not merely a little bad egg. She was also a little flirt, slightly naughty, yet irresistibly charming, especially in her current intoxicated state, innocent and pure, her complexion a lovely pink, reminiscent of a ripe, juicy peach, ready to burst with a single bite. Qingmei, holding back the surge of desire, gently moved Xiaojun's hand away, creating distance between them. Xiaojun, still yearning for more, paused her finger in midair, withdrawing her hand with a hint of disappointment. A wave of sorrow washed over her, her eyes gradually becoming misty. Why wouldn't he let her touch? Was it because he didn't like her? Qingmei, overwhelmed by her adorableness, momentarily forgot the gravity of the situation. He rummaged through Xiaojun's bag, retrieving a white nightgown, tossing it onto her. "Put this on yourself, all right." The gown fortuitously landed atop Xiaojun's head, enveloping her entirely. She froze for a moment before slowly reaching up to remove it, nodding obediently like a well-behaved child. Qingmei turned to leave, returning after a few minutes with a cup of warm honey water, ensuring she had dressed before approaching her. The girl sat on the bed, the white gown accentuating her softness, her face beaming with pride as she raised her hand for compliments. Qingmei's gaze lingered on her, a resigned chuckle escaping him. Well, she had indeed put it on, just not quite in the right order. Drink, he said patiently, placing the cup in her hands, finish this and then sleep. Their honey water would alleviate her post-drinking discomfort and lessen her headache, and it was sweet, just the way she liked it. Qiaojin bowed her head, obediently sipping the cup dry, warmth flooding her heart as she lay back down, a sense of comfort enveloping her. It was truly sweet, so sweet. Rubbing her sore eyes, Qiaojin yawned. She had been feeling drowsy for some time, yet she was reluctant to sleep, unwilling to let go of the moment. Lying on her side, facing Qingmei, she wrestled with her thoughts, hesitant to voice them. After a long while, Qingmei, seemingly perceiving her every move, finally broke the silence. What do you want to say? What did she want to say? She had so much to express to Qingmei, countless questions to ask him. With her eyes glazed over, her voice timid, Qiaojin quietly inquired, Qingmei, do you like me? Scenes flooded her mind, playing out like a slow-motion film, massaging her legs on the school stairs. Carrying her in a haunted house, sitting together to watch the sunset on a mountaintop, locking eyes in a KTV room. From childhood to adulthood, from past life to this life, Qiaojin could feel Qingmei's affection for her, the warmth radiating from his actions, the subtle gestures laden with meaning. Yet, was this affection familial or romantic? Did she truly deserve such goodness? Cautiously, Qiaojin lifted her gaze, biting her lip, anxiously studying Qingmei's expression. However, after what felt like an eternity, he remained silent, as if wrestling with some inner turmoil. The room fell into an eerie silence, thick with tension. Time ticked away, and Qiaojin's eyes began to burn with unshed tears, panic creeping into her heart as she stammered, why won't you answer me? Would he leave her like everyone else, abandon her? Qingmei clenched his fists, his fingertips turning white from the pressure, desperately suppressing the bitter feelings threatening to overwhelm him. In that moment, he longed to unveil the secrets buried deep within his heart, to lay bare the years of unrequited love. Yes, to tell her everything, but what if Qiaojin was too drunk to remember these revelations once she woke? If she discovered his true feelings, would she distance herself from him? Back in middle school, there had been a boy, lively and cheerful, who had gotten along well with Qiaojin. Ever since he confessed his feelings, she had begun to pull away, gradually losing contact. Qingmei felt disoriented, his thoughts racing as he recalled that moment. Eventually, he succumbed to despair, his head drooping in defeat. Because of Jixian, he had once faced Qiaojin's withdrawal, helplessly watching as she drifted further away from him. Hence, he dared not gamble. Cocooned within her blankets, Qiaojin gazed at him with reddened eyes, moisture gathering in her gaze as she clutched the covers tightly, murmuring softly, Qingmei, don't you like me? Not even a little, not even a smidgen. Her desires were simple, merely a fraction would suffice. Qiaojin bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, fixating on him with a pleading stare. Ultimately, Qingmei inhaled deeply, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within him. It's late, you should rest early. He stood, his voice strained with restraint. Qiaojin, good night. Good night. I love you. Chapter 50, accompanying Jinjin to sleep. Upon hearing those words, Qiaojin felt a pang in her nose, curling up in her blanket, desperately suppressing the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She discerned that Qingmei was intentionally evading her question. In an instant, a tumult of sorrow and disappointment intertwined within her, coalescing into a vast net that surged forth, gradually engulfing her. Qiaojin found herself at a loss as to why her heart felt so hollow, even struggling to breathe under the weight of her emotions. Was it true that Qingmei merely regarded her as a sister? Did he truly not harbor any feelings for her? As Qingmei turned to walk towards the hotel room next door, his back to the girl, a trace of desolation and melancholy shadowed his gaze. Yet, in the next moment, a soft, delicate hand suddenly grasped his wrist tightly. He froze, slowly turning his head back. Qiaojin, gripped by some terrifying thought, wore a pallid expression, clutching his wrist with all her might. Despite her efforts to remain composed, her voice trembled lightly, eyes filled with panic. Qingmei, do you really not want me anymore? She feared that once he left, he would never return. With tears glistening in her eyes, she gazed at him like a frightened fawn, her expression revealing a hint of concern, as if he were her sole lifeline. Yet her complexion grew increasingly pale, her gaze fraying, as she sank deeper into a quagmire of anxiety and dread. It was evident that Xiaojun was in a state of distress, as if something had deeply unsettled her. Qingmei swiftly approached, sitting on the edge of the bed, soothing her in a low voice. How could I ever abandon you? He sighed. Her sobs flowed freely, like crystalline droplets of ice. How much grievance had she been harboring within her heart? Upon hearing his words, Xiaojun obediently tilted her head back, valiantly stifling her tears, and earnestly implored, I won't cry, but please don't leave. All right. Yet her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, and in the blink of an eye, several more pearls cascaded down her cheeks, amplifying her sense of injustice. She clutched his shirt tightly, unwilling to let him go, her cries growing more fervent. And no matter how much he wiped her tears, they seemed endless, as if they could seep into Qingmei's heart, chilling him to the core. Qingmei reached out to ruffle her hair. I won't leave, I'll stay here with you, is that all right? After an indeterminate amount of time spent comforting her, ensuring he would not abandon her, Xiaojun gradually began to regain her composure, her grip on his fingers loosening. The emotions stirred by the alcohol were inexplicable and dissipated just as mysteriously. After a while, the little inebriated girl had finally calmed down. Xiaojun nodded, looking pitiful as she said, You mustn't lie to me. Qingmei tucked her in, affirming her words, Yes, only puppies tell lies. Xiaojun blinked, pursing her lips in earnest contemplation, her little face taut with seriousness. She thought Qingmei was indeed a big puppy, and upon hearing such a promise, her heart could not help but swell with joy. It was as if a peach blossom, poised to bloom, quietly unfurled in her mind, resplendent and vibrant, adorning the canvas of spring. Suddenly, Xiaojun was no longer saddened. Like a small creature, she shifted slightly, creating an expansive space on the bed. Her eyes, still glazed with intoxication, radiated innocence, and her tone was as sweet and carefree as a child's. So, you'll sleep here with me tonight, perhaps due to having drunk honey water. Her voice was imbued with a sweetness akin to honey itself. Time seemed to come to a standstill. Qingmei's mind struggled to comprehend. A resounding boom echoed in his head, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He remained unresponsive for what felt like an eternity. Xiaojun shook his hand, her face sincere as she implored, You promised you wouldn't leave me. Hurry and come in, I've kept it warm for you. With only one bed, of course they should sleep together. She had envisioned holding Qingmei close throughout the night, just like her beloved teddy bear, cherishing him forever without separation. However, Qingmei's rugged features darkened, an ominous cloud shadowing his expression as he firmly replied, No. The rejection was resolute, unequivocal. Xiaojun froze for 2 seconds, disbelief washing over her as her eyes quickly filled with tears, murmuring, How could you lie to me? She buried her face in the blanket, heartbroken, emitting soft sobs. Qingmei fought to suppress the flames of desire and wicked thoughts within him, pulling back a corner of the blanket to gaze at the soft, aggrieved features of the girl, his heart instantly softening. He leaned against the chair by the bed, his eyelashes quivering with restraint, his voice hoarse, I will sit here and keep you company while you sleep, is that all right? Xiaojun lay on the bed, wiping her tears, staring at him with wide, glistening eyes. After a prolonged internal struggle, she finally shifted closer to him, nodding, All right. Qingmei walked over to turn off the lights, leaving only a faint, warm glow that gradually filled the room with a cozy ambience. The warm yellow light illuminated him, accentuating his features with a gentleness that surpassed his usual demeanor. He settled on the stool by the bed, his voice steady yet infused with tenderness, Sleep now. I'll watch over you. Xiaojun nestled against the soft pillow, rubbing her eyes, her voice barely above a whisper and still trembling, But you can't suddenly leave while I'm asleep. Qingmei replied softly, I won't leave. With his assurance, Xiaojun felt as if she had found a sweet treat, closing her eyes in delight, murmuring, Then good night. In the stillness of the deep night, silence enveloped everything. Yu Wenjian, inebriated, bore the bruises of a recent beating, his face blooded and grimacing in pain, yet, after only a few steps, a resounding bang echoed, a fist crashed against his nose without mercy, and before he could react, a kick landed on his knee. The sickening sound of bones cracking reverberated through him. A searing pain pierced deep into his being, forcing Yu Wenjian to his knees as he cursed, Damn it, who the hell is this? Fuming, he lifted his gaze, only to find his expression freeze in shock, blood running cold in his veins. A myriad of complex emotions, shock, fear, regret, washed over him. At all, striking figure stood before him, the boy's icy demeanor exuding an air of menace, his usually aloof gaze now ablaze with a terrifying intensity. Jixian loomed above him, a chilling presence, as he slowly articulated through gritted teeth, "Are you trying to force her?" The Ji family held strict rules, demanding that their successors maintain an impeccable facade, never revealing emotions or displaying visible anger. Yet tonight, Jixian's eyes were filled with fury, stained as if by countless drops of blood. Yu Wenjian stiffened, instinctively attempting to retreat, but Jixian seized his collar with an iron grip, his voice frigid. "Speak." Chapter 51, Qiaojin, I want you. Yu Wenjian, having indulged in a bit of drink, was inebriated and spilled his innermost thoughts. Why not? After all, you aren't committed to her, you don't care for her, but I am willing to give her a title. What's wrong with having a little fun? A fleeting moment of dread surged within Jixian as he felt a sharp pang in his heart. He reached out, gripping Yu Wenjian's neck with a fierce intensity, his fingers tightening as if he genuinely intended to strangle him to death. Jixian's fists clenched tightly, delivering blow after blow to Yu Wenjian's face, his voice cold and piercing. "I will discuss this with my father and ensure you are sent abroad." He could not deny the overwhelming relief that washed over him, grateful that she was unharmed. Otherwise, Yu Wenjian would not merely be dispatched from the country. Yu Wenjian gasped for air, nearly suffocating, as the sensation of asphyxiation enveloped him. His body felt like it was falling apart, pain coursing through him as he collapsed to the ground, blooded and bruised. Years of pent-up frustration and torment, mixed with the high concentration of alcohol, erupted at that moment. Yu Wenjian, in a fit of reckless abandon, suddenly cracked an eerie smile on the ground, his voice grating. "Jixian, you are emotionally stunted, you're nothing but a scoundrel. You are the one who turns a blind eye to those who mock and belittle Qiaojin, the one who dangles her without a response, and yet you pretend to be deeply emotional." As those words fell, Jixian felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his expression freezing in shock. Indeed, his demeanor dictated the attitudes of those around him. He had tacitly allowed others to belittle Qiaojin, to ridicule her, even watching with a sense of superiority as she displayed her disappointment, sorrow, and humility. Yet, no matter what, Qiaojin would always chase after him with unwavering affection. Out of fear of loss and deception, he felt compelled to ensure, time and again, that Qiaojin genuinely cared for him, leading him to repeatedly wear a cold facade towards her. But it seemed he had never truly considered Qiaojin's feelings. Did she not feel hurt by their mockery? Did it not deplete her confidence and enthusiasm? Did she not find herself weeping alone in a corner? He truly had never contemplated, nor cared, for such matters. Yu Wenjian laughed maniacally, his mental state deteriorating, as he shouted emphatically, "From childhood, you have required everyone to revolve around you, to adore you, yet take a moment to reflect, there are no true friends by your side, no one who genuinely cares. If it weren't for your status as the heir of the Ji family, who the hell would give a damn about you?" The night was shrouded in eerie silence, even the sound of the cold wind seemed amplified, chilling to the bone. Yu Wenjian's words resonated loudly, painfully, as if a loudspeaker were blaring them directly into Jixian's ears, burrowing into his mind. Jixian closed his reddening eyes, his expression darkening, growing increasingly severe. "Qiaojin likes me. Her feelings are sincere." Yet Yu Wenjian saw through him, responding with bitter derision, "So what? She doesn't want you anymore." Jixian immediately retorted coldly, his tone obstinate. "Impossible. Only he could reject Qiaojin. How could she possibly reject him?" A sudden wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within Jixian. He walked alone down the path, his silhouette gradually swallowed by the ink-black night. He resembled a solitary snow-capped mountain, his shadow stretching longer in the chilling breeze, embodying profound loneliness and desolation. Jixian's head throbbed increasingly, he inhaled sharply, beads of cold sweat emerging on his forehead as he leaned weakly against the wall, his face pale. In an instant, the world spun around him, memories from his past life surged violently into his mind, eroding his consciousness bit by bit. Qiaojin had followed him for 7 years, never abandoning him even when the Ji family faced dire setbacks and teetered on the brink of collapse, always filled with hope to remain by his side. These images flashed through his mind like a slow-motion film, abruptly halting, leaving him uncertain of what came next. Was this a fragment of his past life's memories? Ji Xian's eyes brimmed with disbelief as clarity returned to his gaze. In a moment of realization, his previously frigid expression began to thaw, and the worry that had gripped his heart gradually dissipated. In his past life, Qiaojin had stood by him for so many years, her heart and eyes filled with him. How could she so easily depart? The moonlight cast a chilling glow. Ji Xian pressed his thin lips together, shadows of gloom swirling in his gaze. He vowed that this would be the final test, the last trial. As long as Qiaojin would obediently return, willing to bow her head and admit her faults, he would forgive her and accept her back. At 1:30 in the morning, Qiaojin dreamt once more of being abandoned in the countryside during her childhood, locked in a small dark room by her grandmother. She abruptly opened her eyes, inhaling deeply, yet, still in a state of haziness, the effects of alcohol lingering. Her head pounded mercilessly, and instinctively she turned to her side. Qingmei, however, the stool beside her was empty. There was no sign of Qingmei at all. Qiaojin froze, her whole being stunned in place. He had slipped away while she was asleep. In an instant, a wave of bitterness rolled through her chest, her heart feeling both sour and numb, a sense of helplessness overwhelming her, rendering her breathless. A deceitful charlatan, Qiaojin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her nose tinged with sadness as tears betrayed her, slipping from the corners of her eyes. It felt as though the last vestige of support had crumbled. In despair, she covered her face, unable to suppress the sobs. Qingmei, why have you forsaken me too? Why? Suddenly, a deep growl erupted from the bathroom. Qiaojin, stop crying, I'm not dead yet. Qingmei's voice came through the door. Qiaojin's sobs abruptly ceased, her entire being momentarily stunned. As she involuntarily let out a hiccup, she remained frozen for a few moments before regaining her senses. Following the sound, she groggily wrapped herself in her blanket and attempted to crawl over, but with a loud thud, she fell to the ground. Her head struck the bedside table with a heavy thud. It hurt. Qiaojin stifled her tears, inching her way to the bathroom door, kneeling up and grasping the doorknob. With a click, the door, not locked, swung open. Qiaojin was taken aback for a moment, then, after a moment of contemplation, she curiously peered inside. Hearing the door open, Qingmei was startled and hurriedly pulled up his pants, his ears turning crimson with embarrassment and anger. Qiaojin, what are you doing? Meanwhile, Qiaojin knelt at the doorway, her nightgown on backwards, hair tousled, a few strands clinging to her face as she tilted her head to gaze at him. The girl's cheeks were pale, streaked with tear marks, crystalline droplets trailing down to her chin, resembling pearls that had lost their string. Qingmei was momentarily stunned, his heart ached sharply, thudding painfully, as if it yearned to leap from his chest, begging her to cease her tears. Slowly, Qiaojin regained her composure, blinking a couple of times. I came to find you. The inebriated Qiaojin was evidently unreasonable, her mind foggy. Qingmei was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. It was evident that boys must always lock their doors and protect themselves when away from home. After washing his hands, Qingmei approached, lifting Qiaojin into his arms and firmly placing her back under the covers. No more crying. He sat on the chair beside the bed, his fingers gently stroking Qiaojin's face, wiping away her tears, his tone somewhat stern. Qiaojin clutched his other hand tightly. I'm not crying, I promise, don't be angry. Qingmei's Adam's apple bobbed. I'm not angry. In an impulsive moment, he raised his index finger and poked her cheek, pressing in deeply. Qiaojin's face was delicate and pale, soft like a cloud of cotton candy. No matter how much he poked, he couldn't tire of it. Qingmei took a deep breath and immediately retracted his hand, his neck feeling a bit warm. Qiaojin, cocooned in her blanket, fluttered her eyelashes. Qingmei, I thought you didn't want me either, because they all forsook me. Her mind was a tangled mess, unwelcome memories surfacing suddenly. I seem to have always been an unlucky person. She cast her eyes down, a hint of despondency in her tone as she repeated, they all forsook me. Qiaojin buried her head in the blanket, feeling a heavy lump in her heart, suffocating her. Why did she feel so profoundly sad? Qiaojin secretly wiped her tears, turning over to attempt to sleep once more. Yet, just as she was on the verge of slumber, she vaguely heard Qingmei's voice, muffled by the blanket, sounding somewhat unreal. He said, I want you. Chapter 52, Qiaojin's mischief at noon. the sunlight cascaded through the curtains like golden tassels, casting dappled patterns of light that formed a natural oil painting. Xiaojun nestled against her pillow, slowly opening her eyes, her mind still hazy. Memories from the previous night surged forth like a tidal wave. She recalled visiting the hot springs with Qingmei, nearly being bullied by Yuan Jian, and how Qingmei had rushed to her side, carrying her back to the hotel, and then, everything went blank. Lying on the soft bed, she remained disoriented, languidly turning over. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock as she sat up abruptly, blinking in disbelief. There was a person sitting beside her bed. Qingmei lounged in a chair by her bedside, his expression nonchalant as he gazed at her with his deep black eyes. "Awake, are you hungry?" On the bedside table lay a cup of soy milk and steamed buns, likely cooled from being purchased too early. Xiaojun stared, wide-eyed as if she had seen a ghost, clutching the blanket and shrinking back. "Wait, how did you get here?" She quickly glanced then at her attire, exhaling in relief to find she was still dressed in her nightgown. But wait, who had helped her change, and why was it on backwards? What on earth had transpired last night? Qingmei observed her shock with a slight smile, pressing his lips together before speaking lightly. "You don't remember what happened last night?" Just the night before, she had been a pitiful little thing, pleading for him to stay with her, clinging to his hand and refusing to let him leave. Yet by morning, she appeared to have forgotten everything, as if wishing to distance herself by 1,000 miles. Indeed, she was quite the little rascal. Xiaojun blinked, casting a suspicious glance his way, her face a picture of confusion. "Did I do something?" Qingmei had anticipated this reaction and produced his phone, playing a recording. The audio was filled with her sweet, slurred voice from her drunken state. "Qingmei, can you hold me? I want to feel your Adam's apple, come closer. Woo? Qingmei, please don't go, okay, hurry and get under the covers, I've warmed it up for you." The recording ended. Xiaojun. Her pupils dilated, her scalp nearly exploding as she struggled to comprehend what she had just heard. Incredulously, she pointed at herself, her voice barely a whisper, trembling. "Me." Qingmei nodded, arching an eyebrow in response. Who else could it be? He had only shared a mild portion of the more scandalous and shocking content, daring not to reveal the truly outrageous parts, fearing it would mortify her beyond belief. Xiaojun's porcelain complexion flushed a deep pink as she buried her face in her hands, softly murmuring, "Impossible, how could I have?" Had she really begged Qingmei to stay? Had she truly wanted to touch him, and even invited him under the covers? Good heavens, how could this be? Shrinking into the corner like a frightened turtle, she clutched the blanket and stammered out an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was drunk. I had no capacity for rational thought. I can't remember anything. Please, don't think too much of it." After a moment's reflection, she added in a hushed tone, "Qingmei, rest assured, you are still innocent." "Qingmei." Xiaojun rubbed her eyes, gazing at him with earnest sincerity. Though her memory was hazy, there were fleeting impressions lingering in her mind. For instance, she recalled asking Qingmei if he liked her, whether he felt even the slightest affection. He had remained silent, avoiding her gaze, and then there was the moment when she lamented that no one wanted her, to which he had replied, "I want you." Vaguely, the echoes of those words resonated within her, leaving her uncertain if they were mere figments of her imagination, a dream, or indeed words spoken by Qingmei. Yet, she felt a strange sense of reassurance settle within her. Qingmei observed the sight of the girl huddled in the corner, her ears flushed with embarrassment, and couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. Well, she was already trying to distance herself from the incident. Fortunately, he had merely sat beside her throughout the night. Had he truly crawled under the covers, she would have certainly awoken him with a slap. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his throat. "Let's freshen up first. I brought you breakfast." "Oh, okay." Xiaojun stared at the hint of pink on his throat, nodding in a daze. A fleeting thought flashed through her mind, but she couldn't grasp the tail end of that thought. Had she touched Qingmei's Adam's apple? Had she touched anywhere else? After washing up, Xiaojun accepted the soy milk, on the verge of tears, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't do anything more outrageous, did I?" Qingmei leaned lazily against the back of the chair, his tone laden with meaning. "Guess." "Xiaojun." Upon returning from the resort hotel to the school dormitory, Qiaojin wore an expression of guilt, feeling utterly unwell, her inner turmoil akin to a small creature frantically scratching at her. Meanwhile, rumors circulated at school that Yuan Jian had abruptly withdrawn, the reasons unknown, with whispers of him transferring abroad and not returning anytime soon. A wave of relief washed over everyone, as many had long harbored grievances against him. Qiaojin silently breathed a sigh of relief. Her roommates, eyes sparkling with intrigue, eagerly consumed the gossip, their faces alight with curiosity. They were thrilled to hear about Qiaojin and Qingmei's sweet little moments together. Qingmei propped her chin on her hand, eyes filled with wonder. So you accidentally drank high-concentration alcohol, got completely drunk, and begged Qingmei to stay and sleep with you. Lulu bit into a snack and leaned in. Oh, so doesn't that mean you two slept together? Qiaojin's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing desperately to disappear into the ground, softly protesting, no. He just sat next to me, and besides, he's not the kind of person who would take advantage of the situation. Oh dear, now she was defending him. Lulu wore an expression of delight, exuding an air of mischievous understanding as she boldly analyzed, Qiaojin, he must like you. Maybe he has been harboring feelings for you for years, and you, without a doubt, have feelings for him. Those embroiled in the situation often remain oblivious, while observers see clearly. Lulu had this all figured out. Qingmei and Yun Yu nodded in agreement, the three of them arriving at the same conclusion. Qiaojin's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing as she struggled to articulate a response, ultimately shaking her head gently. The idea of Qingmei harboring feelings for her was unfathomable. What could she possibly possess that would attract someone's affection, let alone inspire secret admiration? Her eyelashes fluttered as she leaned over the table, striving to steady her racing heart. Yet, the phrase, I want you, echoed incessantly in her mind, causing her heart to race wildly, as if a seed, a small yet vibrant life, lay buried deep within her, and now, that seed was sprouting uncontrollably, breaking through the soil, its pulse quickening and growing stronger. Chapter 53, Christmas Eve, the lucky apple. As the days passed one by one, the memory of the day at the hot spring seemed to drift further away. Qingmei felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. The hazy intimacy of that night and the heartfelt utterance of a husband felt as if it were merely a figment of his imagination, a mirage, an illusion, a thing that never truly existed. It was only when he played back the recording, listening to Qiaojin's sweet voice, that he gradually found solace within himself. The winter was harsh, yet, each time Qingmei wrapped the deep grey scarf around his neck, he found a strange warmth enveloping him, making the frigid season seem almost bearable. The recording still played in his mind, echoing Qiaojin's voice, tinged with a profound sense of grievance, as she spoke to herself with a quivering tone, Qingmei, I seem to have always been an unfortunate person. Upon hearing those words, he paused abruptly. In the deep of night, the cold wind howled outside, rustling the leaves. With his head bowed, Qingmei sat at his desk, diligently penning words onto the paper. On December 24th, Christmas Eve descended with the winter chill, the biting winds brushing against the skin. Even the sunlight bore a hint of coolness. Coincidentally, it was a Friday, and the atmosphere within the school grew increasingly festive. On this night of peace, gifting apples served as a delightful expression of friendship, and even the bittersweet pangs of unrequited love. For instance, Jixian's desk was already laden with apples and love letters from various girls. His expression was grim, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, exuding an air of aloofness and grandeur, a palpable tension radiating from him. The boys beside him shivered with trepidation, perplexed by the source of his ire. After a lengthy silence, they came to a realization: there were none. No apples from Qiaojin. In previous years, she would meticulously prepare apples and greeting cards for Jixian, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she cautiously gazed at him. He would dismiss or discard the gifts from others, yet he cherished only hers. This simple act brought her immense joy. A mere flicker of kindness was enough to satisfy her. How could such a person simply vanish? The boys remained silent, each feeling like a quail. Jixian struggled to maintain his composed demeanor. A thought gnawed at him. What had he given in return? Nothing, not only to Qiaojin, but it appeared he had never gifted anyone else either, taking all that was offered as a matter of course, basking in Qiaojin's generosity, even during those 7 years of his past life. In his palm, he clutched a diamond necklace, an inexplicable unease bubbling within him, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. This necklace was a one-of-a-kind luxury custom piece, a diamond pearl representing a white swan, worth millions. It symbolized pure and unblemished love. If only Xiaojun would bow her head to him, if only she would return willingly, he would present it to her, a gesture of reciprocation. Yes, this was his final test. As long as Xiaojun was willing to turn back, yet, after waiting and waiting, all Jixian received was the piercing solitude of the cold wind, and still no apple or blessing from Xiaojun. Noon, after finishing her training, Xiaojun returned to the dormitory, still clad in her thick beige down jacket and wrapped in a white plush scarf. Ever since she passed the online audition for the first Starry Moon singing competition, she had been training daily in the music classroom, preparing for the preliminary rounds the following day. The atmosphere in the dorm was filled with genuine excitement as her roommates began to shower her with small cookies, candies, and even local specialties from home. "Xinjun, go for it. Make it to the finals," Qingmei exclaimed, raising her chin. "Once you unleash your voice, we're going to flood the live stream with 666. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I'll report them without hesitation." "Exactly. Our Xinjun is the best." Hearing their encouragement, Xiaojun felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She leaped into their arms, her voice choked with gratitude. "Thank you, it feels so good to have you all. Indeed, it was wonderful." She was offered a lemon-flavored fizzy candy, which she obediently popped into her mouth. The tiny sweetness filled her senses with a delicate fragrance, yet, Xiaojun felt an inexplicable void, as if something was missing. Resting her chin on one hand, she pouted in frustration. It had been ages since she last encountered a certain man with the surname Qin. How she wished he would appear before her at that moment. The next second, her phone unexpectedly chimed with a WeChat notification. "I'm downstairs at your dormitory." The message from Qingmei struck her like a bolt from the blue. Her heart skipped a beat. Stunned, she paused, her breath caught in her throat as she hurriedly grabbed a small gift box from her desk and dashed out. A whirlwind of emotions enveloped her, anticipation, nervousness, joy. These delightful feelings wrapped around her like colorful candy wrappers, lightening her steps immensely. The man stood not far away, clad in a black down jacket, tall and lean, his brows sharp and eyes cold, his features strikingly defined, exuding an aura of both mischief and wildness. As Xiaojun approached him, her breath formed a mist that gradually dissipated into the air. She spoke with an unintentional cheerfulness. "What brings you here?" Qingmei, with one hand tucked into his coat pocket, replied nonchalantly, "Just passing by." It had been a long time since they last met, and he simply wanted to see her. Xiaojun handed him the apple gift box, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at him, revealing two charming dimples, and offered her sincere blessing. "Qingmei, eat this apple, and you shall have everlasting peace and fortune." This gift had been prepared for him long in advance. Motorcycle racing was an incredibly perilous sport, and with Qingmei training almost every day, she hoped fervently for his safety above all, with accolades coming second, life first, competition second. Xiaojun could hardly remember when they had begun exchanging apples every Christmas Eve, yet, Qingmei recalled it vividly. It was 9 winters ago, during elementary school, when a class activity of exchanging apples took place. One student was absent due to a fever, resulting in an odd number of students. He was that extra student. Everyone exchanged apples and greeting cards, except for him. No one was willing to offer him an apple, nor did anyone write him a card. Back then, he was the student with the worst grades, a fierce appearance, and a reputation for being antisocial, often rumored to be a troublemaker, his arms adorned with bruises, marking him as a definitive bad student. Everyone kept their distance. On that day, young Qingmei silently observed them, his gaze fierce and unyielding. He repeatedly told himself it didn't matter, he didn't care about any of it. Yes, he didn't care. That winter felt particularly frigid, the wind biting like a knife against his face, until Xiaojun rushed over from another class, boldly stuffing a pile of Christmas Eve and holiday gifts into his arms, her smile radiant and sunny. It was then that Qingmei realized how much he truly cared, more than he could ever express. The memories of the past were not particularly pleasant, but he was grateful for the presence of such a beautiful person by his side. For so many days, for so many years, Qingmei's lips slowly curled into a smile as he retrieved a red apple wrapped in reindeer packaging from behind him, his voice low and soothing as if coaxing a child. Eat this lucky apple, and you shall have good fortune. Do you believe it? Xiaozhen accepted the apple, gazing down at the vividly crafted little reindeer, her words momentarily lost. After a long pause, she raised her face, her eyes sincere as she blinked. Qingmei, do I look so easily deceived? In response, Qingmei chuckled softly, unable to resist reaching out to gently tousle her soft, fluffy hair. I'm not deceiving you. It is true. Chapter 54, His Little Reindeer. Jinjin holding an apple, Xiaozhen returned to her dormitory, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and her eyes sparkling with sweet, radiant starlight. As she opened the door, 3 military strategists stood before her with solemn expressions, scrutinizing her intently. Xiaozhen, stand at attention. Immediately, Xiaozhen complied, standing upright, her misty eyes blinking as she softly inquired, what is wrong? You knew, the strategist was the first to pose a question. Where have you been just now? A wave of inexplicable guilt washed over Xiaozhen as she paused and replied softly, I took out the trash. Her statement was truthful. She had indeed disposed of a bag of rubbish on her way downstairs. Beside her, Qingmei fumed, her teeth grinding in agitation. We all saw it from the balcony. Qingmei actually patted your head. How dare he? I could just kill him. The audacity of that man to lay hands on her precious Jinjin was utterly infuriating. With a fierce glare, Qingmei seemed ready to charge at Qingmei, prompting Xiaozhen to instinctively shrink back. She found nothing particularly strange about it. Qingmei had enjoyed ruffling her hair since childhood, and she had long since grown accustomed to it. After washing the apple, Xiaozhen settled into a chair, recounting the events truthfully. Upon hearing her words, Qingmei appeared quite enlightened. Men have a way with words, and they often dress it up as something like lucky apple, claiming that eating it brings good fortune. I don't believe it. What a load of nonsense. Sheng Lulu, on the other hand, clutched her pink heart and exclaimed with sparkling eyes, wow, Jinjin, you two are way too sweet. It is even more genuine than the couple I ship. As Xiaozhen bit into the red apple, she felt her fingers tighten slightly, her cheeks flushing with warmth as a torrent of complex emotion surged within her. Noticing the opening, Yu interjected, so, is the apple he gave you sweet? With her gaze lowered, Xiaozhen replied earnestly, it's quite sweet. The apple was large and crimson, crisp and juicy, truly delicious. After finishing the apple, Xiaozhen began to tidy her belongings. Suddenly, a black card slipped from the box adorned with reindeer packaging, its calligraphy bold and fluid said smiley, would you accompany me to a place tonight? Xiaozhen froze, her eyes twinkling with intrigue, her heart skipping a beat. She picked up the card, reading it repeatedly, accompany him, where, despite having ample opportunities to express himself, Qingmei had chosen to convey his invitation through a card, rendering it all the more formal. Her curiosity piqued, Xiaozhen spent the entire afternoon mulling over the message, even texting him for clarification. However, Qingmei proved to be evasive, withholding the details from her. How vexing. It felt as if a little cat were scratching at her heart, a mix of anticipation and nervousness swirling within her. Winter evenings descended more swiftly than usual, and by 5 o'clock, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings, the evening breeze carrying a hint of chill. Dressed in a beige down jacket and carrying a crossbody bag, Xiaozhen boarded the subway, led by Qingmei to the newly opened commercial district in the city center. Christmas Eve was bustling with activity, filled with people of all ages, including many cosplayers capturing moments together. Above, a massive net woven from thick ropes hung with twinkling star-shaped lights, gently swaying in the cold wind, casting a dazzling golden glow. A towering Christmas tree stood in the center, adorned with colorful jewels, adding a touch of enchanting beauty to the atmosphere. It was a scene straight out of a poem, exceptionally romantic. Numerous couples embraced beneath the Christmas tree, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Xiaozhen tilted her head slightly, gazing at the spectacle, her eyes reflecting the golden lights, shimmering brightly. It's truly beautiful. She had not been aware of this new commercial street opening or the enchanting activities taking place. Perhaps due to its recent inauguration, coupled with the festive spirit of Christmas Eve, they had organized such a grand event to attract visitors. Xiaozhen, the deep, melodic voice of the man broke through her reverie. She looked up at him, Qingmei retrieved 2 small reindeer hairpins from his pocket, leaning slightly toward her, his tone laced with a hint of laziness. Everyone else has one, shall I put one on you too? Xiaojun blinked, glancing between the 2 little antlers and then looking around. Indeed, almost all the girls nearby wore cute reindeer hairpins, and they looked lovely. However, the ones Qingmei held were slightly different, adorned with golden bells, appearing even more exquisite. She nodded, unable to resist asking, "Where did you get these?" It seemed unlikely that Qingmei was the type to engage in such whimsical things. He hardly struck her as a romantic. As expected, he casually replied, "They were a gift with the apple." Xiaojun replied with an understated, "Oh. So they were complimentary." Qingmei, towering over her, stepped closer, enveloping her in his presence as he placed the reindeer hairpins on either side of her head. As their proximity grew, a faint scent of fresh grass wafted toward her, and his warm breath brushed against her skin. Xiaojun felt slightly uneasy, her heart slowed momentarily before racing wildly. Every sense within her seemed to be captivated by the man before her, each heartbeat resonating through her, especially under the starry lights. Qingmei's profile was bathed in a soft, warm glow, the mole beneath his eye appearing strikingly alluring. The air was thick with an atmosphere of burgeoning affection, hazy yet intimate, their stance undeniably close and tender, evoking an unspoken connection. With her head slightly bowed, Xiaojun leaned in, her breath barely escaping her lips, as if afraid to inhale too deeply. She felt herself melting away. "All done," Qingmei's voice resonated above her. He stepped back, gradually creating distance. Finally, Xiaojun exhaled, shaking her head, the delightful sound of jingling bells echoing softly. Qingmei observed the small reindeer before him, a smirk dancing in his eyes as he accidentally revealed the other 2 hairpins he held. Xiaojun immediately took notice, asserting with conviction, "You have to wear one too." Qingmei raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Why?" Xiaojun suddenly found herself tongue-tied. She was uncertain of the reason, but she simply wanted Qingmei to join her. It felt as though wearing matching hairpins would somehow affirm their bond, as if they were together. In that moment, she contemplated how to respond when, without warning, Qingmei crouched before her, his Adam's apple subtly shifting. "Then you help me put it on, all right." Just as she had helped him with his scarf before. Even when crouched, he retained an imposing presence, his gaze intensely warm, as if igniting a flicker of flame. It was an allure that was difficult to resist, beckoning her to draw closer, inch by inch. Reacting faster than her thoughts, Xiaojun instinctively accepted the hairpin. With her eyes cast down, she whispered, "Qingmei, I remember you hated when others touched your head or hair." A gust of cold wind swept by, tousling his dark hair against his chiseled brow, his eyelashes fluttering like raven feathers, his nose sharp and his chin partially hidden within his deep grey scarf. Before the enchanting Christmas tree, Xiaojun heard Qingmei's voice. "Xiaojun, you're not just anyone." With those words, her fingers hesitated, a few strands of dark hair dancing in the wind. Each syllable echoed clearly in her ears, gradually embedding itself within her heart, steadying her racing pulse. She reached out to place the hairpin in his hair, doing so with care and sincerity. Once completed, she looked at the towering reindeer before her, unable to suppress her excitement. All set. Now they were of the same kind. Perhaps it was the festive spirit that permeated the atmosphere, as Xiaojun felt increasingly at ease in the cheerful ambience surrounding them. She purchased 2 cups of rich cocoa, handing one to Qingmei as they clinked their cups together. The rich flavor spread across her palate, warming her like spring, revitalizing her spirit instantly. The 2 gradually approached the gaming area, filled with intriguing novelties like Lego and blind boxes, where younger crowds congregated. Qingmei led her to a claw machine, suddenly pausing to casually ask, "Do you want to try your luck at the claw game?" The enormous claw machine resembled a magical box from a fairy tale, its display filled with an array of toys, many of which were exclusive editions that could not be purchased elsewhere. They had to be won. Several small children surrounded the machine, crying inconsolably, their noses running as they lamented, "War, it's impossible to catch anything, the claw is broken." War. Xiaojun yearned to experience the thrill of winning a toy, particularly the plush bear in the center that cradled flowers. She desperately wanted it, yet, observing the heartbroken children around her, she hesitated, pulling back her thoughts. "Never mind, I'm not very good at this. She had attempted before, but each time had ended in failure, always falling just shy of success. It was akin to the frustrating feeling of missing out on a deal online, having invested time and effort, only to walk away empty-handed, had nearly brought her to tears in front of the machine. Once, she had played the claw machine with Qingmei. Although she had failed to win anything, he had managed to snag a toy and gifted it to her, yet, she still felt a twinge of disappointment. Winning it herself was entirely different from receiving a gift from someone else. After all those experiences, she had never approached a claw machine again. With a sigh, she turned to leave when she noticed Qingmei already exchanging 10 coins for tokens, approaching her with a small basket in hand. His deep, dark eyes locked onto hers, slightly bending at the waist, his voice languid yet captivating. Qiaozhen, how will you know if you don't give it a try? Chapter 55, My Fortune, I Share With You. As their words fell, Qingmei was the first to toss a coin, gripping the joystick with one hand, his demeanor relaxed and carefree, as he pressed the button. The claw descended slowly, precisely capturing a small dog plushie. Watching the plushie being hoisted by their hook, Qiaozhen felt as though her heart was caught too, rising inch by inch into the sky. She held her breath slightly, involuntarily becoming tense, not daring to exhale. The nearby children gazed with wide eyes, casting eager looks, clenching their fists as if to encourage the claw. Just a little bit more. Qiaozhen could hardly contain her excitement, yet in the next moment, the smile that had graced her lips vanished. The plushie suddenly fell, mere centimeters from the exit. Failure. Qingmei was out, yet he exhibited no reaction, as if the outcome was anticipated. The 4 children beside him revealed expressions of regret. Qiaozhen leaned in, softly comforting, you did really well. Give it another try, perhaps you'll succeed. The distance between them closed. Qiaozhen's porcelain white face suddenly magnified, her eyes brimming with anticipation, her cherry-pink lips poised to bloom. More captivating than all the plushes in the claw machine combined, she exuded a longing that was palpable. Qingmei's deep gaze fell upon her full, soft lips, and after a few seconds, he quickly averted his eyes, his pupils swirling with dark thoughts. He inserted another coin for another attempt. Yet, after 3 consecutive tries, each time yielding only marginal failures, just a fraction, at that critical moment, the claw would always release as if possessed. Qiaozhen felt a pang of disappointment for him, pursing her lips in consolation. The children nearby shook their heads, their innocent eyes seemingly saying, brother, you look capable, but in reality, you're not. Qingmei remained composed, slipping a coin into Qiaozhen's hand and turning to her earnestly, you try. Qiaozhen instinctively declined, but my luck is terrible. You should do it. Qingmei chuckled softly, as you can see, I've failed all 4 times, my luck must be worse. Reluctantly, Qiaozhen placed a coin in the machine, steeling herself for the challenge. Even someone as skilled as Qingmei, she held little expectation but diligently maneuvered the claw, targeting the middle yellow bear. Nervously pressing the red button, the claw firmly grasped the bear, lifting it into the air. The most exhilarating and nerve-wracking moment of the claw machine game lay in this instant. Qiaozhen's fingertips tightened slightly, as if her action could somehow strengthen the claw's grip. The next moment, with a clunk, she blinked, momentarily dazed, as she incredulously retrieved the cream-colored bear adorned with flowers from below. The tangible softness of the plush spread across her skin, seemingly dispelling all past gloom. She embraced it tightly, her eyes sparkling with delight, her smile blooming like an orchid. Qingmei, I really caught it. Heavens! The nearby children instantly perked up, their eyes wide. Wow, you really can catch them. Even the children next door were envious. Qingmei leaned against the claw machine, his long legs slightly crossed, his features sharply defined. Clad in the most ordinary black down jacket, he exuded a mature and steady aura, both enchanting and beguiling. Yet, adorned with 2 bell-tipped antlers, he bore an odd sense of incongruity, appearing youthful, spirited, and full of life. He couldn't help but smile at Qiaozhen, praising, quite impressive. Elated, Qiaozhen clutched the bear, her heart racing in tandem. This was the first plush she had ever caught on her own, making it all the more significant. Qingmei, seemingly undeterred by previous setbacks, attempted several more times, but whether failing to hook anything or only grasping halfway, the claw would invariably slip. Not a single successful attempt. Out, the children beside him watched anxiously, innocently chiming, brother, you need to step up, you're no match for your girlfriend. Shinichi gazed at the group of youngsters, offering no denial, merely smiling lazily in response. Indeed, this sister is more skilled, so it's best she takes the lead. At the mention of a sister, Qiaojin felt a warmth rise in her chest, slipping another coin into the machine. This was the last coin. Under the gaze of many, a hint of pressure was inevitable. Qiaojin took a deep breath, maneuvering the joystick, her target the brown dog plush that Shinichi had previously attempted to catch. Once aligned, she earnestly pressed the button, her expression serious, as if taking an exam. Little did she know, while she concentrated on the task, Shinichi was intently watching her. As the claw secured the dog plush, lifting it steadily into the air, it ultimately landed with a satisfying clunk. At the exit, she had succeeded once more. The nearby children erupted in applause. 666, sister, you're amazing. Qiaojin immediately crouched down, retrieving the dog plush from the opening, nearly jumping with joy. Shinichi, look. I caught it again. Whether it was mere coincidence, she felt as though each time it was her turn, the claw was exceptionally powerful. Gripping firmly without faltering, Qiaojin felt an incredible surge of strength. With a proud expression seeking affirmation, she resembled a jubilant young deer, her dimples shining brighter than the stars above. Shinichi's heart fluttered, as if lightly brushed by feathers, feeling strangely soft. It was merely a plush toy, yet her joy was so profound, her satisfaction so easily attained. In that moment, Shinichi suddenly realized that everything he had done was worthwhile. His eyes sparkled with a bright smile, a glimmer of light dancing in their depths. Qiaojin, you are truly fortunate. The most deserving of luck's favor. Qiaojin looked at the two plushes in her hands, one, a cream-colored bear she adored, and the other, the brown dog that had eluded Shinichi multiple times. Out of 10 attempts, Shinichi had failed 8 times, while she had succeeded twice. It was the epitome of misfortune paired with fortune. Qiaojin pressed her lips together, without a moment's hesitation, and promptly stuffed the dog into Shinichi's embrace, winking at him. Shinichi received the dog plush, playfully shaking it by the tail. Amidst the bustling chaos of the arcade, against the backdrop of noise and confusion, he distinctly heard Qiaojin's sweet voice. Each word struck his heart like a hammer, resonating loudly. Shinichi. The girl lifted her face, her smile radiant as a flower. I share my fortune with you. Chapter 56, Fortune and Favor. The streets were bustling with life, illuminated by dazzling lights, as the air resonated with the enchanting melodies of Christmas piano tunes, creating an atmosphere almost too beautiful to be real. Despite the surrounding clamor, Shinichi found himself gradually unable to discern the sounds around him, enveloped instead in an overwhelming silence. It was a tranquility that left only one thought lingering in his mind. My fortune, I shall share with you. In that fleeting moment, an indescribable sentiment took root within him, growing wildly and almost consuming his heart, threatening to burst forth from his chest. Upon winning a toy, Qiaojin unhesitatingly offered it to him, as if presenting a treasured gem. In that instant, it seemed as though a gentle ray of sunlight graced her face, illuminating her youthful, flawless complexion with a hint of rosy hue, radiant and enchanting. A mere second of eye contact was enough to draw one into a vortex of emotion, willingly succumbing to its depths. Shinichi felt his throat tighten slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips that he could barely suppress. He diverted his gaze, slowly tightening his embrace around the small dog plush, saying, Qiaojin, follow me. Without questioning his intentions, Qiaojin nodded obediently. Trailing behind him, they navigated through the throngs of people and halted before a newly opened toy store. However, the crowd surged like a tide, rendering entry impossible, the space exceedingly cramped and prone to separation. Suddenly, a small boy stumbled and fell, crying out in pain. As Qiaojin instinctively helped him up, she looked up again, only to find Shinichi's familiar silhouette had vanished. Where had he gone? Qiaojin stood still, tiptoeing and scanning the area, but to no avail. Panic began to swell within her. Where could such a large presence like Shinichi have disappeared to? Just then, a warm sensation enveloped her wrist, a tingling warmth that seeped into her skin, spreading through her limbs. I'm right here, Shinichi's deep voice murmured, gently grasping her wrist and guiding her forward. Under the warm glow of the lights, the once rebellious figure of the man softened, the scent of mint wafting through the air. His tall stature carved a path through the crowd. The brief contact of their skin felt almost combustible, radiating a heat impossible to ignore. Qiaozhen's gaze gradually fell upon her right wrist, fixating on Qingmei's hand. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. His palm was broad and warm, the knuckles distinctly defined, the veins prominent, exuding an aura of masculinity, with a small black mole adorning the back of his hand. It felt both reassuring and perilously intoxicating. In an instant, Qiaozhen weakly closed her eyes, as vivid memories from a past life surged uncontrollably in her mind. Since their marriage, Qingmei's animalistic nature had erupted in full force, his wolfish traits laid bare. With a single hand, he could easily pin her wrist above her head. As a top racing driver accustomed to rigorous physical training, his strength was formidable, rendering any struggle futile. With his other hand resting on her waist, his dark lashes fluttered down like raven feathers, his voice a low, magnetic murmur. "Jinjin, soothe me." Qiaozhen found herself firmly pressed against the wall, breathing lightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion as she patiently stroked his hair. "What is the matter now?" This man, already 25, still required comforting, like a child. Just as she finished her thought, he spoke with a hint of bitterness, his tone laden with sarcasm. "You're a flying instructor on Youth 101, surrounded by 100 little green teas dancing and flirting with you, calling you teacher Jinjin and sister Qiao." His grievances only seemed to deepen, yet his grip remained unyielding, firmly holding her wrist with an overwhelming sense of dominance. A whiff of jealousy lingered in the air, sharp and palpable. Qiaozhen, pinned against the wall, felt utterly immobilized, her cheeks flushing with warmth. The show was a direct arrangement from her company, slotted into her schedule, meant to bolster her career rather than hinder it. Moreover, it was merely a guest appearance, not a permanent role. Silently sighing within, Qiaozhen leaned closer to Qingmei, pressing a fleeting kiss upon his lips. "But having just you is enough for me. I only want you." Yet the man before her was evidently not so easily appeased, his satisfaction no longer as effortless as before. He huffed in discontent. "Oh." Unable to bear his displeasure, Qiaozhen nestled her face against his chest, her voice gentle as she inquired, "What more do you want me to do to comfort you?" The moment her words left her lips, she felt as if she had stepped into a trap. Indeed, upon hearing her, the depths of his eyes darkened intensely, his large hand slid slowly across her back, his grip on her wrist gradually loosening. The delicate silk of her white nightgown was lifted slightly. Qingmei inched closer, encroaching upon her space, his voice laced with significance. "What do you think?" His eyes brimmed with an unmistakable aggression, teeming with vitality. That night, Qiaozhen soothed him for hours, her voice growing hoarse, until he was finally placated. By the early hours, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her lips luscious and inviting, pleading softly, "Please don't." Memories surged chaotically, blurring and fading away. The shopping mall on Christmas Eve was exceptionally lively, with a constant flow of visitors near the arcade. The faint strains of piano music brought Qiaozhen back to reality. Gripped by Qingmei's hold, she gradually regained her composure, her ears flushing crimson, her entire being suddenly overwhelmed. It felt as if flames had ignited on her cheeks, an unmistakable blush blooming across her face. Help! What was there to comfort about? Qiaozhen felt utterly flustered, biting her lip, wanting to bury her face in her hands and cry. Would these turbulent memories ever cease to torment her? Was she truly such a pitiful person? As soon as Qingmei came to a halt, she flinched as if shocked, instinctively withdrawing her hand, her discomfort palpable. Qiaozhen dared not meet his gaze, wishing to sink into the ground, fearfully stepping aside, longing to distance herself from this dangerous, detestable, and annoying man, yet inexplicably, her heart raced even faster, slipping beyond her control. Almost instantaneously, the moment Qiaozhen withdrew her hand, Qingmei noticed the shift in her demeanor. He observed her subtle retreat, her eyes betraying a mix of uncertainty and fear. Did she fear him? Qingmei hesitated briefly, his expression momentarily dazed. He lowered his gaze, silently retracting his hand, suppressing the tumult of emotion surging within him. A weight lodged in his throat felt both bitter and sour, an uncomfortable sensation. After a moment, he regained his composure and calmly asked, "Shall we draw a prize?" Qiaozhen's attention peaked, she looked up to see the new activity unfolding. By simply scanning a code and following the instructions, one could partake in a chance to win a prize. Qiaozhen felt reluctant, it seemed tedious, and more importantly, she had notoriously poor luck, never winning anything, yet the exquisite array of limited edition gifts on display stirred her interest. She nodded, sure. Suddenly, a burly man nearby erupted with exuberant exclamations, nearly jumping with joy. No way. The crowd turned to him, eyes filled with anticipation, yet, a moment later, his expression drooped in disappointment. Didn't he win anything? Qiaozhen stood dumbfounded, her mind racing at the absurdity. Qingmei was the first to scan the code, and after a few moments of navigating the process, he randomly selected an envelope from the staff member. Qiaozhen leaned in cautiously to see, but the slip of paper inside was blank. Regret washed over her. They hadn't won. With a sigh, she half-heartedly liked the video on the official account, glancing at the handful of envelopes the staff member held, feeling a swell of indecision. The staff member beamed at her and Qingmei. Young lady, why not draw one? Qiaozhen nodded, grabbing an envelope at random and slowly opening the paper within. The words "first prize" leaped out at her, like a burst of fireworks igniting in her mind, dazzling and vibrant. Stunned, she stood rooted to the spot, repeatedly confirming the words before her. Her fingertips trembled slightly, disbelieving the sudden stroke of fortune. Flipping the paper over, she discovered a line of English, elegantly written, flowing seamlessly. One day, luck and preference will come rushing towards you. Favor and fortune shall one day come racing toward you. Chapter 57. The meteor falls into his eyes. Qiaozhen repeatedly gazed at the flowing cursive letters on the paper, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over her. Was it merely an illusion, or did it somewhat resemble Qingmei's handwriting? Even as she handed the note to the shop assistant, Qiaozhen remained in a daze, feeling as though she had been unexpectedly struck by a star from the heavens, her entire being enveloped. It wasn't until the prize was nestled in her arms that she regained her senses, her gaze fixated upon the exquisite and precious gift in her hands, a Disney collaboration crystal snow globe music box. The crystal globe resembled a delicate and pure pearl, shimmering brilliantly under the dim light, within which countless snowflakes gently descended. At its center stood a castle adorned with intricate and lavish patterns. A mere twist of the bass would set the beautiful princess before the castle dancing gracefully to the soft, soothing melody. The entire music box was sizable and weighty, requiring both hands to cradle its transparent casing. Qiaozhen could no longer tear her gaze away, utterly captivated and enchanted, as if she were holding the most treasured possession in the world. Surrounding her, onlookers expressed their envy with exclamations of awe. Wow! Incredible, she really won. How lucky can this girl be? Oh my gosh, this limited collaboration is super hot. I think it sells for 1,314 yuan on the official website. So romantic. War, I'd trade £10 of meat to win first prize, please. Stepping out of the crowd, Qiaozhen's eyes crinkled with a smile, her gaze sparkling with starlight, radiating brightness and charm as if she had tasted the sweetest honey in the world. Qingmei, look. I actually won. That lucky apple really worked. Qingmei, standing beside her, observed the delight in her expression, a warm current surging within him, spreading throughout his limbs. Her happiness inexplicably uplifted his spirits. He slightly curled the corners of his lips and softly uttered, hum. Content. Qiaozhen accompanied him as they strolled through the mall, carefully cradling the box along the way. She felt as if she were about to sprout wings and ascend little by little. Furthermore, the note of luck and affection had been thoughtfully folded and carefully tucked into her pocket. Years later, Qiaozhen would truly comprehend. Sad smiley. There is no Santa Claus in this world, but the love and luck of Christmas Eve are wrapped as gifts by those who cherish you, secretly delivered to your hands. As dusk fell, the inky night stretched infinitely, adorned with a myriad of stars, enveloping everything in tranquility. The bright moon and streetlights cast a hazy, ethereal glow over the two of them. A chill wind swept by, causing Qiaozhen to huddle her neck, her delicate face nearly numb from the cold. In the next moment, a group of girls walking ahead suddenly erupted in excitement, pointing at the sky and exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, look, is that a meteor?" Qiaozhen followed their gaze upward, but after searching for some time, she saw nothing, just an inky black sky devoid of any light. One girl, bewildered, exclaimed, "War, where is it? I can't see anything. Are you messing with me?" "I'm not, but there was definitely one just now. Oh my gosh, another one." The girl immediately whipped out her phone to capture the moment. Qiaozhen obediently tilted her head back, her eyes reflecting the vast expanse of the sky. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered across the dark horizon, trailing a sparkling pink tail, sweeping across the night sky in a fleeting moment. Was that a pink meteor? Qiaozhen felt as though she were dreaming, unable to resist murmuring, "Oh my, what day is it today?" Another chance to win a toy, winning the crystal globe music box, and witnessing a meteor streak across the sky. Today was undeniably her lucky day. Qingmei stood beside her, also gazing upward, both of them appreciating the same splendid scene. Little did they know, the true miracle was only just beginning. A magnificent meteor shower gracefully unveiled. They shot through the air like arrows, igniting as they collided with the atmosphere, coalescing into thousands of silvery trails, captivating all who beheld them. The girls ahead were nearly jumping with excitement, unable to articulate their joy. Qiaozhen, too, was unusually silent. She had never witnessed a meteor before, let alone a meteor shower. Quickly, she raised her phone to record a video, eager to capture this grand spectacle. Yet, the recorded footage paled in comparison to the breathtaking sight before her. This was the romantic poem gifted to them on Christmas Eve, a resplendent canvas painted by the vast universe. She thought to herself that she would surely never forget this fortuitous day, carrying it in her heart for a lifetime. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she tapped Qingmei's shoulder. "Qingmei, make a wish. There is an ancient legend about meteors. If one sincerely wishes upon them, their desires are likely to come true." "All right, let's wish together." Qingmei leaned against her shoulder, his lips curving subtly as he closed his eyes to make a wish alongside her. The meteor shower, a phenomenon resulting from cosmic dust colliding with Earth's atmosphere, self-heating and igniting until it is completely consumed. Everyone was a materialist. Theoretically, making wishes in such a manner was utterly futile. But life is merely about those fleeting moments. One cannot always adhere to reason. Moments later, their two wishes traversed the sky along with the meteor shower, journeying through the cosmos, landing in corners unknown. "May I succeed in my competition tomorrow, standing bravely on stage and shining bright, drawing closer to my dreams, bit by bit. May she shine as brilliantly as a meteor, but never fall." After making their wishes, Qiaozhen slowly opened her eyes, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She couldn't quite articulate the emotion swelling within her, as if a small flower were gradually blossoming, adding a vivid and stunning hue to her heart. Quietly, Qiaozhen opened her eyes, stealing a glance at Qingmei. And the next moment, she unexpectedly collided with the depths of his dark, profound gaze, their eyes locking in a captivating exchange. Qiaozhen's heart momentarily faltered. Perhaps it was the awe inspired by nature, perhaps it was the exhilaration of the day, or perhaps, yet, this time, she did not instinctively look away. Their eyes seemed to communicate something unspoken, neither willing to break their gaze. The man slightly lowered his head, his eyes burning with intensity, his breath deep and steady, the wisps of hair at his forehead swaying gently, while the faint scent of mint wafted towards Qiaozhen's nose. She even hesitated to breathe deeply, holding her breath, quietly and earnestly gazing at him. In truth, she adored Qingmei's eyes, particularly the beauty mark beneath his right eye. His phoenix-like gaze was as deep as a well, with slightly upturned corners that conveyed a mischievous and rebellious spirit, appearing fierce and intimidating at first glance, as if to say, "Stay away," or "I don't know you," or "You owe me 5 million. Yet, upon looking beyond the surface and truly getting to know him, one would discover that his eyes resembled obsidian, washed clean by water, filled with deep affection and tenderness. In that moment, the dazzling meteor shower became an exquisite backdrop to his presence. Qiaozhen paused, a wave of confusion washing over her. For a fleeting instant, she felt as if she could see a radiant meteor plummeting into the depths of Qingmei's affectionate eyes. Chapter 58, Debut Stage Diamonds. The following day was Saturday, Christmas Day, marking the preliminary round of the inaugural Qingmei Cup singing competition. At precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, the opera stage was ablaze with live broadcasts. Qingmei stood at the foremost position on the second floor, leaning slightly against the railing, his posture relaxed and his expression delightfully unruly. Clad in a black windbreaker, the contours of his jawline were subtly revealed, exuding a rebellious charm. With his head slightly bowed, his gaze drifted over the contestants below, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. This competition was conducted with utmost formality. The stage was bright and spacious, awash with dazzling lights. The contestants, all amateurs, faced the daunting expanse of the stage, coupled with the scrutinizing, indifferent glances of the judges. With microphones fully activated, it was only natural for them to feel anxious, making it arduous to showcase their true abilities. By 8 o'clock, the event was halfway through. Both the judges and the audience began to exhibit signs of aesthetic fatigue. And the next moment, the lights illuminated the center of the stage, casting a silver glow that sparkled into Qingmei's eyes. The man's previously unfocused gaze finally sharpened at that instant, his heart pounding like a drum. He had found her, his princess, the host below calmly announced. Contestant number 99, Qiaozhen, will perform Rihanna's Diamonds. In the live broadcast, the young girl appeared in a black strapless dress, reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn, adorned with tiny diamonds at the hem, twinkling like countless stars in the night sky. She seemed to have emerged from the depths of a dark night, a celestial maiden. Her hair was elegantly styled, crowned with a sparkling tiara, yet she radiated a humble and reserved demeanor, as if slightly hesitant to meet the camera's gaze. After a brief pause, the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream erupted in frenzied screenshots. Sad smiley, oh my god, is she really barefaced? She looks stunning even under harsh lighting. What a beautiful baby. Why am I suddenly overwhelmed with maternal affection? Sob sob sob. Wow, her eyes are so large, can I even say that? Drooling, kiss, kiss, kiss. An angelic face paired with a devilish figure. Sister, I want to bury myself in you, shine bright like a diamond. As the first notes of music reverberated, Qiaozhen slowly raised the microphone, closing her eyes as she began to sing in the vast center of the stage. In that instant, the surroundings fell eerily silent, leaving only the girl's pure, crystalline voice to permeate the air, cleansing and purifying the soul. Shine bright like a diamond. The moment she opened her mouth, all attention and light converged upon her. Undoubtedly, Qiaozhen was nervous, otherwise she wouldn't have her eyes shut, and the fingertips of her other hand curled slightly, betraying a hint of perspiration. However, as she closed her eyes, enveloped in darkness, the image of Qingmei surged within her mind, along with the memory of his steady, strong hands and those deep, dark eyes. With such thoughts, Qiaozhen seemed to feel less anxious. You and I. We're like diamonds in the sky. The purity and strength of her voice melded seamlessly with the accompaniment, enveloping the softest corners of hearts, as if traversing through a romantic winter filled with snowflakes, through a dreamlike spring adorned with blossoms, and arriving at the vast, resplendent starry sky. The live stream erupted with euphoric cheers. Sad smiley, oh, she is so adorably charming. Her voice is exceptionally clear, devoid of any affectation. Oh no, I've fallen in love. Help, this is my absolute favorite song. Just for that, I'm going to fiercely support you, my dear sister. Qiaozhen, soar bravely. Lulu, Xiangxiang, and Yiye will always be by your side. Rose Heart Diamonds was a song Qiaozhen had listened to for years, a melody she had played countless times. It encouraged individuals to recognize their self-worth, affirm themselves, cherish their essence, and believe in their ability to shine brightly, walking forward courageously without fearing the long night. She had practiced innumerable times, singing it over and over, and although she meticulously dissected the details, there always seemed to be something lacking. Her mentor had remarked that she had not fully grasped the essence of the song, missing a touch of soul, which hindered her from conveying the liberating and carefree emotions the original artist intended. She had experienced moments of discouragement until, last night, during that grand and breathtaking meteor shower, perhaps it was the successful wish that transformed her state of mind entirely. Palms rise to the universe, as we moonshine and Molly. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. Bathed in the radiant lights, Qiaozhen, at that moment, truly understood the joy of performing on stage. She lifted her head, slowly opening her eyes to see the expressionless judges, countless audience members holding up their phones, and cameras from all directions, all transformed into shooting stars cascading through the night sky. The world seemed to freeze at that moment, time came to a standstill, yet there was one person. Qiaozhen unexpectedly locked eyes with Qingmei, whose gaze burned with fervor, filling her with increasing confidence. You're a shooting star, I see. A vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. The sweet sound of the young girl's voice lingered in everyone's ears, penetrating the eardrums and reaching the depths of their souls. Countless spectators fixated on the stage, holding their breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of liberation. It was a soothing sound, as if every pore in their bodies had opened up. Remarkably, the girl on stage appeared not only beautiful and charming but also radiated a sense of strength, a gentle, pure power that was gradual yet resolute. Eye to eye, so alive. So shine bright tonight, you and I. The camera zoomed in, capturing her face. Only then did the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live stream notice the droplets of diamonds affixed beneath her eyes, resembling tears, reflecting scattered light. Like a princess from a music box, she glowed with an ethereal luminescence. As Qiaojin immersed herself deeper into the song, relishing the stage, her emotions became increasingly rich and compelling. The official live stream audience count surged, with a torrent of comments flooding in. "Oh my God, I declare this the most beautiful voice I've heard tonight. Crying oh so adorable and gorgeous, I'm ready with colorful sax to steal her away, he. Lights out. Lights out, heartthrob contestant, oh it's the taste of first love." The sister seemed a bit nervous at first, but as she sang, she grew more amazing. "Who understands? I feel like I'm the one discovering pearls by the seaside. OMG, it feels like Qiaojin is a character in a coming-of-age story, and she's radiating star quality. I bet she'll make it to the finals, secure a ranking, and undoubtedly rise to fame in the future." On the second floor of the theater, Qingmei's gaze was deeply etched upon Qiaojin, his dark pupils reflecting an unusual brilliance, sparkling with starlight. He swallowed hard, a faint smile playing on his lips. The little rabbit might not realize that, at this moment, she had truly achieved it. Just as she sang, she shone brilliantly like a diamond, stunning and radiant, a beacon of light. Chapter 59, The Black Knights rose as the stage performance concluded. Qiaojin gently lowered the microphone, her heart racing with exhilaration. It felt as though she were walking on cotton, a wave of liberation washing over her akin to the relief after sprinting 800 meters. The melody gradually faded, yet the audience remained ensnared in the celestial ambience of the moment, taking a while to regain their senses. The barrage of comments erupted. Sad smiley explosive, so beautiful. Oh, Miss 99, such a gentle yet powerful presence, who can truly understand me. I absolutely adore it. Don't go, my love, don't leave, please add me on WeChat. Kisses, 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 I'm following, I must see my beautiful swan in the finals. Anticipation, starry eyes. Meanwhile, outside the villa, the man's gaze lingered on the stage center, his eyes growing ever colder, revealing a complex array of emotions that were hard to decipher. Jixian pressed his lips together tightly, his pale fingers instinctively curling, gripping the white swan necklace in his hand. He recalled that in his past life, he had opposed Qiaojin's career, disapproving of her public appearances and her foray into the entertainment industry. How could the future Mrs. G be merely a singer? Thus, he covertly suppressed her ambitions, knowing that a mere word from him could easily shatter her wings and bind her to his side. After all, in her world, as long as he was present, that was sufficient. His friends would mockingly deride Qiaojin, calling her delusional and overly ambitious. Over time, she stood on stage, seemingly losing confidence, her spirit waning, her career declining, even showing signs of depression. They had experienced cold wars over this, yet each time, it was Qiaojin who humbled herself, coming to appease him, as if he occupied the foremost place in her heart. A mere smile from him would suffice to soothe her. She was easily placated. Indeed, in her past life, she had been so devoted to him, so unwavering. How could she possibly leave so easily in this life? The image of the radiant girl on stage was deeply etched in Jixian's mind, making him feel like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to lose control at any moment. This feeling of being out of control, this unprecedented emotional turmoil, left him profoundly unsettled. After the performance, as Qiaojin descended the stage, her legs felt weak, and for a fleeting moment, tears threatened to spill. She had actually finished singing. Truly, it felt as if she had merely awakened from a dream. The results of the competition would be revealed later, yet at this moment, a spark of confidence flickered within her. Qiaojin lowered her gaze to the diamond-patterned black dress she had specially rented, biting her lip. Even the crown atop her head had been a mere 9 yuan, and the diamonds were faux. If she could secure a favorable ranking, a substantial prize awaited her, easing her burdens, and perhaps allowing her to reward herself with a beautiful outfit. She opened her phone, and a flurry of messages erupted in the dormitory group chat. Lulu : OMG, OMG, Jinjin, you were amazing. So freaking good, I'm losing it, crawling in the dark, twisting and howling in my blanket. Yun sad smiley voice message 60 foot, Chen my Xiang : Jinjin, you're destined to be a sensation, do you realize how incredible you were just now? Oh, you were stunning, drooling. JPG Yun : I just sent hundreds of comments, I'm officially your loyal fan club. Qiaojin felt a warmth spread through her heart as she earnestly replied. She began to watch the live replay, analyzing her every move, her eyes widening with disbelief. Was that girl on stage truly her? Qiaojin's mouth fell slightly agape, as if through the screen, she glimpsed another version of herself, one that astonished even her. That confident young woman, was she really her? She couldn't quite fathom how she had managed to lock eyes with Qingmei amidst the vast sea of people. The air around them crackled with intensity, an undeniable connection. After repeatedly watching the video, Qiaojin hastily put her phone away, instinctively glancing upward toward the second floor. As she scanned the faces, her eyes nearly ached from searching, yet she still couldn't find Qingmei among them. Odd, he had been right there just moments ago. Qiaojin. The next instant, a familiar voice resonated from behind her, accompanied by the gentle fragrance of grass and flowers enveloping her surroundings. Qiaojin swiftly turned around, her eyes curving into crescent moons. It felt as if, regardless of whether she could find him, Qingmei would always be silently by her side. Suddenly, a bouquet of black roses was presented before her, elegant and stunning, exuding a rich fragrance. It was as if romance itself had dashed toward her without hesitation. Qiaojin blinked in surprise, raising her gaze in confusion. Qingmei stood tall and slender, the black tactical jacket enhancing his composed and powerful demeanor. His features were chiseled, his brow deep set, radiating an almost palpable masculine energy. He held the flowers aloft with one hand, veins slightly protruding, his head tilted down as he spoke in a voice as rich and resonant as a cello. Congratulations, your performance was flawless. For a brief moment, Qiaojin's breath caught in her throat, unable to discern whether her reaction stemmed from joy or astonishment, or if it was due to his praise or the flowers themselves. Her mind momentarily stalled as she stammered, how did you? Why had he suddenly brought flowers? Qingmei fixed his gaze on her, awkwardly averting his eyes, his tone casual. Oh, the flower shop was having a sale, so I picked these up. He lazily added, look, everyone else has them too. Qiaojin glanced around, noticing that many other contestants were surrounded by admirers. Some were parents, some partners, and others friends, all presenting bouquets to offer their encouragement. The nearby flower vendor was likely stifling laughter. Qiaojin hesitated to accept the flowers, feeling as though such a surprise was beyond her merit. It was akin to a pie falling from the sky, sweet and delectable, perfectly landing in her hands, yet she dared not indulge. Moreover, the language of the black night roses conveyed loyalty, sincerity, and uniqueness. Qingmei's throat felt parched as he slowly spoke. Do you not like them? Snapped back to reality. Qiaojin's mouth responded before her brain could catch up. I like them. How could she possibly not like them? She accepted the exquisite bouquet, softly reiterating, Qingmei, I truly like them, very much. The grand bouquet of black night roses nestled in her arms, the stark it resembled an ink-wash painting, captivating in its allure. Most significantly, it surprisingly complemented her black dress, as if it had been meticulously chosen for her. As Qiaojin lowered her gaze, she noticed a small English card nestled among the flowers, which caused her to pause. Let me be your shelter. Let me be your refuge. Yet, it could also be romantically interpreted as, let me protect you. Chapter 60. Growing up with loveliness. Upon reading this line in English, Qiaojin was momentarily frozen, her breath becoming erratic, and her heart skipped a beat. Let me protect you. It must be an inherent part of the bouquet, right? Yes, it must be. Qingmei himself mentioned that he casually purchased this at a discount from a flower shop. Surely he wouldn't have given it much thought, would he? Qiaojin slowly exhaled, yet her mind could not help but wonder, what if it was something he had meticulously prepared, or if he personally selected the greeting card? Qiaojin bit her lip, her heart fluttering with cautious excitement, akin to a little hamster sneaking a treat. Cradling the flowers, her eyes sparkled with twinkling stars. The bouquet of black night roses was exquisite, noble and mysterious, as if quietly blooming in an abyss, exuding an atmosphere of elevated romance. Humans are often prone to comparison, and Xiaojun felt a tinge of it herself. She glanced around, observing the flowers in others' hands, then looked down at her own, unable to suppress a smile, her heart feeling as if it were drenched in honey. She truly believed that the bouquet gifted by Qingmei was the most beautiful and captivating of them all. Eagerly, Xiaojun retrieved her phone to take photos of the bouquet and the card. She wished to immortalize this beauty, just as one would cherish a meteor shower, hoping to reminisce about it bit by bit in her old age. Just as she was lost in these delightful thoughts, Qingmei approached her side, his gaze profound. "I'll take a picture for you." Almost instinctively, Xiaojun replied with a sure, but immediately regretted it. She loved photographing objects and landscapes, yet she was not fond of capturing herself. Her album was almost devoid of selfies. However, she reasoned that having dressed up so thoughtfully today, coupled with such beautiful flowers, it would indeed be fitting to commemorate the occasion with a photograph. Before Xiaojun could prepare herself, Qingmei had already stepped back, raising his phone to aim at her. Moreover, he even crouched down to find the perfect angle. His posture while photographing others was remarkably precise. He lifted his chin, his facial contours sharp and clear, his deep black eyes slightly narrowed, the phone tilted gently. In the shifting light and shadow, half of his face was cloaked in darkness, giving his youthful visage a hint of wicked charm. Qingmei appeared exceedingly serious and patient. Xiaojun was momentarily taken aback, holding the flowers awkwardly while forming a peace sign, smiling at the camera. Qingmei's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. "That's good, try a different pose." Xiaojun's smile gradually froze on her face as her mind raced. Help! It seemed she only knew how to do the peace sign, and no other pose came to mind despite her best efforts. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She extended her index finger and poked her right cheek, blinking her misty eyes. "How about this? Does it look strange?" Hearing her words, Qingmei focused intently on the phone screen, his gaze landing on Xiaojun's cheek, his breath becoming increasingly heavy. The girl, clad in a strapless black dress and wearing black velvet gloves, exuded elegance and grace. Yet, her adorably naive gesture of poking her soft, fair face, with her eyes shimmering like jewels, was utterly endearing. Qingmei found himself captivated, pondering whether this little rabbit had grown up feasting on cuteness. Otherwise, how could she be so charming? The last time Xiaojun was tipsy, he couldn't resist giving her cheek a gentle poke. It was soft, delicate, akin to cotton candy. Qingmei's gaze gradually shifted downwards, revealing the girl's figure clad in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her curves. Her alabaster swan neck and collarbone caught his eye, contrasting strikingly with her. The proximity amplified the impact far more than viewing from the second floor, stimulating his senses. In mere seconds, a warmth surged in Qingmei's abdomen, and he abruptly averted his gaze, a faint blush creeping up to his ears. His voice dropped to a husky whisper. Doesn't he look strange? It's quite nice." Xiaojun was completely oblivious to his unusual demeanor, twirling around as she murmured, "What other poses can I do?" Qingmei changed angles to capture her profile. "No need to force a pose. Just look down at the flowers." Xiaojun obediently complied, cradling the flowers in her arms, slightly bowing her head as if inhaling their fragrance. When she wasn't directly facing the camera, her expression relaxed considerably, exuding a sense of ease and comfort. Qingmei took a total of 10 photographs, each capturing the best angles, resulting in images rich in atmosphere and perfectly proportioned, especially the last shot, where she gazed down at the flowers. As Xiaojun reviewed the series of photos, her eyes sparkled with delight, nodding in approval. "Qingmei, you're truly amazing, these look so beautiful." Upon hearing her praise, Qingmei feigned indifference with a nonchalant but his back involuntarily straightened, and he proudly lifted his chin. Suddenly, a nearby couple began to argue. "Dude, your photography is so lackluster, my face looks all crooked. Are you even taking this seriously? You're always so impatient when I ask you to take my picture." The boy, exasperated, replied with irritation, "But that's just how you look. No matter how I shoot, you'll still look ugly. Okay, if you think your face is crooked, why not get plastic surgery?" "You Dutch Jin, I can't be bothered to argue with you." The girl's face flushed with anger as she stormed away, lifting her skirt in a huff. The boy muttered in discontent, refusing to chase after her, scoffing as he turned to leave in the opposite direction. After witnessing the entire scene, Qiaojun quietly gazed at the flawless photos on her phone, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Surely, Qingmei would make a wonderful boyfriend in the future. He would, like just now, actively take countless beautiful pictures for his girlfriend, patiently guiding her poses, and never losing his temper with her. Yet, the mere thought of him potentially having a girlfriend in the future made Qiaojun's heart feel inexplicably heavy, as if it were stuffed with cotton, making it hard to breathe. It was akin to biting into an exceedingly sour orange, the acidity threatening to bring tears to her eyes. She paused, even afraid to ponder why such strange, intense emotion stirred within her. Qiaojun hastily patted her cheeks, striving to regain her composure. After watching the last few contestants perform, the preliminary round in this district officially concluded, and the results would take some time to be announced. Qiaojun donned her white down jacket, wrapped her scarf snugly, and headed back with Qingmei. On Christmas Eve, the streets were adorned with vibrant, colorful neon lights, while shops played festive music. The night sky was sprinkled with stars, twinkling freely beneath the low-hanging curtain of night. Cradling the flowers, Qiaojun savored their faint fragrance, her spirits lifted with joy. Unable to resist, she exclaimed once more, "Thank you." Qingmei turned his head lazily. "For what?" Qiaojun looked up at him, grinning, "Of course, for the flowers." Grateful for Qingmei accompanying her in the competition, for the flowers, and for taking her picture. Most of all, she was thankful for Qingmei's presence in her life. In her heart, Qiaojun silently vowed that when Qingmei won an award riding his motorcycle, she would select the most exquisite flowers to present to him. Still lost in thoughts about what color flowers to gift Qingmei in the future, she was suddenly interrupted. Qingmei frowned slightly, protectively shielding her behind him. Qiaojun looked up in confusion, peering ahead. Not far away, under the cold glow of a street lamp, a pale figure stood motionless. Jixian was glowering at them, his eyes icy. Chapter 61, Confrontation with a Rival. A surge of jealousy. Jixian stood beneath the cold, white street lamp, still adorned with that brown scarf. His eyes, distant and detached, bore a chill colder than the biting wind, his fingertips unconsciously clenched, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Qiaojun would allow another man to accompany her to the competition. Wasn't she pursuing him? Then why, amidst her pursuit, was she entangled with another man? Jixian remained rooted in place, his expression stoic, waiting for Qiaojun to approach him with an apology. Yet, she lingered behind Qingmei, hesitating to step forward, unwilling to face him, just like that day, even when he declared, "Qiaojun, if you dare walk away with Qingmei, never return." She did not glance back. Jixian's complexion grew increasingly grim. Qingmei stood between them, a slight frown on his brow, his deep voice laced with an undercurrent of aggression. "Is there something you need?" A hint of wariness and disdain flickered in his gaze. Jixian tightened his grip around the delicate gift box containing the necklace, completely disregarding him, his voice growing colder. "Qiaojun, come here." This was the first time he humbly sought her out beyond the confines of school. She should have been secretly elated. In the past, in a previous life, merely uttering the word "come" or waving his hand would summon her obediently to his side, yet now, Qiaojun showed no inclination to approach. Clutching the flowers tightly, her expression remained indifferent as she shook her head, refusing. "I've said it many times, I don't wish to see you again." As her words hung in the air, Jixian's carefully maintained demeanor teetered on the brink of collapse, yet he retained an air of haughty composure, questioning each word with deliberate emphasis. "Then why did you give me the scarf?" The scarf? Perhaps it was the cold that had reddened the tip of Qiaojun's nose. She sniffled, her face a portrait of bewilderment. "When did I ever give you a scarf?" With a resounding crash, it felt as if a thunderbolt had struck. Jixian's otherwise perfect visage seemed to fracture, stepping back in disbelief, each word forced from between clenched teeth. "This scarf, wasn't it a gift from you?" Qiaojun's gaze fell upon the brown scarf around his neck, somewhat coarse and askew, clearly hand-knit by another, an incongruity against his otherwise luxurious attire. Suddenly, she found him rather laughable. Alas, such belated affection was worth less than grass. In her previous life, after gifting Jixian a scarf, she had never seen him wear it nor heard a word of praise. She had anxiously wondered if he disliked it, if he deemed it too cheap. He preferred others to coddle, to pursue, as if it were inherently deserved. The pangs of bitterness remained indelible. With her eyes cast down, her tone calm, she shook her head, no. Jixian, you are unworthy of another's genuine affection. Her voice, carried by the frigid wind, seemed to cloak itself in frost, sharp and piercing, plunging deep into Jixian's wounded heart. His eyes widened in shock, a shadow flickering across his light-colored irises, the polished facade of his demeanor nearly shattering into fragments. He murmured incessantly to himself, impossible. Meanwhile, Qingmei, standing nearby, felt a surge of satisfaction, a smile slowly curving his lips, the warmth enveloping him. Qingmei turned to Xiaozhen, if you don't want to see him, you can head back first, I'll join you shortly. His voice bore a reassuring quality, as if even if the heavens were to fall, he would be there to support her. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaozhen nodded, smiling, all right, I'll wait for you at the subway station. As she walked away, glancing back at Qingmei with concern, her figure gradually dissolved into the thickening shadows of the night. Qingmei faced Jixian, the warmth in his eyes vanished, replaced by a steely intensity. The two stood, nearly of equal height, locked in silent confrontation, a tempest brewing in their gazes, emotion surging like an impending storm. An eyesore, both found the other exceedingly bothersome. Just as Jixian lifted his foot to follow, Qingmei obstructed his path. Jixian raised his chin, finally meeting Qingmei's gaze, his tone devoid of warmth, as though addressing an inanimate object. Merely a secret admirer, what right did he have to stand before him? He scoffed, enunciating each word, what does it have to do with you? Qingmei, unflustered, lifted the scarf around his neck, his tone languidly defiant, brimming with aggression. This scarf is hand-knit by Xiaozhen. A palpable tension enveloped them, the air thick with animosity. Jixian's eyes fixed upon the grey scarf, his fingertips whitening from the pressure. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Impossible. Xiaozhen's words were mere outbursts. Besides, who could ascertain the truth behind Qingmei's claim that it belonged to her? Jixian's face was a mask of frost, his eyes sharp as blades, ruthlessly exposing his bloody scars. So what? You admire her, harbor feelings for her, yet she has always regarded you as a brother. She will never reciprocate your feelings. And I, without lifting a finger, have her willingly gravitate towards me to please me. Jixian regarded him with scorn, a cold laugh escaping his lips, revealing a semblance of pity. Qingmei, you truly are pathetic. With that, Jixian turned away, his expression stony as he discarded the gift box into the trash. Under the stringent expectations he had endured since childhood, he had always been adept at masquerade, his emotions remarkably stable. For the first time, he felt such intense fluctuations, a wave of helplessness and panic surging within him. Jixian had believed himself to be in a position of superiority, still the flawless victor, yet, as he passed by a shop window's reflection, he finally recognized the extent of his disarray. Qingmei stood rigidly, bloodshot eyes betraying a newfound vulnerability, feeling for the first time that he was at a disadvantage. She merely regards you as a brother. She will never harbor feelings for you. Each word struck at the heart, an insidious sense of helplessness creeping through his limbs, akin to a bog that ensnared him, impossible to resist, impossible to escape. Once upon a time, he had overheard such sentiments. In their freshman year, a girl had asked Xiaozhen, hey, what is your relationship with Qingmei? It seems like you two were quite close at the start of school. Xiaozhen had pondered briefly, her tone composed, consider him a childhood friend. The girl leaned closer, really just a brother. You have no feelings for him at all. Xiaozhen had replied softly, millimeter. The girl had gasped in delight, that's wonderful, Qingmei is totally my type, can you help me pass him a love letter? Please, Xiaozhen. In the gentle breeze, the leaves of the phoenix trees rustled, echoing Xiaozhen's voice. Qingmei stood behind the tree, clutching a small cake, his body rigid, a stone lodged in his throat, unable to utter a word. His heart felt as though it were gripped by a powerful hand, a searing pain rendering him breathless. Secret admiration is a silent restraint, a cautious exploration, a solitary tumult. His unrequited love demanded no return, no expectations, therefore, there was nothing truly pitiable about it. As the night deepened, an unbearable chill enveloped him, each gust of wind slicing across his face like countless merciless blades, threatening to freeze his heart. Qingmei exhaled, making his way toward the subway station, his shadow elongated and solitary beneath the street lamp, his body felt as though it were laden with lead, each step heavy with the weight of despair. This path seemed interminably long, yet he was willing to traverse it for a lifetime. Chapter 62, The First Snow. The romantic little snow rabbit. Upon returning to her dormitory, Qiaozhen was enveloped in a flurry of affectionate embraces and playful lifts from her roommates, who were exuberantly showering her with love. Embarrassed by the flattery, her cheeks flushed, she hurried off to take a shower. When she emerged, her heart skipped a beat at the sight of over 99 messages exploding in their WeChat group chat. Niuefeng, What the heck, Qingmei, you secretly participated in a competition without us. Zhongyu, what competition? Am I out of the loop? The campus forum has gone wild. You re like a ghost machine. Wow, that sounds amazing. Next time, take us along, we'll cheer for you like no other. I guarantee you'll receive the loudest applause. Kai, fine. You want to keep all the glory to yourself and not take us along, huh? Innocent. JPG. Qiaozhen paused, scrolling through the messages repeatedly, a warm tide of affection swelling within her. It felt as if they were genuinely supporting her from behind. Unable to suppress her smile, she earnestly replied that if she were fortunate enough to advance to the next round, she would certainly invite everyone to join her. After sending her message, she elegantly arranged the black night roses in a beautiful vase, displaying them in their most exquisite form. Just the thought that these flowers were a gift from Qingmei sent ripples of subtle delight through her, lifting her spirits. Cloud Yu, with her eyes narrowed slightly, remarked, "These flowers are quite splendid. Are they from Qingmei?" Qiaozhen was caught off guard, blinking innocently as she slightly lowered her head and confessed. Upon hearing her words, Xinglulu shot her a knowing glance. Oh, he must have prepared them with intention, claiming some flower shop discount, right, as if he definitely bought them specifically for you. All right, Mr. Discount, he absolutely adores you. Chen Meixiang chimed in with a playful grin. Still, black night roses, does he wish to protect you? Qiaozhen bit her lip, gazing at the card inscribed with "Let me protect you," and cautiously tucked it into her diary. Her ears inexplicably flushed with warmth. And the next moment, Chen Meixiang's eye sparkled as she leaned in closer to Qiaozhen. By the way, Zhenzhen, do you realize something different about yourself when you walked in just now? A sense of foreboding washed over Qiaozhen, and she looked up, her voice soft with curiosity. What's different? With a playful arch of her brow, Chen Meixiang enveloped her in a hug. You're radiating pink heart-shaped bubbles all over, as if you've been soaking in a vat of love. Utterly adorable, little Zhenzhen. Who was it that entered the dormitory with sparkling eyes, clutching flowers and grinning foolishly? She wouldn't he say Qiaozhen, her eyes widened slowly, disbelief washing over her as she felt a surge of embarrassment. Was it really so obvious? As December weather grew increasingly frigid, heavy clouds loomed above, and the biting wind howled, causing breaths to materialize as wisps of white mist. Yet, to her dismay, snow had yet to grace the capital. For the past few days, Qiaozhen had not encountered Qingmei at school. Resting her chin in her hands, she stared blankly at the roses, an indescribable sensation swelling within her. On New Year's Day, December 31st, Qiaozhen donned fluffy gloves and wrapped herself snugly like a polar bear, heading home with Qingmei. The high-speed train ride lasted an hour and a half, and they exited the station just as twilight began to settle. With one hand stuffed in his down jacket pocket and his chin nestled in his scarf, Qingmei's voice was low and steady. Are you coming over tonight? My mom isn't home. Pushing her suitcase with one hand, Qiaozhen glanced up at him before silently lowering her gaze. His words felt oddly suggestive, as if they were conspiring to engage in something clandestine. In years past, she had always celebrated New Year's alone, therefore, she would often find herself at Qingmei's home, watching television together and crossing into the new year as if it were a tradition. Qiaozhen obediently nodded. Of course I will. As they walked side by side, the streets were nearly deserted, the streetlights gradually illuminated, casting a soft, hazy glow that enveloped them. Qiaozhen took out her earphone case and asked, "Shall we listen to some music?" At that moment, she felt an inexplicable urge to share the experience with Qingmei. Even she could not fathom why. He retrieved an earphone and placed it in his right ear, responding with a simple "MHM." Xiaojun played a song she had looped countless times, Angel, a Korean ballad. As the opening notes resonated, an overwhelming sense of fate washed over her, as if clarity had dawned upon her. The world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the two of them in that moment. You walk towards me like this, as if I were the sun, I only gaze at you, you only gaze at me. As the lyrics lingered on those lines, Xiaojun instinctively looked up, her gaze quietly settling on Qingmei. To her surprise, he too had lowered his eyes towards her, their gazes colliding in that fleeting instant. In his profound eyes, fragments of light shimmered, they stood in close proximity, as if even their warm breaths intertwined. She could even count the distinct lashes framing his right eye, the beauty mark beneath it exuding a captivating allure that pierced through her. Xiaojun couldn't ascertain if she was indeed bursting with countless pink heart-shaped bubbles, as her roommates had suggested. But in that moment, she felt as though her gaze was ensnared, unable to divert her eyes. The next second, a delicate snowflake drifted down from the sky, pure and crystalline, landing softly upon the fine strands of hair adorning Qingmei's forehead. Everything unfolded like a scene from a slow-motion film. In an instant, time seemed to pause, leaving only the two of them in the world. Xiaojun's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed upwards. Snowflakes danced through the air, floating gracefully, gently cascading and adorning the serene, lengthy winter day, like grains of salt, like feathers, like willow catkins, like poetry, like art. Xiaojun's face lit up with excitement, her eyes curving into crescent moons, reflecting the snowy landscape, a delicate dimple blossoming at the corners of her lips. Qingmei, look. It is snowing at long last. It had snowed. This marked the first snowfall of the winter, the inaugural snow. She extended her hand, and the snowflakes landed on her fluffy gloves, resembling exquisite works of art. Ultimately, Qingmei turned to her, his expression softening as he was captivated by her smile and sparkling eyes, unable to resist the urge to smile back. Yes, it's beautiful. The music continued to play in their ears. You will always be you are my angel, the one who melts my heart is you. With his dark eyes deepening, Qingmei noticed a snowflake silently landing upon the tip of Xiaojun's petite nose, gradually melting away. Within him, something ignited, radiating warmth and beginning to melt alongside it. Xiaojun took out her phone, diligently capturing the moment of the first snow, her eyes gleaming with joy. The first snowfall symbolizes the feelings of first love. It is said that watching it with one's beloved ensures eternal happiness together. There is also a belief that the person one encounters during the first snow might very well be their destined partner. I love you, you. As the music played that line, Xiaojun's heart began to race fervently, as if revealing something profound. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to quell the unease swelling within her. Was her heart racing due to the first snow, the romantic music, or something else entirely? The snow continued to fall heavily, and by around 9 in the evening, a thick white blanket covered the ground, sinking beneath one's feet with every step. Her half-brother, Jiankao, was practically bouncing with excitement, having only managed to write a title for his Chinese composition in an hour, begging Xiaojun to join him in playing in the snow. With pleading eyes, he implored, "Sister, oh dear sister, please come out and play with me for a bit, I'm so bored." Xiaojun set down her pen and organized her exam papers. "Didn't you just score 38 in math? Did Mom agree to let you play?" Jiankao, now in the 4th grade, struggled academically, was mischievous, disliked doing homework, and was frequently called to the principal's office, yet none of that seemed to matter. Their mother adored him, indulging him as if he were a treasure. For a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed Xiaojun's eyes. She had envied and been jealous in the past, but she had long since grown numb to it. Jiankao nodded vigorously. "She did. Mom is busy packing. I have to go to Grandma and Grandpa's house later, just like usual, for a couple of days." Okay, those were Jiankao's biological grandparents, with whom Xiaojun shared no blood relation, and nearly every year during New Year's, they left her home alone. She said nothing further, gazing out at the heavy snowfall, softly murmuring, "All right, let us go play." She too yearned to frolic in the snow. Jiankao's eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement as he eagerly asked, "Can you invite Kaiji to play with us? I almost beat him last time." Xiaojun, so that was his true intention, to play with Qingmei. Moreover, almost beating him was an understatement, wasn't he? It was rather perplexing. Qingmei had always been Jiankao's idealized figure, as if he had enchanted him with some spell. Qiaojin shot him a sidelong glance and then lowered her head to message Qingmei sad smiley want to come out and play in the snow. Almost immediately after sending it, she received a prompt reply. Okay. Jian Hao was instantly ecstatic, bouncing around with glee, his brows almost flying off his forehead as he dashed downstairs. By the time Qiaojin took her time to change her shoes and descend, Qingmei was already waiting. The pristine white snow blanketed his shoulders, creating a striking contrast against his black down jacket, a visual impact that was hard to ignore. An inexplicable romantic atmosphere enveloped them, as if a beautiful filter had been cast over the scene. Even the strands of his hair appeared softer. Jian Hao plunged into the snow, gleefully sitting down to sculpt a tiny snowman, though the snow was not deep, merely a thin layer. Crafting a large snowman was out of the question, but he could certainly make some small snowballs. In less than 10 minutes, Jian Hao had fashioned an ugly little turtle, proudly raising it high. Look, Qiaojin squatted down, her hands busy with the snow, while her eyes wandered over to him. Elated, Jian Hao held up his turtle, but suddenly, his hand wobbled, and the snow he had molded scattered across the ground, leaving only fragments of the turtle's remains. He froze for a few seconds, staring blankly at the remnants, before bursting into tears. Oh, my turtle is broken. As he sobbed louder, Qiaojin couldn't help but laugh even more. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, obscuring her view. A tall figure crouched in front of her, blocking the light. Qingmei leaned in closer, as if concealing something behind him, lowering his voice. Qiaojin, extend your hand. Qiaojin immediately halted her actions, not questioning why, obediently extending her hands, palms together. In the next moment, a lifelike little snow rabbit nestled gently in her palms. Chapter 63, Secrets Beneath the Snow and Moonlight. In the fleeting moment their fingertips met, a wave of warmth surged between them, as if a delicate, pure white feather had brushed against her heart, igniting a delightful tingle within. Everything unfolded so unexpectedly. Qiaojin's breath momentarily caught in her throat, her eyes sparkling as they fixated on the small snow rabbit nestled in her palm, a sudden bloom of vibrant emotions erupting within her heart. Oh my goodness! It is truly adorable. She felt an overwhelming affection, exclaiming with delight. With utmost care, Qiaojin cradled the snow rabbit, her fingers gently caressing it, completely enchanted by its cuteness. A hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. The little snow rabbit was crafted with such exquisite detail that its meticulousness was immediately apparent, yet, Qingmei appeared so nonchalant, exuding a languid demeanor as though the charming little creature was merely a trivial creation of his. Could it be? A sudden thought jolted through Qiaojin's mind. Could he truly be a genius? Perhaps due to the biting cold, a faint blush crept onto Qingmei's ears. Meanwhile, Jian Hao, recovering from the sorrow of his broken turtle, stealthily formed several small snowballs. Seizing the opportunity while Qingmei was distracted, he launched them at him with fervor, creating a cacophony of playful chaos. One snowball even struck Qiaojin squarely on her forehead. Before she could fully comprehend what had happened, she felt the coolness spread across her skin, snowflakes accumulating on her long, curled eyelashes. Dazed, she rubbed her eyes and looked up in bewilderment. Just then, Qingmei scooped up handfuls of snow, expertly hurling them at Jian Hao's face with remarkable speed and precision. Within moments, Jian Hao found himself utterly defenseless, overwhelmed by the barrage. After a one-sided onslaught, Jian Hao was hoisted into the air, flailing like a chick, his short legs kicking frantically as he pleaded, "Brother Kai. Woo-woo, I was wrong, please don't hit me anymore." Qingmei chuckled lightly, tapping his forehead. "Oh, what did you do wrong?" Jian Hao quickly shielded his head with his hands, his voice a pitiful whisper, "Big brother, I shouldn't have ambushed you." Qingmei shot him a sidelong glance. "You shouldn't have thrown snow at your sister." Jian Hao, on the verge of tears, pondered for a moment before leaning closer to Qingmei, whispering, I shouldn't bully your future wife, right?" Qingmei paused, his gaze deepening as he fixated on him. After a long moment, he gently lowered Jian Hao back to the ground, ruffling his hair with a casual motion, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. He neither confirmed nor denied the implication. The cold wind blew gently, parting the clouds to reveal the silvery moonlight, casting a tender glow upon the softly falling snowflakes. The interplay of snow and moonlight enveloped the world in a hazy luminescence. Later, Jiankao departed with his parents to celebrate the new year at his grandparents' home, leaving only Qiaozhen and Qinichi in the snowy expanse. Qiaozhen carefully placed the little snow rabbit down, covering it with a few leaves, bidding a reluctant farewell within her heart. "Little rabbit, I will always remember you." The air was frigid, her nose nearly turning red from the cold. She exhaled a puff of breath, feeling as if encased in ice crystals, shivering uncontrollably. Turning to Qinichi, she asked, "It's so cold, shall we head back?" Qinichi remained half-squatted in the snow for a moment before finally rising. Qiaozhen thought she saw him write something in the snow with his index finger, but as she leaned closer to inspect, his figure blocked her view. A snowflake landed on Qinichi's lashes. He lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and profound. "Yes, let us go back." Without further thought, Qiaozhen wrapped her arms tightly around herself and hurried back, nearly transforming into a little snowman, yearning for a soothing hot bath. Qinichi followed closely behind, his hands tucked into his pockets, his dark eyes lingering on the empty patch of snow they had just vacated. Beneath the gentle moonlight and the romantic first snowfall, he secretly harbored a cherished secret. The words he had inscribed were QYCQZ. Chapter 64. Leaning on each other, a joyous New Year's Eve. After returning home, Qiaozhen indulged in a warm bath, feeling a comforting warmth envelop every cell in her body. Bathing in winter is undoubtedly one of the greatest pleasures. After applying a delicate jasmine-scented body lotion, she took the time to put on a facial mask, for she was preparing to celebrate the new year at Qinichi's house. No, she wasn't doing all this just for Qinichi, absolutely not. Once she finished blow-drying her hair, Qiaozhen took a moment to calm herself before heading to the kitchen to whip up a small Oreo cake. She remembered how much Qinichi adored anything Oreo-flavored. With everything ready, she carried the petite cake to Qinichi's home, intent on spending a New Year's Eve exclusively for the two of them. Around 10 in the evening, various satellite channels had already commenced their New Year's Eve galas, with hosts beaming on the television. Qiaozhen sank into the soft grey sofa, lazily yawning, feeling as comfortable as if she were in her own home, perhaps even more so. The room was warmed by the heating system, yet Qinichi draped a small blanket over her, sitting beside her in quiet companionship as they watched television together. They were not sitting too close. There was even enough space for another person between them. At that moment, the screen showcased an idol group performing their new song, dazzling lights illuminating the stage. It appeared to be a newly debuted boy band from this year's talent show, consisting of 10 members, each representing different types of male idols. The aloof and reserved type, the youthful and lively type, the gentle and refined type, the flamboyant and charming type, the steady and dominant type. The fans below were wildly waving their light sticks, screaming with fervor. In the next instant, at the peak of the music, the 10 male idols unexpectedly lifted their white shirts, revealing their chiseled abdomens while executing charismatic waves and hip thrusts towards the camera. Qinichi, he was indifferent to the entertainment industry and had little interest in celebrities. He merely turned his head slightly to glance at Qiaozhen. However, Qiaozhen seemed utterly entranced, motionless, her eyes not even blinking. Qinichi clenched his jaw in silence. After a moment of contemplation, he reached for a small piece of the Oreo cake and offered it to Qiaozhen, interrupting her focus. "Eat." Startled, Qiaozhen returned to reality, accepting the cake and no longer casting her gaze at the television, lowering her eyes to concentrate on her treat. Only then did Qinichi lean back contentedly against the sofa. The boy band's performance soon concluded, and the next segment featured classic singers performing nostalgic songs. Qiaozhen had to admit that the physiques of the 10 male idols were indeed impressive, but she hardly noticed them, as her mind was instead flooded with thoughts of Qinichi's admirable physique. Furthermore, the very object of her thoughts sat right beside her, less than a meter away. Oh dear, could it be that she was truly a lecher? The more she pondered, the worse it became. Lowering her head, she silently consumed her cake, attempting to mask the tumultuous feeling stirring within her. Outside, a mist enveloped the world, snowflakes swirling like crushed clouds, ultimately settling beneath the inky night sky. The New Year's Eve gala grew somewhat tedious, and by 11 o'clock, Qiaozhen was already drowsy, her eyelids feeling as heavy as lead. Sleepy, oh so sleepy, she could no longer hold on. As her consciousness began to fade, her head slowly tilted to the right. Qinichi turned to observe Qiaozhen's drowsy state, his body reacting before his mind could catch up. He inched closer, almost pressing against her, yet always leaving a small gap, until Qian's head rested on his left shoulder. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the sound of Qian's gentle and rhythmic breathing, amplifying in his ears. Qingmei lowered the television volume, and the room gradually descended into silence. The New Year's Eve gala held no allure for him. Qingmei inclined his head slightly, his gaze fixated on the girl beside him, his eyes obscured with unspoken emotions. Qian leaned against him quietly, appearing innocent and demure, her fair and delicate cheeks framed by long, slightly curled lashes, her breathing steady. A faint scent of jasmine wafted in the air, tranquil and soothing. She must have just finished her bath, clad in a creamy white nightgown, the already loose neckline slipping to one side. Qingmei's eyes flickered with burning desire as his breaths grew heavier, his throat involuntarily constricting. From his vantage point, he could effortlessly see the expanse of soft, snowy skin before him, like a ripe peach, alluring and tempting. Catching sight of this scene unexpectedly, Qingmei's entire body went rigid, almost instinctively looking away, suppressing the wild passion and heat surging within him. He ought to respect her, to dismiss such thoughts, yet a fleeting glance unleashed a tide of imagery, overwhelming him like a wave, replaying in his mind frame by frame, an unrelenting cycle. His heart raced, threatening to burst forth. Just then, Qian nestled closer, her soft body nearly pressing against his arm, murmuring softly, Qingmei. Awakened, Qingmei leaned down slightly, yet the girl remained with her eyes closed, peacefully asleep. She appeared to be experiencing a nightmare, her lashes trembled gently, brows furrowed, and her voice plaintive. No. I don't want it. Qingmei supported her head on his shoulder, his expression serious, whispering words of reassurance. I'm here, don't be afraid. Her voice grew even more pitiful, as if she had suffered a great injustice, murmuring, it's too rough. Qingmei, a hint of disbelief flickered in his eyes, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted towards the veiled implications of her words, igniting an unbearable heat throughout his body. Impossible, Qian was so innocent, how could she dream of such things? Surely, he was overthinking it. Qingmei exhaled slowly, noticing that Qian was on the verge of awakening. He pondered for a moment before gradually closing his eyes. The television continued to cycle through the New Year's Eve program, now featuring a singing segment with 3 or 4 popular female actresses holding hands. Suddenly, Qian jolted awake, her eyes flew open, sensing something closely beside her. Turning her head, she found Qingmei seated next to her. Had they been this close before? Instinctively, Qian moved away, her breath erratic, her mind a whirlwind, as she covered her face with her hands. She had dreamt again, of the scenes from her past life with Qingmei. Oh dear, it was far too embarrassing. Fortunately, Qingmei likely hadn't dreamt of it, otherwise, that would be far too awkward. Feeling dazed, Qian glanced at him surreptitiously. Qingmei had his eyes closed, his head slightly inclined towards her, breathing evenly, seemingly fast asleep. With his eyes shut, he appeared to shed the aggressive demeanor he often wore, rendering him even more solitary and forlorn, like a discarded, pitiful puppy. Qian stared, unsure why her body moved of its own accord. As if bewitched, she quietly returned to her previous position. Leaning against him, she offered her shoulder to support Qingmei's head, which was threatening to tilt. The boy stiffened momentarily before releasing a steady breath. It was not until Qingmei's warm breath brushed against her ear and neck, sending shivers throughout her body, that Qian abruptly snapped to her senses. Wait, what was she doing? But it was too late to leave now. She would surely wake him. Qian bit her lip, enduring an inappropriate weight pressing upon her. Soon, her entire right arm began to tingle with numbness, yet, she dared not move. Resolutely, Qian focused on the television, her expression earnest and sincere, her gaze unwavering. However, she was utterly absorbed in a chaotic storm of thoughts, hardly registering the gala unfolding before her. She remained oblivious to Qingmei's lips curling into a subtle smile in the shadows. It was not until the sound of fireworks erupted outside that Qingmei opened his eyes, sitting up straight. Qian looked up at him while rubbing her sore shoulder. The New Year's Eve gala had entered its final countdown, with all the guests taking the stage in unison. 3, 2, 1. Simultaneously, Qingmei's voice resonated in her ear. Happy New Year. Qian's heart raced, her lips curving into a smile. Yes, Happy New Year. Snowflakes danced in the air, fireworks burst into bloom. The atmosphere in the cozy little room was charged with an intimate warmth. As she heard the commotion outside, Qiaozhen obediently leaned against the windowsill, excitedly pointing at the fireworks. "Qingmei, look." The brilliance of the fireworks reflected in the depths of her eyes. Qingmei stood beside her, ruffling her hair, his voice low and soothing. "Yes, I see it." The fireworks were dazzling and magnificent, illuminating the night as if it were day, the sounds of a pop and crackle reverberating in the air. Qiaozhen's heart raced in tandem with the spectacle. For every year to come, she wished to welcome the new year alongside Qingmei. Chapter 65. The broken mirror cannot be repaired. This winter seems exceptionally frigid and eerily silent, devoid of any vitality. The villa is enveloped in a lifeless gloom, starkly contrasting the vibrant fireworks illuminating the night sky outside. The man seated at the desk wears a sullen expression, the chill seeping into his very bones. Jixian has long since uncovered the truth. That scarf was not a gift from Qiaozhen. It was not her, it could never be, yet, in his previous life, it had been entirely different. Back then, he needed only to remain stationary, and Qiaozhen would approach him, her eyes sparkling with adoration, presenting him with meticulously prepared gifts. It was Qiaozhen who had turned her affections elsewhere, despite their promise to strive for each other, despite her vow to love only him. In an instant, it feels as though a precious emotion is gradually slipping away, entirely beyond his grasp, yet he stubbornly refuses to acknowledge it, unwilling to confront the reality. Jixian's throat is parched as he lifts his gaze toward the snowflakes gently cascading outside, his blood nearly frozen, rendering him motionless. What does it mean to truly like someone? In a moment of hazy recollection, he abruptly remembers that Qiaozhen had always shown a fondness for snow. In the memories of their past life, they had once endured a cold war due to their entanglement in the entertainment industry. He did not wish for Qiaozhen to expose herself to the public, he wanted her to revolve solely around him. Was that too much to ask? The Cold War did not last long, as it was Qiaozhen who ultimately lowered her pride and sought him out, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as she invited him to join her for skiing in Switzerland. Yet he had coldly and decisively declined, his tone icy and distant. "I won't go." G's family was facing a crucial year, and he could not afford to be distracted. Besides, he wanted to teach Qiaozhen a lesson, to ensure she would not engage in reckless behavior again. He thought that with repeated acts of excessive indifference, he could guarantee that Qiaozhen would never be angered, ensuring that she would always love him unconditionally. Each time he rejected her, seeing the desolation in her eyes brought him immense joy and satisfaction, as it reinforced his belief that she valued him. In the realm of emotions, he considered himself the one in control. Yet he never anticipated that after his refusal, Qiaozhen would bravely venture alone to Switzerland, where she was violently knocked down at the ski resort, nearly fracturing her bones. Since then, it seemed a growing sense of disappointment had accumulated in her eyes, deep and profound, yet with no outlet for expression. Jixian's face was impassive as he intently focused on a snowflake, harboring a stubborn conviction. He was certain that Qiaozhen had been waiting for him all along. Yes, if only he took the initiative, even just a little, Qiaozhen would come to him with the same joy as in their previous life. The regret of not skiing in the past could surely be remedied in this life. There was still time, he was sure of it. As the biting winter wind blew, the brief New Year's holiday swiftly came to an end. Once the final exam week approached, the university students became subdued, engulfed by a sense of impending doom. Xinglulu erupted in the dormitory, shouting in despair, "This damned advanced mathematics, I can't even understand the questions. I am begging the teacher to help me, if he does, he'll become my idol." Qingmei was frantically poring over the question bank for her course, her frustration palpable as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "I only skipped class twice this semester, and guess what? Both times I got caught. Who else is as miserable as I am?" Skipping class might have been exhilarating, but the final exam period felt like a funeral pyre. Qiaozhen had always been diligent in her studies. After finishing her exams, she began packing her belongings, wheeling her suitcase alongside Qingmei as they exited the campus. Just as she was about to retrieve her headphones, a delicate, expensive ticket slipped from the compartment of her backpack. Stunned for a moment, Qiaozhen picked it up and examined it closely. A SVIP couple's ticket for a private event at the Zermatt ski resort in Switzerland. Qiaozhen, her gaze lowered, and she saw the simple initials inscribed. JX Jixian, she was all too familiar with his initials, having secretly penned his name countless times, infused with bittersweet longing and anticipation, yet now, it sent chills down her spine, her scalp prickling with unease. She instinctively glanced toward the roadside. Not far away, a sleek black luxury car was parked, the window slowly descending to reveal a strikingly handsome face. Jixian's gaze was fixed upon her, his light-colored eyes resembling clear peach blossoms, his entire demeanor seemingly bathed in moonlight, impossible to decipher his emotions. In that moment of eye contact, Xiaojun instinctively leaned closer to Qingmei, her body suddenly stiffening. She vaguely recalled their past life, how she had once taken the initiative to suggest skiing in Switzerland with Jixian, but, inexplicably, the bitterness of that previous life seemed to transcend time, resonating within her. Disappointment and grievance expanded within her, chillingly spreading through her limbs, extinguishing the fervor she had once willingly embraced. Was that the emotion from her previous life? A gust of cold wind brushed against her face, leaving Xiaojun. Qingmei cast a glance at her, then at the ticket in her hand, his fingers slowly tightening. Upon witnessing the exchange between Xiaojun and Jixian, his heart raced, the tension palpable as he felt his own heart leap to his throat. Xiaojun. Qingmei could not restrain himself from calling her name, his throat dry and his voice hoarse. He hesitated, pausing to choose his words carefully before finally saying, "We were just about to ask you to join us for skiing." However, their destination was merely a common ski resort within the country, nowhere near as magnificent as Zermatt, nor would they be reserving the entire venue. An overwhelming sense of inferiority clung to him like the cold wind, threatening to engulf him entirely, offering no respite, akin to a drowning person struggling for breath. Not far away, within the understated luxury of Jixian's car, several young men sat, all observing Xiaojun's every move. "By the way, do you think Xiaojun would agree? I have a feeling she won't." "Of course she will, Jixian will make it happen." At that moment, a relatively sober young man spoke cautiously, "But she not only blocked us, she also made a point to sever ties with us. She explicitly rejected us in the last elective course. Jishao, isn't it unwise for us to keep pursuing her like this?" Before he could finish, another young man scoffed, "You don't understand a thing. Didn't she always want to go skiing? No matter how much she pretends to be aloof, now that Jishao has taken the initiative, if she truly doesn't come, I'll willingly offer my head to be your kickball." Upon hearing this, Jixian's expression softened. The group turned their gazes, observing as the cold wind tousled Xiaojun's hair. She held the ticket and seemed to smile faintly. Jixian's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, his lips instinctively curving upwards. However, in the next instant, Xiaojun decisively tore the ticket in half, folding the pieces together before tearing again, until the once pristine ticket was reduced to shreds, which she casually tossed into a nearby trash bin. The action was fluid and resolute, devoid of hesitation, as if she were merely discarding a napkin rather than a lavish ticket. Inside the car, the group was left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes widening in disbelief. Without looking back, Xiaojun turned away, her expression calm, a hint of scorn curling her lips. Had it been her past self, seeing Jixian's ski ticket would have surely brought her immense joy. But now, it was different. It felt akin to someone who had endured countless hardships to escape the desert, returning to the city, no longer yearning for water as they once did in the barren wasteland. Xiaojun acknowledged that she was indeed moved, longing to travel to Switzerland, to explore the world's exquisite places, yet, in the future, she would rely on her own abilities to achieve those dreams. The broken mirror cannot be repaired, just as the torn ticket could never return to its pristine state. As the cold wind intensified and dark clouds gathered, a light flurry of rain mixed with snow began to fall from the grey sky. It resembled delicate silver fluff, gently tapping against the leaves, producing a soft rustling sound. The snowfall was light enough that a single umbrella would suffice for two. Qingmei opened a large black umbrella, sheltering them both, his gaze slowly drifting toward the trash bin. Suddenly, Xiaojun gently tugged at his sleeve. Qingmei turned to look into her bright, radiant eyes. Walking beside him, Xiaojun bit her lip, summoning her courage to say, "During the winter break, will you accompany me to ski?" She lowered her head, gazing at her shoelaces, enunciating each word with sincerity. "Qingmei, I want to go with you. Is that all right?" Chapter 66. Xiaojun no longer pursues him. Raindrops pattered softly against the umbrella, the sound gradually intensifying until Qingmei could no longer distinguish between the sound of the rain and the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Qingmei, I wish to be with you. Is that all right? Each word struck deeply at his heart, creating ripples that eventually converged into an indescribable emotion, clamoring and boiling within him. Qingmei's arm, which held the umbrella, stiffened, his gaze falling into the depths of the girl's eyes, his breath momentarily suspended. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Could he possibly refuse? Amidst the curtain of rain, he heard his own voice. Then let's make plans for the winter break. Xiaozhen. We shall go skiing together. Xiaozhen nodded eagerly. Millimeter. Qingmei absorbed her response, unable to suppress the slow smile that crept across his lips, a sense of clarity washing over him. He couldn't help but marvel at how splendid the weather was today. The harmonious silhouettes of a man and a woman gradually faded at the intersection. However, within the luxury car, the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. Jixian felt as if his blood had coagulated, his face threatening to shatter completely. Xiaozhen's tearing apart of what seemed to be mere tickets felt like a brutal assault on his heart, akin to a sharp blade ruthlessly stabbing again and again, until blood flowed profusely. An unbearable pang of bitterness surged within his chest, gradually spreading throughout his body. Jixian's crystal-like, cold gaze flickered with a hint of red, tinged with a sinister obsession, mingled with a trace of bewilderment. How could Xiaozhen refuse him? How could she tear apart their bond? A wave of chaotic emotion crashed down upon him, striking him squarely in the face. His chest roiled with tumult, feeling as though he might shatter entirely at any moment, the darkness surrounding him becoming somewhat terrifying. Recently, he had been frequently haunted by fragments of memories from a past life. Back then, when he had rejected Xiaozhen, did she endure this same agony? The other boys stood dumbfounded, particularly one who had, just moments prior, boisterously proclaimed, "If Xiaozhen doesn't show up, I'll chop my head off and kick it like a soccer ball." What a slap to the face. Excruciatingly embarrassing, his cheeks burned with shame. That boy stood frozen for several seconds, finally processing the reality, hastily clutching his head. "I can't be seeing things, can I? Xiaozhen, she is serious this time. She is not playing hard to get or teasing. She truly has given up." Another boy, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Isn't it obvious that the girl has rejected him?" Noticing Jixian's altered expression, someone hurriedly attempted to mediate. The line of women pursuing Jishao stretches all the way to France. Does it really matter if she is out of the picture? If she doesn't like him, then so be it. What is Xiaozhen, anyway? Before he could finish, Jixian seized him by the collar with a single hand, the veins on his pale arm protruding. Jixian coldly uttered a few words. "No. She likes me." His tone was obstinate, his icy gaze piercing into the other boy's face, an aura of frost surrounding him, as if a tempest were brewing. Throughout the 7 years of his past life, despite the mockery and disdain, Xiaozhen had always followed in his footsteps. Jixian was unaware of how events had unfolded afterward, but he was certain that Xiaozhen would never leave him. She was destined to be with him, in this life and the next. With these thoughts in mind, Jixian steadied his emotions, taking a deep breath. He forced a facade of certainty, but his face was terrifyingly pale, his once crystal-clear eyes now marred with red veins, stubbornly repeating, "She likes me." It was uncertain whether he was speaking to others or merely trying to convince himself. The sharp-witted boy could no longer bear to watch him like this and offered a word of caution. "But liking someone isn't eternal. I used to be obsessed with skateboarding. Everyone knew how crazy I was about it. Yet now, I have long since lost that passion." The implication was clear. Xiaozhen likely no longer liked him either. Upon hearing this, Jixian's chest heaved violently, his fingertips trembling slightly, yet he maintained his icy composure. "That's not true. You all don't understand Xiaozhen. She would not give up easily." The boys fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances, each seeing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. When had Jixian become this way, calm yet frantic? Did he even realize he was deceiving himself? Rain and snow pelted against the car window, each drop striking Jixian's face like a bucket of ice water, mocking him mercilessly. He remained stunned for a long moment, silently raising the car window, his expression growing increasingly grim, his face like frost, exuding an aura of coldness. The seasoned driver, having witnessed the spectacle for most of the day, shivered from the chill, secretly adjusting the car's temperature. Through the review mirror, he pondered carefully before cautiously speaking, Ji Xiao, shall we return to the old residence? After all, the young master had acted quite out of character today, having specifically instructed him to wait here for someone. In the next moment, Ji Xian slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes icy as he fixed his stare upon the driver, squeezing out 3 words through clenched teeth. What do you think? The driver fell silent for a moment. Yes, young master. Heaven help us, save the working class. Serving this frosty young master truly feels like money is hard to earn, and burdens are hard to bear. The driver was drenched in sweat, silently driving, raising the partition, unable to suppress his internal analysis. After years of interaction, he deeply understood that the young master usually maintained excellent control over his emotions, although the young master typically presented a cold demeanor, seemingly indifferent and inscrutable, today felt like the calm before a storm. He resembled a fragile bubble, feigning strength and ice-cold composure, just a gentle poke, and he would shatter completely, spiraling into madness. In January, the winter break officially commenced. Not long after, Xiaojun received delightful news. She had successfully passed the preliminary singing competition, earning a monetary reward and qualifying for the next round. The moment she received the official text message, it felt as if she had been struck by a surprise box, rolling on her bed in sheer joy, instinctively sharing the good news with Qingmei. In the next instant, she received a WeChat notification. Satsmiley Kai tapped my head and said, "Well done. Kai Satsmiley, I will accompany you to the next round." Xiaojun paused, repeatedly reading the message, over and over again. An inexplicable feeling enveloped her. The tap felt as if Qingmei had genuinely reached out to ruffle her hair, so endearing, so affectionate. No, wait, what was she imagining? Clutching her phone, her heart raced, and it felt as if a little person inside her was unable to resist throwing punches at the air. It was as though Qingmei had truly tapped her, her heart bouncing around like a ping-pong ball in her chest, refusing to calm for an extended period. She was unaware of when it had started, but she had become increasingly eager for every message from Qingmei. February 2nd marked Niuefeng's birthday, and the group planned to embark on a trip that day, spending 2 days and 1 night, while also celebrating his birthday. In the group chat, Niuefeng wailed Satsmiley war, "Brothers, I'm truly touched, I love you all." Crying immediately, someone replied, "Satsmiley don't love me, that's disgusting." Qingmei Satsmiley, this birthday suits you quite well, it's a bit silly. Niuefeng Satsmiley, Xiaojun, Qingmei, look at him, he's openly bullying me, you must stand up for me. Other boys also tagged her, claiming only she could tame Qingmei. Xiaojun held her phone, a peculiar emotion swelling within her. How could she possibly tame Qingmei? Ultimately, she sent a cute emoji as a means of consolation. The skiing trip included 8 participants. Qingmei, Xiaojun, Niuefeng, Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu's sister, Zhang Ning. The remaining members had internships or urgent matters at home, all expressing regret, crying in the group chat. Xiaojun eagerly anticipated the trip, constantly stuffing her suitcase with essentials, searching for travel guides online, and booking tickets. It was her long-cherished dream to ski, especially alongside Qingmei. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Qingmei, skiing, Qingmei, skiing, Qingmei. Finally, she could no longer endure it, silently burying her face in her pillow, concealing the faint blush blooming on her cheeks. Dan Qingmei, what kind of enchanting potion had he secretly poured into her? Chapter 67, dressed in fine garments, couples in matching attire. February 2nd, Luocheng. As soon as the high-speed train arrived, the surroundings were adorned with vintage promotional photographs of the ancient city, alongside the grand inscription, "Welcome to Luocheng," instantly immersing one in a vibrant tourist atmosphere. After much anticipation, the day had finally come, and upon arrival, a throng of people erupted in excited cheers. The first order of business for any traveler is to drop off their luggage at the hotel. Xiaojun shared a room with Zhang Yu's younger sister, Zhang Ning. Knowing that the 3rd-grade girl would be accompanying them, Xiaojun had thoughtfully prepared an assortment of beautiful hairpins, adorable dolls, and delightful cookies, all meticulously arranged. Zhang Ning was immediately enchanted, unhesitatingly embracing Xiaojun and planting a kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, "Sister, I love you." The little girl, petite and lively, bounced along with her My Little Pony backpack, practically glued to Xiaozhen's side, sweetly calling her sister, with a voice that dripped with charm. Qingmei's gaze lingered on the two, hands tucked into his pockets, before finally shifting away after a long moment. Niu Feng was utterly smitten by the little girl, half-jokingly remarking, "Oh dear, Zhang Yu, if you were as adorable as your sister, that would be splendid. If you were a girl, I would definitely marry you." Zhang Yu glared at him through gritted teeth. "Hey, it's your birthday today, so I'll let it slide." The first destination of their journey was the ancient city, where it seemed that 1 in every 3 people donned traditional hanfu, creating an enchanting atmosphere that truly felt like stepping back in time, rich with cultural essence. After enjoying a local hot pot meal, the group headed to a pre-booked hanfu shop for a transformation. Xiaozhen selected a red hanfu embroidered with golden koi fish, while the makeup artist was preparing her. Xiaozhen specifically requested a subtle look, steering clear of the exaggerated styles favored by influencers. The makeup artist gave an okay gesture and began applying foundation, concealer for her dark circles, and delicately painted a red lotus flower on her forehead, adorned with a small pearl, finishing with a coat of crimson lip gloss. Xiaozhen pursed her lips, repeatedly checking her reflection in the mirror, as if she were witnessing a different version of herself. She couldn't help but wonder what Qingmei would wear. Meanwhile, Zhang changed into a blue hanfu, her hair styled in 2 adorable buns. Full of excitement, she shook her head, letting the tassels of her outfit sway as she bounced along, exclaiming, "I absolutely love hanfu." Her face still bore the innocence of childhood, her eyes sparkling with purity. Draped in a thick red cloak, Xiaozhen led Zhang through the crowd, scanning her surroundings. Niu Feng was the first to leap out, clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, proudly puffing out his chest, proclaiming, "I know, I am here." He thumped his chest and laughed heartily. "Today, I am the emperor." Xiaozhen blinked, pointing to a distant figure, and quietly remarked, "The emperor is quite common now." Niu Feng turned around, and indeed, a large group of men had opted for dragon robes, these emperors standing together, glancing at him and giving him a thumbs up. Acknowledgement from fellow rulers. Niu Feng, meanwhile, Zhang Yu donned a black guard's uniform, wielding a prop sword. Upon hearing Niu Feng declare he would appoint him as a personal guard, he immediately drew his sword, ready to seize power. Xiaozhen glanced at the two, unable to contain her curiosity as she tiptoed and asked, "What about Qingmei? What is he wearing?" "Brother Kai, he was the last one to enter," Zhang Yu replied. In the next moment, a flash of red suddenly entered her field of vision, causing Xiaozhen's pupils to involuntarily constrict. Qingmei appeared in a striking red general's outfit, the cuffs embroidered with golden clouds, exuding an aura of fierce, fiery magnificence, akin to a blazing sun. The vivid red created a powerful visual impact, breathtakingly stunning. The man strode confidently towards her, his sharp brows and starry eyes, a proud nose, and arms casually crossed, wearing an enigmatic smile that fully showcased his rebellious spirit. He was the very embodiment of a spirited and dashing young general, as if he had stepped out of an ancient painting. With his tall stature and deep voice, he asked, "How do I look?" Under Qingmei's intense gaze, Xiaozhen felt her breath catch, and she blurted out, "Good. Not just good." Qingmei looked exceptionally striking, an absolute 100 fit for the bold red attire. Inside her, a little voice screamed uncontrollably, "Help, I'm electrified." Heartthrob alert, bright lights. Bam, bam, running into a wall. Zhang Ning's eye sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Kai and Sister Zhen are wearing matching outfits." As soon as her words fell, the boys' teasing glances drifted towards them. Xiaozhen slowly formed a question mark. She froze for a few seconds, glanced up at Qingmei, then down at her own outfit. She found herself at a loss for words. Upon first glance, it did indeed resemble a couple's outfit. Even the koi incense pouch at Qingmei's waist matched the small koi on her attire perfectly. Throughout the journey, Xiaozhen's thoughts wandered. Intentionally trailing at the back of the group, she discreetly raised her phone, aiming the camera at Qingmei. Uncontrollably, inexplicably, she was compelled to capture his handsome visage to set as her WeChat chat background. Taking a deep breath, she appeared calm and collected, her heart like still water, while her hands trembled slightly in excitement. This was her first attempt at such an act, naturally causing some nervousness. She pressed the shutter button and discreetly looked down at her phone to view the first photo. To her dismay, due to her trembling hands, It turned out blurry, capturing less than a tenth of his true beauty. Once they entered the scenic area, Qiaozhen quietly followed him from behind, feigning tranquility. Seizing the moment when the boys were playfully teasing each other, she took the opportunity to snap several quick shots from the side. Just as she pressed the shutter, she couldn't shake the feeling, whether it was a mere illusion or not, that Qingmei seemed to glance back at her, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips, imbued with a hint of allure and fondness. It must be an illusion. It had to be. Feeling guilty, Qiaozhen immediately tucked her phone away, her heart racing. Feeling utterly uneasy, she pondered whether she was being overly paranoid. When she looked up at Qingmei's languid demeanor, she finally relaxed, thinking perhaps she hadn't been discovered. With so many tourists around, she opened her album only to find an old gentleman accidentally caught in the frame, his bewildered expression completely blocking Qingmei from view, not capturing even a single hair of him. Qiaozhen continued to scroll through, gradually becoming engrossed. There was one photo that might just work as a chat background. The young man stood tall and confident, exuding an air of youthful exuberance, with a hint of audacity in his brow, radiating hormones that seemed to leap off the screen. Clad in red, his lips curled slightly, even the beauty mark beneath his eye appeared more bewitching than usual, stirring one's heart. Suddenly, a shadow fell perfectly over Qiaozhen. Her phone was gently snatched away, the screen halting on that very photo. Let me see how it turned out. Unbeknownst to her, Qingmei had stealthily appeared before her, their proximity closing in, a waft of fresh mint and grass fragrance enveloping her. He didn't rummage through her phone but simply leaned down to gaze at the candid shot, a muffled chuckle escaping his chest, his voice low and husky. Not bad, just a bit blurry. Winky face. Oh no, I've been caught. Qiaozhen's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, and it took a while before she could lower her gaze. Oh heavens, to have her candid shot seen by the subject of the photo was utterly mortifying. She felt like she could sink into the ground. She stammered, I was just capturing a spontaneous moment. Candid shots are the most natural. Her eyes darted around, instinctively touching her nose, attempting to feign calmness. It's definitely not a candid shot. Due to her guilty conscience, she raised her voice and repeated, definitely not. It was as if she had the words guilty conscience written across her forehead. Qingmei's eyes held a hint of exasperation, a soft laugh bubbling up from his chest as he echoed her words. I know it's not. He chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her but reaching out to brush aside a yellow. After all, how could someone so adorably innocent be so charming even in lies? Chapter 68. Fingers intertwined, gazes locked. A group of friends arrived at the renowned scenic spot. The ancient city walls, predominantly a somber shade of reddish-brown, stood tall, adorned with countless lanterns that exuded an aura of bygone eras. Young Miss Zhang Ning eagerly raised her hand, offering to capture a photograph of Qiaozhen and Qingmei, proclaiming that they were dressed in matching colors and must pose together. Just as Qiaozhen was lamenting the absence of a discreet escape route, her attention was diverted, and she quickly positioned herself beneath the city wall. Qingmei leisurely followed, resembling a devoted shadow trailing behind her. Suddenly, Zhang Ning, hands on her hips and with a childlike tone of authority, commanded, "You must hold hands, hurry." After all, it was only fitting for a young couple to clasp hands. Given the plethora of treats and trinkets she had received from Sister Zhen, she felt compelled to play matchmaker. Just as Qiaozhen was about to flash a peace sign, she paused in confusion. "Hold hands." Zhang Ning, with a cheeky wink, conveyed an expression of "you know what I mean. I'm helping you." Qiaozhen thought, "No, I don't understand at all, and I have no desire to." At that moment, she felt a warm sensation enveloping her hand, akin to an electric current coursing through her veins. It was Qingmei's hand, gently brushing against hers. Qiaozhen's body stiffened, rooted in place, torn between hesitation and anticipation, noticing the young woman's lack of resistance. Thus, their fingers became entwined. Thump, tentative, cautious, filled with expectation and tension. Qiaozhen's breath hitched as she felt the rapid rhythm of her heartbeat resonating within her chest, and she instinctively clasped his hand in return. As Qingmei sensed her response, he gradually tightened his grip, their fingertips pressing closely together, as if sharing unspoken secrets through their touch, amidst the throng of onlookers. Only they were privy to this intimate exchange. Ning, cradling her phone, snapped photos from various angles. Suddenly, Qingmei turned his head slightly, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Xiaozhen. Upon hearing her name, Xiaozhen reflexively turned her head, raising her gaze to meet his. In that fleeting moment, as the shutter clicked, their eyes locked. Qingmei, with a languid smile, replied, "It's nothing." At that moment, Ning waved at them. "All done." She proudly lifted her chin, flaunting her accomplishment to a group of boys behind her. "Hey, brothers, what do you think? Am I impressive?" The boys nodded in agreement, giving her enthusiastic thumbs up. This round of matchmaking was executed flawlessly. On the screen of her phone, radiant lanterns cast a warm glow. A young man and woman stood before the ancient city wall, both adorned in red hanfu, their gazes intertwined, fingers interlaced, creating a heartwarming tableau reminiscent of an ancient painting, as if veiled in a pink, affectionate filter. One boy, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Wow, I was wondering why I felt so stuffed. Turns out there's a mountain of dog food here." They weren't even officially together yet, and already they radiated sweetness. What would happen once they did become a couple? Surely, they would be inseparable. Another chimed in, "I bet Qingmei and Kaiji will definitely get together this year, otherwise, I'll make a big scene at the school gates." Laughter erupted among the group, and they soon enlisted a friendly passerby to snap a group photo. As the birthday boy, Niuefeng naturally claimed the center position, his golden dragon robe enhancing his commanding presence. Moments after the photo was taken, one boy promptly shared it on social media, even adjusting the location for effect, captioning it, "Airdropping into Luocheng. Grinning with the beautiful journey begins now." Cheers. While exploring the market, the group split up, agreeing to reconvene later. Xiaozhen and Qingmei, however, remained together. Upon spotting a ring toss game, Xiaozhen was irresistibly drawn in, utterly captivated, especially as she observed a skilled player effortlessly winning a plethora of souvenirs. The vendor seemed on the verge of losing his teeth with each enthusiastic toss. Inspired by the success of others, Xiaozhen felt a surge of determination, her eyes fixating on the distant folding fan. "Qingmei, I want to play that." "All right," Qingmei replied, trailing closely behind her like a devoted follower. Without hesitation, Xiaozhen purchased 10 rings. Standing at the starting point, she soon realized the fan was indeed quite far away, yet, she was resolute. She desired that fan above all else. At that moment, Niuefeng and 2 other boys happened to pass by, cheering her on from the sidelines. Taking a deep breath, Xiaozhen tossed her first ring toward the fan, only to watch in dismay as the initial attempts ended in failure. With the 7th toss, she came agonizingly close. Her heart sank. The vendor, however, beamed with delight, his grin wide as he watched Xiaozhen struggle. He relished such visitors, naive yet eager to play, perpetually missing their mark. In a moment of desperation, Xiaozhen casually tossed one more ring, only to her astonishment, it slipped perfectly around the vendor's neck. Xiaozhen's eyes widened in disbelief. The vendor's smile instantly faltered. Niuefeng erupted in excitement, tugging at a nearby boy's shirt. "Wow, Qingmei is incredible, she just snagged the hidden prize." The vendor's expression soured even further as he silently removed the ring from around his neck. Xiaozhen, feeling slightly embarrassed, thought it unnecessary to be praised. As she prepared to toss another ring, Qingmei approached her side, slightly bending down. "Want the fan? Let me help you." Xiaozhen instinctively tightened her grip, shaking her head gently, her voice sweet. "I want to do it myself." If she couldn't win it, it simply meant she wasn't destined for that fan. She'd just buy one instead. With renewed determination, she hurled another ring, but once again, it missed its target. Niuefeng sighed in exasperation, suggesting she aim for something closer, like a ceramic cup or a sachet, to at least leave with a prize. Xiaozhen pursed her lips, resolutely tossing another ring toward the distant fan. Before she could even process it, a voice shouted, "Incredible." The golden ring landed perfectly. The vendor, now beaming with joy, handed her the fan. "Congratulations, young lady, this one is the hardest to win." Xiaozhen, still in disbelief, felt as if a shooting star had crossed her eyes, sparkling as she held the fan aloft, her smile radiant and bright. Perhaps there was indeed a touch of luck accompanying her today. Walking beside her, Shinichi's gaze fell upon her crimson lips, an eyebrow arching slightly as he spoke in a low, husky tone. You really like it that much? To her, the fan seemed like a cherished treasure. Yes, it captivated me at first sight. It is quite remarkable, she replied. Today, she wore a light touch of makeup, the floral adornment on her forehead enhancing her youthful vibrance, akin to a pearl dusted free of grime, radiating its inherent brilliance. Her appearance, strikingly different from her usual pure and gentle demeanor, was now stunning, reminiscent of the most beautiful red clouds at sunset. Shinichi found himself entranced, and in an unexpected moment, the fan was thrust into his embrace. Caught off guard, he then noticed the faint flush on Qiaojin's ears. In the gentle breeze, he heard her sweet, melodious voice, "This is for you." With that, Qiaojin feigned nonchalance, glancing around to create distance, concealing her nervousness. The fan was adorned with a depiction of the ancient city, inscribed with golden calligraphy. The ink was rich and vibrant, featuring delicate outlines, exuding an aura of classical elegance. The back bore for bold characters, unrestrained and free. Shinichi stood frozen in place, gazing at Qiaojin's radiant figure, his heartbeat quickening. Chapter 69, Shinichi struck her heart in the bustling scenic area of Luocheng. After completing a leisurely stroll, Qiaojin accompanied Shinichi to partake in archery. The rules were straightforward. Their highest score was awarded for hitting the bullseye, with points gradually diminishing as one moved outward. Each participant had 10 arrows, and the total score could be exchanged for gifts of varying levels. The previous male bystanders sighed in exasperation, their efforts yielding nothing more than a few trivial trinkets. After paying, Shinichi stepped forward, drawing the bowstring taut, his piercing gaze narrowing like that of a hawk as he aimed at the target. Qiaojin stood by, fists clenched, silently cheering him on. He raised his arm, narking an arrow against the bowstring, his posture impeccably poised, yet there was an air of nonchalance about him, his flamboyant red attire adding an extra touch of carefree elegance, reminiscent of a roguish hero from ancient tales, effortlessly captivating those around him. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, swift as silver lightning. An 8-ring onlookers gasped in astonishment. However, Shinichi frowned slightly, his gaze fixated on the bow, his expression contemplative. It had been quite a while since he last played, and his hands felt somewhat unsteady. Moreover, there seemed to be an issue with the bow. He repeated the draw, eyes narrowing as he swiftly and accurately released arrow after arrow, each striking the target. A 9-ring, followed by 3 10-rings with each successive shot. Qiaojin's eyes widened in disbelief. Help! Shinichi was truly extraordinary at this. The bystanders were left speechless, including Niuefeng and Zhongning, who were equally astounded. Qiaojin blinked, lifting her chin with a proud smile gracing her lips. Shinichi, you are amazing. When did you learn to do this? Her expression was filled with sincerity and admiration, her voice soft and sweet, each word dripping with honey, ensnaring his very soul. The words, so impressive, resonated within him, and as he turned to gaze at the beaming Qiaojin, warmth surged in his chest, akin to a volcano erupting, molten lava bubbling forth. He cleared his throat casually, replying, I played during team-building activities back when I was in the convoy. In truth, it wasn't that remarkable, yet Qiaojin's gaze was solely fixated on him. At that moment, the proprietor nearby wore a subtle smile, though internally he was crumbling. Damn it, this kid wasn't just showing off for the camera, he genuinely possessed remarkable skill. What a loss. Just 1 arrow remained. Shinichi did not rush to shoot, instead, he lazily lowered the bow and, tilting his head, asked her, would you like to give it a try? Qiaojin pursed her lips, gently shaking her head. I can't do this. The game operated on a points system for gift exchanges. A 10-ring would yield 10 points. If she missed the target, she would forfeit those points, and she had no desire to hinder Shinichi. Sunlight streamed through the sparse clouds, illuminating the chiseled contours of Shinichi's face. A smile played upon his lips, and his dark, profound eyes held a hint of indulgence. I'll teach you. Perhaps the sunlight was too blinding, but the striking red of his attire captivated Qiaojin, prompting her to nod almost instinctively and step closer to him. She accepted the weighty bow, turning slightly away from him, a sudden wave of nervousness washing over her, until Shinichi's faint scent of fresh grass enveloped her, his presence drawing near as he leaned down to grasp her hands. Their proximity diminished, and his warm breath brushed against her ear, teasingly gentle. It felt as if he were attempting to meld her into his very being, never to part. Qiaojun's nerves tensed, her body stiffening, even her breath caught in her throat. Help! It felt as though her mind was about to short-circuit. Qiaojun, Qingmei's voice, rich and sultry, resonated in her ear. Don't be nervous, just relax. She felt herself becoming intoxicated by him, her voice trembling slightly. Okay. With his hands enveloping hers, she slowly drew back the bowstring, aiming for the bullseye. For reasons unknown, her heart raced uncontrollably, her attention wholly consumed by the man behind her. Although they were at a normal distance apart, Qiaojun's hands and back felt inexplicably heated, as if immobilized. It was too hot, far too hot. Her eyelashes fluttered delicately, a blush creeping up her ears. She could distinctly hear the rapid drumming of her heartbeat. Thud. In the next instant, the arrow shot forth like a silver dragon, striking the bullseye with precision. Qiaojun felt her heart skip a beat. Wow! Niuefeng shouted, his fists clenched in exhilaration. Qige, you're incredible. Can you teach me too? I can only manage a 5-ring. Qingmei glanced up with a smile, gesturing for him to step aside. Niuefeng, how infuriating, I shall draw circles to curse you. The proprietor stood nearby, silently drawing circles as well. He was utterly astounded by this couple. Not only were they exceptional at archery, but they were also feeding him dog food. It wasn't until Qingmei distanced himself to redeem his prize, breaking the lingering air of ambiguity, that Qiaojun could finally breathe deeply, her chest rising and falling erratically. Little Zhang Ning tugged at her skirt, innocently raising her phone, her face aglow with excitement. Sister, look, I just captured the moment you two were shooting arrows together. Qiaojun replied. Thank you. She took the phone, her gaze fixating on the photo, her eyes widening in disbelief. The angle was quite deceptive. Although they had been at a considerable distance apart, in the photograph, Qingmei appeared almost pressed against her, enveloping her in his embrace. His gaze was intensely possessive, the posture undeniably intimate, exuding a palpable sexual tension. Her expression, her fair face was tinged with a delicate pink, her eyes glistening with moisture, the corners of her eyes adorned with a faint blush, resembling someone who had been wronged. Qiaojun stared at the image, utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? Why did she look as though she had been drugged at that moment? Suddenly, the shadow of a man loomed overhead. Qiaojun quickly switched off the phone, feigning nonchalance as she nervously looked up. What's wrong? Qingmei stood before her, naturally taking her hand and placing the lantern handle into her palm, his voice low and earnest, a token of appreciation for the folding fan. Qiaojun, I hope this koi lantern brings you good fortune. It was a koi lantern he had redeemed. A red koi danced upon the lotus lantern, its craftsmanship exquisite and lifelike, resembling a cluster of flames gracefully swirling. As she regained her senses, Qiaojun stood there, dazed, clutching the koi lantern, her gaze locking onto the depths of Qingmei's eyes, a surge of complex emotions flooding her. In the lively, bustling street, amidst the vibrant scenic area, she saw only him, and the only sound she could hear was Qingmei's low, enticing voice. In that moment, Qiaojun suddenly realized that her heart was the true bullseye. And Qingmei had, long ago, struck it with precision. Chapter 70, Pair Skiing. A romantic winter's day that evening, the group indulged in a local specialty hot pot, secretly arranging a grand cake to celebrate Niuefeng's birthday on February 2nd. The moment Qingmei revealed the cake from behind him, Niuefeng was instantly moved to tears, and even the nearby child was enviously weeping. Qiaojun's birthday gift was a pair of sunglasses and an insulated cup, while Qingmei presented him with a gaming chair, which he directly sent to his home. Niuefeng cried out joyfully, clutching Qingmei's neck with one hand, while the other feebly embraced Qiaojun. Woo, I'm so touched, I love you all. The moonlight shimmered like silver, enhancing the beauty of the night's tourist attractions. The myriad lights reflected on the lake's surface, twinkling more brightly than the stars above. Qiaojun leaned against the bridge, feeling the evening breeze, holding a koi lantern, gazing at the distant scenery, her lips curving slightly, her eyes mirroring the dazzling stars. She truly adored this kind of travel, carefree, comfortable, joyful, and heart-fluttering. After exploring another scenic spot, the group returned to the hotel, utterly exhausted, having walked at least tens of thousands of steps. As Xiaozhen emerged from drying her hair, she saw Zhang Ning sprawled on the bed watching television. The screen displayed yet another idol drama. After the male and female leads confirmed their romantic relationship, they went out on a date, where the male lead engaged in archery and claw machine games, delighting the female lead, culminating in a moment where they listened to music in the snow, fingers intertwined, gazing deeply into each other's eyes. Xiaozhen, wait a minute, this plot seems strangely familiar. Zhang Ning, sipping her yogurt, quietly complained, idol dramas are so formulaic these days. It feels like the leads fall for each other out of nowhere and end up together just as inexplicably. It's not even as sweet as you and Kai Ji. Xiaozhen's ears blushed slightly as she softly retorted, what is sweet about us? Zhang Ning, with righteous indignation, exclaimed, it's definitely sweet. The way you look at each other, it's as if the world fades away. Even the passing dogs would want to take a bite. Go check the photos if you don't believe me. Ning Ning blinked her starry eyes, resting her chin on her hands, her face filled with anticipation, as if already picturing them walking down the aisle. Xiaozhen, unusually silent, returned to her bed and opened the group chat photos, scrolling to find the picture of her and Qingmei holding hands before the ancient city, their gazes locked. Xiaozhen's breath hitched. Oh heavens, the way she looked at Qingmei in that photo was utterly infatuated. Blushing, she silently saved the image and set it as her chat background. Unable to resist, she began scrolling through their conversation history, reminiscing about the little moments they shared. Jin said smiley quick, open the door, I brought you the delicious chestnuts from downstairs. Kai said smiley I also picked up some snacks for you on my way. Jin. I passed the computer proficiency exam, thanks to teacher Qin for teaching me. Next time I'll treat you to dinner. OVO. Bunny hopping happily. JPG Kai patted my head and said, well done. Kai. You were already clever. Jin said smiley I'm so nervous, I'm about to perform live on stage, what should I do? Kai said smiley I'll be right there with you. And the countless hours spent on voice calls after a terrifying haunted house experience, there were so many memories, it was overwhelming, though these were beautiful exchanges that should warm the heart. As Xiaozhen scrolled through, her eyes inexplicably became teary, her nose tingled, and her chest felt heavy. How could he be so wonderful? Everyone said he was fierce and hard to approach, with a demeanor that seemed both arrogant and reckless, yet he was undeniably the gentlest and most thoughtful person. Every time she received a message from Qingmei, her heart would leap with joy, and she would silently repeat his name in her mind. Qingmei would almost always reply instantly. On the rare occasions when he was busy and didn't respond promptly, Xiaozhen would eagerly hold her phone, awaiting his message. Every word received a response, every sentiment echoed back. Xiaozhen turned off her phone and took a deep breath. The seed that had taken root in her heart had unknowingly blossomed into a towering tree, its branches lush and vibrant, deeply entrenched. With each heartbeat, it felt as if green leaves floated upon the lake, creating ripples that spread further and further. The Luocheng Ski Resort is one of the most renowned ski destinations in the country, attracting numerous visitors each year. The next morning, the group donned their ski attire and rode the cable car up the snowy mountain, eagerly plunging into the embrace of the snow. Xiaozhen was most excited about skiing. Standing atop the snow-covered mountain, gazing down, it felt as though the entire world was blanketed in pristine white, evoking an indescribable sense of awe, making her feel insignificantly small. Skiers gracefully glided down, freely soaring and kicking up layers of snow, carving elegant arcs. Xiaozhen, with her adorable low twin ponytails, donned a pink ski suit, a fluffy bunny helmet, knee pads, and goggles, bundled up snugly, bouncing with enthusiasm. In the next moment, she felt two gentle pats on her head. Xiaozhen immediately turned, glaring at the instigator, her voice tinged with grievance. Why did you pat me? Qingmei stood right behind her, clad in dark grey, wearing goggles, with wolf ears adorning his helmet, adding a touch of arrogance to his composed demeanor. When Qingmei had asked her to help choose ski attire, she had unhesitatingly opted for the big grey wolf design, perfectly complementing his broad shoulders and narrow waist, creating an enviable silhouette. The corner of his lips curled up slightly as his deep voice floated into her ears. You're so cute, I couldn't help but want to give you a little pat. The unexpected compliment caught Xiaozhen off guard. She pursed her lips, unwilling to back down, tiptoed, and lightly patted Qingmei's helmet, her voice sweet. Well, you're cute too. The nearby boys were enviously dying, each playfully tapping the heads of their friends, mocking, "Oh, you are so cute too." Qingmei immediately shot them a glare, the warmth and fondness in his eyes vanishing in an instant, replaced by an intimidating, world-weary demeanor, two extremes. The boys, they were now subdued, pleading for mercy. As skiing commenced, the group dispersed to enjoy themselves, while Zhang Ning accompanied Zhang Yu to the safer children's area. While Xiaozhen was still pondering how to ski, Qingmei had already dashed down, eager to test it out first. Boys at the top shouted, "Kaiji, slow down, don't fall." But Qingmei seemed to possess an innate athletic talent. His training for motorcycle riding involved daily core exercises, granting him exceptional physical strength. Although it was his first time skiing, he maneuvered through the slopes with grace and ease, soaring like an eagle in the sky. The very same ski equipment transformed beneath his feet, breathing life into the experience, as he carved exquisite arcs across the snow. The winter sun filtered through thin clouds, enveloping him in a radiant glow, making him shine brightly. Having just begun, he effortlessly executed a 360-degree jump, exuding coolness and flair. He instantly captured the attention of many girls around, even some boys couldn't help but be drawn in. Xiaozhen imitated him, trying to learn the moves from Niuefeng and the others, envisioning herself gliding as coolly as Qingmei. Time slipped away as Xiaozhen became more confident, cautiously maneuvering her snowboard. The idea was lovely, but reality proved to be cruel. Without warning, as she began to move, she lost control and fell backward, landing squarely in the snow. It was evident that she lacked any athletic ability. After finishing his run, Qingmei was suddenly embraced by Niuefeng. "Damn, that was incredible. Come on, let me get a hug. I want to bask in your talent." Qingmei paused, chuckling softly. "All right, everyone gets a turn." Before long, another boy rushed in, pushing Niuefeng aside, exclaiming, "It's my turn. I want to soak in the glory too." "Me too. Bro, let me have a turn. I want to ski like you." After all the boys had basked in his glory, only Xiaozhen remained. She stood quietly on the sidelines, watching the boys laugh and tease each other, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Suddenly, a tall figure intruded her view. Qingmei approached her, arms slightly outstretched, his voice low and husky. "Xiaozhen, care for a hug?"